Sorcerer Supreme at Hogwarts, English version. Chapter 71, Drama, Brooms, and Broken Hearts. Drama, Brooms, and Broken Hearts. Playing that game was fun, but I think it's missing something, I told myself as I headed back to my room after Snape's punishment. By the way, Wanda and Harry had returned from their visit to their grandparents, so they were once again hovering around me. Since Harry was here, his two friends were obviously not far behind. Seriously? You didn't invite us? What kind of brother are you? Wanda said as she threw peanut shells at me, courtesy of the snacks their grandmother had given them. Sounds fun, but if I have to run into Snape, I'll pass, Harry said from the side. I feel the same. We might end up punished just for entering the chamber, Ron added while sharing the sweets with Harry. I only play trivia games. They help me memorize better, Hermione said from the side. After learning astral magic, she wasn't as exhausted from studying anymore, so she had time to socialize with us. And since she was a good student, she received the same privileges as Wanda and me. She could skip classes as long as she passed a monthly exam. Obviously, this only applied to elective subjects. By the way, Wanda was a good student, something that surprised me. She even managed to tie with me in test scores. So, Harry, your match against Hufflepuff is in a week. Are you ready? Ron asked. Yeah, more or less. I just hope the new broom arrives soon. A new broom? Hermione asked, interested. Yeah, my brother ordered one for me, and it was supposed to arrive a few days ago, but I haven't heard anything yet, Harry said, sounding a bit impatient. Wasn't Dobby supposed to pick it up? I asked, slightly confused. What? Harry asked again. Dobby, the crazy elf you hired. He was supposed to go get it, I said casually, grabbing some peanuts from Wanda's plate without her noticing. Wait, Dobby has it, Harry said, standing up in surprise. I don't know. Ask him, I said as Wanda realized I was stealing her food. And so, a peanut projectile war began. Don't play with your food, I scolded as I dodged one of her shots. You started it, she said angrily, moving her plate away from me. Hurry up, Harry, call him, Ron said excitedly. Sure, Dobby, Harry called out quickly. With a snap, the house elf appeared before us. Wanda and I stopped because we sensed that, besides Dobby, 3 other house elves from the kitchens had also appeared invisibly, staring at him but doing nothing. They must be assigned to watch elves that come from outside, I whispered to Wanda so the others wouldn't notice. She nodded and kept watching Dobby with interest. Maybe because she didn't have a house elf, but she also didn't like the idea of slavery, so she never asked for one. Although there was always Dobby's way, not many elves would accept being free. Master Harry, what does Dobby need to do? The elf asked, now dressed in a small butler's tuxedo, with a small hole in the sleeve right where the Flamel family crest was visible. By the way, about the crest that both Dobby and Misty have, it changes to match the family they choose to serve. And since Dobby has a contract with Harry, his crest alternates between the Flamel and Potter crests every so often. This shows that Harry belongs to both families. Maybe it's because, aside from being part of the Flamel family, he is still the sole heir of the Potters. Dobby, did you pick up my new broom? Harry asked quickly. Dobby thought for a few seconds before replying. Oh, right. Master Harry's broom. Dobby went to get it. Yes. Awesome. Ron said, even more excited than Harry. Can you bring it, Dobby? Harry asked with a smile. Of course, Master Harry. Dobby will fetch it now, the elf said before disappearing. We all remained silent for a few seconds until he returned. Here it is, Master Harry, Dobby said, handing over the new broom. Thanks, Dobby, Harry said cheerfully as he took it. Dobby quickly bowed and vanished, just like the elves that had been watching him. He still has a lot to learn. When Misty arrives, no elf even notices her presence, I said, shaking my head, but I was more interested in the excitement of the not-so-small anymore kids. Great, Harry, let's go try it out, Ron said. Of course. Just as they were about to rush out the door, Hermione stopped them. I must remind you that it's already 8 p.m., and obviously, you can't go out. If a teacher sees you, you'll be punished, she said quickly, killing their excitement. As always, the voice of reason. She's right. Maybe tomorrow, Ron, Harry said, a bit disappointed. All right. Maybe you can lend me your Nimbus 2000, and we can compare their speed, Ron said, sitting back down. And what about my broom? Wanda asked, holding out a hand expectantly. You can fly with magic, I replied instantly. So can you, but you still use that ugly cape, she said mercilessly. My cape, which was hanging on a coat rack in the corner, took offense, made some explicit gestures with its fabric corners, and turned away. Sorry, cape, I didn't mean it that way, Wanda quickly apologized. I fly for the same reason, but the cape is faster, I said while watching Wanda try to apologize without success. You got one for Harry. I want one too, she said like a spoiled child. Sigh. You also get pocket money from Grandpa. You have an entire vault. You can buy as many as you want, I replied, exasperated. No. As my older brother, it's your duty to buy the same things for your siblings, she said with determination, as if she held absolute truth. It seemed like she could go on all night, so I gave up. Fine. We'll go find one you like later, I said tiredly, while Wanda smiled victoriously. I wish I had these kinds of fights with my brothers, Ron said a little sadly, stuffing his mouth with food as he watched us argue. What he didn't know was that he could have the same kind of argument with his siblings. The twins were quite rich, and so were their parents. Especially their dad, who helped a lot with the creation of the amusement park and the laws he left with legal loopholes for what we did related to the Muggle world. So we paid a lot of bribes, donations. Boss, Wanda, they're here. Fred yelled, running into the room. What's going on? I asked as I saw him panting, even though he had only run a few meters from our room. There's a problem with Lee, he said, looking a little scared. What happened? I said, quickly getting up. He won't be the commentator for the next match, he replied, sounding defeated. Come on, just say it already, idiot. I'm dying of curiosity. What happened to Jordan? Wanda said, a little annoyed. He got his heart broken, George said calmly as he walked down the stairs. What? We all said at the same time. Did they stab him? Ron asked, worried. No, idiot. A girl dumped him, I said, shaking my head. So now we were all looking at Lee Jordan's bed, where a giant caterpillar made out of blankets, even curtains, was lying. By the way, why are you two in the boys' room? I asked, pointing at Wanda and Hermione, who had come in with us. I wanted to see if Lee Jordan was okay, Hermione said, a little nervous. I like drama, Wanda replied, eating popcorn that no one knew where she had gotten from. By the way, girls can enter the boys' room for a while, but boys can't enter the girls'. So, Jordan, what happened? I asked, a little tired. Why? Angelina said she's interested in someone else, came the response from the giant caterpillar on the bed. But didn't she reject you several times this year? Hermione asked softly. Yes, but she never said she liked someone else. Why? Jordan responded, starting to cry louder. So, who is it? Wanda asked, interested. Jordan, upon hearing Wanda's voice, squirmed a little, then yelled. You, me, Wanda said, surprised, dropping her popcorn on the floor. We all looked at her with wide eyes, thinking, so, it was you, while shaking our heads. Wait, it's not my fault. I might also like women. Possibly. But only the pretty ones. It's not my fault. Wanda said, a bit confused, trying to defend herself. Meanwhile, I already had the popcorn jar, obviously just the ones that hadn't fallen on the floor. You, not only do you win the hearts of us guys, now you want to steal all of our girls. Jordan yelled, trying to free himself from his cocoon, though he only managed to get his head out. No, I would never interfere in someone else's romance. Wanda screamed, defending herself. That's why I said it was better to hide our appearance a little. I'm never wrong, I said with a mocking smile. Shut up, you're just like her. When you showed your full appearance the day you came back, a lot of guys started questioning their sexuality. Jordan said, looking at me strangely. I stood frozen upon hearing that, as it was the first time I'd ever heard it. I looked for help with my eyes towards the twins and the golden trio, but they just turned their faces, pretending not to see me. Wait, Wanda might have her sexuality undefined. Hey, but I am completely heterosexual, I said, while Wanda seemed offended. I don't care. Half the guys and girls at Hogwarts like Wanda, and the other half like Stephen. What do we have left? The ugly ones. Jordan said, covering himself back up. Meanwhile, Wanda and I were stunned, listening to the others trying to hold back their laughter behind us. Of course, they didn't succeed. Get out. I'm going to sleep. I yelled as I headed for my bed. I'm sleepy too. Bye, Wanda said, quickly leaving the room. The others also left, and when the door closed, we could hear them start laughing uncontrollably. The next day, while I was having breakfast in the dining hall, Wanda came over and sat next to me. I think if we pay attention, Lee Jordan was right, she said quietly as she started eating. Upon hearing that, I looked around and noticed that both men and women were staring at us. A couple of guys even winked at me, which gave me chills. Doesn't it bother you? I asked her. For someone who has an undefined sexuality, it might even be interesting. I wonder if it's the same for you, she said, vengefully, recalling my comment from the day before. We'll see. Good luck with all those stares, she said, walking away with her plate to sit with the others. She left me alone, while I felt all the gazes on me. Damn traitor, I muttered, trying to figure out where I could eat until the effect of these crazies passed. I just hoped it was temporary. After all, I only showed my aura for a few seconds, while Wanda does it all the time. Although, of course, I reflected a lot, since it seemed like something I would have to deal with for a long time. Chapter 72, Brotherly Fury. Brotherly Fury. Hello everyone, welcome to this fabulous match where Gryffindor will face Hufflepuff, said Jordan into the microphone while the crowd around him cheered excitedly. I'm Lee Jordan, and I'll be your commentator, he explained. And joining me are Prince and Princess Flamel, the heartthrobs of Hogwarts, he said, pointing to us beside him. Hello, Wanda said, waving with a smile. Sigh hello, I said, while the crowd cheered in excitement. Wanda seemed amused, but I didn't want to be here, feeling like I was in a zoo because of all the stares I was getting after this week. Before Jordan could say anything to me, I hadn't realized, and I almost wished he hadn't. Meanwhile, the Quidditch pitch was filled with excitement, although the sky was quite cloudy, almost ready to rain. It seemed that the observers didn't mind. The excitement for this match was at the level of football for Muggles. Well, after all, they didn't have many forms of entertainment like this. That's why having to hide and organize tournaments of any kind attracted so many people. With the players on the field, it's time for Professor Hooch to release the golden snitch, Jordan shouted as he saw Professor Hooch had already released the other balls and, a few seconds later, released the snitch. Harry, with his new broom, immediately sped toward it, surprising everyone with his speed. Harry Potter has launched toward the golden snitch. And what speed? If I'm not mistaken, the broom he's using is a firebolt, isn't it? Jordan asked us. That's right, Jordan. My older brother here gave it to his dear little brother. I'm still waiting for mine, by the way, Wanda said, as people around her smiled. Later, I said, changing the subject. Looks like the match is going to end soon. I pointed to Harry, who was flying higher, getting closer to the golden snitch, while Cedric Diggory couldn't keep up with the speed, falling far behind. As we watched Harry disappear into the clouds, Wanda and I suddenly stood up with serious faces, looking up. What's going on? Jordan asked, seeing our expressions, while the people around us also watched us with curiosity. What's that? Ron asked, pointing at the sky, where bright lights were exploding, and black shadows moved like specters. Harry? He fell off his broom. Hagrid shouted, worried as he watched Harry fall rapidly, his hands glowing with mystical arts. As he fell, everyone could see Dementors trying to attack him. But Harry was fighting back, using all the spells and mystical arts he knew, even using chains occasionally that slowed his fall for seconds. But suddenly he was surrounded by a huge swarm of Dementors, so he couldn't defend himself, and under their attack, he fainted. Go! I yelled as I threw my levitation cloak toward Harry, which quickly caught him and pulled him away from the Dementors. While everyone was terrified by the uncontrolled Dementors, Dumbledore was about to cast a spell, but was stopped by Perenelle and Nicolas, who had come to watch the match. Dumbledore turned to ask, but fell silent before the contained rage of these two legends. If you don't let them handle it, they'll get even more upset, Nicolas said seriously, shaking his head. What do you dash? Before Dumbledore could ask, he felt something behind him, a chill and the movement of magic. It was as if the world was angry, many students froze, feeling a primal fear, as if they were in the presence of death itself. They felt that if they moved, they would be punished by something stronger than them. They could only move their eyes toward where that fear was heading, to see Wanda and Stephen floating softly toward the center of the stadium, while it seemed that their aura or magic was distorting the space around them. Even the uncontrolled Dementors froze in place. The magic from Wanda, expelled from her body, made her clothes and hair turn red, the same color she had when Stephen first saw her. This time it wasn't dyed, it changed to that color because of the magic emanating from her. Meanwhile, Stephen was flying with magic from this world mixed with magic he learned by observing Wanda. But, unlike her, his had a golden color. Because of the magic expulsion, the artifacts they both wore to hide part of their aura, which they normally kept contained because even Vila would pale if they met them, were destroyed, revealing this aura to everyone present. Upon seeing them, the spectators felt as if they were looking at the gods of magic themselves, knowing that with just a word from them, they would do whatever they could, even if they asked for their lives right now. Dumbledore was surprised, stunned by what he saw. Only he and the Flamel couple had not fallen under the involuntary hypnosis these two exuded with their presence. At that moment, though furious, Stephen and Wanda knew it would be difficult to kill all the Dementors present, and not because they lacked the strength, but because it would take time, and someone would surely stop them halfway. Therefore, they both looked at each other and nodded, using all their magic toward the aura they were born with, which could hypnotize anyone with just their presence. They had only once tried to use it to see what they could do, and what they achieved scared them, so Stephen had hidden half of it long ago with tools, while Wanda had only let part of it out to tease Stephen. At this moment, they were going to use that aspect to the fullest, to the point where even Dumbledore and the Flamel couple struggled to maintain consciousness. What do you want to do? Dumbledore asked the Flamel couple, as he tried to maintain his occlumency to the max and realized that even Snape, a master in this, had preferred to use a temporary blindness spell because he couldn't stand it anymore. Sigh, whatever the older siblings want to do, replied Perenelle, as her anger started to dissipate. Meanwhile, the Dementors in the sky realized they might be in danger, so they tried to move to escape, but they couldn't. Die, Stephen and Wanda softly said, but still, their voices reached every corner of Hogwarts. Upon hearing that, the students started to tremble in fear, but luckily, those words weren't for them, but for the Dementors. Hearing those words, the Dementors started to commit suicide on their own, under the astonished gaze of everyone. Having exhausted much of their magic to increase their aura and cast such a hypnotic attack, it reduced quite a bit, and everyone began to come to their senses and realized what was happening. Meanwhile, Wanda and Stephen, a bit tired, headed to the infirmary to check on Harry. Seeing that, Dumbledore realized that these two had surpassed the level he had thought of a long time ago, and he realized that if they didn't head in the wrong direction, he wouldn't be able to stop them anymore. They were on a different level than Voldemort. Your concerns are unnecessary, said Nicolas, interrupting his thoughts as he began walking behind Perenelle, who had rushed to see how Harry was doing. Sigh, that's true. If the world and magic themselves respond to their anger, maybe I'm getting too old, he said as he approached the professors who had just recovered and sent them to calm everyone down. He then also headed to see how Harry was. The anger he should have had for the Dementors had long since dissipated. After all, if there was no one to be angry at, what was the point? Although maybe this will get them into trouble. They'll know what to do, he said while walking, thinking about what would happen when the ministry found out what had happened. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a black dog was standing in a corner of the stands, still stunned by what he had just seen. He didn't know whether to be happy because Harry had those two protectors or to be on guard in case they thought, like everyone else, that he was behind Harry. From now on, he felt he should be more cautious in what he did. Even Ron's rat started to tremble, feeling terror at what would happen if they knew the truth. So, in his mind, he was planning how to escape. Meanwhile, Harry in the infirmary spent the whole day lying down. When he woke up, people in the hallways were talking about how he faced a swarm of Dementors who wanted to devour his soul, and when he couldn't take it anymore, his siblings became gods among men to save him. This made his popularity soar to terrifying levels, especially those who wanted to see them again in that imposing and powerful way, regardless of the feeling of suppression or fear they felt. Stephen wouldn't have minded if it was just women, but when even men stopped him in the hallway to ask him to look at them like trash, it was something he couldn't tolerate anymore. Therefore, the only thing he could do was use Wanda as a shield and escape. Chapter 73, Judgment and New Sister. Judgment and New Sister. What happens when a girl obsessed with having a big family and a guy who now has a family, without feeling guilty for stealing someone else's, become members of the same family? Basically, the extinction of a species that endangered her younger brother. So now I, the coolest older brother in the world, after a fit of rage, might have caused the extinction of a species. A species hired to watch over one of the prisons filled with the most powerful criminals in the world. Therefore, my sister and I are being judged at the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Flamel, you are accused of endangering the extinction of the species known as the Dementor, one of those the Ministry uses to contain the world's most dangerous criminals. How do you plead? Asked Minister Fudge, glaring at me with anger, not hiding it. Not guilty, I replied calmly from the defendant's bench. Wasn't it you, along with Miss Wanda Flamel, who used a spell that caused the Dementors to commit suicide? Insisted Fudge. As you said, they committed suicide. It's not like we used a mind control spell or anything like that, right? There were hundreds of Dementors. It sounds impossible, I replied, still calm, tapping the chains that were trying to tie me to the chair. Anyway, what were the Dementors doing outside the lands of Azkaban, surrounding and attacking students? That's a good question, I added, watching Fudge's face turn red, about to explode. After all, the first thing I did when I arrived at the infirmary was use the media to quickly spread the news about the Dementor attack. At this moment, Fudge is looking for an excuse to justify why the Dementors went crazy, trying to blame Wanda and me. Maybe you and your sister used the Imperious Curse to control the Dementors, interjected a shrill-voiced witch dressed in pink from one of the seats behind Fudge. Haha, are you an idiot? I mocked. How dare you? The pink toad screamed in fury. I think many here know what the Imperious Curse is, right? I said with an even more mocking smile, looking at the pseudo-noble house members who were glaring at me with disgust. Without anyone noticing, I appeared behind Lucius Malfoy and spoke. Or is that not how many of you saved yourselves from judgment? I surprised everyone by appearing behind one of them, when just a second ago I was sitting in front of the room. What? How? Some shouted, surprised, while others quickly drew their wands and pointed them at me, ready to attack. Although I'd love to see how all of you accidentally attack Malfoy. What a shame, I said, reappearing back in the defendant's chair. Those present were stunned to see that I had disappeared before their eyes, as if I had never existed or moved. At that point, many realized that if I wanted to, I could have caused a massacre easily, which made them start visibly sweating from fear. I'm going to say something, and then do whatever you want, I said while pulling a couple of scrolls from my clothes. There are no protection laws against Dementors. In fact, they're actively looking for ways to eliminate them. I pulled out more documents and added. Here I also have the existing laws in favor of defense against dark creatures, and the absence of laws punishing interference with the extinction of creatures like these. Finally, I raised another document. And here's the title of my grandfather as a member of the Hogwarts board, where one of the rules says, no board member shall ever allow a student to be in danger, and, if possible, must protect them as best they can. I kept a calm smile on my face, which seemed to irritate Fudge and his allies even more. By the way, I hope the ministry has good lawyers, because your deployment of Dementors nearly caused a member of my family's death. And not just that, but also the savior of the English magical world, I said, looking at the camera placed in one of the corners, recording the entire trial. Obviously, I had called the media myself. And since there were no laws against recordings in wizard trials, Fudge and the others couldn't stop it. What verdict does the jury issue? Asked Fudge, defeated, knowing he couldn't escape the blame. Innocent? Answered Amelia Bones cheerfully, who was acting as head of the jury. Thank you, I said with a smile as I settled in to watch Wanda's trial from the gallery. Basically, it was the same as with me, just a formality. However, it seemed that the pink toad had a special hatred toward Wanda, so she tried to make things a little more difficult for her. A girl with your appearance and that Vila ability should be controlled, so you don't use it on professors and students, she said with her shrill voice, looking at Wanda with contempt. It was clear that many thought Wanda might have Vila blood, and everyone knew that Dolores Umbridge was known for hating semi-humans and half-bloods. Oh, I'm not semi-Vila. I'm just prettier than a mouthless ugly monster like you, Wanda replied mercilessly. At first, those present didn't understand what she meant until they saw Umbridge trying to scream desperately, but her mouth had disappeared. She tried to scream, but no sound came out of her non-existent lips. Again, those present began to look at the Flamel siblings with fear, hoping the trial would end quickly. Order in the court? Clack, clack, shouted Fudge, banging his gavel. Please, give Umbridge her mouth back and let's finish this, said the grandmother, exhausted, wishing not to see us again anytime soon. The jury declares the defendant not guilty, Your Honor. You may leave. Amelia quickly intervened, dismissing Wanda before she could return Dolores Umbridge's mouth. It was clear that Amelia planned to avoid hearing her for a while, and Wanda understood that easily. With a smile, she ran out while Umbridge futilely tried to scream at her to stop. What childish and vengeful women, I commented while walking out behind Wanda. We both quickly left the ministry. And now what? Asked Harry, who had woken up a day ago, but Grandma had brought him to the Flamel Island to take care of him. Harry's question was about why Hogwarts would suspend classes for a week due to the Dementor attack. Obviously, all of this was thanks to me and the reporters, who exaggerated the situation on TV, creating panic among families. Many families took their children to make sure they were safe. Some stayed at Hogwarts, but it wasn't enough to continue classes, so they had to suspend them for a week. According to the news, there was a huge war against the out-of-control Dementors who attacked students, leaving them nearly soulless, and many were showing trauma or post-traumatic stress. Of course, all of that was false. The students just took the opportunity for a week of vacation. How about we go meet one of my friends and my goddaughter? Grandma Perenelle said as she entered the room where we were sitting, having overheard our conversation. Grandma, do you have friends? I mean, alive ones? I asked with a surprised expression. How rude. Of course, I have friends, she replied, giving me a reproachful look. Haha, rude, said Wanda, mocking me as she stood up to hug Grandma. Tisk, the last time I met one of your friends, we ended up with a plague in the family, I commented, pointing at Wanda with my eyes. What did you say, baldhead? Wanda shouted angrily as Grandma stopped her before we started fighting. Stop being mean to your sister, she scolded me, glaring at me. I'm not bald, I muttered as I touched my head, feeling a little attacked. Do you have a goddaughter, Grandma? Harry asked, ignoring our fight. A goddaughter? I asked, surprised. Yes, she's a couple of years older than you, so she counts as your older sister, she answered calmly, petting Wanda's head, who was happy to be pampered by her grandma. Why have I never heard of any goddaughter of yours? I asked, intrigued. Grandma sighed. Because she, along with her grandmother, had to hide for years. The family they belonged to was very dangerous and wanted to kill them to inherit the title, she answered with a sad expression. Tisk, pseudo-nobles? I asked, somewhat disgusted by those families and their ridiculous customs. Their family rule was that heirs had to fight to the death. But she abandoned her last name and left with her daughter, wanting nothing to do with that family, Grandma explained, now more serious. However, the new heir didn't accept that and searched for them for years to kill them. That's cruel, said Wanda, listening attentively. That was until a couple of months ago. The family was exterminated in one night, while their mansion burned down, Grandma continued, surprising everyone. They deserved it, Wanda and Harry commented, while I remained silent, thoughtful. Finally, they can live freely, but Mary, my friend, decided to live in the mountains, away from everyone. However, she wants her daughter to experience the world, Grandma said, visibly excited. She's a very intelligent and strong girl. Maybe she could be a teacher at Hogwarts. Why do I have a bad feeling again? I said, looking at Grandma, excited. Am I catching a cold? I touched my forehead, as if trying to avoid the inevitable. Today, we'll go meet her. And maybe she can live with us, like your older sister, Grandma said with a big smile. Sometimes I think Grandma is so obsessed with having a big family, even more than Wanda. I can't say anything, because after so many years of living, she was never able to have children. She tried to adopt sometimes, but it always ended up being a child planted by some dishonest people wanting the Philosopher's Stone. So this time, we're all going together. No excuses, she said, standing up to go find Grandpa, who was doing his own thing. What a shame you won't be the older brother, Wanda said, half mocking me. I hope we get along, Harry said, interested. Obviously, she destroyed the old family and burned their mansion, I commented, looking at the two idiots. Do you think so? Wanda said, trying to consider the possibility. It might be a coincidence, Harry said with a smile, thinking I might be exaggerating. By the way, why do I feel like I've had a déjà vu? I said while looking at Wanda. Chapter 74, Visit and Surprise. Visit and Surprise. When we arrived at a house atop a small hill, I was quite surprised by all the barriers it had. Even Hogwarts would pale in comparison to the defenses of this place. Grandma, what did your friend used to do for a living? I asked, curious about the surroundings. There were even runic traps that one would normally find in ancient pyramids or tombs. In her youth, she explored dungeons and dedicated herself to mastering runes, she explained calmly with a smile. Wow, what beautiful flowers. Wanda said, ignoring our conversation as she approached a rose that shone like a rainbow. If you don't want to suffer torturous pains for months until you die, I wouldn't touch it, Grandpa said as he slowly walked behind everyone. It's a false dream flower, obviously, it's a trap. Kids, don't touch anything until we're inside. Mary can be quite cautious, Grandma said, looking for a less violent way to say that she's paranoid and distrustful. Will she be like Moody? I said with a smile, thinking it was exaggerated to compare her to him. Possibly worse, Grandma replied seriously. What? Is it possible to be worse? I was surprised by her answer. When we finished talking, we arrived at the door. Grandma stood in front of it without making any move to knock. Aren't you going to knock, Grandma? Harry asked doubtfully. No, just wait a few seconds, Grandma replied calmly. After an uncomfortable 10-second silence, the door opened by itself. A small lady peeked her face slowly, eyeing Grandma with distrust. She didn't look older than 40 and was well dressed in quite presentable dragon leather armor. Several high-value jewels adorned her body, clearly protective amulets. She had a small monocle on her face, glowing red, saturated with runes to the limit of what it could handle. Who are you? She said as she gripped her wand tightly. I noticed several runes for traps and defenses around the house beginning to activate. Ah, right, Grandma said while touching the center of her necklace, regaining her elderly appearance. It's me, Perenelle. Long time no see, Mary, she greeted with a smile. Blood, Mary said, sending a small vial. Without saying much, Grandma pricked her finger and dropped a drop into it. Mary held the vial up to her monocle, where multiple runes appeared and changed color in the lens. After completing the analysis, Mary put the vial down and joyfully embraced Grandma. Penny, she said, wrapping her arms around Grandma's waist, visibly excited. Meanwhile, the rest of us were stunned by what just happened. The monocle was created by your grandmother and Mary. It can read every magical component of the blood. Even with the polyjuice potion, one cannot copy the same magical resonance of each person, Grandpa explained as we watched Grandma and Mary quickly catch up. Mary, long time no see, Grandpa said, approaching the two ladies. Blood, Mary repeated seriously. Left with no choice, Grandpa did what Grandma had done. Ah, Nico, it's you. Hello, Mary responded without much interest, ignoring him, which left Grandpa a little sad. Grandma, meanwhile, tried to hold back her laughter. Who are they? Mary asked, pointing her wand at us while searching for answers from Grandma. They are my grandchildren, Harry, Wanda, and Stephen. Stephen is the oldest, Grandma said proudly. Hello. Hi. Hello, Mrs. Mary, we greeted politely as she stared at us. Are you sure they are them? She asked again to Grandma. Yes, Mary. Their magic is especially difficult to imitate, so it would be hard to infiltrate as them, Grandma replied calmly, anticipating a more thorough investigation. Well, if you say so, Mary said, still somewhat doubtful. She approached us without lowering her wand. Give me your blood, I'll register you. Harry was the first to offer it, without hesitation. Wanda and I hesitated, looking at Grandma, who, understanding our concern, gave a soft nod. We finally followed Harry's example, letting a drop of blood fall. Our blood, as it left our bodies, had a glow that quickly caught Mary's attention. You, give me that, she said, quickly taking the vials and examining them through her monocle. For a few seconds, she stayed silent. How is it possible that you are so alike? She murmured, stunned. Well, we're twins, unfortunately, I said calmly. Unfortunately. Wanda looked at me, offended and upset. It's your reward for saving millions of lives in your past life to have me as your twin sister, she said proudly. More like the punishment for destroying several planets, I replied sarcastically. Before Wanda could lunge at me, Grandma stopped her with a disapproving look. We both dropped the fight for later, though Wanda threw me a threatening look that made me laugh mockingly. To calm her down, Grandpa gave her a bag of candies while we waited for Mary to speak again. She stared at us as if she had understood something important. You don't, millimeter maybe, she said, looking intently at Wanda and me. Take off the disguise, she said while waiting. We were a bit surprised that she had noticed we were wearing disguises or, in any case, hiding our exaggerated traits. Obeying her, both Wanda and I deactivated our tools, and our appearance didn't change much, but the aura around us, our hair, and eyes did. Now they were glowing with magic, drawing everything around us. Especially our eyes, which glowed with a very magical blue, as if you could see the very mana of the world. The hair is different, she said, uncertain, upon seeing our bright golden hair, which even seemed to glow in the dark. But the eyes are the same, she said, a little stunned. I can say that we were somewhat surprised by the calmness with which she looked at us, since the first time anyone sees us like this, they tend to be spellbound or hypnotized. Even Harry, beside us, was staring with a dazed expression. Only the grandparents could resist it easily because they had raised me since I was a baby, so they were used to it. Therefore, when they saw Wanda, it didn't have much of an effect. But now, this lady was looking at both of us like it was nothing, as if she was just as accustomed to it as the grandparents were. At that moment, my bad feelings came back, especially after hearing what she barely said. I see, she muttered to herself, as though she had understood something. Come in, she said, without explanation, as she quickly entered the house. Still a bit stunned, we followed Mary into the house. We didn't reactivate our disguises, so Harry was still following us, foolishly trailing behind. When we entered, Wanda and I were a bit surprised by all the weapons on the walls. There were even muggle weapons, like shotguns and rifles. Something rare in the magical world, as wizards typically look down on these weapons, since they aren't very dangerous to them. Obviously, I'm talking about small weapons, not overly powerful ones. These would be difficult to use to kill a wizard, since wizards in this world are quite resistant. They can literally lose an arm, and with a potion, in just a couple of days, it's as good as new. and the clothes wizards wear are also quite resistant. For example, Mary's dragon leather armor. Even a high-caliber rifle would struggle to penetrate it. Of course, if it hit her in the head, it would be different. Nady, your godparents have arrived. And they bring a surprise. Mary shouted toward the stairs that led to the second floor. I'm on my way, we heard a shout from upstairs. While we sat waiting for Mary's daughter, we settled in the dining room where Mary and the grandmother were catching up. Meanwhile, Wanda and I were throwing candy wrappers at Harry, who was embarrassed by how he had acted a moment ago. You should be used to this by now, idiot, I said, tossing him a wrapper. Haha, he looked like an idiot again, Wanda teased. Hello, Godmother Perenelle and Godfather Nicholas, a voice said, interrupting us, so we all turned to see the young woman entering the dining room. Harry was the first to see her because he was sitting facing the door, so he immediately became mesmerized and went back to his idiotic expression. Meanwhile, Wanda and I, without realizing it, felt something inside us. The same feeling I had when I first saw Wanda. The blood connection. Here we go again, I sighed. I was supposed to be the only sister I had, I quickly whispered to Wanda. I never said I'd be the only one. You assumed it because we died at the same time, she whispered back. Do you think she's someone we know? I asked quickly. How would I know, idiot, she responded, a little annoyed. As we started hitting each other and fighting, the new girl who entered the room greeted the grandparents warmly with a hug. Nady, you're getting more beautiful every day, Nicholas said with a smile as he observed his goddaughter and handed her a gift. She's so beautiful, I feel sorry for the broken hearts she'll leave behind. She reminds me of my youth, Perenelle said, giving Nady a hug as she stood there stunned. Nady, who was surprised by the youthfulness of Nicholas and Perenelle, noticed they looked around 30 years old. They even seemed younger than their mother. You guys are young, she asked automatically, which both grandparents took as a kind compliment. But, of course, it was a question. Nady, these are my grandchildren, Perenelle said, pointing to the 3 noisy ones behind her. Well, basically, Harry was mesmerized by Nady's beauty, so he didn't make a sound. But Wanda and Stephen had started pulling each other's hair a while ago, so they were making a lot of noise in someone else's house. Nady, with a smile, slowly walked up behind them and spoke. Hello, Wanda, long time no see. Hi to you too, Stephen. Tony told me about you a while ago. Upon hearing those words, the two, who had been in an all-out sibling battle, froze in their positions. Sigh. Yeah, that's where we came from, Stephen said as he released Wanda's hair. Wanda nodded, also letting go of Stephen's hair, and the two turned to see who it was. And standing in front of them was a beautiful redhead, a woman with a body sculpted by the gods themselves. Which, technically, wasn't wrong. Natasha. Wanda exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the voluptuous woman in front of her. So, Black Widow, huh? I said, a little surprised as I observed Natasha. She looked at both of them with a soft smile. Nady, show them, Mary said, ignoring our words. Sure, Natasha said as she touched a rune tattooed on her wrist. As she touched the rune, her appearance didn't change much. Like us, her aura, hair, and eyes were the things that shifted. But unlike our blonde hair, she kept her red hair, which now glowed as if it were living flames, creating a beautiful display with her blue eyes shining with the same intensity. At that moment, both the grandmother and grandfather were stunned, as they had never known her true appearance. Wait, why do you look like that? Wanda asked, confused, noticing Natasha had the same appearance as in her past life, but now more magical. Oh, because I'm a shapeshifter, and this is the appearance I grew up with and am used to, Natasha replied simply, knowing she was among trusted people. Shaking off their surprise, grandmother Perenelle spoke. Is Nady also a sister to Stephen and Wanda? She asked, cheerfully surprised. From the blood samples and their eyes, I can say yes, Mary said calmly. End of the chapter. Chapter 75, Blood Ties and Crossed Destinies. Blood Ties and Crossed Destinies. Then, the reason you rejected your family was because they discovered Natasha's blood and wanted to use it for themselves, said Perenelle as everyone sat down after Natasha's surprise. Mary nodded and began to tell everything that had happened and how she had lived hiding. Meanwhile, Natasha, Wanda, and Stephen were sitting not too far away, having another conversation. To be precise, we come from the same universe, but from different timelines, Stephen explained to Natasha. True. In my timeline, I never met you, but I could see your timeline through your Wanda, explained Wanda. That's right. In my timeline, the one I changed, we did know each other. But you come from a timeline where you didn't meet me, Stephen added. I see. I thought the Avengers failed, and that we all ended up here, said Natasha with understanding. She came from the original timeline where she sacrificed herself to get the Soul Stone and never knew how everything ended. Can you guys know how it ended? She asked, a little cautiously. Wanda and Stephen understood Natasha's fear, so they answered with everything they remembered. Before dying, I saw part of your timeline. Wanda was fighting alongside a large army against Thanos again, Wanda explained. Stephen had to tell the ending as if he had seen it, but obviously, it was from his first life's memories. It could even be from a different timeline, but it would still help Natasha. After coming back from the past, they managed to bring everyone back. Except for you, he said, looking at Natasha's face. But since he didn't see an ounce of regret, he continued. Then, Thanos found out, one from a different time, but he was defeated, thanks to someone who sacrificed themselves, he explained. Who? Natasha asked, a little sadly. Tony, Stephen said seriously. All right. Thanks, Natasha replied, feeling lighter from the worries about her old life. Now that she knew her sacrifice meant something, she could live in this world peacefully. Especially since she had her adoptive mother here, and now she knew she had blood siblings. Although she would miss her sister Yelena and her friends from the other life, that no longer chained her to keep thinking about that life. So, she was finally able to let it go. By the way, did you tell your grandparents about your past life? Natasha asked, a little surprised. Yes. Thanks to that, I don't have to make excuses when I show something that's not from this world, said Stephen, looking toward the corner where his grandparents were listening to Mary's story. Although they're the only ones who know, Harry just thinks I'm some sort of prophet, and it's better that it stays that way. His occlumency isn't good enough yet to know more, he explained with a smile, pointing at Harry, who was sitting in the other corner, occasionally glancing at Natasha with a flushed face. Natasha gave him a gentle smile, making Harry nervous and look in another direction. I prefer not to tell my mother. She can be a bit obsessive with protection, Natasha explained with a smile. If she knew I died once, I'd be wrapped in a cotton blanket, unable to move. She already did that when I scraped my knee as a child, Natasha said, remembering and smiling. Really? My grandmother wouldn't let me near the other kids. Once, she punished the boy who gave me flowers on my birthday for a week, Wanda said, remembering her grandmother with a nostalgic smile. Before creating the tool to hide my features, grandmother would paint a huge scar on my face and put a dirty wig on me because she was afraid a bad witch would kidnap me. Stephen also shared about his childhood experience. Ah, that's why I found pictures of you as a child dressed as a girl, Wanda said with a teasing smile. No, Grandma wanted to see if I'd look good as a girl, so she dressed me up, Stephen explained, a little annoyed. Both of them started laughing uncontrollably. The day passed quietly as Natasha bonded with her new siblings, until it was time to say goodbye. In a couple of months, Mary was going to move, this time for good, without having to move every week. She would live in a village at the tip of a mountain. Although it was hard for her to let Natasha go, she knew she couldn't force her to stay. That's why she was calm knowing Natasha would live with the Flamels, especially now, knowing she had siblings. Natasha would stay with her until she accepted the new job, so she wouldn't go to the Flamel house for a few more weeks. Goodbye, Nadie. We'll be waiting for you, Wanda said, giving her a big hug. As Stephen was saying goodbye, Natasha asked him, do you think Tony could be here too? The question caught Stephen by surprise. Honestly, I can't answer that. Even if he were, we don't know if it would be in the same time, he said thoughtfully. But you can say he died the same way we did, giving his life for the universe, he added. I see. I'll look into it a bit on my own, Natasha said, understanding. Since there's nothing highly advanced technologically in the Muggle world, at least we know he's not there, Stephen joked. But that joke gave Natasha an inspiration to look for information. Before leaving, Stephen asked her, did you finish off your mother's old family? With a soft smile, Natasha replied, I don't know what you're talking about. She then said goodbye to Harry, who foolishly could only wave his hand. Stephen, seeing this, felt disappointed in his younger brother. You know, since she's my sister now, technically she's your sister too, right? Stephen said, shattering Harry's daydreams. What? Yes, I already knew that, said Harry, a little down. Harry, do you like redheads? Wanda asked in a teasing tone. Of course not. Harry defended himself, a bit embarrassed. You know, I'm also a redhead, but I leave my hair blonde to mess with Stephen, Wanda explained. So you can't fall in love with me because I'm your sister, she added with a teasing smile. I know, who would fall in love with you? Harry said, a little angry, as he walked away. Seeing how sometimes you're stunned even by Stephen's real appearance, he should be careful too, Wanda continued teasing. Is it true, Harry? And I thought of you as my brother, Stephen said, pretending to be disappointed. Normally, Wanda and Stephen fought all the time, but when they teamed up to tease Harry, they had a mutual understanding. Don't worry, Harry. Even if you like men, we're your family, and we'll understand you, Stephen said as he and Wanda followed Harry, who wanted to walk away. Now that I think about it, there is someone who's a redhead and a man. Ron Weasley, Wanda said with a smile. Could it be? Enough already, Grandma, Harry shouted, unable to take it anymore, looking for his best shield. Mummy's boy, Stephen, and Wanda said in unison. You two, stop bothering your brother, shouted Perenelle, seeing how both of them were teasing Harry, who ran for help. Both ended up being punished. Meanwhile, in a hidden orphanage in the slums of France. Stupid human, more respect. I'm a god. Shut up, idiot. I told you not to play with my computer. PFF, that caveman technology can't be called a computer. Your brain is from a caveman, calling yourself a god all day. Insignificant human, this god will beat you up. Whenever you want, idiot. I already beat you once, I can do it again. Two children, strikingly similar, with hair so black it seemed to devour light itself, and yet so beautiful that it seemed to show stars like a night sky, were arguing. Their bright blue eyes were partially hidden by contact lenses, and their faces, very similar, with slight differences, made it clear they were twins. That was the daily argument of these two in the orphanage. The other children, used to their temperaments, usually ignored them or kept their distance. Some went to call the director to stop them again. The director was already fed up, but she couldn't throw them out of the orphanage, so she could only pray for someone to adopt them once and for all. End of chapter. I lost what was supposed to follow from the previous chapter, so if it doesn't connect well, I did the best I could. Haha. Chapter 76, A Somewhat Complex Day Off. A somewhat complex day off. Vile wicked witch, let my sister free from your charm, Astoria shouted, pointing at Wanda, while behind them stood Luna and Ginny. For some reason, the three of them were dressed in female steel armor. Armor based on Valkyries, which made them look really good in it. Muahahaha, useless little girl, it's too late. Your sister is mine now, muahaha, Wanda said, laughing like a noble villain, putting her hand over her mouth. Behind her stood Daphne, who was doing her best to hide the expressions on her face, but it was clear how her ears were turning redder and redder from embarrassment. What the heck is that laugh? Stephen asked, just as he was passing by and came across this scene. Prince, Astoria shouted happily when she saw Stephen arrive. You must help us defeat the wicked witch who kidnapped my sister, she said courageously. Muahaha, foolish girl? Stephen won't help you. After all, he's part of my evil family, Wanda said, as if she had unraveled a great secret. What? Astoria screamed in surprise, showing a face of betrayal as she looked at Stephen. What are you doing? Grandma is going to get mad if you talk like that about the family, Stephen said, still not fully understanding what was happening. Silence, subject. Wanda told Stephen. Wasn't he part of your evil family? Sigh, Stephen said, already tired of whatever was going on, as he took out his phone and sent a message. The sound of an incoming message was heard on Astoria's phone, which she stopped to look at. There you go, the embarrassing childhood pictures of Wanda. Misty found them hidden while cleaning her room, Stephen said as he walked away with a victorious smile. Traitor brother, Wanda shouted. Muahaha, now you'll have to bow before me, witch, Astoria said, smiling, this time like a villain. You corrupted by power way too quickly, Stephen said, stopping for a second and then continuing on his way, ignoring whatever the girls were doing. After the encounter they had with Natasha, it was finally time to return to school. Stephen, in these days, thought about what Natasha had said, but quickly pushed it out of his mind. If someone else shows up, so be it. It's not like it's going to change my lifestyle, he told himself, more like self-hypnosis, since with just one more Wanda, everything had become noisier around him. Obviously, not counting Harry, because he knew how Gryffindor Harry and his friends could be when they invited him to join the family. Talking like that makes it sound like a mafia family, haha, Stephen thought with a smile, as something else caught his attention. It was Draco Malfoy, who was being accompanied by Hagrid while crying and holding his arm. I'll tell my father, he kept shouting the whole time. Moments later, he saw the golden trio running into the castle with worried faces. Stephen, you have to help Buckbeak, Harry said, looking at Stephen as if he had found the savior of the world. Well, technically, he was. Hagrid's hippogriff? It should be in the safe zone in the Forbidden Forest, Stephen said, a little confused. No, Hagrid taught us how to greet hippogriffs today, Harry explained. Even Harry flew over the castle. It was awesome, Ron said, a bit excited. But the idiot Malfoy tried to force Buckbeak to let him ride, and Buckbeak scratched him, Harry quickly said. Buckbeak was just defending himself, Hermione explained. The three spoke without giving Stephen a moment to breathe, making him a little stunned. All right. Calm down, Stephen said, calming the trio. Just call Grandma and have her prepare a lawyer. A lawyer, the three asked confused. Malfoy will probably try to take this to court. So, get a lawyer for Hagrid and Buckbeak, Stephen quickly explained. I see. I'll call Grandma, Harry said as he ran off, followed by the other two after they waved goodbye to Stephen. Why did they run off? Don't they have their phones? Stephen said, watching the three of them run with all their might. Before they were stopped by McGonagall's shout, who told them not to run in the hallways. Sigh. I feel like my intelligence drops every time I cross paths with someone today. Could it be my imagination? Stephen said, while continuing on his way again. Boss, found you. Fred yelled from afar when he saw Stephen. Boss, we got some Honeydukes contraband. Want something? George asked, showing his bag full of magical candies. The new candies that make you float came out, Fred said, starting to swim in the air like a frog, just as the effect wore off and he fell face first to the floor. After all, those candies only last a few seconds, if not, they'd be strategic weapons. Pass, said Stephen, as the twins quickly accepted his refusal and ran off again, only to be scolded by McGonagall, who wasn't too far away. Sigh. I don't think it's my imagination, Stephen said again, while arriving at the Black Lake. Turning a rock into a lounge chair, he simply lay down and looked at the large tentacle that occasionally emerged from the lake. While somewhat distracted, he felt a gaze on him coming from the edge of the forest. When Stephen turned around, he saw a large black dog staring at him. Right? I had forgotten about you, Stephen said, recalling the story of that dog. But before he could get up and approach, a loud noise caught his attention at the castle entrance. When he tried to look back at where the dog was, it had already escaped. Tisk. Later, he said, as he headed toward the loud noise in the castle. When he arrived, he saw all the students excited about a big fight that had started between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Furious, the Slytherins had started an 8-against-2 fight with Gryffindor, but one of them was an apprentice in mystical arts, so he managed to keep them at bay by simply defending himself and protecting his companion. Okay, enough, said Stephen, as magical chains trapped everyone involved. Boss, yelled one of the Gryffindor students, surprised and happy to see Stephen. Dean, what happened? Asked Stephen, recognizing the boy, one of Harry's friends, Dean Thomas. They started it. They were talking badly about Wanda and you, so I told them they were jealous of our house. Then they started attacking us, Dean quickly explained. The Slytherins remained silent, glaring at Stephen with hatred. Ah, what a nuisance, Stephen said, but quickly noticed the approaching professors running toward them. He left the mess to them and was about to leave when McGonagall stopped him, informing him that the headmaster wanted to see him. So, he headed to the headmaster's office after making sure everything was under control. Knock, knock. You wanted to see me, headmaster? Stephen asked as he entered the office. Stephen, yes, please take a seat, Dumbledore said, seeing him walk in. Stephen, I wanted, but before he could continue, Stephen turned around with a serious expression. Now what? He said, a little angry. Dumbledore followed Stephen's gaze and saw 3 boys who appeared in the center of the office, holding a time turner in their hands. The 3 boys had black, blonde, and red hair. When they recovered from the flash, they stood frozen, staring at Stephen. Shit, Albus, it's the uncle, yelled the red-haired boy in surprise. Shut up, Pietro, idiot. He'll figure out who we are, replied the dark-haired boy. I think he already figured us out. Thanks to you idiots. He then looked at Stephen and said, hello, Uncle Stephen, I'm Scorpius Greengrass. Technically, we're relatives in the future, the blonde boy said, presenting himself elegantly. Idiot? Why are you introducing yourself? Albus shouted angrily at Scorpius, pulling him back toward them. All right. My mom said our duty is to annoy the uncle when we see him, Pietro said with a smile, waving at Stephen after recovering from his surprise. Albus didn't know what to say, so he just took his criminal allies and reactivated the special time turner. They disappeared just as a portal appeared above where they were. Stephen felt a gaze from the portal, but before he could do anything, it closed. Sigh. At least I know I don't have the worst part, yet, he said, turning his gaze back to the surprised Dumbledore. The headmaster was whispering, Albus, with a big smile. You can go, Stephen, Dumbledore said, still smiling, while eating some candies from his desk. Stephen, a bit furious, grabbed all the candies and ran off while shouting, senile old man. Chapter 77, Divination, Prophecies, and the Dog. Divination, Prophecies, and the Dog. Stephen, have you seen Harry? We've been looking for him all day. Hermione arrived with Ron, where Stephen was playing with Luna, Ginny, and a bunch of little bowtruckles that had fallen from the tree under which they were resting. Harry? I think Wanda kidnapped him when she heard Professor Trelawney's prediction, said Stephen, recalling seeing Wanda dragging Harry while putting armor on him. Does she really believe in that? Professor McGonagall said divination is an unreliable subject, Hermione commented with some disdain. You only say that because Professor Trelawney said you had no talent, Ron retorted mockingly from behind Hermione. Professor McGonagall said none of the students who Trelawney predicted would die actually died, Hermione defended herself. That's because they weren't prophecies, she just said it to get attention. But the real prophecies she gave did come true, Stephen interrupted, ending the discussion. What? Which ones? Hermione asked, incredulous. Voldemort's death is the best example. Trelawney predicted he would be defeated by Harry, explained Stephen. What? She was the one. Ron exclaimed, surprised, while Hermione wore an expression of disbelief. Well, obviously she's not as strong as her grandmother was. She tends to scare students into believing her, but she's not completely a fraud, explained Stephen calmly. I still don't believe divination is completely true, said Hermione stubbornly. Sigh. You're in a school where ghosts run through the halls, 3-headed dogs are used as pets, and you don't believe someone could see one of the possible futures momentarily. You sure are stubborn, Stephen replied as he stood up. Didn't you hate divination? And what do you mean by seeing one of the possible futures? Hermione asked, confused. That's what divination is about, trying to see one of the possible futures for each person. Each individual has thousands of options as they move forward, and predicting which one is the most accurate is the purpose of divination, explained Stephen calmly. I don't hate divination, I hate prophecies. It's different. Divination is seeing one of the futures, and a prophecy is being tied to a specific future, Stephen clarified, looking at Ron and Hermione, who were still confused. To put it simply, a prophecy is a future that can't be changed. So, you don't want to be tied to a prophecy? Hermione asked. Exactly. With my luck, I might end up having to save the world, again, Stephen muttered, more to himself. How about this? I'll tell you 6 possible futures in the next half hour, and then you can stop bothering me, Stephen proposed. Can you make predictions? Ron asked, somewhat skeptical. Why 6? Hermione questioned. First, because I'm awesome. And second, because with 6, I don't waste too much energy, Stephen replied with a smile, to which both agreed. Stephen concentrated for a few seconds and used the divination of this world, a method that always confused him because it was different from using the time stone to see millions of futures. Divination in this world showed very few futures, which always caught Stephen's attention, as if something was keeping the timelines to a minimum. In fact, he said 6 because those were the timelines he could see, or maybe the only ones that existed. At first, Stephen felt strange seeing a universe with no more timelines, but he concluded that each universe has its own rules, and maybe that was the limit here. What Stephen didn't know was that in the Harry Potter world, there was only one unchangeable timeline. The other 5 were consequences of its existence and that of his siblings. 1. Harry arrives with Wanda and a black dog tied. 2. Wanda brings Harry and the dog tied. 3. Harry gets hit by Wanda for losing the dog. 4. Wanda lost Harry and the dog in the forest. 5. Harry lost Wanda and the dog in the forest. 6. Wanda and Harry come without the dog, Stephen quickly said after a few seconds. Why is there always a dog? Ron asked, confused. So, do we just wait? Hermione inquired, skeptical. Yes, but don't bother us. Shoo, shoo, Stephen said, gesturing for them to move away. As Ron and Hermione walked away annoyed, they saw Stephen returning with Ginny and Luna, who were feeding the Bowtruckles. A few minutes later, they saw Wanda and Harry, dressed in metal armor, approaching in the distance. Harry! Ron shouted, running over with Hermione. Hermione looked around and didn't see the dog, so she smiled triumphantly at Stephen. Where's the black dog? Ron quickly asked. How do you know about the black dog? Harry asked, surprised. What? Was there a black dog? Hermione replied, stunned, while Stephen returned the same triumphant smile as before. Yeah, Wanda took me to hunt the supposed Grim in the Forbidden Forest, Harry explained. When we saw it, we chased it, but it escaped. Harry fell into a pit full of troll dung, so I had to help him out, Wanda said with a teasing smile. You said you wouldn't tell. Harry protested, indignant. I never said that. My exact words were, how funny, I have to tell everyone. Then I took 132 photos before using a stick to pull you out, Wanda confessed, showing pictures of Harry covered in mud. Why didn't you lift him with magic? Stephen asked, holding back laughter. Because it wouldn't be as funny, Wanda replied. Damn it, I'm going to take a bath. Harry yelled, running off, although he had already used cleaning magic. Harry, remember to use a lot of perfume. Stephen shouted. Ron and Hermione followed him. Ginny and Luna returned to their classes. Stephen looked at Wanda, who was still reviewing the photos. Why did you let the guy I asked you to catch escape? Stephen asked, irritated. I had to help Harry. I couldn't leave him behind, Wanda said, avoiding his gaze. If you don't tell me, the photos I gave to Astoria will be sent to everyone, Stephen threatened. No, anything but that. Wanda begged, grabbing his hand. He's an animagus, and he's Harry's godfather, Stephen clarified, pinching her cheeks. This made Wanda angry. Fight me to the death, you bastard. Wanda screamed, exploding. Both began a fight that ended when McGonagall arrived and punished them by making them clean bathrooms for a month. Quick note --. This chapter is more of an explanation of time's behavior in this world. Let's say the Harry Potter world shares the same time travel style as Back to the Future. This is suggested through the Time Turners and the Cursed Child book. It's not the same style as the MCU, where there are thousands of universes, but there are some. It also helps in that there won't be any time paradoxes or anything like that. And remember, this isn't my idea, it's how the author wrote it. I think I didn't read The Cursed Child, but I saw a summary, and basically, it's a Back to the Future version of Harry Potter. That's all I have to say. Leave your power stones, they help a lot, you know. Chapter 78, Catching the Rat. Catching the rat. Human, when do you think they'll find us? I'm bored of this place, asked a boy lying on the floor, staring at the ceiling of his room. The room, usually shared with several children, was empty at dawn, as everyone vanished to avoid 2 of their companions. I don't know. Stop bothering me. The old man sent us here because he said it would be easier for them to find us, answered the other boy in the room, surrounded by computers and components that looked like they had been salvaged from the trash. Who's supposed to find us? This is your fault for destroying half the castle, and now we're stuck here, said the first boy, getting up from the floor and yelling at the other. The old man said our supposed family. And the castle wouldn't have exploded if you hadn't touched what wasn't yours, the other boy retorted as he stood up from his seat, just as angry. We're supposed to wait in this disgusting place? I'd rather go back to Nurmengard. I don't care about this so-called family, the boy shouted furiously. What? You miss your new dad already? Poor thing, the other mocked, prompting the boy to charge at him, starting their daily fight once again. As they fought, matching pendants could be seen around their necks, bearing a symbol any wizard would recognize, the Deathly Hallows. At the same time, they were tools meant to suppress their magic until their siblings found them. After all, the place where they had appeared was difficult to investigate, and the man who found them knew they had to be discovered by their family due to a prophecy he had foreseen. That's why he used the destruction of the castle as an excuse to send them to the Muggle world, near a town where a certain red-haired witch and her mother were about to move. Meanwhile, Stephen, who despised prophecies more than anything, had no idea he was already part of one. And when he found out, he might just weep tears of blood. Meanwhile, Stephen and Wanda, after finishing their punishment cleaning bathrooms, were dragged away by the twins. Boss, we found what you were looking for, said Fred, pulling a small box from his pocket. It was easy, and disgusting, added George, nodding. Hope Ron doesn't cry, Stephen commented as he opened the box, revealing a fat, ugly rat staring at him in fear. What are you gonna do with it? Wanda asked, feeling a bit sorry for the rat. Send it to prison, Stephen replied casually, as the rat began trembling even more. Scabbers? What did he do? Steal Dumbledore's cheese? The twins asked, confused. No, something worse. He killed several muggles and framed his best friend for it. Oh, by the way, Scabbers is actually an animagus named Peter Pettigrew, Stephen explained, dropping the rat to the ground and pulling out his wand. The rat, realizing what was happening, desperately tried to escape, but Stephen's spell easily caught it, forcing it back into its true form, a short, plump, filthy man with rodent-like teeth. He looked so disheveled that Wanda took several steps back in disgust. As everyone stood frozen in shock, Stephen didn't give Peter a chance to speak, binding him with glowing chains. At that moment, Ron, Harry, and Hermione came running toward them. Fred, George, give me back Scabbers, Ron shouted upon spotting his brothers, who were still too stunned to notice him. Seeing they weren't even acknowledging him, Ron grew even angrier. Where's Scabbers? He yelled again, frustrated. Finally snapping out of their shock, the twins glanced at Ron, then at each other, before silently pointing at the filthy man writhing on the ground. And who's that? Ron asked, taking a step back in disgust. Scabbers, Wanda answered with a grin, standing at a safe distance. More precisely, Peter Pettigrew, the animagus who hid as a rat for 12 years. By the way, did none of you ever question how a rat could live that long? Stephen added, throwing the question at the three Weasleys, who were still in shock. Wait, you mean Percy and Ron? Fred couldn't even finish his sentence before bursting into laughter. George took over, laughing as he said, they slept with a fat, ugly man for years. Ha 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 ha. He even bathed with them? Ha 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 ha. George added, while Fred chimed in, I once saw Percy kissing the rat while practicing? Ha 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 ha. The more they recalled, the worse it got, especially now that they knew Scabbers had never been a rat at all. Meanwhile, Ron stood completely frozen, mumbling to himself that this was all just a bad dream. At that moment, Percy, who was patrolling the halls, was drawn to the commotion caused by the twins and the gathering crowd of students and professors. What are you all doing out so late? Percy asked as he spotted his siblings and Ron, who remained standing there in shock. Come on, Percy. We have something fun to tell you, the twins said, grabbing him by both arms and launching into the story loudly enough for all the students around to hear. When Percy heard everything, he, too, fell into the same state of shock as Ron. Is that true, Stephen? Percy asked, clinging to the hope that it was just one of the twins' pranks. But as he saw Stephen nod slowly, all hope drained from his face, and he nearly collapsed. The gathered students were stunned by the revelation that Peter Pettigrew, once thought to be a posthumous recipient of the Order of Merlin, had been living as a rat all these years. Others, however, joined the twins in laughing at the horrifying childhood stories of Percy and Ron unknowingly sharing their beds with a grown man. What is going on here? Peter. Professor McGonagall gasped as she arrived, staring in shock at Pettigrew, who was supposed to have died 12 years ago. Right behind her was Snape, who, for a moment, almost pulled out his wand at the sight of the cowering man. If it isn't none other than Mr. Pettigrew. What is a corpse doing so far from its grave? She asked venomously and sarcastically, gripping her wand tightly as her mind rapidly processed what she was seeing. Peter. Lupin shouted upon seeing his supposedly dead former friend lying on the floor. He didn't know what to feel at that moment. Can you explain what is happening, Mr. Flamel? Professor McGonagall quickly asked, eager to understand the situation. Of course, but it would be best to go to the headmaster's office, Stephen replied. The professors nodded while he dragged Peter Pettigrew along. The twins continued telling embarrassing stories about their brothers as they left. Stephen stopped near Harry, making sure he would also hear what was about to happen. Wanda followed closely, determined not to miss anything. I see. So Peter was the one who betrayed James and Lily Potter, Dumbledore said with regret after hearing the full story, once Stephen and the others arrived with the man who was supposed to be dead. Everyone was completely shocked upon hearing the full story. Harry, after a moment of shock, quickly recovered and exploded with fury. You bastard! You betrayed them? They were your friends, he shouted, pulling out his wand and pointing it directly at Peter's neck. The others reacted to Harry's outburst and quickly moved to calm him down. Wait, Harry, Stephen said, swiftly disarming him with a flick of his wand. However, Harry summoned a sword, determined not to stop. This time, Wanda intervened, blocking the attack with one hand. This surprised the professors present. He killed my parents. Harry yelled furiously, struggling against his siblings, who were trying to stop him. We know, Harry. But that doesn't mean we'll let you do something you'll regret. After all, you have a weak conscience. We can kill him for you without feeling guilty if you want, Wanda said, trying to calm her younger brother, though her words unsettled the professors, who preferred not to comment. If you kill him, Black will still be guilty of a crime he didn't commit. He's supposed to be your godfather. Don't you want to help an innocent man? Stephen added, helping to soothe Harry. Slowly, Stephen's words took effect, and Harry, though still hurt, calmed down. He collapsed to the floor as tears flowed uncontrollably. Wanda approached and hugged him while motioning for Stephen to comfort him as well. Stephen, slightly uncomfortable, simply patted Harry's head, making Wanda roll her eyes. Meanwhile, the adults faced a similar situation with Snape, who seemed on the verge of casting an unforgivable curse on Pettigrew. Only Dumbledore's firm gaze stopped him, though the veins in his hand gripping his wand made it clear how much effort it took to restrain himself. Lupin, on the other hand, was in shock, sitting in a chair with his face completely pale. The day James and Lily died had been the day he lost all his friends, leaving him completely alone in the world. Now he learned that the real culprit had been alive all this time while another had been unjustly imprisoned for 12 years. The impact of this revelation was devastating. Albus, what will happen to Black? McGonagall asked, breaking the tense silence. Yes, Minerva. I will send a letter to the Ministry immediately, Dumbledore replied as he began writing on a parchment. Although the wizarding world already knew about telephones, the Ministry still used letters due to restrictions imposed by Minister Fudge, who preferred to maintain the traditional system. Stephen, however, decided to send a direct message to Amelia Bones, knowing that as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she had the power to act faster than any letter. Dumbledore used a phoenix feather quill to speed up the process, aware that Black was still considered a dangerous criminal with an active arrest warrant. The message was quickly answered, and before they could react, Minister Fudge appeared through the fireplace, accompanied by several Aurors and a Dementor. The Dementor, upon seeing Pettigrew bound on the floor, lunged at him, but Stephen stopped it, grabbing it by the head with inhuman strength. What are you doing, Fudge? McGonagall exclaimed, alarmed by the Dementor's attack. Obviously, Peter Pettigrew died 12 years ago. That man must be Sirius Black in disguise. Fudge shouted, trying to justify his actions while ordering his Aurors to attack. If you attempt to attack the suspect again, you will be charged with obstruction and evidence tampering, a firm voice called from the fireplace. It was Amelia Bones, who had just arrived with a group of elite Aurors. Her presence filled the room with authority, making Fudge take a step back. Amelia, what are you doing here? Fudge asked, clearly annoyed. As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it is my duty to be here, Amelia calmly replied, motioning for her Aurors to take custody of Pettigrew. This is a deception. That man is Sirius Black in disguise. He must be executed immediately. Fudge insisted, losing his composure. We will determine that, Amelia replied firmly. For now, we will suspend Black's sentence until this case is resolved. The Aurors apprehended Pettigrew while Amelia discreetly nodded at Stephen, silently thanking him for his quick action. Fudge, furious, stormed out of the room with his Aurors, unaware that his Dementor had vanished. See, you take your Dementor Extinguisher title too seriously, Wanda joked as she watched the remnants of dark energy dissipate from Stephen's hand. You know, all of this would be much easier if you just did your job properly, Stephen replied, visibly annoyed. Anyway, it worked, Wanda said with a triumphant smile as she led Harry away, letting him rest after the intense events. The professors were still somewhat bewildered by what had happened, but Stephen had no time to waste. I have another matter to attend to. I'm leaving, he said as Dumbledore gave him an approving nod. Now, Stephen had a new mission, to find the fugitive witness who could change his own destiny. End of the chapter. Chapter 79, Guilty and Innocent. Guilty and Innocent. Stephen grabbed Wanda, who had been bothering the Golden Trio, and dragged her along to search for the dog Sirius in the forest with him. They could have used tracking spells or guiding magic to find him faster, but living in Hogwarts was starting to affect them. We've been searching for 2 hours. Why don't we go back and continue later? I'm hungry, Wanda complained as she walked sluggishly behind Stephen. You should have caught him when he was right in front of you, Stephen said mercilessly, not even looking at her. Ah, Stephen suddenly exclaimed, stopping in his tracks. What? Did you find him? Wanda asked, looking around expectantly. No, but I just remembered where he might be, Stephen said as he turned around and started walking back toward Hogwarts. Seriously? And you're saying it now, idiot? Wanda huffed, annoyed, as she ran after him. Wanda and Stephen quickly headed toward the Whomping Willow, which, instead of attacking as usual, lowered its roots in an attempt to show affection toward them. Hello, Wanda said happily, smiling at the massive tree acting like a friend. Let's move, Stephen urged, walking swiftly toward a hollow space beneath the tree. This passage led them to the infamous Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. There, standing defensively and growling at the intruders, was Sirius Black in his black dog form. Easy there, puppy. We're here to help, Wanda said calmly, showing her empty hands. Growl. The dog, however, didn't care. The moment Wanda tried to step closer, he bared his teeth, ready to attack. Ugh, how annoying, Stephen muttered, visibly irritated, and quickly bound Sirius in shining chains, leaving him on the ground, struggling to break free. You're getting dangerous. I hope you don't have to fight any women, Wanda teased, making a face as she looked away. I'm just tired. You're carrying him, Stephen stated, turning on his heel and walking off without waiting for Wanda's response. Hey wait. Oi. Wanda could only shout as she watched Stephen's back disappear around a corner. Tisk. I actually didn't want to catch you because you stink, she muttered, using magic to lift the large dog with one hand while covering her nose with the other. Ever since the siblings had acquired their new bodies, their magical powers and senses had sharpened, as their bodies and mana were directly connected. In the world of Hogwarts, as a wizard grows, so does their magic. Therefore, if Stephen, Wanda, or Natasha were to reach the Flamel couple's age, they might end up with bodies similar to Thor's. Or maybe they already did. After all, Thor wasn't born strong, he became that way as he grew. However, he relied purely on hand-to-hand combat, whereas the Flamel twins specialized in magic. As Wanda carried the dog, Stephen sent a message to Amelia to inform her they had captured Black. That's why, upon arriving at the castle entrance, they found several Aurors waiting alongside Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Hey, Shack. Are you on duty?" Stephen asked with a grin, seeing the tall man dressed in rather flashy robes. Kingsley, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, knew Sirius, and Stephen trusted that he would ensure his safe arrival to Amelia. "Hello, Instructor Stephen. How are you?" Kingsley greeted amiably, as he was familiar with Stephen from Auror training sessions. As Stephen and Kingsley conversed, Wanda arrived, floating Sirius still in dog form bound in bright chains with her magic. "Here. I think you should give him a good bath," Wanda said, keeping her distance from the dog, who glared at her in irritation. "So this is the rumored twin sister. She looks strong," Kingsley commented, observing Wanda, whose resemblance to Stephen was undeniable. "Tisk, stop being so nice and get going. See you at the trial," Stephen said, hurrying the Aurors along. "Then, we're off," Kingsley said with a smirk before bidding them farewell. As the Aurors departed, Stephen and Wanda walked leisurely back to their rooms. Sigh. "Well, one less thing to worry about," Stephen said with a relaxed smile. "You work with the Aurors?" Wanda asked, intrigued. "Yeah, for a while now. I'm an instructor," Stephen replied, glancing at her. Wanda hummed, a small smile forming on her lips. "What?" Stephen asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing," Wanda replied, quickening her pace as her grin widened. "Hey, I hope you're not getting any weird ideas," Stephen said, narrowing his eyes. "How could you think that about your poor little sister?" Wanda teased before dashing ahead. "Hey, I'm serious," Stephen shouted, running after her. Dash. Sirius Black's trial was arranged quickly. Stephen had planned for it even before the school year started, and with Amelia's help, they had been preparing for it from the beginning. Of course, there were opposing voices, particularly from Fudge and Barty Crouch. The latter was one of those responsible for imprisoning Sirius Black without trial, and if Sirius was proven innocent, he himself would have to face judgment. Harry was called as a witness, not for Voldemort's attack, since he was just a baby and memories from that time would be inconclusive even in a Pensiev. The reason for his testimony was to recount the times he had encountered Sirius Black throughout the year, emphasizing that, despite having many opportunities, Sirius never attacked him. He was also supposed to testify about Ron's rat, confirming that it had always been hidden with the Weasley family. Ron and the Weasley family were also called to corroborate the same. Harry waited outside the courtroom, accompanied by the Flamel couple, the Weasley family, and the hired lawyer. For this trial, they had hired 2 lawyers, one to defend Sirius Black and another to protect the rights of the Weasley family, in case anyone attempted to blame them for harboring a criminal. "Don't worry, Ron, Harry. Your brothers will be by your side," Perenelle said as she watched the nervous boys. "They're only calling you as witnesses," Molly added, trying to reassure them. Although Ron might be accused of hiding a criminal and sent to Azkaban, the twins teased. "Percy too," they added, earning a deadly glare from their mother. Ron visibly tensed, and even Percy, standing behind him, felt a cold sweat run down his forehead. "Ignore them. That won't happen," Arthur said calmly. "Wait, what do you mean by my brothers will be by my side? Where are they?" Harry asked, looking around for Stephen and Wanda. "Don't worry, you'll see them soon," Nicolas said with a mysterious smile. "All right," Harry replied as an Auror called him inside. Harry walked through the door, feeling a bit nervous, while his grandparents waited outside. They knew Stephen had taken care of everything. Upon entering the courtroom, Harry stood a few meters away from Sirius, who looked at him with guilt from the chained chair. Although the chains barely restrained him, they seemed more symbolic than restrictive. Harry met his gaze but was interrupted by Peter Pettigrew, seated to Sirius's right in another chained chair, except his chains were much tighter. "Harry, tell them I'm innocent. I never hurt you. I was just hiding out of fear of Sirius Black," Peter pleaded as the chains tightened around him. Sirius Black was imprisoned for 12 years. "Being afraid while he was in Azkaban sounds absurd to me," Mr. Pettigrew, the Flamel family's lawyer, stated firmly. Aye, but he's dangerous," Peter stammered. Meanwhile, Sirius remained silent, looking at Harry with a mix of hope and guilt. His lawyer had advised him to speak only when necessary, so he endured Pettigrew's lies in silence. Following his lawyer's instructions, Harry averted his gaze from Sirius to avoid any accusations of being in collusion with him. He observed the audience, noticing the faces of Malfoy, Dolores Umbridge, and even Dumbledore. However, what caught his attention the most were 2 blonde heads waving at him from the center, whispering loudly enough for everyone to hear. Whispering, "Harry, over here." "Hi." Whispering, "Four Eyes, what an ugly outfit." It was Wanda and Stephen, seated in the section reserved for noble houses. Every noble magical family in Britain had a seat in the Wisengamot. Stephen occupied the Potter family's seat as its representative, after convincing Harry to appoint him. Wanda, on the other hand, represented the Flamel family, though they officially had no seat in Britain, only in France. Stephen had persuaded the right people to secure one. "Order in the court," Amelia shouted, striking the gavel and shooting a stern look at the Flamel twins to make them stop interrupting. "Mr. Potter, is it true that you saw Mr. Black 7 times this year and that he never attempted to harm you?" Amelia asked, getting straight to the point since the trial's outcome was already predictable. Yes. Even when I mistakenly wandered into Nocturne Alley, he guided me out, Harry answered. In his animagus form, correct. Fudge abruptly interrupted. Why yes, Harry replied, somewhat nervous but following the advice not to lie. A form he failed to register, violating the laws established since 1692, Fudge declared, glaring at the court with severity. And who's this chubby guy? Wanda whispered to Stephen but everyone in the room heard it. Ahem. Fudge cleared his throat, trying to regain control. Clearly, he remains guilty of other crimes, he continued, ignoring the suppressed laughter from some attendees. Let me remind you, Minister, that the penalty for failing to register one's animagus form is usually a fine or, at most, 5 years in prison. My client has already spent 12 years in Azkaban, which seems like an excessive punishment for such a crime, the lawyer emphasized, stressing the last word while Fudge returned to his seat with a dark expression. He may not have attacked because of the security provided by the Flamel family. We know they protect their young well unless the adopted son is not deserving of such care, Umbridge said, casting a fierce look at the Flamels. Oh, Harry has all the protections my grandfather makes. Even one of his buttons could explode and easily destroy Nocturne Alley, especially if there are fat, ugly, pink toads around, Stephen replied mockingly, hiding an insult. Ha ha ha, fat, ugly, pink toad. Wanda repeated, glancing at Umbridge with an obvious comparison and laughing openly. This enraged Umbridge even more, and if she could, she would have cast unforgivable curses at that very moment. The trial continued with intensity. Stephen and Wanda's words had managed to unsettle Umbridge and Minister Fudge, but Amelia maintained control of the courtroom with a firm hand. Mr. Pettigrew, Amelia began, ignoring the furious glares from the opposition, can you explain how you managed to remain hidden for so many years without being discovered, even by the people in the house where you resided? Peter, sweating profusely, stammered, I was just another rat. No one paid attention to me. I lived in silence, without causing trouble. All because I was afraid of Sirius Black. Mr. Pettigrew, is that true? Sirius's lawyer interjected. Because according to our testimonies, you deliberately sought out influential people to hide. You even chose to live with the family of a Ministry of Magic director, didn't you? That's a lie. Pettigrew shouted, trying to stand up, but the chains held him down. I didn't know who the Weasleys were at first. It was pure coincidence. An interesting coincidence, Stephen commented from his seat, crossing his arms with a smirk. Order in the court. Amelia repeated, glaring at Stephen. Mr. Pettigrew, can you explain why you chose to reveal your identity recently, after years of hiding? Peter looked around, desperate. His eyes darted over the tribunal members to Sirius and finally settled on the Flamels, who watched him like a cornered prey. I had no choice, he finally murmured. They caught me, they found me. They? Amelia asked, raising an eyebrow. The Flamels. Peter exclaimed, pointing at Stephen and Wanda. They forced me. They threatened me. They're dangerous. Wanda scoffed in amusement, while Stephen tilted his head with a falsely surprised expression. Mr. Pettigrew, Amelia continued, ignoring the accusations. Can you explain why you chose to betray the Potters instead of continuing to be their secret keeper? The question fell like a bucket of cold water. Peter began trembling, unable to respond immediately. I was scared, he finally confessed. Voldemort was too powerful. If I refused, he would have killed me. I had no choice. So instead of protecting your friends, you decided to sell them out to save yourself. Sirius finally spoke, his voice deep and filled with restrained anger. It wasn't my fault. I couldn't do anything. Pettigrew shouted, turning to Sirius. You don't understand what it was like to live under his shadow. I understand perfectly, Sirius replied harshly. But unlike you, I never betrayed my own. The courtroom fell silent after his words. Even the tribunal members who had remained neutral began exchanging glances, considering the implications of Pettigrew's confession. Mr. Potter, Amelia resumed, turning back to Harry. Do you have anything else to add regarding your encounters with Mr. Black or Mr. Pettigrew? Harry swallowed nervously but spoke firmly. Yes, Ron's rat, Scabbers, was always with us. But when Sirius escaped from Azkaban, it actively started trying to run away. Amelia nodded, satisfied with the response. Thank you, Mr. Potter. You may take your seat. Harry stepped down, feeling a massive weight lift off his shoulders. As he passed by Stephen and Wanda, both smiled at him reassuringly. You did well, Harry, Stephen murmured as Harry returned to the Weasley family's side. Now, let's proceed with the final review of the evidence and the verdict, Amelia announced, striking her gavel. At the center of the courtroom, Sirius and Pettigrew waited, one with calm resignation, the other trembling in fear. Chapter 80, End of the Trial and a New Family. End of the Trial and a New Family. Given all the evidence presented by the defendant, Sirius Black, including his willingness to take Veritaserum, we find the accused innocent, Your Honor, Dumbledore declared in his role as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Upon hearing this, Harry, who was now sitting in the visitors section, burst into joy while looking at Sirius Black, who collapsed to the floor, crying like a child. Now, regarding Peter Pettigrew, thanks to the evidence obtained by Mr. and Miss Flamel, the court finds him guilty of all charges, including mass murder, treason, and faking his death to frame an innocent man, Dumbledore stated, his voice carrying a hint of sorrow, as he had watched Peter and his friends grow up at Hogwarts. Thank you, Albus, Amelia said before turning to Black and Pettigrew, the latter now begging for mercy. As for Mr. Black, due to the ministry's mismanagement and poor judgment, all confiscated properties will be returned to him, and he will be granted compensation of 700,000 galleons for damages, Amelia announced. Fudge stood up in shock, attempting to protest, but upon noticing everyone's stares, Dumbledore's included, he begrudgingly sat back down. So little? Grandpa gave us more for Christmas, Wanda muttered under her breath, though the nearby witches and wizards heard her, their faces twisting with envy. It seems the British ministry is quite poor, Stephen added mockingly. Though those present heard him, they chose to ignore the remark. If 700,000 galleons was considered little, what did that mean for them, whose family vaults didn't even come close to that amount? Technically, Nicolas Flamel possessed as much wealth as an entire country's economy. The difference was that he never spent it, always accumulating it, as the Flamels were frugal. Moreover, he could create gold with the Philosopher's Stone, though he refrained, out of respect for the economy. There's nothing more to add regarding Peter Pettigrew. He will be sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban, Amelia declared, striking the gavel against the desk. This was boring. Why did we even come? Wanda asked, slumping into her seat. To annoy Harry, Stephen answered calmly as he stood up. Well, it was fun seeing his surprised face, haha, Wanda said, rising as well to follow Stephen. Technically, they shouldn't have been there due to their age, but rules were for the weak. When the Wisengamot voted on their presence, no one dared to antagonize them. How does it feel to finally be free? Stephen asked as he approached Sirius, who was hugging Harry while reminiscing about his parents. I must say, even though I was wary of you, you really helped me, thank you, Black responded, looking at Stephen and Wanda with genuine happiness. Though you still stink, Wanda commented, smiling as she pinched her nose. Haha, true. I definitely need a good bath after 12 years, Black admitted, his joy undiminished by the remark. As they all began leaving the ministry, Black reunited with Lupin, who looked at him with guilt, but Sirius welcomed him with a warm embrace. While they walked toward the fireplaces, Black revealed to Harry that he was his godfather. Harry, I'd love for you to live with me, but I understand you now have a great home, Sirius said seriously, looking at his godson with guilt and fear, as if everything were a dream. Harry looked visibly torn, so Stephen intervened. Before even considering that, it'd be better for you to fully recover physically and mentally. Because if you take Harry, you'll probably have to face my grandmother, and you'll need all the strength you can get, Stephen said with a smirk. Well, that's true, Sirius admitted, somewhat disappointed. But you can come visit me, Harry quickly exclaimed, then turned to Stephen. Right, he asked softly. It's your home too, dummy. You can invite whoever you want, Wanda supported. Obviously, Stephen added. Harry's face brightened with joy as he turned to Sirius. Please visit me often, he asked with a big smile, leaving Sirius stunned. If not for the eyes watching, he would have cried. You have your mother's eyes, but unfortunately, you look like your father, haha, Sirius said nostalgically, his smile tinged with melancholy. I'll come whenever I can, even if I can't, I'll still come, he promised, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders as they continued walking toward the exit. After the trial, we parted ways with Sirius and the others, as we had to return to Hogwarts. Why do I feel like we spend more time outside school than inside, even during the holidays? Harry asked as he walked behind them. This year was full of trouble, ha ha ha, Wanda commented, laughing as she recalled everything. Sigh, I just hope it's all over now, Stephen said seriously. So, will you finally stop being so bitter? Wanda asked, leaving Stephen bewildered. I have no idea what you're talking about, Stephen replied, pretending ignorance. Meanwhile, Harry remembered something and began whispering to Wanda, making her eyes light up. So, Fleur got mad at Stephen because she found out about all the letters he received on Valentine's Day? And Stephen was also upset with her for the same reason. Wanda asked in a low voice, though Stephen clearly heard everything, barely containing his irritation. They're so cute and dumb. But they're not dating yet, right? Wanda asked, a bit confused. Fleur said Stephen is a coward who doesn't dare to ask her out, Harry replied, trying to hold back his laughter. He really is a coward, Wanda said, staring at Stephen's back as he tried to walk faster to get away from them. Maybe I'll ask her out instead. After all, we have the same face, and I have a better personality, Wanda said with a mocking look, waiting for Stephen's reaction. And it didn't take long to come. If you two don't get to your rooms right now, I'll hang you upside down in the Great Hall and use so much magic that not even 100 Dumbledores could get you down, Stephen said in a cold, emotionless tone, making it clear he was serious. Sure, I think Hermione needed help with her homework, Harry blurted, not realizing how dumb his excuse sounded, before running off. I'll ask Daphne out because I can, and I'm not a coward like some people, Wanda teased but still ran off before Stephen could grab her, laughing loudly. Tisk, being an only child sounds great right about now, Stephen muttered darkly but let it go. As he walked to his room, he received a message from Natasha. When he read it, his expression darkened again. I found them. Stephen exclaimed loud enough to catch the attention of nearby students and portraits. Damn it, he muttered before storming into his room and slamming the door shut. Meanwhile, in an orphanage somewhere in France, a small fair was being held, selling food and toys made by the children. It served to raise funds for daily necessities and also to attract potential adoptive parents. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, two boys were busy with their own tasks. Tisk, if I had my superpowers, I could build a computer in a second. Damn old man, one of the boys complained as he assembled a laptop from scraps he had traded with other kids. It's magic, you idiot human. And you could only use it once before passing out for 3 days, the other boy responded, watching him with boredom. Magic, yeah, sure. It's probably some kind of genetic alteration or something. Anyway, why did the old man have to put these on us, he said, pointing to the collar around his neck, which couldn't be removed and was the reason they couldn't use magic. I don't know. He said our magic could attract something unwanted and that we don't have enough mana yet. But after we turn 11, we'll be able to use magic, the other replied, resting his chin on his hand. Whatever, the first boy grumbled, finishing assembling the laptop. I'm a genius. I managed to put together a decent and functional computer with this underdeveloped technology, he declared proudly as he turned it on. So, what's the plan? The other boy asked, standing up but trying to hide his excitement. I want to see if there's another me in this timeline or at least one of the Avengers, the first one said, causing his companion's expression to darken upon hearing that name. Before he could type anything, both boys felt a strange sensation. It wasn't bad, but rather a connection similar to the one they felt between themselves. However, now, there was a third presence. They quickly turned around. That won't be necessary. Because we're not even in the same universe, a female voice said from behind them, appearing without anyone noticing. Hello, Tony, the woman greeted, leaving both boys speechless. They instantly recognized her since she had the same face and hair they remembered. Though, of course, she was using a disguise. Hello, Nat. Last I knew, you had thrown yourself off a cliff to get the soul stone, Tony responded, recovering from his surprise. Right. That was quite a rough fall. I'm glad to know you guys made it, and I'm sorry about your death. Though it's strange seeing you two together, Natasha said, recognizing them despite their now childlike appearances. Their features retained about 50% of their original traits, enough for her to identify them. Well, the wizard said I was the only one who could save the universe, Tony replied smugly. Tisk, was all Loki said, clicking his tongue, ignoring Natasha but staying to listen. The wizard, huh? Natasha mused, realizing whom Tony was referring to. By the way, it looks like we're siblings now. Welcome to the family, Natasha said with a smile as she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Stephen. End of the chapter. Chapter 81, Evil Stephen. Evil Stephen. Today, the twins felt like they could go to bed early, so they headed straight to their shared room with Lee Jordan. Is the boss coming after all? Jordan asked as he walked alongside the twins. He should have been here a while ago, Fred replied, walking with boredom. Maybe he's already in the room, George said, making the others pick up the pace. Maybe we can play something before bed, Jordan said happily, intrigued by the twins' previous gaming adventure, which he had overheard. This time, he wanted to be part of it and not regret missing out, especially after hearing about the epic battles they had. When they entered the room, they saw Stephen busy drawing a circle with intricate patterns and runes on the floor. For some reason, he had a serious expression and a manic grin, making the three of them stop in surprise. B-boss, you're back. What are you doing? Jordan asked, feeling a bit intimidated by Stephen's manic appearance. Oh, guys, you're here. I'm engraving a magic circle, Stephen replied with a smile that only reached his lips but not his eyes. I see. What's the circle for? Fred asked, feeling uneasy about Stephen's demeanor. This? To destroy the world, Stephen said nonchalantly, then ignored them and continued drawing the circle. What? The three of them exclaimed, thinking they had misheard. To destroy the world, Stephen repeated as he finished tracing the circle. Done. Hand me the vial by your feet, he said, standing up. Hearing that, the three trembled slightly until Jordan grabbed the vial containing a bright white liquid and clutched it tightly. No, boss. Can we talk about this? Jordan asked, beginning to tremble under Stephen's gaze. Of course, just give me the vial, Stephen said with a friendly smile that sent shivers down their spines. Crap, he's lost it. Fred, grab him. George shouted as he lunged at Stephen. Stephen dodged by stepping aside. Fred, seeing this, also lunged at Stephen but was stopped by a blow to the chest that nearly knocked the soul out of his body. Stop joking around, guys. I just need to destroy the world and start over, Stephen said. Do you realize how insane that sounds, boss? Jordan said while running to a corner of the room. No, it makes perfect sense. To create, you must first destroy, so it works in reverse, Stephen said, dodging George's attack as he spoke. It still sounds crazy, Fred said, getting back up and forming a united front with his brother against Stephen. Meanwhile, Jordan started screaming for help. Help? The boss has gone evil, he shouted at the top of his lungs, attracting all the Gryffindors in the common room. At that moment, Harry had just arrived, feeling somewhat down, when he heard the commotion and quickly rushed upstairs, accompanied by Ron and Hermione. What happened? Harry asked as he entered and saw the mess in the room, only to be greeted by a flying vial. Harry, protect the vial? The boss wants to destroy the world, Jordan yelled, tossing the vial to Harry before Stephen could grab it. What? The Golden Trio and several students who had entered after hearing the noise shouted. Several female students rushed to help restrain Stephen, only to be effortlessly knocked down. Fortunately, Stephen was only using his fists, otherwise, they would have been more seriously injured. Ha ha ha, You're 1,000 years too early to defeat me, Stephen shouted like a final boss, reaching Harry, who, acting on instinct, tossed the vial to Ron. Feeling Stephen's predatory gaze, Ron began to panic and threw the vial randomly while everyone screamed, "Someone, catch it!" Meanwhile, the others got back up to fight Stephen and stop his plan, only to be defeated once again. Suddenly, a female voice spoke, stopping everyone for a moment. "What are you all doing?" Wanda asked, having arrived at some point, drawn by the noise. In her hands, she held the glowing vial. "Wanda, you have to stop Stephen. He's lost it and wants to destroy the world," Harry shouted from where he lay on the floor. Hearing this, Wanda surveyed the entire room, analyzing the magic circle and the vial in her hands. She muttered, quickly processing the situation, and then a smile appeared on her face. Seeing that smile eerily similar to the one of the person who had just defeated them, everyone had a bad feeling. "I see what's going on," Wanda said, as everyone's expressions turned to shock, realizing what she was about to do. Wanda raised the vial above her head, aiming at the floor. "Wait!" Harry tried to shout, but it was too late. Wanda smashed the vial right at the center of the magic circle, leaving everyone stunned. That was all they could do before a brilliant light emerged from the center of the now activated circle, engulfing everyone present and then expanding throughout Hogwarts. For a few seconds, they were all blinded by a white light, forcing them to cover their eyes for protection. A few moments later, all those caught in the magic circle's activation realized they didn't feel anything unusual, so they opened their eyes to find that everything remained the same. "What happened?" Jordan asked, looking at his hands and realizing he was still alive. "Did it fail?" Ron asked Harry, who had no idea how to respond. Meanwhile, Wanda interrupted them with her laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Wanda laughed hysterically, clutching her stomach from laughing so hard. "Tisk. You figured it out too fast," Stephen said, also chuckling and grumbling at Wanda. "What was that?" Hermione asked, recovering before the others, as everything had seemed strange to her from the moment she arrived. After all, Stephen, even though he had beaten everyone up, had obviously not put in any effort. "Ha ha ha, wait, ha ha ha, wait, my stomach hurts, ha ha ha," Wanda said as she tried to explain but couldn't stop laughing. Stephen rolled his eyes at his overly dramatic sister and explained. "It's a purification glyph. It's meant to remove Hogwarts curses," Stephen explained as he cleaned himself up and fixed his clothes after the big fight, or rather, the beating he had delivered. Everyone quickly understood as they sat on the floor, muttering mild insults at Stephen since they were exhausted and sore. "Idiot boss. Damn it, again. Baldy. No wonder he's called the Dark Prince. Even the twins can't compete with his pranks. Wanda too. Maybe they should hand their throne over to the troublemaker twins. As I said, you all need more training. It's time to level up for the next stages," Stephen said with a fierce grin. Hearing that, everyone suddenly regained their energy, stood up quickly, and ran away. "Well, boss, since everything's fine, we're leaving? Bye, boss. Nice prank. I need to call my grandma every night at 9. It's 7. They all said before running off without looking back. "You really fooled us, boss. We thought you had gone crazy," the twins said, laughing at the well-executed prank. "That was too much for a joke," Jordan said angrily. "Haha, sorry. I saw an opportunity and took it," Stephen said apologetically. He had seen how excited they were and just couldn't resist. Meanwhile, Wanda, who had been lying on the floor and had finally caught her breath, sat up. "Too bad it was a little late," Wanda said as she sat down. Hearing that, Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded, looking somewhat sad. "Lupin got fired?" Stephen asked, knowing what they were talking about. "Yeah, they found out he was a werewolf," Ron said, who didn't think it was that bad to fire someone who could accidentally infect them. "It was Snape's doing," Harry said, a bit angry. "Can we help him?" he asked Stephen again. "I don't think it's necessary," Stephen replied calmly as he cleaned up the mess with a spell. "Remember that your godfather is his best friend and now a free man. Not to mention, he's part of an old and wealthy wizarding family," Wanda added, finishing Stephen's thought. "I see," Harry said, thinking about it, his sadness fading. "Even so, he was the best defense professor we've had so far," Hermione said, feeling conflicted. "Don't worry. Now that the curse is gone, we'll finally have a proper permanent teacher," Stephen said with a smile. After that conversation, everyone returned to their rooms. Before his siblings left, Stephen told them. "Natasha told me she found our siblings," Stephen said, surprising Wanda and Harry, as well as the twins, who were turning on the console to play. "Our siblings? There's more than one?" Wanda asked excitedly. "You have more siblings, boss?" Fred asked, curious. "Yeah, let's just say 3 more, Stephen replied, sounding tired. "Wow, how come we never knew about that?" George asked while counting the Flamel siblings on his fingers. "Let's just say we were separated at birth," Stephen answered without going into details. "So that makes 5. No, 6, counting Harry," George said. "They're almost catching up to us," Fred added with a grin. "Yeah," Stephen said wearily, gesturing for them to continue with their night. Then, he turned around and lay down. Though, of course, he wouldn't get much rest, as McGonagall quickly arrived to ask about the light that had illuminated the entire school, forcing Stephen to explain everything. Then, he had to explain it again to the headmaster, who sincerely thanked him and let him return to bed. The days went by as classes continued. Stephen and Wanda once again tied for first place in grades, while Harry had a great year in Quidditch, winning the cup. Gryffindor also won the House Cup again, thanks to capturing an internationally wanted criminal and clearing an innocent person's name. Additionally, by cleansing the School of Dark Magic, several hallways became usable again. Stephen was even offered his prefect badge back, but he declined, saying he wouldn't be able to have fun with so many responsibilities. McGonagall briefly considered forcing it on him, but knowing it would backfire, she let it go. With the end of the school year approaching, Stephen, Wanda, and Harry were excited to meet their new siblings, who had already moved into the Flamel house with Natasha. For some reason, Natasha still hadn't told them who they were. By the way, Grandma Perenelle was absolutely overjoyed to have so many grandchildren and couldn't be happier about their expanding family. So, as soon as classes ended, Wanda, Stephen, and Harry were eager to return home and meet their new siblings. The only thing Natasha told them was the surname these two had taken from their adoptive father, none other than Grindelwald, something that greatly surprised Stephen. Meanwhile, Wanda had no idea who Grindelwald was, and Harry felt like he had heard the name before but couldn't remember where. Chapter 82, Family Night. Family Night. After sharing our past years and experiences, we started getting along better. Of course, the fact that we were connected by blood helped. Even Loki, with his dark personality, accepted us at least a little, I think. So, a group of old ladies kidnapped you as soon as you arrived at the orphanage? Is that why they wore wigs and contact lenses? I said, teasing Tony. Hey, for your information, nothing happened. A woman named Vinda Rosier took me out of there, damn, Tony said, and it wasn't clear if he was cursing the kidnapping or the fact that he was saved. Ha 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 ha, Wanda laughed as she listened to the story. Isn't Vinda Rosier? Natasha asked, thinking aloud. Yes, one of Grindelwald's followers. Looks like they were looking after them well without them even realizing it. I whispered so only Natasha could hear. It's better if they don't know, it'll go to their heads. It was best if they remained unaware that, as Grindelwald's children, they were technically his heirs and that many would die just to serve them simply because they bore that last name. As we talked, Misty appeared before us, slightly startling Tony, while Loki just looked at her with interest. Young Master, Master Harry will be home soon. The lady has told Misty to prepare a welcome party for everyone, Misty said, and with a few snaps of her fingers, she started festively decorating the house. Is she one of the magical creatures you mentioned? Tony asked with curiosity while eyeing Misty. And who's Harry? He added in passing. She's Misty, part of the family since I was born. Her race is called a house elf. But if you mistreat her, I'll rip your head off and not the one on top, I said with a smile, which made Tony and Loki a bit nervous. And they should be, because I was dead serious. In this world, wizards are quite resilient, so they could recover, but it would be very painful. An elf? It's different from the proud and annoying ones in Elfheim, Loki said, recalling something with irritation. Harry is our adoptive brother. He had the misfortune of losing his parents to the Dark Lord of this era, and his uncles weren't very good people, I explained. So, another one for the club of people with parental issues, Tony said, which didn't sit well with everyone. Who has parental issues? Wanda said, standing up slightly irritated. Isn't your dad Magneto? And he doesn't even know you exist, I cut in, leaving her speechless. And you? You never treated your family as family because of guilt, Wanda shot back angrily, hitting a sore spot. After all, I always felt guilty for being Stephen when I really wasn't, and I treated his family more like friends or acquaintances rather than real family, even though I helped them however I could. As I listened, I noticed Loki with an arrogant smirk. What are you laughing at? Your real father was a frost giant who despised you for being small. And your adoptive father gave the throne to your dumb brother and then died, I said irritably, watching Loki's expression change. It was hilarious. And you always thought your father saw you as trash, and he died too, I told Tony, who was taken aback but remained silent. When I turned to Natasha, I decided to keep quiet. She was smiling, but her eyes weren't. So, I just sat down like nothing had happened. The problem was that Wanda, who might have known more about Natasha, seemed oblivious and kept going after me. Natasha's adoptive father was a fat man who she didn't get to finish before Natasha dragged her into another room. Soon after, a few slaps were heard, followed by Wanda's voice apologizing. What? I give up? I'm sorry, she shouted, then walked out, wiping away tears. Natasha followed behind with a smile and sat down again. The three men in the room wisely chose not to ask what had happened. But it was clear who the rightful older sister was. Aren't you going to sit down? I asked Wanda, who remained standing next to the couch. No, I'm fine, she replied, casting depressed glances at Natasha. I just ignored her. After a few minutes, Harry finally arrived, smiling. He seemed to have had a great time. Hey, Harry, how was it? Natasha asked as he walked in. Hi. It was good, he said, still a bit dazed, but quickly recovered. It seemed he was slowly getting used to Natasha. So, is he the kid who'll be our brother? Tony asked, scanning Harry. Loki was doing the same, though he pretended not to care, sneaking occasional glances. Hello, I'm Harry Potter, sorry, Flamel, Harry introduced himself awkwardly. Anthony Grindelwald, but you can call me Tony. And this idiot is Loki, just call him Psycho or Clone number 2, Tony said, introducing himself and pointing at Loki. I see you're eager for a brutal beating. I'll grant your wish, Loki said, standing up to fight, while Tony got into a defensive stance. Looks like the childish brain affects you all the same. It's good not to be the only one, I commented, remembering the dumb things I did as a kid. Meanwhile, after hearing that, both of them calmed down a bit and sat back down in mild embarrassment, realizing I was right. Once we all settled down, we decided to head to the main dining hall to meet our grandparents. There, a spectacularly adorned table filled with all kinds of dishes awaited us, clearly Misty's work and her magic. Come on, sit down quickly, Grandma urged with a big smile as she saw us arrive. I sighed as I settled into my usual spot. It was simpler when it was just me, I muttered, my tone betraying a hint of jealousy. Don't say that. Without me, your life would be dull and empty, Wanda replied with a mischievous smile upon hearing me. Wait until you're asleep to have those crazy, nonsensical dreams, I retorted as I walked away, ignoring her. It was better for my peace of mind. I'm so happy to see that Stephen has such a big family. Even though we always raised him as our son and grandson, we sometimes felt a little guilty that we didn't share blood. But we love him with all our hearts, Grandma said, wiping away a tear as she watched all of us. And now, seeing that you have so many siblings fills me with joy. Most of all, I'm happy that they're part of our family too, she added with a warm smile. It's okay, Grandma, there's no need to get so emotional, I said, trying to downplay the moment, but seeing her cry, I couldn't help but feel moved. We all came together to comfort her, saying kind words as we took our seats. I'm glad I've lived this long, Grandma commented with a smile before dinner began. During the meal, we all shared our stories. We talked about Hogwarts, Natasha about her time searching for the kids, and they about their experiences before arriving at the orphanage. Grindelwald, that old man was quite a problem in his time, Nicholas said, reminiscing. And to think that what stopped him was just a simple magi-zoologist, he added with a smile. That interests me, Loki said, leaning forward, clearly intrigued. Grindelwald was about to become the supreme leader of the International Confederation of Wizards. But Dumbledore sent his protege, Newt Scamander, to save a little Kylan. These creatures choose the new leader among the candidates, Grandpa explained. The International Confederation of Wizards is basically the UN, but with more power over the ministries of magic, I quickly added for the others. Grindelwald had a dead Kylan under his control, manipulated through dark magic. Poor creature. But Newt brought its sibling, who chose another candidate. After a great battle against Albus, Grindelwald finally surrendered, Grandpa continued. All right, enough talk about the past. Tell me, what are your plans for these holidays? We also need to prepare the little ones for their entrance into Hogwarts, Grandma interrupted, steering the conversation elsewhere. The twins and I need to find a source of honor. I stopped before finishing my sentence, looking at Tony. Even though you're one of the most annoying people who could have come, you're the right one for this, I said as I stood up. That's very offensive. Hey, Tony started, but I didn't let him finish as I grabbed his arm, ready to take him with me. However, Grandma stopped me with a stern look. Later, she said simply. I let go of Tony, raising my hands in surrender, while he adjusted his clothes and sat back down with a grunt. After the party, the grandparents retired to rest, and we moved back to the lounge. So, what's your plan? I asked Tony and Loki as the girls joined us. Going back, obviously, Tony responded without much thought. Same, Loki said, unexpectedly agreeing with Tony. That's going to be complicated, but not impossible, I commented, looking at both of them. And you? I asked Wanda and Natasha. I'll go wherever the majority goes, Wanda said, unconcerned. As long as I know everyone is safe, that's enough for me, Natasha replied. Well then, for now, the plan is to advance this world's technology by at least 1,000 years, I said with a confident smile. Wait, what do you mean by 1,000 years? Even in our world, there was strange technology at this time, Tony remarked, surprised. Well, to be precise, that was thanks to the aliens who arrived on that planet. Here, technology advances much slower. And don't even get me started on magical technology. They were literally stuck in the Middle Ages until I forced them to move forward, I explained. Tony remained silent, contemplating, while Loki seemed increasingly intrigued. The atmosphere felt full of possibilities, and even though we were a mismatched group, I couldn't help but smile. Well, we have to admit that we make a good team in both the magical and technological fields, I said, looking at everyone as I listed our strengths. Wanda, a dark witch with knowledge of multiversal magic thanks to the Darkhold and all the other things she learned by destroying reality and the things she had combined, I said, pointing at her, while she frowned at me. Natasha, a spy who surely stole a lot of international technology for S.H.I.E.L.D. I continued, to which Natasha gave a slight nod, acknowledging the credit. Loki, Prince of Asgard, with access to technology and magic far more advanced than this world's, I mentioned, and he puffed out his chest with pride. Although technically, he's a frost giant and should have been living on a glacier, I added, making Loki roll his eyes. Tony Stark, not the best, but one of the most outstanding tech geniuses in the world, I said, pointing at him. Hey, who could be better than me? Tony interrupted, somewhat annoyed. Reed Richards, Hank Pym, Dr. Doom, Nathaniel Richards, I replied, raising a finger for each name. All right, I get it, Tony said, crossing his arms in annoyance. But who the hell is Nathaniel Richards? I don't even know him. He's known as Kong the Conqueror, I replied, watching Loki for any reaction, but he remained stoic. He discovered how to travel through time and dimensions. He, along with his variants, created the Council of Kongs, whose goal is to dominate the universes, I explained calmly. Tony clicked his tongue and shifted in his seat, clearly irritated by the comparison. And I, the Sorcerer Supreme, with knowledge of Camartage's magic and most branches of both white and black magic, I concluded, pointing at myself. So, how exactly do you plan to advance this world 1,000 years technologically? Tony asked, clearly intrigued despite his apparent bad mood. First, we'll combine magical technology with scientific technology, I replied confidently. Magic has unlimited potential, and if we manage to integrate it with engineering, we could overcome this world's limitations in a matter of decades, if not years. That sounds like a job only someone with a brilliant mind like mine could accomplish, Tony said, regaining a bit of his usual arrogance. Only if you follow my instructions, I shot back with an ironic smile. As we discussed the details of our plan, I noticed that everyone was starting to take an interest. Even Loki, with his indifferent attitude, seemed to be seriously considering the potential of what we were proposing. And what about magic? Wanda asked, curious. That's where you and Loki come in, I replied. We need you both to expand the range of spells and find ways to apply them to modern technologies. Natasha can handle information gathering, while Tony and I work on the prototypes. Sounds ambitious, Natasha commented, leaning back against the couch. It is. But if we manage to combine our skills, there's nothing we can't accomplish, I concluded with confidence. And so, with the plan outlined, the night continued with discussions, ideas, and strategies. We might not have been a conventional family, but at that moment, I felt like we could accomplish anything together. One thing I didn't mention was that Harry had been there the whole time, speaking comfortably with us for one simple reason. He had spent the entire time staring in awe at Natasha from a corner. I admit I was wrong, he still wasn't used to this. As for Natasha, she simply ignored him. She had already adapted. Chapter 83, The Sun in the Palm. No, that's not it. Before many start complaining, this chapter is more of an introduction to two types of special chapters. Multiverse specials, where the protagonists travel to other Harry Potter universes or even different ones if they wish. Video game specials, where the protagonists enter games so realistic that they feel like another world. This way, I can explore some fun stories for everyone. The Sun in the Palm. No, that's not it. The next day, after we had all gotten along, the official vacation period began, so I had plenty of time to waste. The company? That's why I hired good employees. I'm just waiting for Tony to get distracted so I can dump everything on him and finally be free. As an Auror instructor, I'm not technically an Auror, so I can skip work as long as I send the training programs. Besides, the raids on dark wizards have significantly decreased, since everyone is now afraid of being caught by the restructured elite Aurors. So, Tony, yesterday I couldn't ask for your help, but today I can, I said as I kicked his door open. It's bad manners to enter someone's room like that. Sigh, he said, looking at me seriously. So, what do you need? Seriously? Wanda does that to everyone, I said, pointing at the room across the hall just as Wanda kicked open Harry's door. Harry, let's play video games, she shouted, knocking the door off its hinges. What? Wanda, Harry exclaimed, still half asleep. Sigh, she's nothing like the Wanda I know, Tony said, watching the brash Wanda of this world. Try being locked up, watching the destruction of multiple worlds for who knows how long, and finally getting out to live a normal life, I replied, slightly defending Wanda's personality. Don't tell her I defended her, I quickly added. Whatever, just tell me what you need. I have things to do, Tony said, rolling his eyes. A magical power source, I said seriously, staring at him. Tony was instantly interested. As you know, we created a magical technology company, but the problem is energy consumption. The more complex the machines, the more energy they consume, obviously. They can't run solely on ambient magic anymore. And above all, I don't want to create some kind of magical pollution, I quickly explained. It's for the virtual reality machines, isn't it? Yes, it's to play video games all day, I admitted without hesitation. Magic can be converted into electricity. Have you tried converting electricity into magic? He asked while jotting something down in a notebook. Yes, but magic acts like an electromagnetic pulse. It destroys anything that contains electricity, I explained, recounting the experiments and failures we had encountered. I even told him how the twins and I had almost caused a nuclear plant to explode and had to escape before the Aurors guarding strategic locations discovered us. Tony looked at me in disbelief. I'm good at things related to magic, I defended myself, feeling a little guilty under his stare. How do the devices you have work? He asked. One rune stores energy, and another absorbs magic from the environment. Grandpa helped me create them, I said, drawing the runes in the air to show him. Does that work on a person? Tony asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, but it doesn't make you better at magic, and it depletes quickly because it's pure magic. In our bodies, it has to transform, I clarified. Is there a limit to how many runes can be together? Yes. The normal limit is 10, but my limit per object is 53, I said proudly. Though Grandpa can handle 127. Alright, let's go see old Flamel. I have an idea, he said, standing up with his notebook. I had to admit that leaving things to the expert was the wisest choice, so I didn't mind following him for a while. On the way, Tony explained part of the plan, but he wanted to discuss the final details with Grandpa. When I passed Wanda, I asked her to bring Loki to Grandpa's office, though I still didn't know why. When we arrived, Grandpa was already waiting for us with a smile. "Ho ho, that's quite a strange plan you have there, young one," he said after hearing Tony's proposal. "So that's your power. I have to admit, it suits you. Though Loki's surprises me a bit," I said to Tony while glancing at his notes. At that moment, the door burst open with a kick. "Captain, I brought Loki," Wanda announced, saluting me like a soldier. "Sigh. I don't know how you convinced Amelia to make you a vice instructor," I said as I looked at my sister, dressed in the Auror instructor uniform. A few hours earlier, Amelia had sent me a message saying she had accepted Wanda as a substitute instructor. I wasn't surprised, but I wondered when Wanda had spoken to Amelia to get the job. Obviously, she did it just to annoy me, but since I outranked her, I'd dump all the tasks on her so she could learn. "I just went to all the squads and kicked their asses, sir," Wanda replied, keeping her hand in salute. "Tisk, cut that out, idiot," I said, annoyed by her attitude. "Being an Auror instructor sounds interesting. Too bad I already got a job," Natasha commented as she entered the room. "By the way, aren't you going to untie Loki?" she added, pointing to the floor. Loki was tied up with tape over his mouth, writhing as he glared at us furiously. "Sigh. I told you to call him, not to kidnap him," I said, untying him with magic. "Damn mortal. I will reclaim my honor with your death," Loki exclaimed, taking a fighting stance with a pair of daggers. "First sibling fight?" Wanda asked, eagerly getting into a stance. "Haha, it's good that you're getting along," Grandpa said, watching the scene with a smile. "Yes," Wanda replied cheerfully, while Loki looked disgusted. "Why would I get along with a lunatic?" Loki muttered venomously. "Finally, someone who gets me. Please, stab her," I said to Loki, giving him a thumbs up. After a brief moment of chaos, Natasha stopped Wanda before she lost control, while I asked Loki for help with what Tony wanted to explain. "Do you know any Asgardian runes or magic that can create or store energy?" I asked quickly. "Tisk, there are several, but they don't work with mortal electricity," Loki replied, irritated but cooperative. He knew that any technology we created would help his return to Asgard, so he wasn't entirely opposed to collaborating. After all, technological advancements happen step by step, even if they start with something as simple as a hairdryer before reaching a turbine. "So, what's the plan?" Natasha asked as Loki and I inscribed runes with the same purpose of storing energy. "To create a magical arc reactor using my technomancy ability and Loki's capacity to create things," Tony explained, surprising several of us. "What's technomancy?" Wanda asked. "And Loki can create things." Surprised, mortal? "This god can turn illusions into reality," Loki answered proudly. "Bah, Misty does that effortlessly with teacups," Wanda said, unimpressed. "Tisk, it's different," Loki retorted, deciding to drop the argument. "Technomancy is basically creating technological objects with telekinesis," I explained. "Grandpa put collars on us so we wouldn't use those abilities since they consume too much energy," Tony added, showing his collar. "But it's deactivated now. In short, I'm going to create a particle accelerator that will use runes to convert energy into magic before it becomes electricity. The prism should only fill with something similar to mana," Tony detailed as he sketched. "It's like making an arc reactor but adapted to the laws of this world," Natasha commented, grasping the concept. "Wouldn't it be easier to just create a regular arc reactor?" Wanda asked, confused. "No, because of energy conversion," Tony replied condescendingly. "Magical energy is way cooler, and electricity is for losers. Don't treat me like an idiot," Wanda shouted, attempting to hit him, but Natasha stopped her. Ignoring the scene, I asked Tony, "Why did you ask if runes could be used on a person?" "Because I can create technological objects, but without materials, it's impossible," he replied, looking at Loki with a dark smile. Loki, feeling cornered, tried to play dumb. It didn't work. And so, we trapped Loki, inscribed runes all over his body, and turned him into a human magic battery. For 3 days, Loki worked non-stop, creating components under Tony's detailed instructions. Each piece had to be perfect, and although Loki didn't fully understand mortal technology, his magic allowed him to generate the necessary basic materials. Meanwhile, Tony assembled the parts, first creating simple machines to facilitate the assembly of more complex components. When the two finally collapsed from exhaustion, the magical engravings on their bodies faded due to overuse. "Good thing we have strong bodies," I commented while watching the two lying on the floor, foam at their mouths. "Should we throw water on them to wake them up?" Wanda asked, poking Loki's stomach with a stick. "Are you a monster?" I replied, looking at her seriously. "Just slap them." I approached Tony and gave him a light slap on the cheek. "I don't know who's worse," Natasha exclaimed, watching us smack the unconscious duo. Eventually, both woke up, and although they looked like hell, Tony had a satisfied smile on his face. "It's time to test it," he said determinedly. Grandpa, Loki, Tony, and I finished filling the room with runes everywhere, including the walls, to protect us in case something went wrong. "Turn it on," Tony ordered Wanda, who eagerly nodded and pulled a lever in front of her. Whoosh! The particle accelerator started up, the runes glowed, and the particles moved at an impressive speed. Tony watched his laptop screen intently. Just a little more. Now. At that moment, Grandpa activated a magical tool that made the runes glow an intense red. They looked like they were about to explode. The shaking started to rattle the room, and we all braced for an explosion. But suddenly, a beam of energy shot toward the 1-meter-tall prism in the center of the room, also covered in runes. It began to shine intensely as small cracks appeared on its surface. Tony, it's going to explode. Natasha shouted, looking for cover. No, the runes are stabilizing it, Tony assured, never taking his eyes off the prism. The cracks began connecting, forming a strange pattern as if the runes were weaving something. Finally, the machine shut down, and everything fell into silence. The room was pitch dark. Did it fail? Wanda asked in the gloom. Before I could answer, the prism began shedding pieces of its surface. But they weren't just any pieces, rather, a carbonized layer revealing a brilliant core underneath. Slowly, the object transformed into an orb that floated in the air, illuminating the room with a magical glow. Wow, it's beautiful, Wanda exclaimed, watching the orb in fascination. Did you notice? Grandpa asked in a serious tone. Notice what? We all responded in unison. It shines just like your eyes, he pointed out, leaving everyone stunned. We looked at each other, disabling any illusion or magic hiding our true gaze. It's true, Wanda murmured, inspecting our eyes. Then it worked, I said with a smile. We created a magic core. And now, we can play as much as we want. I added triumphantly, looking at Tony, who raised a tired thumbs up with a grin. Chapter 84, Romance and Prison Break. Romance and Prison Break. Hello, beautiful. It would be a pleasure to invite you for a ride, I said while lowering my sunglasses, leaning against the window of my new car. Oh, what a shame, but I'm waiting for someone more handsome, Fleur said with a mocking smile while tucking her platinum hair behind her ear. Tisk. More handsome than me? Sorry, but that's impossible, I replied arrogantly. Poor thing, you've never been rejected, have you? Let me be the first one to do it then, Fleur said, gently stroking my chin with a playful smile. That just makes me want you by my side even more. Okay, enough of this. We've been here for half an hour listening to your silly flirting, Wanda intervened angrily. Nat, tell them something. I don't care, I just want to watch the movie. We still have time, Natasha said, sipping her soda, sitting at a table not far from us. I don't know if I'm happy that my girlfriend is hanging out with my sisters and not with me, I said, still upset that I wasn't invited. Wanda had said it was a girls' night out. I'll bring you a gift, Fleur said, giving me a quick kiss before leaving with Wanda, who was making insulting gestures. Now, everyone is probably wondering how that happened. Me going out with Fleur, and she going out with my sisters. Well, let me take you back a week. I can't believe you're making a jealousy scene when nothing happened, I shouted angrily at Fleur, who was glaring at me. Nothing happened? Nothing happened? What about that bitch? Fleur shouted even angrier. I already told you, she just fell on me, I didn't have time to react, I replied defensively. Really? The dueling champion, master of mystical arts and martial arts didn't have time to react. Fleur continued debating. Meanwhile, my brothers were a few meters away listening to the whole thing, along with the Weasley twins. After all, once we finished the power source or magical reactor with Tony and Loki, they arrived to test the online mode with us. I also invited Fleur, but since she was at a tea party with her schoolmates, I ended up inviting everyone at once. Them from France, us from the Flamel Island. The problem started when one of her friends lunged at me and tried to kiss me. Fleur immediately expelled her and then used the portal to get here. What's all this noise? Natasha asked as she entered the room and saw everyone watching our little show. Hi, Nat, you came just in time, Wanda said while eating popcorn. By the way, who's that cutie? Tony asked, grabbing some popcorn from Wanda. Steven's not girlfriend, Wanda said with a mocking smile. The coward still hasn't asked her out. What nonsense, Loki said, though he stayed to watch the spectacle. Well, it might sound weird, but usually, normal people fall for women who aren't their female version, Tony teased Loki, making him angry. Alright, don't bother your brother, Tony, Perenelle, who was sitting aside with her own bucket of popcorn, said. Grandma, Natasha asked, surprised to see her grandmother enjoying all of this. It's about time they grew a pair. They've liked each other since they were kids, Perenelle said, referring to Stephen, the indecisive one. Maybe he was waiting for it to be legal. After all, mentally, he might be older, Tony mocked. He's just a coward, Wanda said. The boss is still the boss, even if he can't handle a woman. You can, boss, the twins said softly while pulling more snacks from their pockets. Do you realize I'm listening to you, right? I shouted angrily at my noisy relatives. Don't get distracted. I want you to say it already. I don't want to waste my love on someone who doesn't want to be with me. I'm just getting jealous over nonsense, Fleur shouted as she started to break down, speaking with sadness. Obviously, I like you. I've always shown it. Do you need me to shout it to the world? I shouted angrily, thinking our feelings were obvious. Yes, Fleur shouted. I like you. From the first moment I saw you, I liked you. All the time we spent together was the happiest. I shouted at the top of my lungs, while in the background, we heard an "oh" from all my relatives. I would fix things with them later. I like you too. I've wanted to hear that all this time, Fleur shouted, with tears in her eyes. We then stared at each other for a few seconds. This is interesting, Natasha said, joining the others in eating popcorn. It was about time, Perenelle said with a big smile. While the others chatted among themselves, Fleur and I turned around and went to our rooms. In Fleur's case, the guest room she always uses. Where are you going? Wanda asked curiously. To change for a date, we both said in unison without turning around. Tisk. They're so in sync and still not going out, Perenelle said with a mix of annoyance and happiness, remembering what Dumbledore had told her about some troublesome kids who tend to appear in his office. Such a shame, Tony said. What? Wanda asked, not understanding what he meant. Nothing, it's always sad to see someone beautiful stop being single, Tony said, mischievously. Isn't it supposed to be that you have a wife and daughter in another world? Wanda whispered so only her brothers could hear. Yes, but that doesn't stop me from appreciating the beauty of women, Tony replied calmly. Then why do you never appreciate my beauty? Wanda said, a bit upset. Maybe because we share blood, but I can't feel any sexual attraction toward you too, Tony said, pointing to Wanda and Natasha, who looked at each other with fake surprise. Or maybe because I know your personalities after all these days of living together. After saying that, though not loud enough to avoid getting punched, Tony went to his room to continue studying Nicholas's books. Well, basically after that, we had a great date and continued like that every day for a week, until Wanda got upset and took Fleur, Natasha, and Daphne to watch a movie that was releasing today. By the way, it's going to be interesting to see their reaction when they realize that Fleur and I appear in the movie. After all, Wanda is more into video games, so she doesn't know that Fleur is an actress, and I tend to show up occasionally when I'm bored. After all, I'm the owner of the only movie studio in the magical world. So, what's the plan, Alakazam? Tony asked, moving to the front seat since he was sitting in the back while we were traveling. Why are we traveling in this thing if we could just use a portal? Loki asked from the back seat, annoyed. No, we can't. Minors can't use portals or apparition until they're of age, especially in the Muggle world, I replied calmly as I started the car. Where are we going, Stephen? Harry asked, sitting next to Loki. By the way, the reason we're all in the car, even bringing the 4 girls, is because of an expansion spell. To steal Muggle technology and then visit an old man who's imprisoned in a castle like an enchanted princess, I said, sounding mysterious. We're going to see the old man? Why? Tony asked quickly, implying that he understood right away. Tisk, smart people don't usually have girlfriends, I said, annoyed, breaking my mystery. Unfortunately, I always win the girl, Tony said arrogantly. What's the plan, human? Loki asked, intrigued. The old man, after losing his battle against Dumbledore, probably made an unbreakable vow or signed a magical contract. If it's a vow, I'm just going to annoy him for giving me a prophecy. But if it's a contract, we'll help him get out and annoy Dumbledore, I said with an evil smile. Who are we visiting? I still don't get it, Harry asked, confused. Gellert Grindelwald. The former Dark Lord before Voldemort and the most dangerous living one to date, I said with a smile while Harry looked shocked. You want to free a Dark Lord? Are you crazy? Harry quickly said. Relax, he'll only be able to get out but not do anything. His glory days ended when Dumbledore defeated him, I replied calmly. By the way, he's Loki and Tony's adoptive father, I added, once again surprising Harry, while Loki and Tony pretended they weren't listening. After traveling to the human world, I asked Misty to take us to the now prison of Nermengard. Did we just go steal blueprints for a weapon? Tony asked, annoyed. I lost a bet with Nat, so now I have to build her one combined with magic. And this weapon is her favorite, I said as I put the blueprint for a British gun away. Did the old man tell you the story of this place? I asked while we were walking toward the entrance of the imposing castle. Yes, every day, Tony replied. So long, young Master Loki, young Master Tony, said the door guard, quickly opening it for us. The guards are supposed to protect, to make sure no one enters or leaves. But knowing Grindelwald, all the guards are probably now his followers, I said, noticing the so-called guards greeting Loki and Tony warmly. The old man can be quite persuasive. Luckily, we were the ones who got here, Tony said, implying that if it had been anyone else, 3 more people would have already joined Grindelwald's followers. Well, he might be right. The god of lies and an egocentric playboy are hard to convince, I said teasingly. We're here, Tony said, interrupting the conversation. By the way, we left cowardly Harry at home because he complained to Grandma that we were going to free a Dark Lord. But Grandpa gave us permission as long as Grindelwald couldn't do anything, like conquering a country. Hello, old Grindelwald. I don't know you, but I've heard a lot about you, I said while looking at the decrepit old man inside the cell. Gellert Grindelwald was no longer what he used to be. Now he was just a scruffy, dirty old man inside a cell that didn't even have a lock. Are you Flamel's grandson, right? Ha ha ha, nice to meet you, kid. Looks like you got to meet my kids, Grindelwald said with a smile. Yes, I met my brothers. But before anything, vow or contract? I asked quickly. Ha ha ha, straight to the point. Dumbledore no longer believed in vows or even blood oaths, so now it's a magical contract, Grindelwald answered calmly, leaning against the wall while sitting on his bed. I see. That makes it easier, I said as I began my spells. What's your plan, kid? Grindelwald asked this time a bit more seriously. I'm going to get you out. In exchange, you won't be able to use magic or your influence for anything, but you'll be able to go outside, I said as a light contract appeared in front of me. Why go out? I'm fine here, Grindelwald said, refusing. Really? Don't you want to spend time with your kids? I said, while Loki and Tony looked visibly annoyed, but there was some expectation in their gazes. And most importantly, I need something to annoy Dumbledore. I feel like he's too relaxed since he doesn't have to take care of Harry anymore, I said, a little annoyed, remembering the old man who's always snacking since Harry moved in with us. Albus, huh? What's the real reason? Grindelwald asked, realizing something. That, you'll have to see for yourself soon, I said as I slapped the contract with both hands, and it disappeared into Grindelwald. All set, now you can leave. But you won't be able to use magic. By the way, this is a small gift you'll appreciate, I said, throwing him a necklace similar to the one he gave his kids. Without asking, Grindelwald put it on, and in a few seconds, his appearance changed to how it was when he was 40. Ha ha ha, I can't die without knowing, right? Then I'll do what you say and, at the same time, enjoy seeing Albus's face, Grindelwald said as he walked out of his cell. Chapter 85, Quidditch World Cup. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Quidditch World Cup. NNNGH. Wham. Harry, wake up, Wanda said as she entered Harry's room, kicking the door almost off its hinges. No. Meanwhile, Harry seemed to be having a nightmare, as he didn't wake up like he usually did when Wanda barged into his room. Four Eyes, wake up, Wanda said. To do it quickly, she hit him with a book that was on the table. Thud. What? Wanda. Harry said, waking up from the blow as he looked around his room, trying to regain his composure. I told you not to barge in like that. They've changed the door 5 times this week, he added, annoyed. Don't care, Wanda responded dismissively, leaving the room with a smile. Who told you your room was in front of Stephen's? Tony commented as he walked past Harry's door with a donut in hand. Harry, resigned, could only sigh. After all, he was just collateral damage. Since Stephen had set up barriers in his room to prevent Wanda's constant interruptions, she took out all her frustration on Harry's door. It was common to see Wanda trying to break Stephen's barriers until she was exhausted, then venting by annoying her younger siblings. Fortunately, Natasha always kept an eye on her. Get ready, kid, or Wanda will come looking for you again, Tony said before leaving. You're younger than me, Harry responded, both amused and confused. Though, he had gotten used to how peculiar Tony and Loki were. Harry quickly changed and was about to leave his room to have breakfast when Stephen appeared in the hallway. Hey, Four Eyes, Stephen greeted him, half asleep, with a croaky voice. Then he looked at Harry's door and chuckled before walking off, leaving Harry annoyed. Hey guys, are you ready for the World Cup? Grandpa Nico asked as he saw the last 2 descend to join the table. Yes, Grandpa. I'm just going to eat a toast, then I'll go get Fleur and her sister, they're coming with us, Stephen said, taking a juice offered by Misty. See you at the tent, he added, kissing his grandmother on the head. I'm leaving too. I have to pick up Daphne and Artoria, Wanda said, eating quickly before running out after Stephen. Do we really have to go to this mortal entertainment? Loki asked, irritated, now used to his new family, or as he preferred to call it, a temporary alliance. You can stay if you don't want to go, Tony responded indifferently. All right. Stephen said it would be fun, Natasha said calmly. And to bring our weapons, she whispered, so only Loki and Tony could hear. They both raised an intrigued eyebrow but didn't ask further. All right, go ahead. Don't keep the Weasley family waiting, Perenelle urged her grandchildren with a smile. Don't you want to go, grandparents? Harry asked quickly as he got up. No, it's fine. Have fun, you young ones, Nicholas responded calmly. Thus, Natasha, Tony, Loki, and Harry went into the fireplace to transport themselves via the Flow network. I'll always hate this type of travel, Tony said, annoyed, as they arrived at the Weasley house and shook off the dust. I prefer this one over the other, Loki commented, recalling an unpleasant memory. Hey guys, you made it. Molly exclaimed, hugging each of them. Both Loki and Tony made uncomfortable gestures, but Natasha glared at them, forcing them to behave. Good morning? Come on, sit down. We just made some tea, Molly said with her characteristic warmth. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harry responded as he took a seat. Loki and Tony stayed near the door, observing everything with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. So, is everyone ready for the World Cup? Arthur asked as he entered the kitchen with enthusiasm that seemed to spread to everyone present. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Though Loki still doesn't understand why mortals get so excited about a sport, Natasha commented, smiling slightly while looking at Loki, who crossed his arms with an air of superiority. Well, we'll see once we get there. I'm sure even Loki will find something interesting, Arthur added optimistically. Fred and George burst into the room, carrying a couple of large bags that were clearly filled with suspicious items. Joke products? I hope that doesn't involve explosions, Tony said, eyeing the bags warily, easily understanding these kids. Don't worry, Mr. Tony. We're professionals, Fred said, winking. That doesn't reassure me at all, Tony murmured. The Weasley family was already quite familiar with the new members of the Flamel family, and they got along very well. At Harry's birthday, they were introduced to the guests, including the Weasleys and Sirius Black. Molly, in particular, had become very good friends with Natasha. She was impressed by how mature and strong she could be, especially after solving a small problem with Sirius Black and the beating he received after one of his pranks. Every time Molly remembered that scene, she couldn't help but laugh. Tony and Loki, on the other hand, kept calm and tried to stay under the radar. They didn't want to risk provoking Natasha's wrath. While Wanda was more annoying and out of control, Natasha in older sister mode was much more terrifying, something even Stephen carefully avoided. That dynamic always amused the grandparents. Finally, the twins woke Ron up with a bucket of water, courtesy of their creativity, and the group followed Mr. Weasley. They left the burrow chatting quietly while walking to the hill where the Portkaya was waiting. The twins didn't take long to notice Hermione's strange behavior around Natasha. For some reason, Hermione had developed a sort of admiration for Natasha since she showed her abilities at Harry's birthday. "Do you see Granger? I think she's become a fan of Nat," Fred said quietly. "And with good reason, considering what she did to Sirius and us that day," George added, remembering the beating that left them behaving like angels in Natasha's presence. Arthur, meanwhile, greeted the tired Daryl, the one in charge of watching the Portkaya. "You on shift all day?" "Yeah, shortage of staff," Daryl responded resignedly, showing noticeable dark circles under his eyes. "Only Amos is left, and then you can go." An enthusiastic shout interrupted the conversation. "Hello." Cedric Diggory and his father, Amos, were quickly approaching. "Arthur, how are you?" Amos greeted with his characteristic smile, while Cedric nodded politely to those present. However, his eyes stopped for a moment on Natasha, clearly impressed. The twins quickly surrounded him. "Cedric, you'd better not fall for Nat," they said in unison, each grabbing him by the shoulder. "What? Why?" Cedric asked, confused. "Roses are beautiful," Fred began. "But they have thorns," George finished dramatically, leaving Cedric even more perplexed. "Ah, you're Harry Potter," exclaimed Amos, changing the subject. "Cedric told me about you. You almost beat him last year? A story you'll tell your grandkids," said, playing against Harry Potter. Cedric blushed. "Dad, Harry caught the snitch when he fell off his broom. But you didn't fall," Amos jovially interrupted, giving him a pat on the back. The group preferred to stay silent out of courtesy, although Hermione seemed ready to protest until Harry made a calming gesture. Finally, everyone placed their hands on the old, worn-out boot. Loki sighed with evident distaste at the sight of it. When the Portkaya activated, the tug behind their belly buttons left some of them staggering upon landing. Tony, Loki, Hermione, and Ron ended up on the ground, while the others watched them with amusement. "How did you stay on your feet?" Ron asked, surprised. "Stephen uses port keys to get home from King's Cross. I'm used to it," Harry explained resignedly. "Poor you," Ron commented sympathetically. As they walked toward the camping area, Sirius appeared to greet Harry. "Harry," he exclaimed with a big smile as he hugged him. When he saw Natasha, his step faltered, but his pride pushed him to continue as if nothing had happened. The twins couldn't contain their laughter at his reaction. "Hello, Sirius," Natasha greeted with a mocking smile. Sirius, embarrassed, hurried his steps with Harry. "And with you, the Black Widow," Tony joked while following the group. At the entrance of the campsite, they were greeted by Cred, an Auror known for occasionally working with Stephen. "Hello, Cred. You here?" Arthur asked. "I lost a bet," Cred responded, clearly frustrated. "I got stuck with the entrance. At least I didn't end up with the noble families, full of snobs." The group continued through the tents until they heard a shout, "We're here." It was Wanda, greeting them cheerfully along with Daphne, who had become much more expressive since being freed from the family curses. "Tony, Loki, I found you," Artoria said eagerly before dragging them along to find Gabrielle. Both sent looks of help, which Natasha ignored with a mocking smile. Stephen appeared with Fleur and Gabrielle, who quickly ran off to play with Artoria and the two resigned twins. "Let's buy some toys before the match," Fleur suggested with a smile, and the group headed toward the magical market. "And what are these?" Ron asked, picking up a kind of transparent screen from a counter. "It's a magical map," the shopkeeper explained with a professional smile. "It shows where each player is using symbols. It's ideal for people who get dizzy looking in all directions." "And this?" Hermione asked this time, taking a pair of circular glasses that were clearly magical. "They help you see things farther away as if they were right in front of you," the shopkeeper answered. Then she took the glasses and showed Hermione how they worked, zooming in on a distant object. Meanwhile, Harry noticed a small logo on all the magical items for sale. It seemed familiar, so he looked at Stephen, who simply returned a smile. That was enough for Harry to confirm his suspicion. These products came from Stephen's company. In the end, everyone bought some glasses and hats that changed color based on the wearer's mood. "That hat was our idea," Fred proclaimed, putting one on that started glowing a bright yellow. "Stop lying," Ron replied, as skeptical as ever. Stephen, laughing, confirmed that this time Fred was telling the truth. The twins had created this product line under Stephen's company brand. Although they hadn't given up on their dream of opening a joke shop, they took advantage of the company's technology to develop their own brand. They planned to sell those products in their future store, even internationally, but for now, they enjoyed designing new things. When everyone returned from their walk, loaded with bags of magical items, Molly and the older Weasley brothers had already arrived at the camp. They all quickly approached to greet them, but then they separated to get ready for the match. "Why are you still upset?" Fleur asked while walking alongside Stephen, who had a dark expression. "I was thinking that maybe Bill needs a hit or two," Stephen replied, making his irritation clear. Bill couldn't stop staring at Fleur, and that made Stephen visibly jealous. "Although I'd love to see that, today's not the time," Fleur said with a smile, gently hugging Stephen. "Can you two stop doing that every time I'm around?" interrupted Wanda, appearing behind them with visible annoyance. "Jealous?" Stephen asked, teasing. "Why would I be, when I can do the same?" Wanda replied defiantly, while Daphne, walking behind her, just rolled her eyes at her friend's competitiveness. "Enough with that. We need to change," Daphne said, grabbing Wanda by the arm and dragging her away, while Wanda stuck her tongue out at Stephen mockingly. "I swear she gets more childish as she grows," Stephen said, slightly irritated. "Maybe because she's finally found her whole family and reunited with them. She can be herself now," Fleur responded sympathetically, remembering the story Stephen had told her. Though she only knew part of it, she understood that the Flamel siblings had been separated for a long time, each lost in different places around the world. Now that they were finally reunited, they could heal and be themselves again. Chapter 86, Discussion in the Stands. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Discussion in the Stands. "Stephen, who do you think will win?" Harry asked excitedly as we climbed the stairs, which trembled with so many people talking around us. "Luckily, thanks to magic, we were not in any danger. Ireland, but Bulgaria will catch the golden snitch," I said calmly. "We're betting on that," the twins said with a smile. "Remember to use the metal detector I gave you when you go to collect your winnings," I said with a smile. "You worry too much. Our dad knows Ludo from work," the two twins replied foolishly. "If you get scammed, it's not my fault. I warned you," I said as I continued on my way. While we were chatting, a repulsive voice sounded. "Weasley, what are you doing here? This is a seat for the tournament sponsors. Or did you win the lottery, Weasley?" It was Lucius Malfoy with his son, who had been insulting Ron as soon as he saw him. I've always been struck by how Malfoy always targets Ron and Harry. It's pretty eerie to be so obsessive about two kids. While I thought of funny things, Lucius addressed his son Draco and said, "Draco, what is this? Why are you talking to this?" He showed his disdain blatantly, giving a look as if he were staring at trash. "They were invited by me, Mr. Malfoy, but it's stranger to see your family here. After all, since I took control of my family's black stores again, I thought you wouldn't have money to be playing around anymore. Or maybe you came to beg for alms in the wealthy boxes," Sirius said, defending the Weasley family while speaking with a calm smile. "Sirius Black, it seems your stay in Azkaban did you good. You used to be just a stray dog, and now you've become the heir to an ancient house," Lucius said, looking at Sirius with contempt and restrained anger. "I wouldn't mind helping you go with your fellow Death Eaters. Maybe it will help you become a better person too," Sirius replied calmly, showing no trace of anger. Malfoy was more than furious about Sirius' release. After all, while he was imprisoned, part of the Black family's business and lands were being controlled by the Malfoys since Narcissa, his wife, was Sirius' sister. But after Sirius was released and exonerated, he returned to reclaim everything that was rightfully his. Malfoy opposed all of this, claiming that the profits he made managing the business were far superior to anything Sirius Black had done, as he had abandoned his house years ago. He even tried to take him to court, but a sudden business alliance with the Flamel family and Magitech scared the entire English market, causing Malfoy to run with his tail between his legs. This also caused several waves, where many pure-blood families lost a lot of money and control over the monopoly they had held. Everyone now refers to this business alliance as the Alliance of the Three Giants. What they don't know is that two parts of this alliance belong to the same house after all. Magitech was created by Stephen under another name, so Stephen couldn't wait to see the faces of those pseudo-nobles. Magitech now controls international magical technological advancements. The Flamel family, owning many alchemical patents, has now preferred to delve into investments in several fields, especially magical medicine. And the Black family ventured into potions, and thanks to a few ancient recipes from their family and others that Harry found in his vault, they quickly took a large portion of the market. Sirius wanted to give a large portion of the shares to Harry as an apology for all the years he failed as a godfather. But Harry rejected it after a long argument with Sirius, who tried to give him part of the company. Harry got tired and showed that he had shares in the Flamel and Magitech companies. After all, he was now part of the Flamel family like everyone else who had the same. So Sirius gave up, but he would surely find a way to make up for lost time. He obviously gave a percentage to the recipes Harry found, and in that, he didn't want to budge. After all, they belonged to the Potter family. Meanwhile, with the Magitech company, I might have gotten a little carried away and monopolized much of the international market, and now I'm flooded with work. So I had to convince all the Flamel siblings to help manage it. After all, they make money with the company's existence, so they should do something. Harry quickly declined because he wants to be an Auror. Meanwhile, Wanda is not at all reliable, so I threw her out of the conversation while she complained. And Loki said he would only work if he were the president of the company, so we gave him a beating. Then Tony and Natasha will help me. Of course, we hired some really good people. For example, Andromeda and Ted Tonks, Sirius' sister and brother-in-law, whom he reunited with after a long time. The funniest part was when Tony found out the name I used to start the company, Tony Stark. And he kept complaining about identity theft and all that, but he calmed down when I told him I used Steve's name for the Eldritch Magic books. Back to Sirius, who even regained his seat in the Wizengamot by kicking Malfoy out, who had been using it as if it belonged to him. It is clear that it is a pure-blood family, but the Malfoy family is relatively new compared to the Black family and even the Potter family, so they needed a lot of money to regain a seat for their family. And by the way, Malfoy, as you can see, I'm better than ever, Sirius said, showing himself surrounded by friends with happiness. The way he spoke to Malfoy, without showing contempt or any trace of annoyance, was because he now knew how to fight, not just with his wand, but also with politics. When he returned, he was dragged into the Black Castle by his grandfather, Arcturus Black, who had retired long ago. He trained him in the art of politics and business management. Arcturus Black was supposed to have died by 1991, but honestly, it's no surprise, considering some elderly people who should have died long ago but are still in contact with my grandparents. Obviously, it's our existence that changed that. Arcturus Black also had Harry go through something called pure blood rehabilitation by the Ministry of Magic, through which we discovered that the Evans family, Harry's mother's family, has magical roots. And with a little help from me, it was highlighted that Harry's blood was considered purer than many other families. According to the elder Arcturus, that would help with the Ministry's attempt to control Harry. And although he had two powerful families protecting him, technically, only the Black family was considered of English purity. After all, the Flamel family had its roots in France. By the way, Wanda also wanted to take the test and forced us all to do it, causing the ineffable official to kneel before us and say that we were the gods of magic incarnate. Luckily, they have a silence contract. Now, Harry, considered a pureblood, had the hidden benefits of being one. Something that the Weasley family counts on, even if they were considered traitors. After all, even if they want to deny it, the Weasley family is a pure-blood family, and that helped a lot in preventing many families that wanted to destroy them from doing so. For example, the Malfoys, who had a deep hatred for them. They would have done it a long time ago, or at least made Arthur's life miserable by taking away any job he could get. And when they found out that the Weasleys used to associate with the Black and Flamel families, the purebloods went crazy with jealousy and hatred. Obviously, they didn't show it in front of us because they feared we would attack their economy and they would lose everything, like others who couldn't keep quiet. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Malfoy simply made an annoying sound and took his son away to get away from us. You're already acting like a pureblood, I mocked as Sirius made a disgusted gesture. It's true, Sirius, you seem like a different person, Harry said, joining in while laughing. Try staying yourself when you have the old man drilling your head every day. Maybe they brainwashed me, Sirius said, complaining. I feel like it's not the same anymore. Maybe you already had a problem with your brain from the start, Natasha said, casually walking past Sirius with a smile as she searched for her seat. You, Sirius said, half furious, but when Natasha turned around, he swallowed his words. Cough. Let's sit down before more annoying flies show up, he said, turning to look at us as if nothing had happened. Everyone, seeing that, held back their laughter, except for the twins, who started mocking Sirius. Later, Fudge arrived with the Irish minister, while Malfoy quickly approached with a sycophantic smile. It seemed like he still wanted to cling to the minister. After all, when the Malfoy family had all its power, they supported him to settle his dirty dealings with the ministry. But now that Fudge realized that Malfoy was no longer as useful as before, especially since he had some sort of bad relationship with Sirius Black, he began to distance himself. After all, he didn't want one of the oldest families to be against him. Though Sirius had already been against him for a long time, he learned to hide it well thanks to his grandfather's training. Although Sirius doesn't like under-the-table dealings, he knew that if he wanted to have power in the English magical world, he had to endure it. So, he accepted Fudge's approach, as it was very helpful in reclaiming the power of the Black family. Above all, Fudge was delighted because now he had a connection with one of the three parts that form the alliance that basically controls most of the English market. So, he welcomed Black and introduced him to the Irish minister. Something worth mentioning is that Fudge seemed to not understand the Irish minister, so Sirius, who knew Irish, helped a little, earning the appreciation of both Fudge and the Irish minister, and the deep hatred of Malfoy, who simply went to sit not too far away, glaring at our side. After speaking with the ministers for a while, Sirius returned to sit with us, wearing a proud and somewhat smug smile. It seems like speaking another language makes you feel quite important, doesn't it? Natasha said, speaking in perfect Irish. Although I think the word perfection is not one I would use to describe your Irish. You defended yourself, I said, also speaking in perfect Irish. Hey, don't bother the guy who made an effort to learn another language. Even if he did it a little wrong, Tony said, joining in the collective teasing while speaking Irish. What are you all talking about? Why are we all speaking Irish? I prefer Russian or German, Wanda said, arriving half out of breath because she had run to buy some snacks. Of course, she spoke in fluent Irish. All right, I get it. Everyone speaks Irish better than me, said Sirius, annoyed by our collective bullying. I can speak 7 languages, Wanda said, still not understanding what was going on. 8, if you count one that doesn't exist in this world. I can speak 10 languages, Natasha said with a smile. Oh, I thought I knew more, but I only speak 6 languages, Tony said, seeming to compete. I can speak 10 mortal languages. And one that could drive a normal person insane. Looks like you're less than me, Loki said, boasting to Tony. Meanwhile, the rest of us just let him be. After all, we were used to it. 27 languages. But I can understand all of them with just one listen, I said, as everyone was surprised for a second, but then they realized who I was and said annoying words. Show off, Tony said. Conceited, Natasha said. Egotistical, added Harry, taking the chance to tease. Vain mortal, Loki said. Pathological narcissist and bald, Wanda added, laughing. After listening to my dear siblings, I had to start a death battle for my ego, which caused Amelia and several Aurors to intervene to stop us before we started using magic and ended up destroying the entire stadium. While the twins shouted about opening bets, Molly Weasley stopped them. And so, at last, the show we came to see began. Chapter 87, Match and Mayhem. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Match and Mayhem. Let's welcome the cheerleaders from Bulgaria, the Fire Velas, shouted Ludo excitedly, who was acting as the commentator for the match. With his announcement, a group of stunning Velas entered the stadium, dancing gracefully and attracting the attention of all the men and several women in the crowd. Whoa, everyone cheered, as some seemed ready to jump out of their seats and run toward the Velas. For example, Ron, who had to be held back by his mother. Harry, on the other hand, showed quite a bit of excitement, but not as much chaos as Ron. After all, he lived with people just as dangerous as the Velas, so he was used to it. Quite the opposite of his godfather Sirius, who was held back by Arthur and the twins to prevent him from throwing himself headfirst onto the field. Meanwhile, I sensed a dangerous presence beside me, so I began counting stars. After all, they looked quite beautiful tonight. I think I just saw the Big Dipper, I said, while continuing to count the stars. How nice, said the smiling blonde beside me, staring at me intently. Another person who wasn't having as much fun as I was Wanda. At first, she got carried away by the atmosphere and was reprimanded by Daphne. Now, she was counting stars with me. No, silly, that's the Little Dipper, Wanda said, pointing to a star slightly higher. That bigger one is the Big Dipper. While we argued about stars under the dangerous gaze of 2 women, the Velas' opening act ended, and we were able to look back at the pitch. Just in time to see the men embarrassed, trying to regain their pride or begging for forgiveness from their female companions, who only gave them looks of disgust. How easy it is to lose the respect you earned by acting wise just minutes ago, Natasha said bluntly, not looking at anyone in particular. But the one who felt it like a punch was the embarrassed Sirius. Ugh, well, spending 12 years in prison may have affected me a bit, Sirius tried to defend himself. However, Arthur immediately fell silent under Molly's angry gaze, who was also upset, as he couldn't stop stealing glances at the Velas. How embarrassing, Ron muttered, scratching his head nervously. And you, Harry, why didn't it affect you as much? He asked, looking at his friend, who simply laughed at him. Well, after all, he lives in that place, right, George? Fred said, looking at his brother. True, Fred. If the boss or the dwarves showed their true appearance all day, Harry would probably even question his own sexuality, George added, teasing. Stop saying nonsense, Molly quickly intervened, helping Harry, although deep down, she seemed to agree with the twins. Ludo started presenting Ireland's mascots. Let's welcome the leprechauns. With his shout, a bunch of small creatures riding brooms began throwing gold as they flew over us. This caused even more chaos than the Velas had with their dancing. People were throwing themselves at the money falling from the sky. The Weasley twins went crazy, trying to gather as much as possible from the ground, but I grabbed them by the neck before they could take off running. It's fake gold, idiots. It disappears after a while, I said, breaking their enthusiasm. By the way, Ron, who had saved several coins, was also disappointed and sat back down next to Harry and Hermione. After that, the match finally began, and with it, the chaos of the crowd. Ireland started scoring points like crazy, leaving Bulgaria without a chance to catch their breath. Even the mascots of both teams began to fight in a corner. The Velas, in their anger, took on a rather terrifying appearance, their necks stretched, and they resembled harpies, screaming with a shrill, destructive voice as they attacked the leprechauns. These responded by throwing fireballs. A referee had to intervene to stop the chaos. You're wondering if I also change into that form when I get angry, aren't you? Fleur said with a smile, realizing I was watching her. Ha, of course not. I've seen you angry, I replied calmly with a smile. And you look more terrifying, I thought to myself. Why do I feel like you're thinking something rude? She retorted, somewhat annoyed, while pinching my arm. Meanwhile, the match continued, with Bulgaria being crushed by the score difference. At one point, Victor Krum seemed to spot the golden snitch and started flying toward it with all his skill. Ireland's seeker, although surprised, didn't let himself be intimidated and followed him. However, even if Crumb caught the snitch, Bulgaria would still lose due to the significant point difference. Nevertheless, Crumb quickly captured the golden snitch, ignoring the consequences for his team. This caused his teammates to get furious, and even Bulgaria's fans insulted him for a while. Victor Crumb just caught the golden snitch, shouted Ludo with excitement. And with that, the match is over? Although the Bulgarian seeker caught the snitch, Ireland won by a difference of 170 points. The Irish fans lost control with joy, shouting and celebrating enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins were dancing with joy for winning their bet. We won! We won! They shouted, hugging each other excitedly. Remember the fake coins when you get your money back, I warned them as they ran off to find Ludo. Yes, they answered, completely ignoring Molly's shouts from behind. Those kids! Molly murmured in anger. Don't worry, dear, they'll be back soon, Arthur said with a smile, trying to calm her down. In the meantime, let's go to the tents and get something to eat, Sirius suggested with a grin. We all followed him, chatting excitedly on the way. When we arrived, we began setting everything up to make a campfire and cook in the Muggle style, since Arthur insisted so much. Meanwhile, Loki and Tony were kidnapped again by Artoria and Gabrielle, who wanted to play a magical game called Gobstones. We have to admit that, although those two can be annoying in many ways, they never disrespect the girls, which deserves recognition. In Tony's case, it's understandable since he had a daughter before he died. But Loki, maybe it's the good manners his mother taught him, even though his life got a little messed up in the end. Whatever Loki is before us now, both of them gave their lives for their loved ones. As everyone gathered around the campfire, Molly took control of the meat, kicking out Arthur and Sirius, who wanted to keep adding strange spices. I took that moment to pull them aside. Sirius, Arthur, do you have a moment? I asked, as they followed me to a corner of the tent. What's up, kid? Sirius said, intrigued. There may be a Death Eater attack later. It's best if you stay alert, I said directly, without beating around the bush. Are you sure? Sirius asked, becoming serious immediately. Do the Aurors know about this? Arthur asked, just as worried. Yes. That's why Amelia is in charge of security and not Ludo, as it was supposed to be, I replied softly. What's the plan? We need to put Harry in a safe place, said Sirius, clearly nervous about the implication of a Death Eater attack with Harry present. We should send all the kids to a safe place, added Arthur, sharing his concern. Wait, don't worry. Misty will be there to make sure no one gets hurt, I said, trying to calm them down. Misty, your house elf? Asked Sirius, recalling the times Misty had moved Harry from one place to another. Yes, she's more powerful than any known elf or wizard. They'll be safe, I reassured them confidently. Although both seemed skeptical, they trusted me, so they agreed. In the meantime, don't let the others separate. And notify some nearby families, I added, giving them instructions. By the way, make sure Barty Crouch doesn't find out. Crouch? Why? Arthur asked, confused. The attack has something to do with him, I said without going into further details. Tisk. I knew that guy wasn't trustworthy, muttered Sirius, irritated, remembering his own experience with Crouch. As we returned to the others to enjoy the food and fun, time passed quickly. Sirius and Arthur mentioned they would step out for a moment to greet some acquaintances, assuring us they'd be back soon. They didn't want to worry anyone, so they asked everyone to stay inside the tent, claiming there were too many drunk people outside. No one suspected anything, and they continued with the games and conversations inside the Weasleys' tent. Did you bring your weapons? I asked my companions as we played cards a little apart from the group. After all, we were in a game of explosive snap, and the others preferred to stay away to avoid the explosions. I don't need weapons, Wanda replied, focused on the cards. I'm always ready, human, Loki said with a sarcastic tone, though he was surprisingly concentrated on the game. I could create part of my armor combined with magic, thanks to the old man Nicholas, Tony commented, tossing his card deck aside, triggering an explosion that caught everyone's attention. You lost? Ha ha ha, Wanda said with a victorious smile. I've got a few modified weapons, but maybe my wand will be enough, Natasha added, leaving her deck on the table, having already won the game. That's good. Remember to use the protection amulets, they might save you from a deadly curse or two, I said with a smile as I finished my deck too. Alright, guys, it's time to sleep. Molly interrupted, stopping everyone's game. Remember, boys with the boys and girls with the girls. We dispersed to sleep, but outside, the atmosphere began to feel strange. Although people were still having fun, a sense of unease filled the air. Suddenly, a scream shattered the calm. I looked up to the sky and saw it, the dark mark, shining like a terrifying threat. The crowd lost control, and the screams multiplied as hooded and masked figures began falling from various points of the camp like black mist from the sky, casting spells and causing chaos as they passed. Everyone on guard, don't separate. Misty, keep an eye on them, I ordered, as the house elf materialized and took a defensive stance near the others. Amelia, how's everything going over there? I asked, using a magical communicator, different from the typical magic phones. On the other end, Amelia responded urgently, there are too many. I've already requested reinforcements from the ministry. In her position, a team of Aurors was fighting fiercely against several Death Eaters, managing to take down 4 who had set a tent on fire. But the situation wasn't promising, the enemy forces were numerous, and the attacks kept coming, especially in the noble section, where anyone could be a traitor at this point. In another section, Arthur and Sirius were guiding several families toward the nearby forest, helping protect those they could. Although Misty offered to teleport them, both men refused, preferring to help directly. The Weasley twins, meanwhile, managed to chain up a couple of Death Eaters with improvised spells, showing how much they had learned during their daily training. Meanwhile, our group managed to establish a safe zone surrounded by magical protections so the wounded and families could take refuge. Each of the adults kept watch over a strategic point, but at a critical moment, we realized Harry wasn't with us. Alarmed, Sirius and Arthur quickly went in search of him. Natasha and I decided to join them, leaving the rest of the group in charge of protecting the safe zone. On the way, we encountered several Death Eaters. One of them nearly managed to injure Sirius, but Natasha saved him with a well-placed kick, deflecting the spell. Thanks, murmured Sirius, a bit embarrassed as he got up, holding his side. Anytime, but I think you should work out more, Natasha replied with a smile. I was in prison for 12 years, obviously lost my physical condition, Sirius shot back, a bit defensive. But Natasha didn't listen and continued walking. Finally, we reached the burning tents and saw Harry surrounded by a group of familiar men pointing their wands at him. Surprisingly, Harry didn't seem scared but alert, evaluating the situation. Wait, I want to see what Harry does, I said to the others, stopping them when they tried to intervene. After all, we were close in case anything happened. One of the men cast a spell to stun Harry, but he dodged it with agility, summoning a glowing sword. Without hesitation, he charged toward his attacker. The other Death Eaters, surprised by Harry's speed, tried to cast more spells, but he dodged them with precise movements. He even managed to cut through some of the spells with his sword before jumping toward the first attacker and knocking him out with a kick to the chin. The others tried to raise their wands again, but Harry outpaced them, using a magical chain to immobilize the farthest one and creating chaos in their ranks. With a series of expertly executed punches and moves, he left them all unconscious. The last man standing, seeing the scene and recognizing the attacker, raised his hands in desperation. Harry Potter, it's me, Amos Diggory. We met before, he said quickly, introducing himself with a trembling voice. Diggory. Upon hearing the name, Harry lowered his guard and recognized Amos, as well as some of the unconscious men. That was amazing, Harry. You've got to teach me how to fight like that, Sirius exclaimed, walking over with a jovial smile. Chapter 88, The Last One Missing. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. The Last One Missing. After Stephen and the others arrived, he kicked the ones lying on the ground to wake them up. What's going on? Asked Barty Crouch, wincing from the pain as he woke up. At that moment, the battle had ended, and several Aurors quickly approached Stephen. Sir, we captured 30 Death Eaters who initiated the attack, and 20 more who came out of the noble section, reported one Auror in a low voice. All right. Stay close, you may need to catch an accomplice, Stephen responded while watching Crouch wake up. Meanwhile, Amos and those who woke up first were embarrassed, looking at Harry, who was talking to Sirius. Harry, where did you learn to fight like that? Asked his godfather excitedly. Stephen taught me how to fight, but Natasha showed me people's weak spots, Harry answered calmly, now knowing he was safe. Why? Do you want to learn? I'm better at pointing out pain points while demonstrating them, Natasha chimed in with a smile. Sirius quickly rejected the offer with an uncomfortable gesture. Meanwhile, the others who were protecting people in the forest approached when they saw there was no more danger. They seemed worried about Harry, but seeing him unharmed and hearing how he had easily defeated Crouch and his group, they began to praise him. Even Amelia arrived with more Aurors. At that moment, an Auror sent by Stephen returned with a house elf holding a wand in its hands. Instructor, I found this elf with a wand, he said, placing the elf on the ground and handing the wand to Stephen, who passed it to Amelia to handle the situation. Winky, said Barty Crouch, looking around as if searching for something. That's my wand, Harry said, surprised to see the wand in Amelia's hands. Why does the house elf have it? Amelia asked, looking at Harry intently. Then, she turned her gaze to Crouch. Do you know this elf, Mr. Crouch? Yes, it's my family's servant, Crouch replied brusquely as he cast a spell to wake the elf. When Winky woke up, confused, Crouch spoke angrily. Winky, bad elf? What did you do? Winky didn't do anything, no, she replied, trembling with fear. Priori incantatum, Amelia said, causing the wand to reveal the last spell cast with it. Voldemort's mark appeared in the air, causing expressions of surprise and horror among those present. You failed in your duty, Winky. You're a useless house elf. Crouch shouted with hatred, throwing a piece of clothing at her. No, Winky doesn't want to be free, no. Not the clothing, no, the elf cried through her tears. It seems she'll have to be interrogated, said Amos, stepping forward to grab her. No, Master, don't leave Winky. Winky isn't a bad elf. The creature sobbed. Hermione watched the scene sadly, unable to understand how a being could be treated so badly without even defending itself. But Wanda, with a subtle gesture, signaled to her that everything would be fine as she pointed to Stephen. Stephen watched Crouch with irritation. He knew how important it was to protect house elves, something he constantly showed with Misty and even through his jokes with Dobby. He wasn't going to let an innocent elf be harmed. Crouch, nervous, tried to leave the area quickly, but Stephen gave a clear order. Capture him. The Aurors quickly conjured chains of light, trapping Crouch instantly. What are you doing? Crouch protested furiously. What's the rush, Mr. Crouch? A family visit, perhaps, Stephen said with a smile. Then, he added in a biting tone, by the way, blaming someone found unconscious next to the wand, without checking the footprints, is pretty sad for a ministry employee. Crouch turned pale upon hearing those words. Stephen continued. Harry, what did I tell you to do in these cases? Say what I saw, even if it sounds crazy. Because family will always believe you, Harry responded, somewhat embarrassed. After a brief pause, he continued. I saw the one who cast the mark in the sky. Harry's statement shocked everyone. Was it her? Amelia asked, pointing at Winky. No, it was a young man who made a gesture like a snake, Harry explained, recalling the details. Stephen extracted Harry's memory with a spell, showing the image of the man in the air. Amelia and Amos immediately recognized the individual. He's not supposed to be dead, Amelia murmured, her face serious. It seems Crouch's last visit to his son was interesting, Stephen remarked with a sarcastic smile. Amelia ordered the remains of Barty Crouch Jr. to be examined while the Aurors escorted the detained father. The rest of the wizards took care of helping the injured and searching for survivors among the burned tents. Stephen signaled Wanda to clean the dark mark from the sky. Instead, Wanda created a huge figure with the 4 Hogwarts animals destroying Voldemort's mark. How dramatic, Stephen commented as those present cheered excitedly. After all, most of them were former students of Hogwarts. After saying goodbye to Sirius, the Weasley family, the Greengrass sisters, and the Delacour sisters, all the Flamels were sprawled on the sofas in the dining room while Misty prepared tea for them. So, what's the deal with the magical version of the KKK? Tony asked, already accustomed to drinking tea while devouring a cookie. Enemies of Harry. A group of fools, Stephen replied calmly. Did you even read the history of this world? Wanda inquired, looking at him as if he were an idiot. No. Is that necessary? Tony replied nonchalantly. He'll probably learn about it at Hogwarts, Natasha said with a smile. Harry, Wanda, and Stephen grimaced upon hearing that, recalling the transparent defense against the dark arts professor. Why don't you just defeat them all at once, wizard? Loki asked, joining the conversation. I already said. They're enemies of Harry. If Harry needs help, he can ask for it, Stephen responded casually, which surprised Harry. Can you defeat them all? Harry asked, confused. Why don't you just do it? Stephen looked at him for a few seconds before responding. The headmaster, the grandparents, the elders of some hidden families, Grindelwald. Even the International Confederation of Wizards has an elder who could show up here and destroy pure-blood families as if they were just simple cabbages, Stephen explained, pausing. Do you know why they don't do it? Harry shook his head, trying to process what he had heard. Balance, Tony replied calmly, cutting the silence. That's why neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort got directly involved in the battlefield, Stephen continued. Voldemort knew that openly facing Dumbledore could trigger something worse. If either of them took too much initiative, other elders could intervene. Basically, it's like the weak fight the weak, and the strong fight the strong, Wanda added, reclining on the couch. The only thing the magical world's elders worry about is keeping magic from being discovered by muggles, Stephen explained. Because that would cause a war. Even Voldemort, completely insane, avoided involving himself directly with the muggle world. By the way, everyone I mentioned is on a watch list. That's why the grandparents prefer staying locked up at home, Stephen pointed out, gesturing toward Wanda and Natasha. Those two and I are probably on the list as well. I'm sure of it. So, the only ones who can act a little recklessly are you three, youngsters, he said with a smile. Are you indirectly calling us weak? Tony grumbled, irritated. Tisk, Loki frowned, though he didn't say anything. Me too, Natasha asked, somewhat confused. Do you really think the destruction of such a powerful family wouldn't be questioned? I'm sure that even if they have no proof, they'll be keeping an eye on you, Stephen explained. Remember that wizards don't think like muggles. They have other, more magical ways of understanding things. After all, houses protected with magic don't catch fire easily. After all, you have to kill the owner to burn the house, Wanda added with a mocking smile toward Natasha. What a spy. She didn't finish the sentence as a pillow hit her square in the face. So, Harry, unless we have an excuse to destroy half of the magical world in England, we can only help you behind the scenes, Stephen said with a smile. But wasn't Voldemort considered one of the strong ones? Harry asked. Not anymore, since he was killed by a 1-year-old, Stephen replied calmly. Is that why all the training? Harry asked again. No, that's because it bothers me to see someone so weak in my family, Stephen said with a mocking smile. Even without the training, according to the prophecy, you had a chance to win. And speaking of prophecies, I just remembered something. I'll be right back, he said, and ran off. As Stephen left, Harry was left pensive and a bit down. Scared of the future, kid? Tony asked, looking at Harry, who seemed dejected. No, it's just. Harry couldn't find the words to describe his feeling. Do you feel too weak to face Voldemort? Wanda asked this time. Well, after all, I don't have the same level of magic as you guys, Harry said, explaining his sense of weakness. Although Stephen's training had made him physically stronger, if it came to fighting with pure magic, he would be defeated from exhaustion. Well, wizards in this world gain more mana as they grow, Natasha explained to reassure the young man. But what if Voldemort doesn't give me time to grow? Harry asked again, uncertain. After all, he had always felt secure because he thought Stephen and Wanda were protecting him. Maybe that's why he stopped thinking about Voldemort, but now he realized that Voldemort was his enemy, not his siblings. And he started to feel a bit afraid. I have an idea, Wanda said with a smile, as she pushed the furniture aside to leave everyone in an empty center. What are you planning? Tony asked. There's a spell from the Dark Ho, ancient times. It's said that the witches of Salem used it to unite a new member to their coven, making the whole group share the same blood, Wanda explained as she began drawing magical symbols on the ground. Hey, you're not going to summon some kind of demon or anything, right? Tony asked quickly, looking at the ground and stepping back a few paces. Loki, for his part, also stared at what Wanda was doing, with a sour expression. No, as long as we do it just once, it should be fine. That way, Harry will share our blood, Wanda explained, somewhat avoiding the question. That way, he'll also be our blood brother, she said with a smile while the others looked at her skeptically. Wouldn't it be better to wait and see what Stephen says? Harry asked, a little scared. Don't worry. Stephen's doing another spell upstairs, they won't feel it. So, he can't complain, Wanda said with a smile and then pointed out where everyone should stand. Meanwhile, Stephen, who had also drawn a giant symbol on the floor of his room, but one different from Wanda's, said, Misty, the blood. Misty approached with a vial containing a drop of a milky white liquid, the last drop of divine blood that exists in this world. I wonder which dimensional god it belonged to, Stephen said, eyeing the drop in the vial. It exuded an enormous amount of magic. The spell Stephen was about to use required the blood of a dimensional god, but obviously, there were no such gods in this world. So, he had searched for something similar and found this drop, which had passed through many hands for thousands of years and ended up in a museum in Egypt. It was said to belong to an Egyptian god, but after investigating, he hadn't found the true owner. With this, I'll say goodbye to the prophecies. A silly way to use it, but it's better that this blood disappears before someone discovers how to use it properly, Stephen said, knowing it would be very dangerous if a dark wizard found out another spell could be used with this vial. So, he chose a simpler spell he knew, to destroy the prophecies that currently existed in the world. He then threw the drop in the center of the room, which glowed and then disappeared, leaving everything clean, without a trace. Meanwhile, at the ministry, in the place where all the prophecies were stored, one by one, they began to explode and shatter into 1,000 pieces, frightening the caretakers who were passing through. Back to Stephen, he started to leave his room with a smile until he reached the stairs, where he saw his siblings doing something strange. He quickly descended to get a better look and saw Harry in the center, surrounded by the others, who were staring at him. Stephen didn't recognize what they were doing, but quickly analyzed everything. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized what was going on. A blood union? Idiots, what are you doing? He shouted and quickly rushed to stop the ritual, but just as he stepped on one of the symbols on the floor, it activated. Stephen froze, unable to move, just like the others. This won't work in this dimension? Wanda, stop it. Stephen shouted, unable to take another step or use magic. I didn't activate it. Wanda shouted, confused, as the others began to get nervous. Then Stephen saw how the circles in the sky began to shift. It was as if they were adjusting for this world. What? Wanda screamed, seeing the same thing Stephen did. Suddenly, a light came from the chest of each of the Flamel siblings, which then directed toward Harry, who was in the center. Everyone was shocked to see how Harry's hair and eyes started to glow. Harry's hair, just like Tony and Loki's, became so dark it seemed to swallow the light itself, with stars softly appearing in it. His eyes, unlike the others, remained green like his mother's, but they began to shine with a bluish light, similar to the others' eyes, creating a beautiful blend of green and blue. His facial features remained the same, but they were more defined, as if his genetics had been enhanced to make his more attractive parts more visible. As this was happening, Harry seemed to be in a trance, and suddenly, he said some words. The world accepts him as its child, just like the others. Evil approaches, devouring all in its path. The last force of the world. Be careful, my children, Harry said in a trance, or someone was using Harry to communicate, while looking sadly at everyone present. After saying those words, Harry slowly collapsed to the ground, and the magical circle on the floor disappeared as if it had never existed. Even those present couldn't recall its exact shape in detail. What happened? Tony asked, confused. Sigh. It seems Harry was the last sibling missing, Stephen said, realizing the implications of Harry's words. It seems we didn't appear in this world by coincidence, Loki said, annoyed. Was that a prophecy? Natasha asked, making sure Harry was okay. Meanwhile, at the ministry, in the prophecy section, all the crystal balls had exploded, except for one that was shining brightly, golden in color. Chapter 89, Shadows of Darkness and Prison Break. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Shadows of Darkness and Prison Break. In a dark cave with no light, where anyone inside would feel their blood freeze and fear gnaw at their consciousness. Where light doesn't reach, or shouldn't leave a trace of it, but there it was, in the center of the shadows that seemed to move, trying to get closer to that light. What could be seen was a man, or the remains of one, chained in the center of the cave. But the chains were different from any material known. They glowed with such a white light that they seemed sacred. There were so many chains binding the man that the only visible part of him was his head, his face, filled with scars that seemed to move with every gesture. Even when he stood still, those scars moved like worms all over his head. The chained man looked into the darkness as if it were his most beloved being, one that, just a few meters away, he could not touch. With so much longing and, at the same time, madness. But something distracted him for a second, making him try to turn his head, although the chains, sensing the movement, tightened even more, preventing him from moving. Did you bring others? Ha 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 ha, the man said, starting to laugh maniacally and mockingly. Did you notice? Ha 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 ha, he added, looking towards one of the corners of the chains, where the darkness seemed to be slowly devouring the material, leaving just a small piece of metal barely holding the chains together. How many more will you bring to die? Ha 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 ha, the hearts of your children are just food for me, he yelled, laughing non-stop, while the chains, in an attempt to stop every movement of the man, continued to tighten. But it was clear that with each passing second, each hour, each day, they grew weaker. After so many years being eaten away by darkness, those chains were no longer what they used to be. Perhaps they could hold for months, or maybe days, it was uncertain. But they still served their last function until they were shattered. Meanwhile, the man continued to laugh insanely, though no one answered him. Meanwhile, at the Flamel house, unaware of what was happening in that cave, Harry, who had been lying on the floor, started to wake up, while the others looked at each other with complicated expressions due to the prophecy they had just heard. Did it work? Harry asked, opening his eyes and looking at his brothers. Stephen glanced at him for a second, but he knew he couldn't tell his brother that becoming his blood brother had been the worst thing he could have done. After all, even though Harry no longer had as many insecurities thanks to the care of their grandparents, Stephen knew that Harry longed to share his blood with a family with all his heart, even if it meant losing part of the connection he had left with his parents. Sigh. Though it was very dangerous and foolish, yes, Harry, it worked. Now no one can say you're not our brother, Stephen said after a sigh, while showing him a mirror so he could see his changed appearance. As Harry looked at himself in the mirror, the first thing he saw was his eyes, which were still the same as his mother's, but now with a bluish glow that stood out. However, what mattered most to Harry was that he was still connected to his mother, which made him incredibly happy. We're going to have to camouflage Harry too, Stephen said, observing his brother, happy to see his eyes and hair. Wanda, Stephen called, as Wanda, who had been hiding to avoid being scolded, jumped up in fright and looked at him like a scared rabbit. Sigh. Harry's going to have to get used to his excessive magic, so you'll help him practice until we go back to Hogwarts, Stephen said, looking at his sister. He was already used to her craziness, so he let it slide. Anyway, it's not like he could do anything. After all, it was a prophecy that Harry would become his brother. By the way, he remembered the old man who made the prophecy and became annoyed again. Do we tell him about the new prophecy? Natasha asked softly. Later. First, we need to see how the first prophecy was affected, Stephen replied. After all, he knew that although he had managed to cast the spell that undid the world's prophecies, it was obvious that a prophecy made by the world itself was impossible to destroy. That's why he was sure that Harry's prophecy had been protected by this other prophecy. I still think believing in prophecies is pretty stupid. Remember the Mayan calendar, Tony said, sitting back down after Wanda moved the furniture into place. What prophecy? Harry asked, having heard Tony. Yours. The one where a child will defeat the Dark Lord. First of all, if the Dark Lord idiot had ignored the prophecy, he'd still be alive, Tony said with a laugh. Well, the magical world here is pretty bizarre, to be honest, Wanda said. Well, we better rest. Tomorrow we have a lot to explain to the grandparents, Natasha said as she started heading upstairs. Right, Wanda said, touching her head, wondering if she'd be punished for using such dangerous magic. As everyone was about to obey, Stephen's cell phone started ringing with an alert signal. This signal was designed for emergencies in the Auror office. What happened? Stephen asked directly as he answered his phone. What? How? Tisk, fine, I'll be there, he said before quickly hanging up. What happened? Tony asked, seeing Stephen so serious. Peter Pettigrew escaped from Azkaban and took several Death Eaters with him, Stephen replied, annoyed, while grabbing his cloak, which had transformed into a trench coat. What? Harry exclaimed, both surprised and angry. How? He immediately asked. An Auror was controlled by the Imperious Curse. Stay at home, I'll investigate, Stephen said quickly. And Harry, go with Loki to learn Technomancy. Losing control of your emotions isn't good when you have so much magic, he added as things in the room started to float. He then left quickly, calling Misty to transport him faster. All right, go to sleep. When Stephen comes back, he'll explain what happened, Natasha, who had been on the stairs but stopped upon hearing the problem, said. Acting as the oldest at that moment, she sent everyone to their rooms. After all, it had been a long day, and for now, they couldn't do anything to help. Meanwhile, Stephen quickly arrived at the ministry thanks to Misty. He walked briskly toward Amelia's office. Although Stephen was only an instructor for Aurors and had no obligation to attend the meeting, no one would stop him from being present. After all, even as an instructor, he had contributed many strategies for relocation, protection, and assistance. Sometimes he acted as an external consultant, greatly aiding Amelia with her work. "Hello, instructor," some of the Aurors present greeted, while Amelia simply nodded seriously at Stephen. Stephen stood at the front to listen to what had happened. Then, Amelia began speaking. Half an hour ago, the captive Peter Pettigrew, who was supposed to receive the Dementor's kiss, escaped. With him, 5 high-level Death Eaters escaped: Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Alecto Caro, and her brother Amicus Caro, Amelia explained, showing images of everyone on a whiteboard. The Auror who was controlled to release these Death Eaters was found brutally murdered in a boat on the shores of Azkaban. The prime suspect is none other than Barty Crouch Jr., who, along with other fugitives, participated in the torture of the Longbottoms. Amelia continued seriously as the Aurors exchanged surprised and scared glances. "How do you know he was controlled?" "Maybe he was a spy working for them for a long time," one Auror from the back asked. "Unlikely. This Auror saw his family massacred by Rodolphus Lestrange 15 years ago. According to the marks at the scene, it seemed that at some point, he regained control and attacked the fugitives, only to be killed," explained one of the Aurors in charge of investigating the crime scene. "Sigh. Another escape from the so-called safest prison in the world," Stephen said, shaking his head. "Especially now, with magical technology, security cameras had been installed at Azkaban. The Dementors, although they had doubled in number, were fewer in quantity than before." This reminded Stephen of their existence. "And the Dementors, who are supposed to protect the place?" Stephen quickly asked. Amelia, hearing that, grew even more serious before responding. "For some reason, the Dementors disappeared from Azkaban an hour ago and haven't reappeared nearby. It's as if they never existed. They're not the only ones. Many dark creatures also disappeared from their monitored locations," Amelia explained, frustrated, as if everything had happened at once. "All the dark creatures under surveillance disappeared?" Stephen asked, surprised. "We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to deal with the fugitives," Amelia said, prioritizing the capture of the Death Eaters. "With the Dementors gone, the Aurors will have to take charge of monitoring all points, even aerial ones. In the meantime, send out the search posters and notify the Muggle Minister," Amelia quickly ordered. Suddenly, a noise outside the office caught everyone's attention. Entering with a retinue, Minister Fudge appeared, looking at everyone with pride and arrogance. "Director Amelia, sorry to interrupt the meeting, but I have something to say," Fudge announced, walking toward Amelia's desk. "Minister, what's going on?" "We're busy," Amelia said quickly, her voice annoyed, but Fudge ignored her tone. "Then I'll be direct. Do not issue search posters for the convicts," the minister said seriously, while everyone looked at him surprised. "What do you mean, Minister?" Amelia asked, confused. "With Crouch Sr.'s imprisonment, if it's also discovered that his son freed highly dangerous prisoners, people will start doubting the ministry. Therefore, it will be safer if the search for the fugitives is conducted confidentially," the minister quickly explained, as if he were thinking about the greater good. But, obviously, he was just protecting his reputation. During his tenure, there had already been quite a few dark events that could tarnish his name. "He's crazy? If we don't warn the citizens and they find the fugitives by accident, they'll be in grave danger," Amelia responded, furious, looking at Fudge in disbelief at how he could propose such a thing. "It's an order, Director. Remember your position," Fudge said angrily, using the authority of his rank. Then, under the angry gazes of several Aurors, he walked toward the exit. "Don't worry, the Ministry will use all its resources to help the Aurors capture the fugitives," he said with an air of self-sufficiency, leaving with his entourage. All the Aurors remained silent, looking at Amelia, who was about to explode. "Damn useless fat man," she exclaimed, slamming her desk in anger. "Any ideas, Stephen?" Amelia asked, looking to him for a final solution. Stephen smiled before replying, "You have a lot of faith in me." But seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, he added, "Well, I have an idea. Do you remember a few years ago when I suggested restructuring a bounty hunter organization?" Stephen said as he sat in the chair in front of the desk. "Yes. Although some looked at you like you were crazy. After all, bounty hunters don't follow orders from anyone and only work for money," Amelia recalled, thinking back to that meeting where Stephen had proposed taking charge of it. "Well, now there are 27 bounty hunter guilds, thanks to that restructuring," Stephen explained as he pulled out some papers and placed them in front of Amelia. "Guilds?" she asked, confused. "Yes. With a little money, I sponsored some good leaders to create guilds where first-hand information would be shared and hunting groups would be formed. This encouraged others to create their own guilds." "You're welcome," Stephen said with a smile. "And what does that have to do with all this?" Amelia asked, still not fully understanding. "Out of the 27 guilds, 10 are working under the sponsorship of the Flamel family, and their instructor is standing right in front of you," Stephen said with a smile. "These guilds are not under the strict control of the Auror office. We can send the search posters to them, obviously in secret, and they'll be excellent manpower," he explained. "Sigh. Well, although 10 guilds sound few, any help is necessary, Amelia said, accepting the proposal. Seems like you're wrong about something, Amelia. The guilds sponsored by my family will never be small. Each guild has at least 200 affiliated wizards, Stephen explained, surprising all the Aurors. After all, they are international guilds, many of them come from other countries, he clarified, explaining why there were so many wizards in those guilds. There are even more than the Aurors, commented a veteran Auror. All right. Although I don't like those types, finding 6 convicts is like looking for a needle in a haystack, another Auror said. Especially if they're strong enough, they could catch them themselves, Amelia said, reflecting. All right, create a bounty poster for these bounty hunters and note that the search is secret. Thus, the meeting ended. Stephen left with a smile, saying goodbye to everyone. As he walked down the hall, he took out his phone and called someone. Hello, we have the ministry's first job. If they do it well, they can keep receiving jobs, and maybe the other ministries will do the same, Stephen said. After some more words, he hung up. The creation of the bounty hunter guilds was an idea that Stephen came up with out of nowhere, partly to prepare in case of war. For some reason, Stephen felt it was something inevitable, not just because of Voldemort. With the advancement of Muggle technology, it was only a matter of time before a new witch hunt began. Although he didn't want to clash with humans, he knew it was better to be prepared. After all, wizards, for some reason, were always quite clumsy with national security. I'm becoming as paranoid as Tony when he creates armor for every scenario, Stephen thought, letting out a slight smile. In the end, all that preparation was just a just in case. After all, there was no real suspicion that a war was about to break out. Chapter 90, Time to go back to Hogwarts. Time to go back to Hogwarts. This is stupid. Why do I need to go back to elementary school? Tony asked in annoyance after Misty and Dobby had bought everything needed for Hogwarts. If you want to use magic legally, you have to finish your studies at a magical school. And it's Hogwarts, not elementary school, Wanda said as she continued stuffing sweets into her bag. We've already talked about this, Tony and Loki. You need to go to a magical school, whether it's Hogwarts or Beauxbatons. No excuses, Perenelle said while watching all of her grandchildren getting ready to leave. Tisk, what nonsense, Loki said, annoyed, as he also prepared his suitcase. Don't get so upset. The Hogwarts library contains most of the magical knowledge of Great Britain. It could help build your portal, Stephen said while watching the 2 grumpy ones continue complaining. Yes, but it's in old books, so you'll have to search with your hands. No computers, Wanda teased while looking at Tony with a smile. And why do you keep going? Aren't you supposed to know all the magic in this world? Tony asked Stephen, ignoring Wanda in annoyance. I don't know all the magic in this world. Most of it, maybe. And like I said, Hogwarts has a lot of knowledge that even I couldn't learn in these years. Even Merlin didn't skip courses at Hogwarts, Stephen said calmly while dramatically moving his hand. Grandma, I'm ready, Harry said as he came downstairs, excited to see his friends again. Although he always had them hanging around here, at Hogwarts Harry could usually let loose a little more. After all, every time he pulled off one of his pranks with his partners in crime, they ended up being punished by Grandma. All right. Be careful while traveling to the train station, Perenelle said with a smile, watching all her grandchildren ready to leave. See you, Grandma, they all said with a smile, except for 2 troublemakers still throwing tantrums. Yes, see you very soon, Perenelle said with a somewhat mischievous smile, which none of the 4 failed to notice, except Harry, who kept walking foolishly. Obviously, the 4 who noticed were, at least, 3 of the smartest, and Wanda. Sigh, she's got something planned, Stephen said, resigned to whatever his grandmother had in mind. Either way, he wouldn't be able to stop her. She probably does have something planned, Tony said as he started walking behind Harry. Meanwhile, Wanda looked at Loki searching for answers, but he just looked at her like she was an idiot and followed the others. Hey, what do you mean something planned? Wanda asked while running after them. Hey. Meanwhile, inside the house, Natasha left her room and walked downstairs into the empty living room. I always wondered why the need to leave so early to travel by train, Natasha said, yawning a little. It's quite an old rule, replied Nicholas, who was always sitting reading a newspaper. So, is everyone ready for the new job? Natasha asked with a smile, looking at her grandparents, who returned the smile. I can't wait to see their faces, Perenelle said with a mischievous grin. It was always Stephen who liked surprising people. Now it's his turn, she added, reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, Nicholas, who had stood up to grab some things from his study, spoke quietly to Natasha. And it's pretty obvious who he got it from, he said with a smile. What? Perenelle asked, not having heard what he said. Nothing, I'm going to get my things, Nicholas replied, quickly heading towards his office. Meanwhile, Natasha smiled, watching her godparents/grandparents being so adorable. You go change too, sweetheart, Perenelle quickly said to Natasha. Sure, Grandma, Natasha responded with a smile as she left. Perenelle still struggled to get used to shifting from being her godmother to her grandmother, but it didn't bother her that much. She just smiled while shaking her head. Meanwhile, the others had arrived at the train station after taking a taxi from the Leaky Cauldron. After all, everyone had forbidden Stephen from using a portkaya, so they had to travel like everyone else. By the way, this year Stephen could take the apparition test, as well as get permission to use portals. but that would be when he turned 17. We finally arrived, Tony said, annoyed at having to squeeze through so many people. He still wasn't used to not having his luxury cars to travel, especially despising the long train ride. In reality, Stephen had several muggle cars they could use, but he just wanted to see his younger siblings suffer for a bit. And the train ride was mandatory, so there was nothing to do. Am I the only one who thinks it's weird to have an entrance in the middle of a crowded train station? Tony asked while watching witches and wizards, obviously dressed in flashy clothes, walk through a wall. Don't try to make sense of it. You will see that the entire magical world is pretty clumsy in many ways, Stephen said as he walked toward that wall. Everyone? Tony asked, a little surprised. After all, it wasn't like he went out much from the mansion to see how the magical world was. After all, he spent most of his childhood in a creepy castle, then in a muggle orphanage, and later at the Flamel mansion, so he didn't explore much of the magical world until he left to watch the Quidditch match. Tony could only sigh before following his brother, who was already walking through the enchanted wall. By the way, Harry had gone ahead of the others, as he missed his friends excluding Hermione and Ron, who usually came to the mansion to play. Hey Harry, you look different, Seamus said as he and Dean Thomas stared, surprised, at Harry. Although Harry now had something to hide his eyes and hair, and of course, a new aura, his improved appearance was still noticeable. Yeah, I've been working out, Harry said, using the story he had invented in case they asked. Wait, just by working out, you can become like this? Dean asked, surprised. I need that workout plan, he added quickly. Sure, Harry responded calmly, but in his mind, he was thinking about how he would give them a workout plan that didn't exist. Harry. Hermione shouted from a distance as she approached with Ron after finding him along the way. Harry. Ron said, looking surprised at Harry, while Hermione also stopped, staring at Harry's face. I'll explain later, Harry said quickly before they could say anything to expose him. Okay, they both said as they followed Harry into an empty compartment. Meanwhile, Stephen and the others, who were watching their interaction not too far away, just smiled at Harry's awkwardness. He's really bad at lying, Loki said as he watched the entire process. Well, it's Harry after all, Wanda said with a smile. Has he learned any occlumency? We don't want his thoughts to be spilling everywhere, Stephen asked, looking at the two who were supposed to help Wanda and Loki. He's really bad at occlumency, Loki said, looking away and pretending to be clueless. Don't worry, our natural magic is hard to read, Wanda said, also looking away. Sigh. I'm going to have to create something to protect his head from intruders, then, Stephen said, starting to walk toward a compartment. Useless, Tony said with a mocking smile as he passed between his two brothers. What did you say, damn mortal? Loki said angrily, starting a fight with Tony. Wanda, on the other hand, didn't care much and ran toward the compartment where Daphne was supposed to be. See you later, dwarfs, Wanda said as she left her brothers fighting in the train corridor. Meanwhile, Loki and Tony, after a while, were stopped by prefects who were doing a patrol. Meanwhile, Stephen was in his compartment, watching as his brothers were likely being taken away to be scolded. Aren't those your brothers? George asked, looking out the window. Finally joined Hogwarts, Fred said with a knowing smile. We can't let them take our title of the Supreme Twins of Gryffindor, George said while looking at his brother. What a silly name, Jordan said, mocking them. Knowing them, they might end up in Slytherin, Stephen said with a smile. That's bad then. They could be corrupted by the pseudo-noble racists, Lee Jordan said, a little surprised. You know not everyone is like that. If Wanda hears you saying that about Daphne, she'll slap your behind, Fred said while laughing. Well, not everyone. But most, George added. I wonder who will corrupt whom, Stephen said, laughing at what would likely happen if those two ended up in Slytherin. Chapter 91, Loki and Tony's House Selection. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters or more. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Loki and Tony's House Selection. While everyone was traveling in their carriages, they began talking, telling jokes, and having fun until Wanda asked Stephen something. Do you want me to intervene so the dwarves end up in Gryffindor with us? She asked in a low voice. No. Let them choose for themselves. Although, more or less, I already know where each of them would end up. But Tony will surely choose for himself, Stephen replied calmly. All right, Wanda said as she turned around to continue chatting with her friends. After traveling in the carriage, which swayed along the road, they finally arrived at the entrance of Hogwarts, where a few Aurors could be seen casually patrolling the area. Is that because of the fools who escaped? Fred asked in a low voice. After all, his father worked at the ministry, so they quickly found out though it wasn't Arthur who told them, but rather Fred eavesdropping as always. Yes, Stephen responded calmly, not caring much, as it was only a matter of time before the bounty hunters found the Death Eaters. After stepping down from the carriage, everyone headed straight to the Great Hall to wait for the new students. Once they all found their seats, Stephen and Wanda looked toward the professor's table. I knew it, Stephen said with a tired expression. Meanwhile, Wanda was completely shocked to see familiar faces among the staff. What are Grandpa and Grandma doing here? And Natasha? Wanda quickly asked upon spotting her relatives among the professors, shaking Stephen beside her. Harry, for his part, was both surprised and happy to see his grandparents at Hogwarts. Obviously, they came to bother us, Stephen said as he moved away from his sister. Before they could continue talking about it, McGonagall brought in the new students. Among them were Loki and Tony, who both had a figure's expression upon spotting their relatives among the professors. Once everyone was at the front, McGonagall began calling names as usual. Meanwhile, the Flamel grandparents and Natasha watched the younger ones with smiles, waving slightly. Loki Grindelwald Flamel, McGonagall announced, visibly surprised by the combination of surnames. The most shocked upon hearing both surnames was none other than Albus Dumbledore, who quickly looked at his friends sitting nearby. Both simply looked back at him and smiled, though Nicolas' smile had a slightly teasing edge. Meanwhile, all the students were staring at this new student who bore two well-known surnames in the wizarding world. Some looked at him with fear, others with excitement. After all, he shared a name with two Hogwarts legends. The most surprised, in particular, were the Slytherins, as the pure-blood families had grown up hearing stories about Grindelwald. Another one. What a crazy life you kids have. Haha, the Sorting Hat said as it read Loki's memories. And although Loki knew some occlumency, he didn't have the mental control of Wanda or Tony, so the ancient magic-filled hat was able to read his thoughts. Loki was about to say something, but the hat interrupted him and shouted loudly, Slytherin. Everyone was slightly surprised, especially the Slytherins, who started cheering enthusiastically. They had finally gotten one of the Flamel kids, who held great prestige at the school. And if this one was like the other two, it would be an honor to have him among them, especially given his other surname. Tisk. What nonsense, Loki muttered upon seeing the students excited about his selection, as he walked toward the Slytherin table and his robes changed to green. Well, green is his color after all, Wanda said with a smile. Too bad, Harry. Now your brother is part of the Snakes, Ron said with a grimace. After all, Ron was one of the biggest detractors of Slytherin in his family. Normally, they were raised to dislike them, but in his case, it was different. Some Slytherins practiced mystical arts with them, and Ron still hadn't gotten along with them, while his brother didn't seem to mind. You should be careful not to let Loki hear you, Harry said, looking at his friend strangely with a smirk. He didn't care about Ron's dislike for Slytherins. After all, Harry had faced a lot of rejection from them, but after some had joined their training, and he got along with Daphne and Artoria, he no longer saw them as a nuisance like Ron did. Though he still had a bad relationship with Malfoy's group. So he wasn't bothered that his younger brother had joined that house. After all, he would still be his brother, and Harry more or less understood his personality. Even though Loki often complained and sounded annoyed, he always played with Harry when he asked. He had even helped Harry learn some occlumency and trained him a bit in illusion magic when no one else was around. Harry had always felt happy that everyone treated him well at the Flamel Manor, teaching him patiently even before he became a blood brother to them. Anthony Grindelwald Flamel, said McGonagall, surprised. Seeing his resemblance to Loki, she realized they were twins. Albus, for his part, sighed and prayed that these children would not follow the dark path of that surname, which was always engraved in his mind. However, knowing they were the grandchildren of his friends, he was not too worried. Although, when he remembered the other two grandchildren who were already students, he began to wonder whether that was good or bad. Meanwhile, Tony made a disgusted face when they placed the old, somewhat dirty hat on his head. Before the hat could speak, it seemed Tony had said something to it. Stephen, reading Tony's lips, simply smiled. After a few seconds of what seemed to be a conversation between Tony and the hat, it finally shouted Tony's house. Ravenclaw, said the hat as Tony got off the stool with a smug smile and walked toward the Ravenclaw table, his robes turning a bright blue. I thought Tony would come with us, or even with Loki, said Wanda, dropping her head onto the table. Tony's priority in coming to Hogwarts is to learn as much as he can. Of course, he would choose Ravenclaw, Stephen replied while pushing his sister to sit properly. Wanda, feeling her brother pushing her, got annoyed, stood up, and hit him. Stephen, irritated by his sister, started fighting back, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall, especially their grandmother and Natasha, who just sighed and shook their heads, seeing these siblings behaving inappropriately even at school. Now, everyone, welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore began, his usual voice full of enthusiasm. During his speech, he glanced at Wanda and Stephen, who were still arguing, albeit now in whispers. After his speech, he paused for a moment to introduce the new professors. I would like to introduce the new professors who, thanks to them, have created a new subject at Hogwarts, which will be optional. This class is alchemy, which will be taught by my good friend Nicolas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle Flamel, said Albus, as the two stood up, greeting with a noble gesture and a smile. I ask you not to give them too much work, after all, they are a bit elderly, Albus said with a smile, while Perenelle looked at him with a slightly stern expression. The students murmured among themselves, surprised. Many wondered how they could be elderly when they looked as if they were in their 30s or 40s, unaware that they appeared this way thanks to Stephen's artifacts. After all, both were over 600 years old. The Ravenclaw students, in particular, were excited to learn that the famous Flamels would be their professors. The other students soon began to assume that they were probably Stephen and Wanda's parents, though, in reality, they were their grandparents. Another professor joining us was proposed by the school board, Dumbledore explained. Seeing the issues with bullying and harassment, especially inter-house fights, it was decided that a professor would take on the role of school counselor as well as a psychologist. Now, everyone, please welcome Professor Natasha Flamel. When everyone saw the new professor, who stood up and nodded, they were stunned by her beauty. No one paid much attention to the fact that she was also part of the Flamel family, except for a few, who were not so dazzled by her charm. That means your family practically owns half of Hogwarts? Fred whispered mockingly to Harry. Natasha will be our counselor, that's great. Hermione said excitedly, ignoring Fred's comment. Meanwhile, Stephen, who had finished arguing with his sister, spoke. We have enough money to donate a whole new Hogwarts. Do you think the board would complain? He said with a grin. Sure, Fred replied sarcastically, while the others laughed. And now, last but not least, please welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Dumbledore announced, pointing toward a door at the side of the Great Hall as a handsome man entered, wearing an elegant black trench coat that looked quite expensive. Harry, upon seeing the man, was pleasantly surprised and gave him a big smile. Sirius Black. Although Mr. Black may be a bit busy with his businesses, he has agreed to be a professor at Hogwarts, said Dumbledore, thinking about Black, who greeted everyone with a smile and looked for his seat, which was beside Natasha. When he reached Natasha, he looked at her strangely but continued to act noble in front of the students. Meanwhile, McGonagall couldn't help but smile upon seeing Sirius among the professors. Sorry for being late, Sirius said to the other professors after sitting down, to which many simply smiled and told him it was fine. After all these professors knew him, especially one in particular who was glaring at him with evident hatred from not too far away. It was none other than Snape, who was very upset with Black's presence but chose to say nothing for now. Now, let me give you an important announcement. This year, Quidditch matches, as well as the House Cup, will be cancelled, Dumbledore announced, as many students began to complain and wonder why. Now, this year is particularly special because we will be hosting an extraordinary event, the Triwizard Tournament, Albus quickly explained, trying to calm everyone down. Upon hearing this, the students began shouting in excitement, while the professors simply smiled. Chapter 92, A Visit from the Future. Again special. On my Patreon, you will find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally or more, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. A Visit from the Future. Again special. POV Stephen. As the days passed and Loki and Tony adjusted to their new school life, we finally found time to sneak into the restricted section of the library to look for some information. Unfortunately, we found nothing useful. After all, the wizards of this world weren't exactly looking to travel across universes. Or, to be more precise, they might not even know that alternate universes exist. This place studies everything like they're still in ancient times, Tony said, annoyed as he schemed through magical research on the creation of the world. Well, their way of thinking is pretty much stuck in the Middle Ages, I replied, recalling all the so-called magical technology that existed before I intervened. All right, you have classes tomorrow, so it's better if you go get some rest, I said as I placed the books back on the shelves and got up to leave. I'm still not used to being a student, Tony said with a sullen face as he also stood up. Loki didn't say anything, but he nodded in agreement with Tony, just as exhausted as he was. After all, in magical school, all they were learning at the moment was how to make a feather float and turn a stick into a needle. To be honest, that wasn't exactly useful for the future, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. After all, most non-magical schools teach kids how to solve for X, and only about 1% of them might ever use it in real life because they go into a math-related field. After parting ways, I went to rest peacefully, knowing I had things to do the next day. The following day, as I strolled through the corridors after an interesting class with good old Snape, I ran into my brothers again. They both looked utterly exhausted. What's wrong? I asked Tony and Loki, who were usually full of energy and bickering, but now shared a silent alliance of fatigue. It's your fault. You never told us you were more popular than you let on, Tony grumbled, recalling how the girls at school constantly stopped him to hear stories about me. In my case, it's the Slytherins who keep asking about the old man. So annoying, Loki sighed. As we talked, the three of us suddenly felt something. Being the children of the world or of magic, we could sense that something had just appeared nearby. Tony, unfamiliar with this kind of sensation, quickly asked, "What is that feeling?" "It's like something that shouldn't be here just arrived." Sigh. Again, I muttered, my face showing both exhaustion and irritation at these frequent visitors. "Are they invaders?" Loki asked, confused. "Sort of, but not exactly. Don't worry, they're regular customers," I replied, more or less. Just then, we heard the sound of 2 people running from the very spot where we had felt the disturbance. What we saw was quite interesting. To be precise, it was 2 girls with an oddly familiar appearance. "You idiot! I told you to look for just a few seconds. How could you lose?" Before the first girl could finish her sentence, she seemed to notice us. She froze in place, staring at us in shock. The other girl also noticed us and stiffened, like a deer caught in headlights. "Just go with it," the first girl whispered to her companion, though, of course, all 3 of us heard her loud and clear. "Hey there, little brothers. It's me, Wanda," the first girl said, attempting a ridiculous impression of Wanda. The reason she went with such a weak excuse was that she really did look a lot like Wanda. The only difference was her hair color, which was a mix of silver and blonde. Meanwhile, the girl next to her was the spitting image of Natasha, just younger. Obviously, she lacked that big sister aura, she even looked quite timid. "Anne, I'm Natasha. How are you?" the fake Natasha said, trying to play along. The three of us just stared at them in silence, unsure of what to say. "Why is Natasha younger?" I asked, playing along. This seemed to convince them that their deception had worked, as they both smiled triumphantly. "Brother Stephen, don't worry. Natasha is just helping me look for something," Wanda said, trying to act naturally, though her discomfort was evident. "I see. You may go on," I said, signaling to Loki and Tony not to say anything. Hearing this, the two girls smiled cheerfully and ran off, looking quite worried. "Are you really not going to ask anything else? Like why they're wearing Ravenclaw robes if they're clearly idiots?" Tony asked, watching them go. "Or the fact that they're terrible liars," added the god of lies with a smirk. "By the way, who are they? Are they dressed up as Wanda and Nat?" Tony asked, still not fully understanding. "It's better not to know. Just ignore it," I said as I continued walking. "Stephen." Just as I was about to go on my way, I heard Wanda's voice shouting from not too far away as she ran toward us at full speed. "Stephen, I saw a super baby. Help me catch it," she said excitedly before noticing Tony and Loki. "You two help too. It was flying near McGonagall's office," she added, still thrilled. "A super baby?" Tony asked, confused, before quickly looking at me. "Is that what they lost?" he asked in surprise. Just as I was about to say that it was best to stay out of it, Wanda looked behind us and shouted, "Harry, you help too," she called out to a familiar face hiding behind a pillar. What? "I'm not. I mean, well, I can help, sis," said Harry as he stepped out from behind the pillar. Tony and Loki looked at me again because, obviously, this was not the real Harry. After all, his hair was a different color, and he wasn't wearing glasses. Wanda, however, didn't seem to notice. It looked like he had arrived with the other two girls but hid the moment they saw us. Though, of course, I had already sensed him there from the beginning. I just chose to ignore him. "Harry, did you leave your fake glasses behind?" Natasha asked, confused, as that was the only thing she seemed to notice. To be precise, this Harry was taller than the real one and more muscular. Unlike the real Harry, he seemed well-fed, and his hair, fake? "Oh, right, I wanted to look good for a date," he replied with a bit more confidence, thinking we hadn't figured it out. Although, of course, only Wanda hadn't noticed. "All right, you search the West Wing. You guys, check the north and south, and I'll go to the courtyard," Wanda said, giving orders before running off. "Well then, Stephen. See you later," said Harry, making a cool hand gesture. I guess he imagined Harry was that kind of Harry. "Hey, this is getting fun," Tony said with a grin. Sigh. I could only sigh in exhaustion as I tried to ignore everything, but something stopped us again. What we saw this time really surprised us, and well, who wouldn't be? A baby appeared through a portal, floating upside down. In his hand, he held something everyone at Hogwarts knew, none other than the Sorting Hat. "Hey, you lot, help me," the Sorting Hat shouted while in the floating baby's hands. Meanwhile, the baby was giggling cheerfully. "Ha ha ha, da." Before we could recover from our shock, another portal opened, and the baby entered it, disappearing before our eyes. In reality, we weren't surprised by the floating baby. After all, in the magical world, you get used to seeing weird things. What shocked us was the level of magic that baby had. We could tell that the portals had been opened by him unintentionally. Maybe he had just awakened his magic, and it was a bit out of control. "What the hell was that?" Loki asked, trembling slightly at the memory of the magical energy he had just felt. It was as if an avalanche had hit us in the face. "Looks like we'll have to step in before the castle gets destroyed," Tony said, this time a bit more serious. Meanwhile, I knew I couldn't ignore whatever was happening, so we followed the magical signature we had just sensed. The three of us ran toward the source of that magical pressure. We arrived at the school courtyard, where we saw the baby sitting on the fountain, staring intently at Wanda, who stood in front of him. Meanwhile, Natasha was behind her, watching the child seriously. Wanda and the baby locked eyes, saying nothing. "Duh," the baby said, while Wanda smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Then, "It's cool," Wanda said with a smile. It seemed they had understood each other in those few seconds. Meanwhile, the three of us approached, a bit more at ease now that Wanda had caught the baby. "You guys, help me, quickly," the Sorting Hat shouted, lying on the ground, while Wanda communicated with the baby. "What are you doing?" I asked as I slowly approached the nuclear bomb in front of my sisters. "I'm asking if he reincarnated too, but he said no," Wanda replied as she gently patted the baby's little head. Meanwhile, Natasha said nothing, remaining serious as she observed the baby. Hearing my voice, the baby quickly looked at me and started smiling while babbling. "Dada, ha ha ha," he exclaimed, moving toward me. But since he was on the fountain, he almost fell. Natasha moved quickly and caught him before anything serious happened, though the scare startled the baby, and tears started forming in his eyes. Suddenly, it was as if the apocalypse had begun, as if the world itself was responding. "Yaaah." The baby's cry made all of Hogwarts tremble. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if all of Great Britain had shaken with that magic. The four of us were stunned as we tried to calm the baby. Cracks began appearing in the castle, and nearby animals fled in terror, running away from the surge of magic. Hey, kid, relax, look, Tony said, making funny faces at the baby, but it didn't seem to work. Loki didn't know what to do either and tried to distract him by making lights with his hands. It was Natasha's first time holding a child, so she didn't know how to do it properly. There, little buddy, don't cry, Wanda said while trying to calm the baby by pulling out sweets from everywhere, but that didn't work either. Why, the baby cried, reaching his little hands toward me as if he wanted me to hold him. Fearing he might destroy the castle, I quickly took him into my arms. Slowly, the baby began to calm down. Sigh. That was pretty crazy, Tony said, relieved. Looks like he likes you, Wanda commented with a teasing smile. As I looked at the child, I realized his features seemed quite familiar. I sighed as I recognized them. Looks like we now know what those idiots are after, I said, watching the baby, who was now reaching for the sorting hat. I set him down on the ground so he could play for a bit while I thought about what to do with him. Hey, don't leave me with him, the sorting hat complained as the baby stuck his little hand inside. Suddenly, the child pulled out the sword of Gryffindor. I quickly took it away before he could hurt himself and trigger another apocalyptic cry. Well, looks like you found the lost sword, Wanda said as she took the sword from me. She stared at it for a few seconds before tossing it aside without interest. Dada, the baby exclaimed, as if he had sensed something, and started moving toward a spot. We watched him, puzzled, until we also felt that same energy much stronger this time. A portal appeared in front of the baby, and a pair of male hands emerged from it. We couldn't see who they belonged to, but they grabbed the baby and lifted him into the portal. Before disappearing, chains shot out, capturing 3 figures. We've been caught, the fake Natasha cried, trembling in fear. Damn it, I have nothing to do with these 2 idiots, the fake Harry complained, an unfortunate collateral victim. Ha ha ha, if I'm going to hell, you're coming with me, the fake Wanda shouted, mocking Harry. The 3 were dragged into the portal. You arrived a bit late, I said, annoyed, knowing I should have acted sooner. When you have a family full of troublemakers and idiots, try keeping an eye on everyone, a male voice replied from the portal before it closed. Damn it, I muttered as I turned around, seeing the confused expressions on Wanda and Natasha's faces. What was that? Natasha asked, still processing what had just happened. Not wanting to hide too much and knowing they would find out eventually, I answered. A visit from the future. It's best not to pay attention to them. It's not the first time. Natasha, being quite smart, stayed thoughtful for a few seconds. Her expression changed from confused to happy, then to excited, and finally to terrified. It was strange to see something like that in her. Wanda, on the other hand, just looked more confused than anything. What was that magic from earlier? Harry asked, arriving out of breath as he saw us. We all turned to look at our familiar Harry. Harry, you need to work out more. You don't want your son looking more muscular than you, Wanda said, giving him a slap on the back. Harry was confused by his sister's comment. In any case, it seemed I would have to explain this to Dumbledore. Dealing with this family was already enough work. With a tired smile, I walked toward the headmaster's office. Wait, the other guy is me. Damn it, I said, walking away in a foul mood. Chapter 93, Journey to Another World P.1 Special. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters or more. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Special, Journey to Another World P.1 Special. Are you sure the headmaster won't notice we're experimenting near the school? Tony asked as he connected the last cables to a large machine we had hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore is my friend, Wanda said, pounding her chest confidently. Obviously, I would love to see Dumbledore's face upon hearing that. All right. Either way, we have a teacher watching us, I said, pointing at Natasha, who stood behind us. Stop talking and turn on the damn machine already, Loki said, urging us to stop chatting. Are you sure it works? Natasha asked, not very convinced. Of course it will work, I made it myself, Tony replied while the others looked annoyed. And with a little help from the wizards, he added, pointing at Loki and me. The only problem will be finding our destination. But we'll be able to reopen the gate from the other side with this, Tony said as he pulled out some old watches covered in runes that stood out quite a bit. And I didn't even get you anything, I said, taking one of the watches while mocking him. Seriously, don't lose them. With these, you can come back here. If not, we'll have to search for you wherever you end up, Tony said seriously, to which I quickly cast a spell so the watch wouldn't be able to get away from us. Done, I said as the others stored their enchanted watches. Sometimes I forget how useful magic can be. Can it make a bag of peanuts appear? Tony commented, distracted from his work. Just do it already, I want to see what's so fun about another universe, Wanda said, eager to explore. All right, let's go, Tony said as he activated the machine. The machine was a kind of gate filled with runes and cables connected to the magical arc reactor we had created. When it was activated, the runes began to glow, and the gate transformed into a blue portal. Told you, easy, Tony said proudly, seeing that the gate remained stable without any failure. Before we go in, did you test it with other species? Natasha asked. Yes. 10 mice were sent, and all returned. Well, 9 came back complete, Tony said, walking to the front of the gate. What happened to the other one? I asked, intrigued. That's why I used the word complete, Tony replied, making us all nervous. It had bite marks, so obviously it was attacked. Don't you trust me? To which we all shook our heads, making it clear that we didn't. Tisk cowards, he muttered, annoyed. Get in position, we're all going together, he ordered, signaling us to move closer. Reluctantly, we obeyed and stood side by side. Ready? Initiating, Tony said, then pressed his pocket watch. The portal quickly sucked us in. Immediately, we felt a mix of sensations similar to when using a portkaya, operating, or traveling through flu powder, but all at once. When the journey ended, we were disoriented. Tony was lying on the ground, and Loki was vomiting not far away. Wanda and Natasha clung to each other, trying to contain their nausea, while I knelt down, trying to recover. After a few seconds, we managed to regain our composure more or less. That was horrible, Wanda complained, holding her stomach, clearly on the verge of throwing up like Loki. Hey, at least we made it, Tony said, though he still looked quite pale. Loki remained silent, probably not wanting to push his luck. Where are we? Natasha asked as we looked around. Looks like a forest next to a cemetery, I replied, noticing some graves not far away. This place feels so creepy and cold, Tony commented, looking around with discomfort. Maybe it's the dark magic being used not far from here, Wanda said, pointing in a direction. I had also noticed it since we arrived, but I needed to recover before saying anything. Let's investigate, Wanda said, quickly taking the initiative. We're going toward wherever they're performing a sacrifice or something, Tony asked, seeing that the rest of us were following Wanda. Of course we are. Why? Are you not coming? Natasha asked, reminding him that we needed information about where we were. Of course I'm coming. I was just asking, Tony said, hurrying to catch up. When we reached Wanda, she was hiding behind some bushes, observing something in the distance. Something interesting, Tony asked as he approached. See for yourself, Wanda replied, pointing at what she was looking at. Harry, Tony murmured, surprised at what was in front of him. More like a Harry from another universe, I corrected, observing the same thing they were. In front of us was Harry Potter, held by a statue, while Voldemort delivered a villainous monologue. Now I can touch you, Voldemort said, placing a finger on Harry's forehead. Harry began screaming in pain from the contact. Ah! Harry screamed, while Voldemort seemed to strangely enjoy the moment. This is pretty weird, even for me, Loki commented, surprising everyone in the cemetery. And, of course, after speaking, he was now standing right next to Voldemort. The Dark Lord tensed upon hearing someone suddenly appear beside him. Well, villains in stories have to act a little weird to show their madness, I said, appearing next to Lucius Malfoy, who quickly pointed his wand at me. Looks like he's dead, Natasha said, checking on Cedric without anyone noticing when she got there. That's too bad. Even though I didn't like his father, he was a good guy, Wanda said, appearing right next to Harry, who looked at her confused, not knowing what was happening. Hello, little brother. Looks like in this world, you're much weaker, she added, looking at Harry and confusing him even more. Hey, you guys need to teach me how to appear so cool, Tony said as he walked into the cemetery, emerging from the bushes. Of course, he caught attention when his body was suddenly covered by a runic armor, fully protecting him. Though it wasn't nanotechnology, his suit had come from the expandable pouch on his collar. Who the hell are you? Voldemort said, annoyed that we had just interrupted his big moment. Let's finish this quickly, Loki said as he launched the first attack at a Death Eater. Seeing this, the Death Eaters began attacking us from all sides. Tony, in his armor, simply dodged the killing curses, and when they hit him, they just disappeared. Loki, on the other hand, seemed to be having fun using all kinds of offensive magic. After all, the Asgardian magic he had learned was mostly illusion-based, and now, with more destructive abilities, he was excited. Meanwhile, Wanda caught a Death Eater and used him to strike others before tossing him into the center of the graveyard. Natasha, on her part, simply walked over to Harry to free him. As for me, I looked at Lucius with a smile. I've been wanting to do this for a while, I said as I dodged his point-blank spells and punched him with several strength glyphs on my fist, knocking him unconscious and possibly killing him. After the chaos, which only lasted a few seconds, we were all standing while Voldemort glared at us furiously, even with a bit of wariness. During the fight, he had done nothing. Maybe he wanted to assess our weaknesses, or perhaps he just didn't care about his Death Eaters. You ignorant fools, he shouted angrily. Now that I've been resurrected, your fight is useless, he declared, quickly flying up into the sky. Hey, the Dark Lord is running away, Tony said as he watched him. Maybe we scared him, Wanda said, pointing both hands to catch him. Suddenly, Voldemort stopped midair, trapped by a red energy. Got him, Wanda said as she made a gesture, throwing him to the ground. Voldemort plummeted toward us. Seeing him coming straight at us, we had to jump aside to avoid being crushed. After he crashed, we all glared at Wanda. Idiot, couldn't you throw him farther away? I said as I approached her to hit her, though Natasha stopped me though she also seemed like she wanted to. Sorry. I thought he could withstand more, Wanda said with a fake apology. Hey, did you kill him? Loki asked as we peeked into the large crater left by the impact, observing the dying Dark Lord. I don't think so. He's still immortal, I replied as we saw him barely breathing. Who are you guys? Harry finally asked, snapping out of his shock and glancing toward the crater where Voldemort lay. We're your siblings, Wanda quickly said, confusing Harry even more. Idiot? You can't mess with the timeline, Loki quickly said, looking around as if expecting something. Idiot, that only applies when time traveling, not when traveling to another universe, I said, looking at him with annoyance. Well, kid, technically, we're from another world where you are our brother, Tony replied casually as Natasha approached Harry to heal his wounds, somewhat roughly. At first, Harry rejected the potions, but after seeing Natasha's serious expression, he obediently took them. My siblings? Harry asked, still confused but starting to understand. In this world, I don't have siblings, Harry said, a bit sad as he watched his wounds begin to heal. Right, Cedric? You have to help him, he suddenly said, running toward his companion's body. We looked at each other, unsure how to respond. When Harry reached Cedric, he looked at us, expecting an answer. I approached Harry and spoke softly. I'm sorry, Harry. We were too late. Cedric is dead, I said, trying to console him so he wouldn't feel too guilty. But you guys are strong. Can't you do anything? He asked, desperate. I'm sorry, Harry. Even though we have different abilities, none of us can do anything, Wanda said gently as she approached. Why? It's my fault. Harry began crying as Wanda hugged him. Natasha also approached, joining the hug. The three men didn't know what to do, but Natasha's stern look forced us to approach and give Harry some reassuring pats on the back. After a few minutes, Harry managed to pull himself together, though he looked embarrassed for crying in front of strangers. I'm fine now. I have to take Cedric back to his father, he said, looking at his companion's body. All right. We're heading there anyway. I want to see if this world's Hogwarts is the same as ours, Wanda said cheerfully, giving Harry a pat on the back. It seemed they quickly grew attached to this Harry. Especially Wanda and Natasha. Well, I don't blame them. This Harry looks the same age as ours but seems skinnier and lacking love. It's hard to leave him alone. Even Loki, who had intervened first, seemed more suspicious than usual. Just when Harry was about to try using the cup to return, we stopped him. Wait, Harry. I don't want to travel like that again, Wanda said, stopping him. Immediately, all eyes turned to me. Sigh. I suppose in this universe, I can break the rules without a problem, I said as I deactivated the cup's portkaya and tossed it to Harry. Then, I tied up Voldemort and his snake with anti-magic chains and seals to prevent their escape and asked Wanda to carry them with us. Finally, I created a portal that directly connected to this world's lively Hogwarts. We calmly stepped through while the students looked at us in surprise. Chapter 94, Journey to Another World PT2 Special. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters. Additionally or more, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Special, Journey to Another World PT2 Special. Suddenly, upon seeing us arrive with a bound Voldemort and a floating corpse, everyone fell silent. They stared at us, not understanding what was happening. My son. Amos Diggory shouted as he saw his son being gently lowered to the ground, where he lay motionless. He rushed over, crying, and held him in his arms. I'm sorry. I couldn't help him. Voldemort killed him, Harry quickly said, pointing at the half-dead Dark Lord. At the mention of that name, everyone in the stands began screaming in fear and tried to flee the area. Silence. Dumbledore's voice resonated throughout the place, making everyone calm down. Meanwhile, I turned to Loki and whispered something to him. He nodded and vanished without anyone noticing. Harry, you need medical attention. Please head to the infirmary, Dumbledore said as he approached, looking at us intently. He feels different, Wanda murmured as she observed him. We also noticed that he kept his hand near his wand, eyeing us and Voldemort with suspicion. I'm fine. I took some healing potions they gave me, Harry quickly said, wanting to stay and see what would happen with Voldemort. Who might you be? Dumbledore asked with a fake smile as he carefully observed us. I just sighed as I realized something. We're Harry's siblings, Wanda answered impulsively, but Natasha quickly stopped her. She seemed to have understood something as well. She wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best spy for nothing. Sorry, we're Harry's maternal relatives. We came from America, Natasha said calmly while Dumbledore continued analyzing us. Very well. I'm sorry, then, but you will have to be questioned regarding young Diggory's death and the abduction of an unknown man who is now half dead, Dumbledore said as people in the stands exchanged confused glances, not entirely understanding. He's not an unknown man, he's Voldemort? He killed Cedric. Harry shouted, clearly frustrated. Poppy, please take Harry to the infirmary and check if he's under the Imperious Curse, Dumbledore ordered as the nurse quickly moved into action, looking somewhat confused. This man is not Voldemort. I have fought Voldemort for years, Dumbledore told the audience, who began to calm down and looked at us with suspicion. Oh, I just realized it, Wanda said, touching her head. Took you long enough, Tony teased with a sarcastic smile. Meanwhile, Dumbledore gestured to Fudge to have his Aurors arrest us. So the plan is to blame us for Cedric's death and then free Voldemort so the war can start again? Tony asked, looking at Dumbledore with disdain. As I said, that poor man is not Voldemort. And regarding young Diggory's death, You must be questioned to determine if you're guilty, Dumbledore replied coldly, keeping his gaze fixed on us. Loki, did you catch him? I asked into the air, and in response, Loki appeared from the stands with a sword pointed at Mad-Eye Moody's throat. He tried to escape the moment he saw his master half dead, Loki said as he walked toward the center of the place with the supposed professor. Upon seeing this, Dumbledore quickly drew his wand and aimed it at us, as did the Aurors. Taking one of my professors hostage does not make you seem more innocent, Dumbledore said seriously, seemingly ready to cast a spell. Meanwhile, the people in the stands began to fear once again for what was happening, but something caught everyone's attention. It was then that Mad-Eye Moody began to change. It seemed that the polyjuice potion was wearing off. He fully returned to his true form, and several recognized him immediately. Barty Crouch Jr. Fudge shouted in confusion. Meanwhile, Voldemort began to wake up, completely in pain. Damn bastards, I'll kill you, filthy mudbloods, he shouted, trying to move or use magic, but nothing happened. Now, everyone looked at Dumbledore, waiting to see what he would say, but he seemed to be calculating his next move, which was ruined by his companion. Dumbledore, you fool, these brats ruined everything? It's all a disaster, Voldemort shouted, glaring at the headmaster. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Dumbledore knew the man and that they somehow had a plan together. Sigh, what an idiot. If you had stayed unconscious a little longer, you might have gotten away, Tom, Dumbledore said, annoyed, as all eyes turned to him. The place fell into complete silence after this unexpected turn of events. Did you wake up, Voldy? Tony asked, looking at me. I just gave him a smile. Now comes a villain monologue, right? Wanda said, watching Dumbledore with interest. We're not in a movie or a comic, Natasha interjected, shaking her head. But what followed left her completely silent. Oh, what does it matter? It seems everything has failed, Dumbledore said, standing tall and still holding his wand, though this time he wasn't aiming at anyone in particular. Tom was supposed to revive and restart his war for blood purity. He began his monologue, looking at Voldemort with disdain. Then, under my guidance, the boy who lived would join the fight against those ideals. He would form an army, and to sustain it, a lot of money would be needed. Everyone listened intently, shocked. And then, simply, the boy who lived would die at Voldemort's hands, who would easily destroy his army. At that point, I would disappear from England, leaving Voldemort to rule the magical world. And what did you gain from all this? McGonagall asked furiously. The money the army wouldn't be able to use. Do you understand, Minerva? After so many years protecting this filthy place, I just wanted to retire peacefully on a paradise island, he said with a sarcastic smile. But you're Dumbledore? You should be rich. You should protect us, shouted Molly Weasley from a distance. Protect you? For what? To be watched all the time because you fear my power? I don't even have full control over my own school, Dumbledore said with annoyance. And after all these years, did I receive any payment for it? My money ran out a long time ago. Ah, I see. You spent it on illegal potions, right? I said, understanding the strange sensation I had while seeing him. His body also seemed out of sync with his magic. That's right, young one, he replied calmly, not caring that I had just exposed him. Now I see how easily you've broken my plan of so many years. No. We literally just arrived, Wanda said, though Dumbledore didn't seem to hear her and continued talking. From the beginning, I controlled young Weasley so that Potter would befriend him and later join the Blood Traitors in the war, he said while Molly Weasley stood in shock. You controlled my son. Molly screamed, trying to lunge at Dumbledore, but her husband stopped her, reminding her that he was still a powerful wizard. Yes, but as an excuse, the following year I made Harry save your daughter. That way, they would fall in love, and you could receive some leftover coins after Harry's death, he said as though it were a noble act. Excuse me? Putting our daughter in danger. We don't want that money, Arthur Weasley shouted, furious. He even began to question if Harry's closeness to his family had just been part of a plan. I tried to make Harry feel at home in the magical world. I even brought people who had cared for him as a child so I wouldn't feel as guilty for his death, Dumbledore continued, as if justifying his actions. I even sent Fudge to Azkaban so that Sirius Black would see the diary and escape to reunite with his godson. Liars. Harry yelled, who had arrived a while ago and overheard everything, shocked. This feels like a movie, Wanda said, eating popcorn and offering some to the others. It doesn't matter anymore. I have nothing to lose, Harry, Dumbledore said with fake sadness. Then he raised his wand and pointed it at us. Fiend fire. A fire spell shot from his wand, but I opened a portal to the sea, redirecting it. Expelliarmus. Harry shouted, easily disarming him. Well, at least this weakened version of Dumbledore. The Aurors quickly captured him while Fudge sighed. Albus, what foolishness have you done? Fudge said, looking at the defeated headmaster. Thank you for catching Voldemort. He almost started a war where many would die, Dumbledore said, shaking our hands with a professional air. Then he ordered the Aurors to capture Voldemort. Idiots, I'm immortal, I'll return. There's no one who can stop me, Voldemort shouted. True, that, I said while opening a portal and several dark objects fell to the ground in front of us. Harry, come here for a second, I signaled to the confused boy. What's going on? He asked, approaching. This is going to hurt a bit, but you have a Horcrux on your forehead, and I'm going to remove it, I explained calmly. Horcrux? Harry asked, confused. That's impossible. We need a professional, McGonagall quickly said, rejecting the idea. It's fine, it won't harm Harry. It will just hurt a little, I replied, but Harry spoke before she could. Do it, he said with determination. Without further ado, I hit his forehead. Black smoke began to pour from his scar, accompanied by a high-pitched scream. Harry gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without letting out a single cry. When it was over, his scar was gone, along with the fragment of Voldemort's soul. With a flick of my hand, a portal appeared, and from inside, I pulled out the Sorting Hat. What's going on, boy? I don't recognize you, said the hat, but I ignored it and pulled out the Sword of Gryffindor. The Sword of Gryffindor. Impossible, McGonagall exclaimed, surprised. Well, Professor, I'm also a Gryffindor, I said with a smile. And so am I, Wanda added. Here, Harry. Use this sword to destroy every Horcrux, including the snake, I said, pointing to the dark objects. Harry wasted no time. With anger from all the years of suffering, he began to destroy each of the Horcruxes, while we protected him. Chapter 95, Journey to Another World P.3 A Special. On my Patreon, you'll find over 20 advanced chapters or more. Additionally, between 5 and 7 chapters are uploaded weekly. Keep in mind that once the free English version catches up to the Spanish version, chapters will no longer be uploaded daily and will instead be released 2 or 3 times a week. Journey to Another World P.3 A Special. Then there was the last Horcrux, which was the Snake Nagini. Although I knew she was a maledictus girl, there was nothing that could be done. Especially since she had already been tainted by Voldemort's dark magic, so now she was like some sort of inferius, as she had been dead for years. Harry also dealt with Nagini, and at that moment Voldemort began turning to ashes in front of everyone. Poor snake for having a bad owner, said Wanda. It was a zombie snake, so now she can finally rest, I said, calming her down. After the chaos that ensued, the ministry sent everyone home to clean up the place, while the newspapers started writing their new most popular edition. We were about to leave, but Wanda started bothering us by wanting to see the differences between this world and ours, as she felt Dumbledore and Voldemort were quite weak. All the students had to go home while the professors were investigated to ensure there wasn't another one allied with Dumbledore. In the meantime, Dumbledore would be sent to trial to uncover what else he had done. Meanwhile, the Weasley family asked to speak with Harry for a moment, so we waited on the side. We watched as Harry talked with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, as well as Ron, who had a guilty look on his face. Meanwhile, I was staring at a beautiful blonde who, in my world, was supposed to be my girlfriend, but here we were simply strangers. So when I return to our home, I'll call her to hear how her day went. If you keep staring like that, I'll tell our Fleur, and even though she's from another world, it's very likely she'll hit you, Wanda said, teasing. I just looked at her annoyed and pushed her aside. After a while, Mrs. Weasley gave Harry a big hug, and they left with their family, while he came back to us. What happened? Asked Wanda, the gossip. Nothing. They explained that they felt guilty for never realizing they were forcing me to be friends with the Weasley family. And it seems that Ron was only controlled the first year, but I never paid attention because I wanted him to be my friend. They told me that, if I wanted, we could start our friendship from scratch, Harry said, summarizing their conversation. But I told them it was okay. Ron was with me when we almost died many times. He was my friend, he added with a smile. Now that I think about it, what happened to Hermione? I didn't see her anywhere, said Wanda, looking among the students getting on the train. Hermione? Do you mean Hermione Granger? Harry asked, confused. She was our friend in first year after we saved her from a troll. But one day, she suddenly told me everything was fake and apologized. The last I heard of her was that she joined a magical school in America, Harry said, remembering an old friend. I see, she was also being controlled. And when she realized it, she escaped as far as possible, I said, understanding what had happened. Well, she's smart, so she did the right thing, said Natasha with a smile. So, what will you do now? Tony asked Harry. I have to go back to my aunt and uncle's, Harry said, resigned and a little sad. Well, how about we go with you? I never met your aunt and uncle, Wanda said quickly. Didn't they say they were my siblings in another universe? Harry asked, confused. In our universe, your uncle was imprisoned for abuse, and your aunt ran away to another country for fear that the wizards of the magical world would find out they were abusing the boy who lived, I explained calmly while urging everyone to enter the portal I created right in front of Harry's house. Harry was completely stunned by what he heard, but followed us to his house. By the way, we needed them to bring their things, as the house elves from Hogwarts would take care of sending everything. Harry took the lead, a bit shy, as he rang the doorbell of his own house. After a while, hearing footsteps behind the door, a fat man with a very unfriendly face opened it. Who? Ah, it's you, kid. What are you doing here, and who are all these people? He asked angrily when he saw Harry. Well, it seems things don't change no matter the different worlds, I said as I stepped forward before Harry could say anything. Meanwhile, Vernon, standing at the door, tried to prevent us from entering, but with a small push from me, he flew and crashed into the wall. Who are you? You can't enter my house? I'll call the police, shouted Petunia when she saw her husband barely able to breathe from the blow. It's funny. Now that the magical world knows that the great Dumbledore controlled you to abuse him, I'm sure everyone will feel sympathy for you. So when they find out how your uncle treats you, I don't think they'll take it very well, I said, looking at Harry, and the rest of us entered. Are you from that world? You're not supposed to be here. Go away, shouted Vernon, recovering. Why don't we just kill them? Asked Loki, annoyed. Nah, let him go to prison like his counterpart. But this time, he can go with his wife too, I responded calmly as I pulled out my phone, but then I realized that the people I know here don't know me, and there are no magical cell phones. Well, Wanda, do your thing. Let them surrender on their own, I said, as Wanda quickly obeyed. Petunia and Vernon looked terrified. A couple of days later, they were arrested, while their son was sent to live with his paternal aunt. Harry was put under the care of none other than Sirius Black, now free. After Dumbledore's trial, which was conducted quickly, and in which he confessed everything he had done obviously with Wanda's help, who forced him to tell the truth, it was discovered that Sirius had ended up in prison as part of Albus's plan. He convinced the Potter couple to change the Guardian to Peter Pettigrew, while knowing that he was the spy, as he was sending him to inform Voldemort about all the plans. It also helped that, among the Death Eaters who had died in the cemetery, Peter Pettigrew was the only one still alive, although now he was missing an entire arm instead of just a finger, like before. A statement was quickly issued declaring Sirius free of all charges and asking him to present himself to receive an apology. Sirius felt it was a trap, but Harry convinced him otherwise. So, several days later, we all accompanied him to the ministry, where he was given a considerable sum of money and an apology. Sirius only accepted because, as a free man, he could legally have Harry living with him. As we walked through the ministry, Wanda commented, "Did you all realize that everyone here is pretty weak? Even when we made quite a lot of noise in the magical world, no one came to check on what we were doing," I replied, realizing. "Now that you mention it, even the friends of the grandparents don't exist here," added Natasha, who wanted to find out if the grandparents were still alive here, only to be surprised that they weren't. "Well, now that the tour is over, it's time to head back," said Tony, stretching as if he were tired. "Yeah, this place has low mana. It feels uncomfortable," said Loki, also eager to return. "Are you leaving already?" asked Harry, somewhat depressed by our departure. "That's right, kid, it's time to go home. Our job here is done," said Tony, patting him on the shoulder. "It was fun, Harry. Now you know you have a bunch of crazy siblings running around," said Wanda with a smile. "You're the craziest," replied Natasha, offended. "Well, Harry and Sirius of this world, it was a pleasure," I said while waving to them, and Tony activated the return portal. "Thanks for being my siblings for a few days," Harry quickly said, to which we all waved goodbye with a smile before disappearing into the portal. Meanwhile, Sirius, who had been silent the whole time, approached Harry and patted him on the back. "Having siblings is great. Maybe you should find yourself a wife and have kids, Padfoot," said Harry, leaving Sirius frozen, who simply shook his head. In the Forbidden Forest, where we had left the traveling machine, we met Dumbledore, my grandparents, and Harry, who seemed to be waiting for us or perhaps had just arrived. "What the hell is this and where did you come from?" shouted Grandma, angry when she saw us appear. But she was silenced by Wanda's scream. "Grandma," she said as she ran to hug her, leaving the grandma confused. Natasha also approached to hug her, as well as Grandpa. I looked at the twins and signaled them to join in. We all hugged the grandparents. Although we didn't show it, knowing that they had died in the other world affected us a lot. Harry, not understanding what was happening, happily joined the family hug. By the way, he was here because he understood the machine better than anyone, and they brought him here after finding it but not finding us. Wanda broke the hug when she saw Dumbledore standing aside, waiting patiently. "Dummy, here you are. If you turn evil in this world, I'll kick your ass," said Wanda, showing Dumbledore her fists, who looked at her with a mischievous smile. "Then I'll behave. I don't want you and your family to hit me. I'm pretty old," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Although, for now, I'll ask you to store your machine. It's very close to the school, and it could be dangerous for the students," he added before letting my grandparents take care of watching over us. While we dismantled the machine, the men worked while Wanda told Grandma about our adventure. So, everyone was weak and Dumbledore was an addict. "We even had to save Harry again in that world," Wanda said, excited. "Hey, you don't save me all the time," replied Harry, annoyed. "Voldemort parasite, first year. Basilisk, second year," I said, not taking my eyes off my work. "The fat rat and Sirius, even though he wasn't guilty, third year. Oh, and also when you fell to the Dementors, and we almost wiped them out," added Wanda, remembering when she and Stephen got angry. "Didn't you have a Death Eater attack during the Quidditch games?" asked Tony, mocking. "In that one, I defended myself," Harry quickly replied. "You defended yourself from the ones capturing the culprits," said Loki while continuing to dismantle part of the machine. "Stop bothering your brother," intervened Grandma Perenelle, smiling as she saw how we got along. "Although, Nico, maybe we should put more protections around Harry," she added, somewhat concerned about Harry's chaotic life at Hogwarts. Harry, hearing this, muttered under his breath while we all laughed. Once we finished dismantling everything, we returned to the castle. By the way, yes, we were all punished, even Natasha didn't escape. Something that made Sirius laugh when he found out, although when Natasha looked at him, he shut up and, like a scared child, ran off. Chapter 96, From Counselor to Tamer of Lunatics. Natasha was sitting in her office, massaging her temple as she watched her siblings, who were sitting in front of her for different reasons. Or rather, for one reason that united all 5 of them, they had been caught doing foolish things, and now they were there to speak with her, the counselor, and receive their punishment. So, Natasha asked, looking at the group of idiots in front of her. In my defense, I had everything under control, Tony said, trying to justify himself, but the others simply looked away, either out of embarrassment or fear. Having everything under control means throwing a party right after joining Ravenclaw, smuggling alcohol for minors, and ending up with most of the students drunk, some of them running around the castle in their underwear. Natasha replied, looking at him like he was a complete idiot. Professor Phileas Flitwick ended up in the hospital wing after seeing the chaos in his house. I hope you're prepared for your punishment. Natasha looked at the others, who were trying to suppress their laughter as they listened to Natasha's scolding of Tony. What are you idiots laughing about? She said angrily, watching as the others covered their mouths until her furious gaze landed on Loki, who flinched slightly. Attempting a coup on the first day of classes doesn't seem like something funny, especially when you convinced most of your classmates to end Dumbledore's tyranny and embarrassingly failed right at the door of his office, Natasha said as she massaged her forehead, feeling her patience running thin. And you, Wanda, what reason did you have to help him with such stupidity? Ha, I just wanted to see how he failed, Wanda replied, grinning. Hey, Loki protested. I only failed because of the old man's intervention. Yeah, you failed miserably when Grandpa Nicholas came out of the office, Wanda said, shrugging. Tisk. Loki stopped arguing, accepting defeat. While Loki and Wanda marched ahead with the Slytherin army, Nicolas Flamel stepped out of Dumbledore's office just in time to see them. In an instant, everyone froze, but when Loki and Wanda tried to flee, they were quickly caught by their grandfather. What idiots. Isn't that right, Harry? Stephen, covered in paint, said to Harry, who was even more stained and had his head down. Sigh, I still don't understand what you two did. Can you explain it? Natasha asked, looking at the 2 colorful Gryffindors. We declared war on Hufflepuff with paint guns, Stephen said calmly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Natasha was stunned for a moment, then looked at Harry for a more detailed explanation. Harry, explain, she said, annoyed, staring at him. Why yes. After dinner, Professor McGonagall called Stephen. Harry started, glancing at Stephen. When he came back to the Gryffindor common room looking upset, he told the twins to get ready to declare war on Hufflepuff. Many Gryffindors thought it would be fun and joined easily. Then I was sent as a messenger to declare war and deliver the paint guns that Stephen had transfigured. After agreeing on a time in the courtyard, we all met there. But while we were shooting, Grandma Perenelle arrived and caught Stephen before he could react. Then Stephen grabbed me so he wouldn't be the only one punished. Since the others ran away as soon as they saw Grandma, Harry finished, resigned. Ugh, I missed the war. But why against Hufflepuff? Wanda asked, regretting following Loki. Well, we sent messengers to the other houses, but they were busy. Also, Hufflepuff always joins any nonsense for fun, Stephen answered. Meanwhile, Harry was visibly upset since Stephen dragged him into the punishment so he wouldn't be the only one caught. So, you got upset because McGonagall told you that you had matured and weren't acting like a fool anymore, and that led you to do something stupid? Natasha asked, looking at him tiredly, already knowing what had happened. She had overheard the conversation between Stephen and McGonagall as she passed by. Ahem. Of course not, Stephen said, avoiding Natasha's gaze with embarrassment. Well, obviously, everyone is punished. Loki and Wanda will have to assist Professor Snape. Tony will be Professor Flitwick's assistant, while Harry and Stephen will help Professor McGonagall for a month, Natasha said, looking at her siblings with annoyance. Now get out of here before I hit you. The 5 of them immediately stood up and ran toward the door. Natasha was starting to regret accepting this job. While she was normally the counselor, she was also in charge of the problem students, as they caused the most work for the teachers. Thanks to her, the staff could do their tasks with more peace of mind. Although little did she know, the problem students would be her own siblings. While sitting in her office, she heard some knocks on the door. Come in, Natasha said, wondering what was going on now since it was quite late. Sorry, Miss Flamel, I've brought another problematic student, McGonagall said, not fully entering, holding someone by the ear. That's fine, come in, Natasha replied, sighing as she wondered who the next idiot causing noise had arrived at Hogwarts. However, she quickly found out when Professor McGonagall entered, dragging her prisoner. Professor McGonagall, you know I'm an advisor to students, not professors, Natasha said, watching Sirius Black with an annoyed expression as he was pushed toward her. That's true, but I was told you're the only one who can make Mr. Black behave, McGonagall replied with a smile. Sigh, what did he do? Natasha asked, already irritated. He put a stink bomb in Professor Snape's office as a welcome gift, McGonagall said, pushing Sirius toward Natasha. So, good luck, Mr. Black. Oh, and I'm happy you're back at Hogwarts, she added before leaving Sirius and Natasha in the office. Natasha slowly rose from her chair, causing Sirius to take several steps back with concern. Hey, wait. Torture has been banned at Hogwarts for years, Sirius exclaimed, starting to sweat. Yes, but you're not a student. Professor Black, Natasha said as she advanced toward him with a dark smile. Outside Natasha's office, screams of pain were heard for several minutes. Professor Snape, who was about to enter and confront Sirius, stopped. After hearing the screams, he decided someone else was already taking care of making him suffer enough for the day, so he simply left. Meanwhile, the Flamel siblings were returning to their respective common rooms after their meeting with Natasha. Along the way, they chatted, laughing. So, you were excited because your daddy's coming, and you wanted to take over the school for him, Stephen said, teasing Loki. Of course not, you idiot. I just thought it would be fun to mess with our new ruler, Loki replied, visibly annoyed. And you, Stephen? Did you act like a child just because they told you that you had matured? Tony intervened, massaging his head, already feeling the effects of the hangover. Well, I may have gotten a little upset, but it wasn't because of that. It was because I hadn't done something crazy in a while, Stephen said, walking calmly with a smile. Now that I think about it, the new slaves told some stories from when you joined Hogwarts, Loki said, referring to their classmates as if they were subjects rather than equals. True. What was the title they gave you? Tony asked, trying to remember what his drunken classmates had mentioned. Dark Prince, Wanda replied, laughing at Stephen. Shut up, Dementor Extinguisher, Stephen said, annoyed by his old title. Although he shared the same nickname as Wanda, he knew it bothered her more because it didn't sound as cool. Tisk, looks like we'll have to make a name for ourselves before getting a new title, Tony commented, looking at Loki, who nodded, thinking the same. Both remembered that Harry already had his own title, the most famous of all, the boy who lived. Although for me, it'll be easy to get back my title as the god of pranks, Loki said, beginning to strategize in his mind. Oh, weren't you going for the Prince of Asgard title first? Stephen asked mockingly. We don't even know if Asgard exists here, Loki replied, visibly irritated. So, will Tony be Iron Man again or change to Magic Man? Wanda said, laughing with the others. Still debating whether I should reclaim the title of philanthropist, millionaire, playboy, or Iron Man, Tony said, speaking proudly. Narcissist will be first then, Wanda replied. Mr. Sarcasm or Problem Inventor, Stephen added, recalling the nicknames some people had given Tony. Tisk. You guys are just jealous, Tony said, separating from the group to head to the Ravenclaw common room. Loki also veered off toward his room. Meanwhile, Wanda, Harry, and Stephen continued together toward the Gryffindor common room. As soon as they entered, they saw their classmates covered in paint, cleaning themselves while laughing and recounting their heroic acts in battle. Upon seeing Stephen, everyone greeted him and mentioned they should do it again another day. Of course, after cleaning up the mess, everyone retired to their rooms, exhausted from the long day. Chapter 97, Sirius First Class. Sirius First Class. As all the fourth-year students waited for their new defense against the dark arts professor, Harry was quite excited, as it would be Sirius First Class. Sirius, walking proudly, entered the classroom under the gaze of all the students. All right, everyone, no need for introductions since I've been in the newspapers for quite some time, right? Sirius said with a smile as he looked around, winking at Harry. Today, for my first class, I've been asked to teach something quite serious, so I expect you all to take everything in this class to heart, Sirius explained, putting on a serious face. Fourth year is when we teach the unforgivable curses. Does anyone know how many there are? He asked while sitting on his desk. Hermione quickly raised her hand, and Sirius, with a smile, pointed at her to answer. 3, sir, Hermione replied quickly. And why are they called that? Sirius asked again as he looked at her. Because they are unforgivable. If a wizard uses them. Hermione couldn't finish her sentence because she felt it might make Sirius feel bad, but Sirius helped her finish. They'd earn a one-way ticket to Azkaban, right? Sirius replied with a smile, as if he didn't care. And seriously, you don't want to be in Azkaban. I'll tell you that, Sirius said while pointing at himself with a slightly sad smile. Some people wanted me to teach their effects, while many others opposed it. Therefore, it was arranged that I could only use one of them, since the other two could be, well, bad, Sirius said while standing up again. But let's talk about all three first, so you get an idea, he said as he approached Neville's desk, though he didn't recognize him. All right, Chubby, stand up. Tell me the name of one of the curses, Sirius said, pointing to Neville, who stood up, a bit embarrassed by all the attention. There's the Cruciatus curse, Neville said softly. You're Neville, right? Son of Frank and Alice, Sirius said, realizing who Neville was. Yes, sir, Neville replied. I knew your parents. They were excellent wizards. If I had been free, I would have helped them. I'm sorry, Sirius said quickly while patting him on the shoulder, and Neville thanked him with a smile before sitting back down. The Cruciatus curse, or Crucio, is the torturing curse. The pain is so great that you could say it's like ripping part of your soul out. Many dark wizards used it just for fun, torturing Muggle-born wizards and the heroes who fought against them, Sirius said seriously while explaining the function of the curse, though he didn't show or explain how it was used. After all, he didn't want young wizards learning it. Anyone else have one? He quickly asked, noticing that Neville seemed a bit bothered by hearing about that curse. Raise your hands, come on, Sirius said calmly while leaning on the desk. Seeing that Harry raised his hand quickly, he pointed at him. The killing curse, sir, Harry said while still not getting used to calling Sirius by his title, making Sirius want to laugh. All right, Harry, The killing curse is the worst of the 3 curses. Once hit by this spell, it's simple, you die, Sirius said calmly. Although it also depends on the level of magic a wizard has. For example, if any of you cast that curse at my face, it would only make my nose bleed. Well, except for Harry, Sirius said proudly of Harry, as he had long realized the level of magic his godson possessed, which even surpassed his own by a lot. Besides that, it's said no one has survived that curse until now, Sirius said while pointing at Harry. All right, the last one. Anyone? Sirius said, not wanting to remember what had to happen for Harry to be the only one to survive. Once again, many raised their hands, especially most of the Slytherins, but Sirius pretended not to see them and pointed at Ron to answer. Redhead, stand up and say it, Sirius said kindly. Well, I heard from my dad about one called the Imperious Curse, Ron said. Arthur? Haha, that's right, he works at the Ministry. That curse must have caused you a lot of trouble, Sirius said while laughing. The curse of control. This curse can control people to the point that they could even die for you if you ask them. It was also the curse that the Death Eaters used to avoid going to Azkaban, saying they were supposedly controlled by it. Well, after all, scum who can't even defend their own beliefs, Sirius said, showing his disgust, while many Slytherins became quite upset upon hearing that, especially those from those families, but Sirius was unaffected. In fact, it was better if those families got upset and tried to attack him, that way, he'd have a justification to defend himself. All right, 100 points for Gryffindor for all the correct answers, Sirius said while writing in the magical notebook the points for the houses. This would be reflected in Gryffindor's hourglass. Obviously, many Slytherins felt offended as they could clearly see his favoritism towards Gryffindor. The Gryffindors quickly rejoiced to have someone backing them up just like Snape backed up Slytherin, so they were quite happy with their new professor. Well, now let's move on to the practical part, said Sirius as he told everyone to stand up and moved the desks back. The students, knowing they would be witnessing one of the curses, visibly became nervous. Meanwhile, Sirius was calling someone from outside. For this demonstration, we have a witness who is here to ensure everything goes smoothly, Sirius said as a man entered briskly. It was none other than Mad-Eye Moody, who looked around the classroom with his magical eye while wearing a face of annoyance. This is Mad-Eye Moody, a former Auror and Death Eater hunter. He is also the biggest advocate for showing how the unforgivable curses work. He was invited by Dumbledore to serve as the guardian during the tournament, Sirius said, introducing Moody. Let's get this over with, Black. I've got things to do, Moody said irritably. Of course, Sirius said calmly, as he was familiar with Moody's personality. Everyone, take one of the buttons on the table. These were created by a young friend of mine to detect who is being controlled by the Imperious Curse, Sirius explained while placing a pile of buttons with a small gem in the center. These were created by Stephen to prevent the Death Eaters who attacked the Quidditch World Cup from using the excuse that they were being controlled by others. It was also later used in the Ministry, sponsored by Amelia, who was thrilled with such an amazing object. This led many noble families to start reconsidering how to act and what excuses to use in the future. Moody looked at the buttons with annoyance but said nothing. Once everyone has their button, line up. You will be cursed with the Imperious Curse. Your task is to try to resist control. Don't worry, I'm terrible with this spell, so you'll be able to free yourselves easily. And if you can't, get ready to dance in front of everyone, Sirius said with a grin. Everyone then nervously formed a line, trying to be the last ones, but it didn't help much, as everyone had their turn. It was clear that Sirius was quite good with Gryffindor because, although he made them dance a little, he didn't go as far as when he dealt with Slytherins, who had to perform bizarre dances throughout the class. Next came Hermione, who managed to break free after a few minutes, though she couldn't escape without having to dance a tango. The next was Ron, who ended up breakdancing and couldn't escape until Sirius let him go. Finally, it was Harry's turn, who stood in front of Sirius while the latter looked at him with a teasing smile. Harry had a bad feeling, so he prepared himself to use all his concentration to break free. When Sirius activated the curse, Harry immediately felt euphoria, as if happiness was coming from the center of his soul, but it only lasted a few seconds before Sirius' spell failed. Wow, you're really good, Harry. 50 points for Gryffindor, Sirius said, proud of how quickly Harry was able to break free from the curse. Now, for safety, everyone check the buttons you were given earlier, Sirius said while letting everyone check if any of them were still under control. Once everyone confirmed they were fine, Sirius let them leave and even gave each of them a button as a gift. That was a good class, what do you think, Moody? Sirius said while giving Moody a pat on the back, which Moody brushed off irritably. If it had been me, I would have shown them all 3 curses, Moody said quickly. Come on, Mad-Eye, they're just kids. 1 is enough. Besides, we don't want them learning how to use them. At least now the Imperious Curse isn't that hard to detect, Sirius said while shaking his head. If you say so, Moody muttered before leaving quickly with his cane. Sirius, watching him leave, looked at him with a bit of suspicion but said nothing, and then he too left the classroom. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, everyone was talking about Sirius' new class, which seemed to have been a success that excited the students, as they now had a professor who was truly one of them. Last year, they had a good professor too, but once they found out he was a werewolf, everyone started fearing Lupin. The Gryffindors were even more excited because their professor was a Gryffindor who defended them. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who was quite serious. Sirius was very friendly with the Gryffindors and showed his disdain for the Slytherins easily, much like Snape did with them. So now they felt they had true support. Snape realized this, so he started deducting points from the Gryffindors who were sponsored by Sirius. This made Sirius do the same with the Slytherins, so Natasha had to intervene, as it could cause the students to start fighting just like the professors. I'll be direct with both of you. Stop acting like children, or you'll be treated as such, Natasha said while sitting in front of Sirius and Snape, who were glaring at each other in annoyance. Seeing they weren't listening, Natasha had to punish them. Alright, since that's how you want it. Neither of you can deduct or add points unless you provide written justification. And your budget for classes will be reduced by 30%, Natasha said, slamming her quill down on the table. I understand you're only in charge of controlling the students, Miss Flamel, Snape said irritably while casting Natasha a dark look. Yes, but my family is the one that provides money to the school, so I can also act as treasurer, Natasha replied with a smile, fixing Snape with a steady gaze. And does Headmaster Dumbledore know about this? Snape asked, even more upset. Do you think he'll mind having more money for other things? Maybe he'll even buy more sweets for his happiness. Overall, it's better than having a school where the professors act like children, Natasha said calmly. Upon hearing this, Snape realized that Dumbledore wouldn't care at all, and it was likely that Natasha was right about him spending the money on sweets. So, he stood up angrily and left, clicking his tongue and giving Sirius a murderous look. Sigh. I know you're happy to be back at Hogwarts, but now you're a professor, and you need to behave like one. Show that you're better than Snape by acting like an adult in front of all the students, even the Slytherins, Natasha said as she looked at Sirius, who was still seated. That nest of Death Eaters? Sirius asked with annoyance. Not all Slytherins are related to Death Eaters. Remember, my sister-in-law is one of them, as well as my younger brother, Natasha replied calmly. We're no longer in the war where everyone had their sides from school. Now everyone can choose which side they want to be on, she said as she stood up. Tisk fine, I'll just watch over the pseudo-nobles. Is that okay with you? Sirius asked, brushing the hair from his forehead in frustration. That works for me. Now go before I punch you, Natasha said with a smile. Sirius simply shook his head and left. Chapter 98, Conversations. How boring, Wanda said as she lay on the dining table, behaving like a spoiled child. Stop that, Wanda, Daphne said, calming her down as she gently stroked her head like a mother. You guys are really weird, I said, feeling a bit annoyed to be in the presence of the two of them. You're just jealous, Wanda said with a mocking face, looking for a fight. Don't worry, your girlfriend will be here soon, and then we'll have to put up with you, she added, lying on top of Daphne. Now that I think about it, for being the former Supreme Sorcerer, you're quite a pushover, Tony said, approaching our table and sitting down. Obviously, he had overheard our conversation. Get lost, Ravenclaw, Wanda said, tossing a handful of candy wrappers at Tony. Wanda, Natasha said, who had just walked past us, making Wanda immediately sit up straight and quickly defend herself. It was just a joke, Professor Natasha, Wanda said, scared of her sister. Natasha, who took her job of preventing house racism very seriously, had made great progress, especially after word spread that she had subdued none other than Snape and Sirius Black. Although some students still harbored latent hatred, others did it just to be punished by Natasha. By the way, I haven't seen the Fool God and the kid around, Tony said, looking around but not finding Loki and Harry. I heard something about them trying to reclaim their title of prank gods, and the twins heard it too and took him with them. Meanwhile, Harry got kidnapped by Hermione to finish his homework, Wanda said calmly while pulling out candy from her bag. If you keep eating sweets, you'll end up getting fat or looking like Dumbledore, I said, seeing all the candy wrappers around her. Fat like your grandma. Ahem. A voice sounded from behind us just before Wanda could finish what she was going to say. It was Grandma Perenelle, who was staring at Wanda. My grandma, Wanda said, trying to save herself. Your grandmother and Stevens is me, the grandma said, giving Wanda a little tap on the forehead before continuing on her way. Tisk. That's the second time, and you didn't warn me, Wanda said angrily, blaming us. Tony and I just shrugged, ignoring her. Though speaking of grandmas, ours seems to be getting younger every day. She could easily pass for our aunt, Tony said, amazed by Stephen's creation. And yes, you lost most of your mana using it to look younger, but its use could drive witches from all over the magical world crazy. It was certain that some would prefer to become muggles just to regain their youth and beauty. Maybe you should give one to Dumbledore. He looks even older than Grandpa Nico now, ha ha ha, Wanda said, laughing. Even his clothes look like they came from a history museum, she added, while everyone at the table stared at her. Though my robe was supposedly the latest fashion. I'll keep that in mind when I buy my next ones, Miss Flamel, Dumbledore said, standing behind us with a smile. Meanwhile, Wanda, embarrassed, tried to hide under the table. Dumbledore also went on his way without saying anything more, greeting the others with a smile. The others at the Gryffindor table were holding back laughter as they watched Wanda cover her face under the table. Idiot, I said as I stood up and left since I had things to do. Dash. After the day's classes finished, the professors gathered in the headmaster's office to coordinate their tasks, as 2 more schools would soon arrive for the Triwizard Tournament. Headmaster, are you sure you'll be able to control all the students when the other 2 schools arrive? Flitwick asked, observing the number of students they would bring. Don't worry, Phileas, their headmasters will also be here to supervise them. It's not like it all falls on us, Dumbledore responded calmly. I think what Professor Flitwick means is our students. More specifically, the troublesome twins, Snape said, not naming anyone, but everyone knew who he was referring to. Don't worry, Snape. I trust my students, even the pranksters, will be respectful with our guests, Dumbledore said with a smile. Well, I wouldn't worry about Stephen, since Beauxbatons is coming, Natasha said thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Tony and Loki will probably be busy with Durmstrang. So, we might have to keep an eye on Wanda, she concluded, referring to her siblings. You're forgetting Potter, a magnet for trouble, Snape said quickly. Don't worry, Winner, Harry will be fine. I'll look after him, Sirius said, stepping in. Snape, upon hearing this, made an annoyed gesture, but McGonagall intervened before they could start fighting. Why Wanda, Professor Flamel? McGonagall asked. She's usually an exemplary student, though she can get a little restless from time to time. Natasha looked at her grandparents, who met her gaze, realizing that Wanda had charmed Minerva. Well, at these kinds of events, Wanda tends to go a little crazy and ends up causing a domino effect, Perenelle said, explaining the chaos that was usually customary among the Flamel siblings. Domino effect? Sirius asked, confused. Wanda has too much fun and tends to annoy Stephen. Stephen, frustrated, fights with her, causing Loki or Tony to get caught in the crossfire. Whoever's annoyed fights with their sibling to take it out on them. And Harry, trying to escape the disaster, ends up in danger. So now all the siblings have to save Harry, no matter what. Myself included, Natasha said with a smile, explaining the strange dynamics of her family. All the professors looked at the adult Flamels as if they were joking. But seeing that Perenelle was covering her face in slight embarrassment and Nicholas was staring at the ceiling as if the conversation had nothing to do with his family, they began to believe it. She also tends to encourage her siblings to have fun, which leads to strange competitions, Natasha added. McGonagall was a bit surprised and still couldn't quite believe it, but, giving the benefit of the doubt, she listened calmly. However, as she usually observed Wanda, she would pay more attention. Then we should keep an eye on Wanda so she doesn't get her siblings out of control, Perenelle said seriously. I think that's a bit exaggerated, but if Grandma says so, fine, Sirius said, laughing at what a simple girl having fun could do. Obviously, he didn't know what he was up against. After discussing their tasks for the school year, the professors began preparing to fulfill them. By the way, be careful with Loki and Tony. I heard they want to win a title like their brothers, Natasha said with a smile. Sigh. These kids, Perenelle said, annoyed. Haha, they're still young, it's good that they have initiative, Nicholas said with a smile. It reminds me of my days with the Marauders, Sirius said, interested. Snape clicked his tongue and laughed, annoyed. He's just mad because we gave him that nickname, Sirius said, laughing. After the professors left the headmaster's office, Sirius and Natasha took the same path, which allowed Sirius to seize the opportunity to talk to her. Aren't you going to try to get a nickname? Sirius asked curiously. Nickname? I already have one, Natasha answered calmly as she walked. Oh, really? And what is it? Sirius asked, intrigued. Black Widow, Natasha said casually, leaving Sirius confused. And why's that? Did you have a husband who died or something? Sirius asked foolishly. Because I killed my adoptive mother's family using spider venom and then set the house on fire with them inside. Though, of course, it was in self-defense, Natasha said, stopping for a moment and looking at him intently. How do you kill an entire family in self-defense? Sirius asked, taking several steps back while trembling a bit. Haha, you take everything so seriously, Natasha said, resuming her walk with a smile that left Sirius stunned for a few seconds. Wait, that was a joke, right? Right. Sirius asked, hurrying after her, but receiving no reply. Meanwhile, not far from there, Tony, Harry, and Loki were watching the scene. Do you think those two have something going on? Harry asked, watching how his godfather was walking with Natasha. Sirius and Natasha? Impossible, Tony said confidently. Their type is more like the brainy ones who, when they get angry, turn green and become a danger to the planet. Upon hearing that description, Loki gave a dark look, while Harry didn't understand the reference. So does she have a boyfriend? She never introduced him, Harry asked as the three of them started walking. As far as I know, they broke up. It's complicated. According to Stephen, he already has kids and everything, Tony said, diving into the gossip. Wait, the Spawn had kids? Loki asked, surprised. Just so you know, your former friend Thor also adopted a girl, Tony said, pausing for a second before saying brother, as it would sound odd in this context according to Stephen. Who's Thor? Harry asked, confused. The best friend of Loki, they were like brothers, Tony said, mocking Loki. Tisk. He's not my brother or my friend, Loki said irritably. He stopped thinking for a few seconds, as if remembering old times, but quickly recovered and continued walking with the other two. Meanwhile, the three continued gossiping about the lives of others. Chapter 99, Unexpected Encounter and a Sweet Revenge. POV Stephen. Today, we were all waiting outside the castle under the cold of the night. Although it wasn't winter, today was especially chilly. Can you turn that off? Natasha said as she approached us, who who were gathered around a small campfire we had made to stay warm. But, Nat. Professor Flamel, it's cold, Wanda said as she held her hands near the fire. Do you want us to freeze to death? Tony said, annoyed, as he brought his stick, with a marshmallow at the tip, closer to the fire. Guys, I brought more chocolates, Fred said, approaching with a smile. And I brought the cookies, George added, emerging behind his brother. Want one, Nat? I asked as I handed a snack to Natasha, who had been eyeing us with annoyance, but in the end, she gave in and took one. Meanwhile, the other Gryffindors around us were happily roasting their marshmallows. Natasha, you're supposed to control them, not join them, Grandma Perenelle said, appearing behind Natasha, looking angry. But when she looked behind me, her fury increased. Nicholas? Why are you here too? She said angrily, seeing Grandpa Nico having fun with us. Haha, it's fine, Grandma. Anyway, the other schools haven't arrived yet, Wanda said, defending Grandpa, who, when caught, almost choked on his snack. Sure, Professor Perenelle, join us, Sirius said, who was also among the students. It wasn't until the voice of reason came storming toward us with fury. Pack up this party right now and get ready to welcome the other schools, McGonagall said, glaring at us. With the complaints of a few students, we ended up putting out the fire, but we continued eating the snacks, at least until the first school arrived. By the way, Professor Dumbledore was also eating one, but he hid it when Professor McGonagall looked in his direction. What's wrong, Harry? Nervous? I asked when I noticed Harry was quieter than usual. No, I'm just thinking about the fugitives, Harry said seriously, recalling the people who had escaped, especially Peter Pettigrew. Don't worry. You'll probably see them soon. It's certain they'll come for you, Loki said, appearing behind Harry and scaring him. This made Harry visibly worried. Don't listen to him, kid, Tony said, patting Harry on the shoulder with a smile. So, you think they won't come for me? Harry asked, calming down a little. I didn't say that. They'll definitely come for you, Tony said, still smiling, but we're here. Don't worry. Something's coming from the sky, a student said, making everyone focus on the approaching point. After a few seconds, we could see what it was, a beautiful carriage pulled by a bunch of winged horses heading towards us. The winged horses were called Abraxans. They were huge, completely white, and had a pair of majestic wings. According to the Dictionary of Beasts, they loved pure malt whiskey. After circling around in a kind of presentation, the carriage descended and landed a few meters from us. The coachman quickly got down and approached the carriage door to open it. A huge woman descended from it, even taller than Hagrid. It was none other than Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Dumbledore quickly approached to welcome her. Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxime said respectfully, with an elegant greeting. Madame Maxime, Dumbledore greeted warmly, with a smile. Has Karkaroff still not arrived? Madame Maxime asked, noticing the absence of the other school. Just as Dumbledore was about to respond, a large movement in the nearby lake caught everyone's attention. Suddenly, a large black boat emerged from the bottom of the water as if nothing had happened. Looks like he's here, Dumbledore said, patiently waiting for the other headmaster's arrival. It was supposed to be Igor Karkaroff, but when he saw who was leading the students, Dumbledore could not have been more surprised. He didn't even know if he should draw his wand and be on guard, because the headmaster wasn't anyone else but Gellert Grindelwald, who was approaching with a rather friendly smile. Not only that, but Grindelwald looked so young that, if someone said he was his son, it would be completely believable. Albus, it's been a long time, Gellert said, greeting him with a handshake, leaving Dumbledore in complete confusion. Gellert, what are you doing here? Dumbledore asked, coming out of his stupor as he reached for his wand inside his robe, without drawing it, so as not to alarm the students. Seeing Dumbledore's defensive stance, Grindelwald calmly smiled. Relax, Albus. Most of my magic is sealed, I can barely float a feather. And above all, I have a magical contract that allows me to only see the magical world, but not interfere, Gellert said to reassure Dumbledore. Hearing this, Dumbledore quickly turned his gaze to Stephen, while Nicholas approached for a moment and whispered something in his ear with a rather mischievous smile. After hearing what Nicholas said, Dumbledore visibly became frustrated, but at the same time, he calmed down, while Stephen greeted him with a smile. Sigh, it's good to see you again, Gellert, Dumbledore said as he returned the handshake to Grindelwald. Madame Maxime was aware of the new headmaster of Durmstrang but helped Stephen see Dumbledore's surprised expression. Shall we go in? It's quite cold, Maxime intervened in the encounter between the two men. Of course, Dumbledore said, gesturing toward the path. Meanwhile, the students from Beauxbatons began to disembark from the carriage. Excited, little brother? Wanda said, looking at Stephen with a teasing smile. I'm fine, Stephen replied, trying to show that he was calm. Oh, really? A voice sounded behind them, surprising several students. She's beautiful, said one of the Gryffindor boys, looking at the newly appeared Fleur, who had surprised everyone by removing an invisibility cloak. Shit, said Stephen, almost running off upon seeing the angry face of his girlfriend. If you take one more step, you'd better not come back, said Fleur with a smile on her face, though not in her eyes. Stephen looked at Wanda, trying to understand his girlfriend's anger, but Wanda just gave him a mocking look. In that moment, Stephen realized it was her fault. Whatever it is, it's Wanda's fault, said Stephen to defend himself, while Wanda put on an innocent face and looked at him as if she were being unfairly accused. So, forgetting my birthday is Wanda's fault? Asked Fleur, staring intently at Stephen. What are you talking about? I sent you. Stephen fell silent when he remembered that he had asked Wanda to send the package to Fleur, as he had to leave because of a problem with the fugitives. He quickly looked at Wanda, who just then took out a candy with a familiar wrapping. The package that was supposed to reach Fleur had been filled with chocolates and candies Fleur loved. Then, he realized why there were always wrappers lying around Wanda. She had been eating Fleur's gift box. It looks like we need to talk, said Fleur as she dragged Stephen away under the gaze of everyone. Stephen simply followed her, dejected, knowing it was his fault for not making sure the package had arrived. Haha, Wanda laughed, satisfied that her evil plan had worked, as it was her revenge for Stephen repeatedly calling her fat. It looks like you and I also need to talk, Wanda, said Daphne, looking at her seriously as she realized what she had done. Interfering in a couple's business to make a joke isn't good. What? Said Wanda, looking at Daphne with fear as she was also dragged away. Did you see, Harry? Never fall in love, said Tony, watching how his brothers disappeared. Meanwhile, under McGonagall's command, all the students returned to the castle and headed toward the dining hall. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore had to officially introduce the invited schools, which would make a presentation. For now, let's welcome the students from Beauxbatons and their headmistress, Madame Maxime, said Dumbledore as the dining hall doors opened. The students from Beauxbatons led the way, making a soft gesture of greeting to the sides as they approached the podium. Several dancers performed a presentation that left the students enchanted, especially the boys. After the performance, all the students stood up to give a loud applause, while the women of Hogwarts simply clapped without much enthusiasm and glared at the boys in annoyance. Then, Madame Maxime greeted Dumbledore and the other professors again before sitting in a chair specially placed beside Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised his hands to calm everyone and introduced the Durmstrang School. Now, our friends from the north. Let's welcome the proud sons of Durmstrang and their headmaster, Gellert Grindelwald, said Dumbledore, pausing for a second when mentioning the headmaster's name. After the introduction, the students from Durmstrang entered proudly, hitting large staffs against the ground, causing sparks to appear at their feet. They then ran toward the podium and performed a dance similar to breakdancing, spitting fire in a much more eye-catching presentation than Beauxbatons. To finish, Victor Crumb entered with seriousness and firm steps, not looking at anyone, while the students, especially Ron, were excited to see him. Grindelwald entered calmly and, instead of heading toward Dumbledore, went directly to the Slytherin table under the watchful gaze of everyone, especially Dumbledore. My beloved children, how are you? He said, seeing Loki and Tony, who was sitting next to his brother, knowing his father would do something like this. The Slytherin students weren't bothered by his presence, as their parents had sent them letters asking them never to disturb the Grindelwald brothers. Hello, old man. You look good, greeted Tony casually. Loki nodded at Gellert as a greeting. Although I'd like for you to go to Durmstrang, it seems Hogwarts will be more fun, especially this year, said Grindelwald as he patted both of them on the shoulders and then headed back toward Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the Slytherins didn't say a word in front of Grindelwald, but they looked at him with fanatical eyes. In particular, their gazes were directed at their children. That old man did it on purpose, said Tony, annoyed, as he walked back to his seat in Ravenclaw. He didn't care about being the center of attention, so Loki felt annoyed that he had left him alone. Gellert approached the professors with a friendly smile and said, "Thank you for taking care of my children, and their siblings," he added, also looking at Nicolas and Perenelle. Several professors felt a bit awkward. Although Grindelwald couldn't use his magic at full power, his aura of power was still palpable. Don't worry. After all, they are now part of my family as well, Perenelle replied calmly, unshaken, showing an aura even stronger than Grindelwald's. Haha, that's good, said Grindelwald as he sat in his chair on the other side of Dumbledore. Dumbledore signaled for the food to appear, displaying dishes from the other countries. While the students from Beauxbatons mixed with the ones from Hogwarts, the Durmstrang students preferred to sit with the Slytherins. Chapter 100, Wanda and Winky. POV Wanda. If you know it was wrong, then why did you do it? Daphne asked, quite angry at my involvement in the prank on my brother's girlfriend. Sorry, I said, sounding regretful while fluttering my eyelashes to try to convince Daphne. Although it seemed like it was going to work, she resisted the charm. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort in my attacks. It's fine to joke with your brother, but it's not okay to question the love between a couple. Do you understand? Daphne said, making her anger clear. Although I don't see the problem, I'm sure Fleur was just looking for an excuse to take Stephen to a private place. Okay, I'll apologize to Fleur when I see her, I said, acting innocent. Good, but you're still going to be punished, Daphne replied firmly. It was time to use my #1 weapon. Do I really need a punishment? I said, getting close to Daphne, almost hugging her, while I stared into her eyes. That won't work, Daphne said, remaining calm. Damn, this used to work to make her nervous. Looks like I'll have to increase the intensity a bit. What if I do this? I whispered, getting even closer and resting my arms on her shoulders, almost about to kiss her. At the same time, I deactivated my camouflage, letting my true appearance fully reveal itself. It seems my good brother had the same idea because I felt the surge of his aura not far from the corridor we were in. I told you it wouldn't work, dear. I've gotten used to your appearance, Daphne said before giving me a kiss, breaking free from my grip, and walking calmly. Before leaving, she turned back for a second and said, let's go to the dining hall before they come looking for us. Then she continued on her way. I whispered softly, trying to recover from Daphne's critical hit. After all, I can say I have a lot of offense, but zero defense. Now my face was as red as a tomato. You're going to pay for this, I murmured while fanning my face. After a few seconds to recover, I left the corridor and headed to the dining hall. I just saw Fleur walking quickly toward it, her face visibly red. Behind her, not far off, came Stephen walking calmly with a victorious smile. When he saw me, he threw me a mocking look. He had probably noticed something, probably the same redness I had. Damn, it's annoying. It seems my revenge was too soft. He'll see. When we arrived at the dining hall, everyone was talking about the presentation we obviously missed, but I don't think it was anything special. So we ate calmly while the professor seemed to be having an interesting conversation. After that, we all went to our rooms. It seems the boys from the other two schools will sleep in their transportation, since it looks like they have enough space for everyone. After all, they have the expansion spell. The next day, I woke up early as usual and went to the kitchen to get some food. Hello, young Mistress Wanda, Misty said as soon as I entered through the door. Hello, Misty. Are you working here? I asked, surprised to see her in the castle. Yes. Since the masters are in the castle, Misty has to protect them. Dobby is also around, she replied, pointing to Harry's elf, who was circling around a female elf. It seemed like he was trying to cheer her up since she was crying in a corner of the kitchen. Intrigued, I walked over to see what was happening. Hello, Dobby. What's going on? I asked curiously. Oh, young Mistress Wanda. Dobby greets you, Dobby said with elegance. After all, he had been trained by Misty, so he no longer behaved the same way. He even had his little butler suit, something that had caused envy among many elves in the kitchen, especially because, despite not being a free elf, he could wear such cool clothes. She is Winky, right? Why is she crying here? Dobby, are you mistreating her? I asked, noticing how Dobby became a bundle of nerves upon hearing that. No, Dobby would never do that, he said hurriedly, trying to explain himself, but his nervousness made him look more guilty, even though he wasn't. Haha, it was a joke, Dobby. So, what's going on? I asked as I sat on the floor, interested in the story. Well, Winky seems. Before Dobby could finish, Winky began speaking between sobs. My mother worked for the Crouches, and my grandmother before her. What would happen if they saw that Winky has been freed? Oh, the shame, she said while taking a big swig from the bottle she was holding. Although it didn't seem like a very alcoholic drink, for Winky, it definitely was. Ah, right. Crouch. I said, recalling the events from the Quidditch Cup. If I'm not mistaken, Barty Crouch Sr. was arrested when it was proven that the bones buried as his sons were obviously those of his wife. And there was nothing in his wife's tomb. Obviously, the ministry tried to cover it up, as they had quite a few Crouch supporters trying to help, but a reporter from the Daily Prophet quickly exposed it to the world. Especially, Fudge took advantage of the situation to remove an opponent from his path, and now Crouch is serving his sentence in Azkaban. So, you don't want to be a free elf? I thought many elves sought freedom, I said, looking at Winky. Meanwhile, some elves seemed to have heard my words, so they started moving nervously. Don't say that, young Mistress Wanda. No elf at Hogwarts would want to be free, said Misty, helping the nervous elves running all over the place, a little out of control. That's right. That's crazy, said another elf, looking at me fearfully. Hokey will be a house elf until death, said another elf, exaggerating a bit, but they seemed quite serious. But didn't he want to be free? I asked, pointing at Dobby. Dobby made a mistake at that moment. Dobby is happy being young Master Harry's elf and the Flamel families, Dobby quickly said. So, do you want to go back to being a house elf with a master? I asked Winky, who stared at me for a few seconds before answering. When a house elf is freed, the servitude contract fades from our bodies. Winky can no longer be a servant, she said while taking another drink from her bottle. Don't worry, I have a solution. After all, Dobby was freed and then caught by my brother to serve Harry with a different contract, I said, patiently explaining to Winky. That's true. Dobby is now a proud servant of the Flamel house, Dobby said while showing the small shield on his arm, which had the Flamel family emblem on it. Winky looked at Dobby's shield and then glanced at me again, hopeful for a moment, before she became sad again. But Winky is a bad elf, that's why she was fired, she said with sadness. I'm going to ask you only once, and you have to answer now because there won't be another chance, I said, becoming serious as I looked at Winky. Do you want to be my servant and join the elves serving the Flamel family? I asked with a firm look. Flamel family, she whispered, looking at Dobby and Misty, who were standing on either side of me, elegantly dressed in noble servant clothing. Their appearance even seemed to have changed a little, as now they looked cleaner than the other elves. Winky wants. Can Winky be a servant again? She asked, getting up barely. She seemed a little dizzy, but she quickly looked at me with hope. Of course. But first, you need a bath and to sober up, I said with a smile while Misty quickly acted and took Winky for a quick cleaning. Meanwhile, I went to find my good brother Stephen. When I found him, it seemed like he was showing Fleur around Hogwarts while they flirted as they walked through the halls. Hello, Fleur. I need a moment with my brother, I said as I appeared between them and grabbed Stephen before he could resist. I dragged him along with me. Wait, idiot? What are you doing? He said as he was pulled by my magic. Meanwhile, I floated a few inches above the ground to go faster. After all, Professor McGonagall had forbidden us from flying in the hallways. I caught an interesting house elf, I said with a smile. You caught what? He said, not fully understanding. But it was better to show him, so I quickly went to the kitchen. There, it seemed like Misty had already helped Winky sober up. The elf was standing nervously by Misty and Dobby's side. Now, put the same contract on Winky that you did for Misty and Dobby, I said, pointing at her. Stephen looked at her for a few seconds while he understood what was going on. Sigh, I guess that's fine, he said as he took out a parchment and began writing on it with magic. After a few seconds, he handed it to Misty. Here. If you sign this, you'll have the same rights as Misty and Dobby. You don't have to betray your old master, we don't need anything from him anyway. But even if you see him in the future, he will now be a stranger to you, Stephen said, seeming to want to make sure of something. Winky thought about it for a few seconds. After all, it seemed like she had some affection for the Crouch family, but now, as a free elf, she had her own decisions. Finally, Winky signed the document, a little nervously. Then the contract glowed, drawing the attention of all the elves in the kitchen, and then it entered Winky. It seemed like she felt something in her shoulder, and she quickly lifted her old servant's outfit to see how the Flamel family shield began to form on her arm. She looked at it with surprise. Meanwhile, many elves watched with a bit of envy, as it seemed Dobby liked to proudly talk about his family shield. Good. Now you're my house elf, I said with a proud smile. All right. I'm leaving. Don't bother me for a while, Stephen said, and he left without looking back. Winky. Winky can be a servant again, she whispered, looking at the shield on her arm as she began to cry. Chapter 101, Plans and Flirting. Plans and Flirting. Author's note. I've started a new story set in the world of Harry Potter, but with a twist. What would happen if a battle-hardened Nord from Skyrim arrived at Hogwarts? Not only that, imagine that this warrior is the Dragonborn, a hero who has completed all his quests and reached an almost unstoppable level of power. Intrigued? Then you can't miss my new novel, Harry Potter, Dragonborn Comes. In this tale, we'll explore how a warrior forged in the cold and epic battles of Skyrim interacts with the magical world of Harry Potter. From magical confrontations and cultural clashes to the impact his incredible strength and skills will have on this universe, I promise you it'll be a story full of surprises, action, and thrilling moments. Don't wait any longer to dive into this unique adventure that combines two fascinating worlds. This chapter contains Yuri romance, so you've been warned. Hello, Wanda. Here you might wonder what I'm doing right now while I talk to the void and hold my two little brothers tied to my feet, I said while monologuing as if I were talking to someone. It's not like I'm actually doing that, I'm just messing with Tony and Loki, who look pretty confused. Stop doing that, you're creepy, Tony said while looking at me like I was a lunatic. Ha ha ha, don't be silly. Obviously, someone is watching us, don't you remember? I said, acting with intrigue. Well, after all, Stephen and I always feel that hidden gaze somewhere, especially when we use magic. According to Stephen, it's the old wizards of this world who watch us, just like our grandparents and Dumbledore, but I'm not sure if it's true. Unbind me, damn woman. Loki said, irritated, wriggling like a worm. Ha ha ha, you look funny like that, I said while poking him with my wand. By the way, I don't use it much. Honestly, it looks pretty silly to use magic with a stick when you can do it with your hands, but according to Stephen, this tool helps concentrate the magic in one point. At least for wizards of this world, for us it's pretty useless. Although it's true that magic in this world is simpler when used with this stick. So, what does our older sister Wanda want? Tony said, sounding quite sarcastic, but I did like that title. So, like a good older sister, I let them go. Who is she? Loki asked as he untied the ropes from his body and looked at Winky, who was standing next to me. She's Winky, my house elf, I said, proudly introducing her. But don't fall in love with her, she could find someone better, I added, teasing Loki. Why would I fall in love with her? Loki shouted, annoyed. Well, a version of you fell in love with her female version. Although you might still be that version, but you don't want to tell us which one you are, Tony said, joining in to tease Loki. Wait, now that I think about it, in Norse stories, there are some romances about Loki. Were they true? Tony asked, remembering the adventures of the god of lies in the legends. What? Of course not. That was Fondrel getting back at me for a prank I pulled, Loki said, trying to defend himself, but both Tony and I looked at him judgmentally. Tisk. Then why did you kidnap us? Loki asked, changing the subject, looking annoyed. I need your help with something, I said, approaching them with a smile and told them my plan. You're crazy? Why would we mess with the guy who could give us a one-way trip to Antarctica? Tony said after hearing my plan against Stephen. Meanwhile, Loki, though not saying anything, nodded in agreement with Tony. Really? Then, what do you say, Loki? This way you'll prove to Tony that magic is better than science once and for all, I said, looking at him. Magic better than science? Seriously? Science gave me a suit that lets me fly, shoot lightning, and save the world. Magic is just an illusion compared to cutting-edge technology, Tony said, annoyed. Looks like I just hit a nerve. Yes, but Stephen was saving our reality all the time, while not even you, with your technology, realized it at that time, I said, mocking him with a smile. Plus, your technology can't do what the magic of this world does. I know you're trying to convince me, and you succeeded. I'll show you that technology can do the same as any spell or potion in this world, Tony said before quickly walking away. Then I looked at Loki, who had stayed still thinking. Looks like Tony is going to beat you, I said, watching him. That made Loki react, and he ran off, annoyed. Looks like I convinced them to help me. That was easy. While I wait for my little siblings to complete my request, I have time to bother someone, so I'll go see what Harry is up to. It was easy to find him since he was walking with Hermione and Ron in the inner courtyard. Hi, Harry, what are you doing? I said, suddenly appearing behind him, making him jump. Wanda? Ugh, what's going on? Harry said as he recovered from the scare. Do I look that scary? I asked while looking at the three of them. They quickly shook their heads. I'll ignore Ron, who nodded for a second before changing to shake his head like the others. Never mind. You guys are boring, I said before walking away, leaving the three of them stunned. As I walked aimlessly, I found a cute Slytherin girl with silver blonde hair. She seemed to be walking in my direction, so maybe I could try flirting with her. Hey, beautiful, do you come here often? I said, leaning against a wall, trying to act cool. The school I've been studying at for 5 years? In the hallway on the way to the dining hall, where I eat every day. And why are you talking like that? Daphne replied, not understanding my flirting. Ugh, that made me feel a bit embarrassed. It was a joke, although your flirting style is pretty old-fashioned, she said, walking closer with a soft smile. Hey, my flirting methods are updated, 100% functional, I said, acting narcissistic. Oh, really? 100% functional. You must have tried flirting a lot then, she said, giving me a dangerous look. Of course. If I only use it with you and it always works, that means it's 100% effective, I said quickly, activating all my neurons to get out of the problem. Ha ha ha, well, this time you won, she said, looking at me with affection. Do you want to come with me, or will you keep flirting with the girls who pass by this corridor? She asked, extending her hand to me. Obviously, I'd like to stay, I said jokingly, but when I saw her dangerous smile again, I decided to correct myself. Stay with you, who else? I said again, saving myself. Anyway, Daphne tapped my forehead before taking my hand and leading me to the dining hall. Now that I think about it, when we met, you weren't like this, I said suddenly, breaking the silence while we walked hand in hand. What do you mean? She asked, confused. About this, I said, raising our joined hand. Before, just getting a little closer to you made your ears turn red while you tried to act emotionless. Ah, well, that was because I wasn't used to it yet. But having you around made me stronger against your charms, she said, stopping for a second to approach and caress my face, making me blush. Ha ha ha, and it's more fun to be the one emitting it. After all, when I was younger, I had to control my emotions so my magic wouldn't get out of control, she said with a smile while looking at me. Right, Stephen told me he cured your family's curse, I said, remembering what he had told me when I met Daphne. That reminds me of when we first met, I added, looking at her with a teasing smile. You better forget that, she said, this time showing some embarrassment. Oh, what beautiful memories. I remember seeing a young Daphne seriously training her magic, and when I appeared in front of her, her magic got so out of control that the nearby tree leaves turned into hearts, I said while taking a few steps around her, who was trying to get me to be quiet. All right, no need to say it out loud, she said, trying to cover my mouth. I think when we had our first class together, you also made Professor Flitwick's class fill with flying roses everywhere, I continued, dodging her hands as she tried to stop me. After a few seconds of running around, she managed to catch me while I was teasing her. Obviously, that last one was you, just to tease me, she said, hugging me with annoyance and embarrassment. Ha ha ha, maybe, I replied, acting suspicious. And if I remember correctly, you were the one who followed me everywhere, she said, trying to defend herself. Well, it was interesting to see what else could transform by accident when you looked at me, I said, returning the hug. Tisk, come on, it's getting late, she said, letting go of me a bit annoyed, although it was obvious that she was more embarrassed than angry, since she was still holding my hand tightly as we walked toward the dining hall. Now that I think about it, maybe you just fell in love with my looks, I said, pretending to be hurt. Don't act like it. You also fell in love with my looks first, she said quickly, looking at me. Ha ha ha, that means we're meant for each other, I replied, giving her a light kiss before we continued on our way to the dining hall. Chapter 102, Brothers, Fevers, and Vaccines. Brothers, Fevers, and Vaccines. What are you doing here? Stephen asked as he looked at Loki and Tony sitting in the Gryffindor common room, snacking with Harry while playing video games on the room's magical television. Playing, Tony replied casually, not taking his eyes off the screen as he mashed the buttons on his controller like crazy. I can see that. I'm asking why you're in the Gryffindor common room when you're a Ravenclaw and a Slytherin, Stephen said, annoyed. Hey, there's no rule saying students from other houses can't enter each other's common rooms, Tony replied calmly, while Loki and Harry were so focused that they seemed not to have heard. Haha, I won again, losers. Tony laughed, mocking the frustrated Harry and Loki, who seemed to have teamed up to defeat him but still lost. Meanwhile, Stephen approached a person sprawled on a couch in the corner, who appeared to be Wanda. What's wrong with you? Stephen asked as he looked at his sister, lying face down and barely breathing. Stephen, hi, Wanda said, struggling to lift her head and smiling at him. Seeing her flushed face and weak body, Stephen quickly touched her forehead. You're burning up. You have a fever, he said, a little surprised. I thought fools didn't get sick, he added mockingly, but seeing that Wanda didn't react, he just let it go. Why don't you go to the infirmary? He asked, kneeling to speak to her gently. The medicine is disgusting, Wanda replied, making a face of disgust. Sigh. Come on, get up. It's better to take medicine than to keep having a fever, Stephen said, pulling her up from the couch. No, I don't want to. Wanda started whining like a spoiled child. Hurry up and get up, or the nurse will have to give you an injection if your fever gets worse, Stephen warned, making Wanda suddenly shudder, her face visibly filled with fear. Fine. Wanda murmured sadly as she fixed her robe and hair before leaving the room. I'm taking Wanda to the infirmary. Do you guys want to come? Stephen asked his younger brothers. Of course not, I don't want to catch it, Tony said, sounding like an idiot. I'll pass, Loki responded calmly. Meanwhile, Harry continued fighting fiercely with his controller. All right, walk, Stephen said, speaking to Wanda, who was staggering forward. Upon stepping out of the portrait hole, Wanda suddenly stopped. Stephen, she said, standing still. What is it? Stephen asked, looking at her. My feet hurt, Wanda said, leaving Stephen confused. So what? You still need to go to the infirmary. Let's go, Stephen said quickly. My feet hurt. Carry me, Wanda insisted, acting like a spoiled child again. What? Are you crazy? Come on, walk, Stephen said, frustrated. Stephen, carry me on your back. My feet hurt, Wanda pleaded, tears forming in her eyes. Sigh. Fine, don't cry, Stephen responded, annoyed, but still turned around and crouched so she could climb onto his back. Happily, Wanda clung to Stephen's neck as he started walking. As he silently carried Wanda on his back, some students saw them and greeted them, but upon noticing that she was sick, they let Stephen continue quickly toward the infirmary. Stephen, Wanda said, breaking the silence. What now? Stephen spoke calmly, as this time, he had quite a bit of patience since his sister was sick. Thank you, Wanda said, leaving Stephen stunned for a second. Thank you for what? Stephen asked as he kept walking. Thank you for being my brother. And thank you for not holding a grudge against me for your death being my fault, Wanda said, hiding her face in Stephen's back. Hearing that, Stephen thought for a few seconds before speaking. To be honest, back then, when we fought for so long, there was another way to stop you. But even then, it would have caused me to die after a while. And when I realized you couldn't control yourself and were going to die, I thought I wouldn't mind dying a little earlier to accompany you. I couldn't let someone die alone in space. And I had already done everything I needed to do in my world, so I was useless there, Stephen said sincerely. Luckily, we were reborn in this world. And, as if it were a joke, as twin siblings, he added with an ironic smile but without any resentment. Actually, I wished with all my heart that if another life existed, I would be reborn as your sister, Wanda said with a smile. Looks like you wished for it really hard because now we have way too many siblings, Stephen said, laughing. Stephen, what? You're a good brother. That's true. But don't tell the others, or they'll get jealous, Stephen said with a calm smile. Even so, I'll keep annoying you, Wanda said, peeking her head from behind Stephen with a grin. Yeah, I know. And I'll return every hit, Stephen replied calmly. After their conversation, Stephen kept walking through the hallways until they reached the infirmary. Hello, Poppy, Stephen said as he saw the nurse, who seemed to be giving medicine to some students that also looked feverish. Do you have a fever too? She asked quickly as she approached. No, not me. My sister, Stephen said, pointing at Wanda, who had apparently fallen asleep at some point. Poppy quickly gestured for him to lay her on one of the beds and assured him she would take care of her. She also recommended that he leave, as he might catch whatever was going around since it seemed like there was a flu spreading. Stephen gave Wanda one last look as she slept peacefully before heading back to the Gryffindor common room. The three idiots were still playing. Now that I think about it, did you two get all the magical shots and remedies? Stephen asked, looking at Tony and Loki, who turned around, confused. What? Tony asked, puzzled. Shots for what? Loki asked. For example, do you have the dragon measles or fire fever vaccine? Stephen asked again. No, never heard of them, Tony answered quickly. Me neither. Though in the Muggle side, they gave us the measles shot when we entered the orphanage, Loki said thoughtfully. Muggle diseases don't affect us. But magical diseases are nastier and more dangerous, Stephen explained. Looks like we'll have to take a trip to St. Mungo's, he said, standing up and sending a message to their grandparents. Do you have all your shots? Loki asked Harry, who quickly nodded. Yeah, when my grandparents adopted me, they had me go through a medical checkup, Harry said. By the way, the shots are really painful, and the potions are disgusting. I wouldn't want to go through that again, he quickly added, recalling his day at the hospital. I don't think it's that big of a deal to get vaccinated, Tony said casually. You're forgetting that the wizarding world seems to have medieval-level medical knowledge, Loki said, making Tony start to doubt if going to the hospital for shots was a good idea. If it gets too bad, we might have to bring our own syringes, Tony said, thinking about how hospitals were run in the Middle Ages. If wizards had those kinds of traditions, it was more likely they'd end up worse off by going to a magical hospital. Meanwhile, Harry was laughing, since what he had said earlier was a lie. The vaccines were just like in the Muggle world, maybe even less painful thanks to anesthesia spells. The only mildly annoying thing might have been the potions, but nothing more. On the other hand, in the staff room, where they were having a meeting about the tournament, Perenelle glanced at her magical phone for a few seconds. After reading the message, she quickly looked at Grindelwald. "You didn't take your kids to get their magical vaccines?" she asked, frowning. "Well, that would have been difficult, considering I was a prisoner and the guards couldn't leave their posts," Gellert defended himself. Perenelle thought about it and realized he was right, so she didn't push the issue further and turned to Dumbledore. "I'll take the twins to St. Mungo's this weekend to get vaccinated," she said quickly, to which Dumbledore easily agreed. "Now, back to the matter at hand. So, the first trial will be with dragons?" Dumbledore asked, looking at the ministry officials. "That's right, Headmaster," one of the officials replied. "What madness, putting students in front of a dragon," McGonagall said, angry. "It's fine, Minerva. Some of the best wizards in the world will be among the staff, protecting the students. We even brought Moody," Dumbledore said to reassure her, gesturing to Perenelle, the heads of the other schools, and mentioning the former Auror who wasn't at the meeting. "Moody worries me more," McGonagall said, but she let the meeting continue. As they kept talking, Dumbledore had to create a barrier around the Goblet of Fire so underage students couldn't put their names in. But that was something they would later realize was completely pointless to worry about. Chapter 103, The Chaos Before the Selection. The Chaos Before the Selection. Stephen POV. Today was the day Dumbledore placed the Goblet of Fire in the center of the Great Hall. While he talked about the age line and all that, well, honestly, I don't know much of what he said because I wasn't paying attention. After all, I more or less knew what it was about. So, all week, we watched students put their names in after classes. Watching people occasionally walk up to drop their names into the Goblet of Fire was pretty boring, but I decided to stay and be part of it. The first one, obviously, was Crumb, acting all proud and narcissistic. "Are you sure you don't want to compete?" Fleur asked, sitting beside me while writing her name on a piece of paper. "Do you really want me to compete? Maybe Dumbledore and the other headmasters will have to team up to balance the levels," I said, laughing. "I was just asking as a good girlfriend. I don't want to compete against you, you cheat," she said as she stood up with a smile and walked toward the Goblet of Fire under everyone's gaze. "Hey, I don't cheat. I'm just stronger," I shouted as Fleur gestured at me from the center of the hall. After placing her name, all the students cheered excitedly. Then, we saw the Hufflepuff boys pushing Cedric to put his name in. He hesitated, but he already had his name written on a piece of paper, so he quickly stepped forward and dropped it into the cup. Once again, the students started applauding enthusiastically. "These guys are really excited about watching a deadly competition, aren't they?" I said, looking at all the Hogwarts students. Just then, George and Fred arrived, looking quite happy, with potions in their hands. "We found a way," Fred said, shaking the potion. "It won't work," Hermione said, looking at them like they were idiots. "Why do you think that, Shorty number 3? George asked, using the old nickname we had for her when they were first years. "Don't call me that. And, do you see that line? Dumbledore himself drew it. Do you think a simple potion can break it?" she said, pointing at the mark on the floor around the Goblet of Fire. "We won't know unless we try," the twins quickly said as they stood in front of each other. "Bottoms up," they said, downing their potions and then jumping inside the age line. Everyone went silent for a second, and when they weren't immediately thrown out, they started applauding as the twins acted all proud, strutting around the goblet with smug smiles. "How many meters do you think they'll fly this time?" Tony asked, approaching, since we had already witnessed other Ravenclaw students try something similar, only to be sent flying all the way to the Great Hall's entrance while turning into old men. "The same distance, but this time they'll grow beards," I said calmly. "Hey, looking into the future is boring," Tony said, annoyed. "I didn't look into the future. It's pretty obvious," I replied casually. Then, exactly as I had said, the twins tried to put their names in the goblet, and it expelled them beyond the barrier. After getting up, a huge white beard began forming on both of them. Annoyed, they started fighting each other, rolling on the floor and blaming one another. "All right, Mr. Weasleys, you may head to the infirmary where the other students are being treated. Though I must say, your beards are quite impressive, even better than mine," Dumbledore said, appearing alongside the other headmasters, who seemed to have been watching the whole scene. "All right, 5 minutes left. Any students who still wish to compete may put their names in now," Dumbledore said with a smile. I'm bored," Wanda said, as she wasn't interested in watching people walk up from time to time just to have everyone applaud like idiots. "How many times has she said she's bored this week?" I asked Harry, who was sitting beside me. "I don't know, 3, I think," Harry said while counting on his fingers. As soon as he said the exact number, he began to pale. "What? Are you sure?" Tony asked quickly, looking nervous. He immediately went to fetch Loki and brought him over. "You, with a good memory, how many times has Wanda said she was bored this week?" Tony asked hurriedly. "This week, only twice," Loki said quickly, recalling. "Phew, then this is only the second time," Harry and Tony said as they wiped imaginary sweat off their brows. "This time?" The second time she said it before she got sick. Loki said, confused. Shit, Stephen, catch her. Tony shouted as he quickly turned to look at me. Meanwhile, I was watching everything quite amused, since the three of them kept track of how many times Wanda said she was bored because they knew that, by the third, she would do something dumb that would end up dragging them along. Personally, I didn't mind, as I could say I enjoyed their suffering. Nope. Too late, I said while pointing at Wanda, who was already running toward the Goblet of Fire at full speed. An inhuman speed that left the headmasters and professors stunned. Meanwhile, Grandma Perenelle and Natasha simply shook their heads, knowing she was about to pull some crazy stunt. But they weren't going to stop her at school. As long as she didn't do anything bad, they let her be. Otherwise, it would be worse. If we're going to have a competition, let's make it fair for everyone, she said while casting a spell that plucked a hair from every student present in the Great Hall, regardless of whether they were older or younger than 16. Of course, I caught mine before it reached Wanda, while Tony and Loki managed to destroy theirs. Harry, who didn't react in time, watched as his hair flew into Wanda's hands, transforming before touching her into a piece of paper with his name written on it, just like the other students. Wanda quickly tossed them into the Goblet of Fire as if she had just made a perfect shot. Everything happened so fast that everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend for a few seconds. Then, the goblet lit up in a different color, signaling that the time to submit names had ended. What did she just do? Asked a Gryffindor student, while a Ravenclaw nervously replied. I think she just signed us all up to participate in the champion selection, he said as the others started getting just as nervous. What? Some of them said, not quite understanding, but once they realized, they began trembling. What they knew about past tournaments involved tough battles, and some had even lost their lives. Ha ha ha, now we all have the same chances, Wanda said with a smile as she walked calmly under everyone's gaze. Then, the students went into a frenzy. Some were terrified of being chosen, while others were excited, especially those who had been unable to compete due to the age line, mostly the Gryffindors. The Ravenclaws, for the most part, began praying not to be selected since they were researchers, not fighters. Silence, Dumbledore quickly said, calming the uproar. Remember that the Goblet of Fire only allows the student to write their own name. It does not work if someone else writes it for them, he added, reassuring the students. Everyone calmed down while Wanda sat down, annoyed with Dumbledore. Tisk, dummy ruined the fun, Wanda grumbled, upset that she couldn't make everyone feel the fear of possibly being chosen. You're a demon, Tony said, staring at Wanda. Even so, it's very likely that Harry will end up being chosen, I said calmly, drawing everyone's attention. But Dumbledore said. Hermione began to speak. Yeah, I know what he said, but we're talking about Harry, I said, cutting her off while pulling on her cheeks. Then can I be chosen too? Ron asked, completely clueless. I don't think so, I said, crushing his dreams. After all, it's Harry, Wanda added, mocking him. Harry looked irritated. Someone probably put Harry's name in a long time ago, Tony said thoughtfully. By now, we all more or less understood how the magical world worked, so it was easy to predict things even without looking into the future. So everyone's just assuming Harry will be the chosen one? Fleur asked, looking at us. Well, it's Harry, I responded casually and without mercy. The kid gets into trouble even when it's not his, Tony said just as calmly. He reminds me of a hammer-wielding idiot, always getting into trouble, Loki said, recalling a young Thor. Harry will be fine. We train him whenever we're bored, Wanda said, patting Harry, who still looked irritated. We're still not sure if someone tampered with the goblet to make me compete, Harry said, annoyed. Though it seemed more like he was trying to convince himself because, deep down, he probably had a bad feeling. Harry, I said, catching his attention. What? He asked quickly, looking at me hopefully, maybe expecting me to help him. But as his older brother, I had to let him grow. It's Halloween, I said with a smile. Harry's face shifted from confusion to realization, and then he visibly showed his frustration. Crap. He muttered as it dawned on him. Chapter 104, The Fourth Champion, obviously. The Fourth Champion, obviously. Beauxbatons Champion, Fleur Delacour. Dumbledore announced as everyone watched with excitement. The Goblet of Fire continued spitting out burning papers, naming the chosen one by one. Fleur, quite cheerful, hugged Stephen before quickly walking toward the designated area. The champion of Durmstrang is Victor Krum, Dumbledore said, reading the newly expelled paper from the goblet. As everyone applauded, Krum walked with determination and pride toward the champion's room. Another paper shot out from the goblet. Dumbledore's expression shifted for a fraction of a second, barely noticeable, but a few powerful wizards caught it and became intrigued about who the next chosen one might be. From Hogwarts, Wanda Flamel, he announced with a smile, hiding his nervousness about allowing Wanda to participate in the competition. Wanda happily jumped up and ran to Dumbledore, raising her hand for a high five. He smiled and quickly slapped her palm before she entered the designated room. With the three champions select. Before Dumbledore could finish his speech, the Goblet of Fire flared intensely and spat out another paper, leaving everyone stunned. Here it comes, Tony commented with interest. At some point, the surprise wears off with these things, Stephen said as he watched the floating paper. Loki, beside him, nodded with an ironic smile. Dumbledore swiftly grabbed the paper, read it, and with a serious expression, announced. Harry Potter Flamel. Harry, who was half standing with his companions, collapsed back into his seat, trying to hide from the many eyes staring at him. When he didn't come forward, Dumbledore called out again, this time louder, almost shouting, Harry Potter Flamel. Hearing his name for the second time, Hermione quickly pushed him forward. Harry turned, looking for help from his siblings, but all he saw were their ironic smiles as they gestured for him to hurry up. So, nervous and walking slowly, he approached Dumbledore, who pointed him toward the designated room. As he moved, even his grandparents and Natasha watched him seriously, all thinking the same thing he was. Inside the room, Wanda was casually chatting with Fleur when they saw Harry enter, visibly nervous. Oh, Harry, did they send you to fetch us? Fleur asked with a smile upon seeing him. No, wait, don't say it. I'll guess, Wanda interrupted, extending a hand in front of Harry just as he was about to respond. You were chosen as an extra participant by the Goblet of Fire. And in a few moments, Dummy will walk in with all the furious professors, completely clueless about what's happening, she said quickly. Before anyone could say anything, the door to the room swung open, and the headmasters, along with Hogwarts professors and the tournament administrators, entered, arguing as they walked. Harry, did you put your name in the goblet? Dumbledore asked immediately upon seeing him, making Harry nearly hide behind Wanda. No, sir, Harry answered at once. Did you ask someone else to put your name in it? Dumbledore insisted. Harry shook his head again, assuring them he had no idea why his name had come out. Wanda, is this another one of your pranks? Perenelle quickly asked, staring intently at her granddaughter. Wanda raised her hands innocently. Of course not, Grandma. If it had been me, I would have done it with Stephen, she responded quickly. Damn, I should have done it just to compete against him, she added with a sigh, realizing that would have annoyed her brother, who always said he wasn't interested in childish competitions. Are you sure? Perenelle pressed, her gaze sharp. Of course. Your lack of trust makes me sad, Grandma, Wanda said, pretending to be indignantly accused like an innocent child. Sigh. All right, if it wasn't you, it doesn't matter. What do we do, Dumbledore? Perenelle asked, watching her granddaughter's antics. She knew Wanda would never endanger her younger brother, so she believed her and quickly turned to Dumbledore. What does it matter? It's great that Harry is competing and showing his power, Sirius said, patting Harry on the back proudly. You'd better stay quiet when the adults are talking, Black, Snape retorted, looking at Sirius as if he were an idiot. This is obviously unfair. Hogwarts has 2 champions. Madame Maxime protested, interrupting the childish bickering of the 2 adults. Can't he simply withdraw? Professor Flitwick asked. Meanwhile, Grindelwald and Nicolas Flamel watched the scene calmly. Just have him not compete, McGonagall suggested. But Mad Eye Moody immediately intervened. No. Once the goblet selects someone, a magical contract is formed, he explained, surprising the champions, who were unaware of this rule. Well then, we just have to destroy the goblet, Wanda said, walking casually toward Filch, who had brought it along. Stay put, idiot, a voice said as a hand grabbed Wanda's head. Annoyed, Wanda was about to punch the person behind her, but recognizing the voice immediately, she stopped. It was Stephen, who had suddenly appeared in the room. Grandpa has your favorite sweets hidden in the second pocket, Stephen whispered, distracting his sister to prevent her from causing trouble. Hearing that, Wanda spun around and pounced on her grandfather, who had been watching the interaction like a spectator. Nicholas barely had time to react before being tackled by his granddaughter, betrayed by his eldest grandson. Stephen, do you have any ideas? Perenelle asked, knowing that when her grandson took things seriously, he always found a solution. Yes, many, actually. But first, I need to hear something, Stephen said, turning his gaze to Harry, who remained in the center of the room, listening to everyone speak without being able to intervene. Harry, what do you want to do? His question took everyone by surprise. What are you talking about, Mr. Flamel? Obviously, Harry has to compete. The magical contract binds him, Moody said irritably. Stephen merely cast him an indifferent look and refocused on Harry. Harry, what do you want to do? If you want, I can destroy the goblet, and the contract will disappear, Stephen said casually. The tournament organizers tensed up, knowing that if that happened, they would be held responsible and possibly fired. But if you want to compete, we'll support you as always, he added. Harry looked around the room, thinking about his answer. Perenelle shook her head with resignation. She knew her grandchildren too well, but no matter what they decided, she would support them with all her heart. Nicholas, on the other hand, remained calm. He knew his grandchildren were capable of wonderful things and trusted them completely. I didn't put my name in, but if I have to compete, I'd like to do it, Harry said bravely. Good. Then Harry will be Hogwarts champion, Stephen declared with a smile. That's the spirit, Harry. Your parents would be proud, Sirius said cheerfully. But still, it's unfair that Hogwarts has an extra competitor, Madame Maxime insisted, looking at Stephen. Well, I see it as pretty balanced. Even though Harry is younger, he's strong enough to stand against the other 2 champions. Besides, Wanda only entered the competition to play around. And I'm quite sure that once she gets bored, she'll do something crazy without caring about the games, Stephen said calmly. Everyone turned their eyes to Wanda, who was currently chatting with Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the headmaster who should have been dealing with the situation was instead exchanging candies with Wanda, showing no concern for his responsibilities. The sight made Stephen frown in annoyance. This old man has been way too relaxed ever since I started helping Harry. Just one Grindelwald wasn't enough, maybe, Stephen thought with irritation. I have no problem with it, Grindelwald said with a smile, interested in how things would unfold. Sigh. Fine, if Stephen says so, I can reluctantly accept it, Madame Maxime said. All right, if Harry wants to compete, we just have to support him, Nicholas said, touching his wife's shoulder to reassure her. After all, they were here to ensure Harry didn't get hurt, and his siblings were always nearby. What are we going to do about the obvious trap that's been set up? Snape asked, drawing everyone's attention. Well, that's simple, Stephen said as he walked toward Moody. What do you want, boy? Moody asked as Stephen approached. You know, Moody, when I became an Auror instructor, I created a spell that sealed the memories of everyone who learned Eldritch magic in case they were captured. That way, a dark wizard could never learn this magic just by reading their memories, Stephen said, surprising everyone. Therefore, even if someone impersonated an Auror using those memories, they would never be able to use Eldritch magic. And since I was the one who taught that magic, they wouldn't remember me either. By the way, you gave me a nickname that only you could use if you recognized me, just in case you were ever captured. And since you saw me, you never once called me by that nickname, he added with a mocking smile. The implication was clear. Moody stared at Stephen for a moment before suddenly grabbing his cane and attempting to attack him. Chapter 105, Catching the Imposter and a Strange Power. Catching the Imposter and a Strange Power. Before Moody could do anything with his staff, he felt something cold pressing against his temple. The moment your magic so much as twitches, someone will have to clean your brains off the floor, Natasha said, aiming a magically modified weapon at him. Meanwhile, all the Hogwarts professors were stunned by what had just happened, while Dumbledore, this time, was looking seriously at Moody, his wand at the ready in case of anything. Stephen quickly disarmed Moody and activated a spell on his body. Well, it looks like we need to call Amelia, as we've found Barty Crouch Jr., Stephen said with a mocking smile, looking at Barty, who glared at him in anger. Do you think you can stop this? My master is about to revive, and you can't do anything, even if you catch me? There are others. Barty screamed in fury. PFF. You seriously haven't contacted your teammates a while ago, huh? Stephen said, laughing at Barty. What do you mean? Barty asked, with a bad feeling. Rodolphus Lestrange was killed when he tried to resist the Auror's arrest 5 days ago. Antonin Dolohov was handed over to the Aurors without arms 4 days ago, while Electo Caro and her brother Amicus were caught hiding in a pureblood family's house 3 days ago. All thanks to the help of powerful bounty hunters, Stephen explained, watching how Barty's face quickly turned pale. Though there are still 2 more, they've already been located. They're just being followed to see what they're planning. Stephen quickly sent a message via phone. You're lying. Barty screamed madly, trying to attack Harry, only to be restrained by Natasha and then chained to the floor with a flick of McGonagall's wand. Well, that gets rid of one spy, Stephen said calmly, clapping his hands under the surprised gaze of everyone. Please, Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, escort Mr. Crouch to the dungeons until Amelia arrives, Dumbledore ordered quickly, as everyone recovered from the shock. Well, I realized Moody was strange a long time ago, but I wanted to be sure before doing anything, Sirius commented, looking at Natasha, who was by his side. Natasha simply glanced at him and went back to her work. Tisk. Obviously, you don't believe me, Sirius murmured, talking to Harry, who still didn't fully understand what had just happened. He only knew he was now a Hogwarts champion. Seeing that his godson wasn't paying attention either, Sirius simply walked off, a bit depressed, to do his job. Happy Halloween, Harry, Stephen said as he left with Fleur. Looks like we're enemies now, Harry. You better watch out, Wanda said, pointing at Harry and then her own eyes, as if saying she had him in her sights. Apparently, she still didn't understand what the competition was about. I'm starting to hate Halloween. Harry sighed as he walked to the Gryffindor common room to meet his friends. When he arrived, he saw everyone celebrating a big party for Wanda and for him. As soon as they saw him, they quickly got up and congratulated him, while Wanda had been sitting with Daphne for a while, laughing happily. Stephen, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. He had probably gone to celebrate at Beauxbatons with Fleur and her friends from that school. Where are my 5 galleons? Tony said, appearing between the Weasley twins with Loki. Looks like we won, Loki said with a mocking smile, looking at the twins. That was beginner's luck, Fred huffed, searching for gold coins in his pockets. Well, you guys wanted to bet twins against twins, Tony said while taking half the money and tossing the other half to Loki. It was a pleasure betting with you. If you want to lose again, you can come find us, he added with a smug smile before leaving. What are we doing here? Harry asked, following Wanda through the Forbidden Forest. We're going to gather ingredients for the potion Tony and Loki discovered, Wanda replied, walking happily between the trees. Aren't we supposed to start investigating what the first task might be? Harry asked, a little annoyed. Though, in part, he also felt more relaxed, since being at Hogwarts right now was quite uncomfortable for him. Although the Gryffindors were excited to have 2 competitors from their house, many other houses didn't feel the same, and Harry started to notice annoyed looks every time he passed by. Obviously, no one dared to attack Harry or harm him, as everyone knew his brothers would likely make the attacker regret it. But that didn't save Harry from the stares and whispers. If you want, you can ask Arkin, but it's more fun if it's a surprise, don't you think? Wanda said as she turned to look at Harry. If you say so, Harry replied, following his sister. After walking for a while, they arrived at the area where Stephen had created a safe haven for all the forest creatures that wanted to live in peace. Hey, guys. I'm here, Wanda said, greeting all the magical creatures around. Many of them came closer so Wanda could pet them. Harry was surprised when he saw a large three-headed black creature quickly approaching. Hello, Fluffy. Wanda exclaimed happily when she saw the large three-headed dog who now lived in the safe zone, protecting the area. Although, thanks to Stephen's magic, it wasn't necessary, Harry thought, but it made Fluffy feel useful. When Fluffy saw Harry, he recognized him as one of the children who had once entered the place he guarded, and immediately growled at him. It's okay, Fluffy. Harry is a friend of Hagrid's and my brother, Wanda said, stopping him. Fluffy looked at her suspiciously but calmed down when Wanda began to pet him. In seconds, he lay down on the ground joyfully as Wanda laughed. Who's a good boy, she said, scratching his belly. Meanwhile, Harry observed from a bit farther away, until he felt a tug on his pants. He looked down and saw a one-eyed demiguise staring at him with its single eye. Hello, Harry greeted hesitantly. Behind the demiguise appeared another, smaller one, watching Harry curiously. Arkin, seems like you've been busy, you little rascal, Wanda commented, quickly approaching and looking at the small demiguise. With a smile, she picked it up in her arms. So cute, she said, hugging it fondly. The small creature tried to escape, but it was no use against Wanda. She pulled out a bunch of treats she had brought for the animals and began feeding the little one, who stopped resisting. Arkin, seeing this, just rolled his eyes with a rather human-like gesture before looking at Harry and gesturing for him to follow. Harry hesitated for a moment, but seeing Wanda continue to feed several small animals, he decided to follow Arkin. After walking a few meters, they arrived at an area where the trees formed the homes of many magical species. Upon seeing Harry, the animals looked at him curiously, but none came closer. Arkin led him to one of the homes and quickly gestured for him to enter. Inside, Harry saw the owner of the place, a large black hippogriff covered in scars, with one wing even missing. It was larger than Buckbeak and seemed older, barely moving. The hippogriff looked at Harry in surprise, but then its expression changed, as though it was reuniting with an old friend. Why did you bring me here? Harry asked, not understanding the hippogriff's reaction. Arkin gestured again, but Harry clearly didn't understand. Then, the demiguise took his hand and placed it gently on the hippogriff's head. As soon as Harry touched it, he felt something strange, though he couldn't describe what it was. The hippogriff made a soft sound, looking at him with gratitude, before closing its eyes and slowly falling to the ground. Harry watched in amazement as something emerged from the hippogriff's body and began to take form above it. A more imposing version of the hippogriff materialized, looked at Harry one last time, and then soared into the air, flying majestically. What was that? Harry asked, not understanding. But without understanding Arkin's gestures, he couldn't get an answer. Oh, Harry? What are you doing here? Hagrid asked, appearing behind him and surprising Harry. Oh, looks like Vane didn't survive. Hagrid said sadly when he saw the deceased hippogriff. I thought he'd last a couple more months. Looks like I was wrong. Hagrid, what happened to him? Harry asked, feeling sorry for the creature. Vane was a hippogriff that the Scamander family found in the United States. Some muggles found a family of hippogriffs and used them for studies. Vane was the only survivor. Poor thing, he lost his whole family. When he got here, he didn't want to eat or leave his cave, Hagrid explained with a sigh. Stephen managed to get him to eat, but he still didn't want to leave. Only Arkin visited him. Looks like they became good friends. Huh, Arkin? I'm sorry for your loss. Hagrid added, looking at the demiguise, who seemed a bit down. Arkin lifted his head and made a gesture of thanks toward Harry, followed by a couple of signs before silently walking away. Do you know what he said? Harry asked Hagrid. I think he said thank you, and then mentioned that he was incomplete, Hagrid replied thoughtfully. Incomplete? What does that mean? Harry asked, confused. Sorry, Harry. The only one who can fully understand Arkin is Stephen. According to him, Arkin likes to act mysteriously, Hagrid explained. He then told Harry that he would get to work on giving Vane a proper burial, so Harry decided to return to Wanda. When he found her, she was surrounded by several nifflers, giving them orders. Okay, if you get me those items, I'll give each of you a coin, Wanda told them, negotiating. The niffler that seemed to be the leader raised 2 fingers, demanding more. All right, but you have to be quick, Wanda agreed without hesitation. As soon as they heard that, all the nifflers scattered quickly, entering different areas to gather the ingredients they needed from the animals that discarded them. Chapter 106, A Truth That Was Ignored. After finishing their adventure, Wanda and Harry returned to the castle, where they parted ways to continue with their own tasks. Harry, for his part, walked a little annoyed because he kept receiving hateful looks from some students, but he began to ignore them as he headed to meet his friends. Wanda, on the other hand, quickly called Loki and Tony to inform them that she had the ingredients they had requested. After handing them over, she went to play with Daphne. Thus, another peaceful day passed at Hogwarts. While Harry was walking alone in the courtyard looking for Wanda because thanks to Hagrid, he had learned what the first task would be and wanted to warn her Ron and Hermione had split up to search for her in different places. Since Wanda tended to be quite restless, there was no fixed place to find her. Why so tense, Potter? Oh right, it was Flamel now, wasn't it? Said Malfoy, who was perched on a tree for some reason. Harry simply ignored him and kept walking, but Malfoy continued talking. My fellow Slytherins and I made a bet. I said you wouldn't last even 10 minutes in the tournament, he commented before jumping down from the tree and rejoining his group. But what do you think? They think you won't last even 5. I think your father won't be proud to see his son being so pathetic, if the news even reaches Azkaban, Harry replied before turning around and continuing on his way. Draco, upon hearing this, became enraged and drew his wand to attack Harry from behind. However, Sirius appeared to the side and spoke with authority. I wouldn't recommend doing that. Even if you're my cousin's son, I wouldn't mind making every single one of your bones disappear to teach you some discipline, something your parents clearly failed to give you. Now, if you don't want to be brutally crushed in front of the entire Hogwarts courtyard, you'd better disappear. Malfoy started trembling under Sirius's gaze but tried to regain his composure. My family will hear about this. Really? Which one? Your father, who's now locked up in Azkaban, or your mother, who thanks to me wasn't investigated as an accomplice? Sirius said with annoyance. Draco paled and, without saying another word, ran off with his followers. Mr. Black, we never use threats against students here, Professor McGonagall intervened, appearing alongside Natasha, as it seemed they were together when a student alerted them. Oh, but Professor, I wasn't threatening, just giving a reminder. After all, I wasn't the only one about to do something like that, Sirius said, glancing at Natasha, who was discreetly storing a weapon in her expandable pouch. Then, Sirius directed his gaze to the second floor, where Wanda was staring intently at Malfoy with a smile on her lips. Sensing McGonagall and Sirius's eyes on her, she quickly waved with an innocent smile. Meanwhile, on the castle's roof, Stephen was lowering a bow and arrows made of light before making them disappear. In the courtyard, Tony was disassembling a strange gauntlet glowing in his palm and storing it inside his necklace. And behind a beam, Loki held a couple of throwing knives in his hands. All of them, in perfect synchrony, pretended they hadn't been about to obliterate Malfoy and continued on their way as if nothing had happened. McGonagall, realizing what Sirius was implying, sighed and addressed Natasha. You too, Professor Flamel. Sorry, it was a reflex. Natasha responded, a little embarrassed. McGonagall shook her head and led her aside to talk. Sirius, surprised that it was the first time Natasha had done something to get scolded, didn't want to miss the spectacle. I can't miss this. Harry, if everything's fine, I'll see you later, he said before saying goodbye and following McGonagall and Natasha. Harry paid no attention to it and remembered that Wanda was on the second floor, so he ran to find her. After a while, he found her playing with Luna Lovegood and Ginny, who were showing Wanda Luna's summon, a small black dragon. Wanda, I finally found you. Why do you never have your magic phone with you? Harry complained upon seeing his sister. Look, Harry, Luna's little dragon is so cool, Wanda exclaimed, completely ignoring his question while enthusiastically showing him the creature. Harry looked at the little dragon in surprise, but soon remembered why he was looking for Wanda. Wanda, it's a dragon, Harry said quickly. Duh, obviously it's a dragon, Wanda replied, looking at Harry as if he were an idiot while gently petting the little black dragon's head. No, the first task is a dragon, Harry insisted urgently. What task? Wanda asked distractedly. Oh, right, the task, she said, finally remembering what her brother was talking about. That's right, we have to face a dragon. Hagrid took me to see them in the Forbidden Forest, Harry explained with a slight tremor in his voice. Then, it seems like the first competition will be pretty easy, Wanda commented calmly as she returned the little dragon to Luna. I wonder if Grandpa and Grandma would let us raise one at the mansion, she added, thinking about something silly. In what world is facing a dragon considered easy? Harry exclaimed in frustration. Wanda looked at him intently and responded calmly, what are you talking about, Harry? No magical creature would harm us unless we do something first. What? Harry asked, confused. Didn't you notice? We went to the Forbidden Forest a few days ago, and no creature attacked us, Wanda pointed out, watching him curiously. Harry tried to remember their walk, and to his surprise, he noticed it was true. They had walked through the forest as if it were an ordinary place, and at no point were they attacked. Even when they encountered some animals, they simply looked at them and ignored them. Didn't you notice? Wanda repeated, raising an eyebrow. Now that you mention it, maybe I was too focused on thinking about what the first task would be and didn't pay attention, Harry admitted. Even in the safe area of the forest, many magical animals only looked at him without appearing insecure or in danger. The only creature that showed annoyance at his presence was Fluffy, but that was understandable due to an old grudge. But won't the dragons be different? Harry asked quickly. Maybe. Then you should prepare just in case, Wanda replied naturally before continuing to tease the little dragon in Luna's hands. Still deep in thought, Harry turned around and walked away. After a while, he found Ron and Hermione and told them about his conversation with Wanda. How can it be that the beasts don't attack you? Ron asked incredulously. But, Ron, I went to the Forbidden Forest, full of magical creatures, and none of them attacked us, Harry insisted. That's so strange. It's like Mr. Newt Scamander's stories, or even more exaggerated, Hermione murmured thoughtfully. What if you ask Stephen? Ron suggested. Good idea, Harry agreed before parting from his friends. He felt this had to do with his family. Stephen was with a group of students training near the lake, so Harry approached him and explained his concern. Well, Harry, where were we born from? Stephen asked as he made a chair appear and sat down. From your parents. Harry replied, not fully understanding. And who are, technically, our parents? Stephen asked again with an enigmatic smile. Then, Harry realized something he had always ignored. Whether because he didn't pay attention or because it didn't seem relevant in daily life. From the world and the magic that exists within it. He responded slowly. That's right, Harry. Beasts live in the world, so they perceive us as part of it. And, by the way, by becoming our brother, you also became part of the world. That's why beasts won't attack you unless you attack them first, Stephen explained with the patience of a teacher. But I always thought you said that as an analogy, since you never knew who your parents were, Harry said quickly. Well, we never hid it, anyway. But we were created by the magic of the world. And no, we weren't born like other wizards or muggles. I thought that was clear, Stephen said with a calm smile. Well, that's all I'll tell you, unless it's necessary. Then, with a gesture, he indicated to Harry to leave. He was busy training the others. Chapter 107, A Game Too Difficult Part 1. I'll leave you a megapack thanks to the subscription of so many new readers on Patreon. Thank them on your knees, plebs. Haha, just kidding. Hope you like it. Laughing face. A Game Too Difficult Part 1. So, Harry, your chances against the dragon are pretty good, said Ron after hearing that magical animals wouldn't see Harry as an enemy. No, Stephen said not to get overconfident. Even though I now share blood with my siblings, I still have my Potter side, Harry replied, explaining. His friends more or less knew what had happened over the holidays and how he had become a bit different upon his return. Though, obviously, not everything. At least they knew the Flamels had performed some sort of ritual to make Harry part of their bloodline, and it didn't seem strange to them since pure-blood families had many old rituals and hidden spells. Especially a family as ancient as the Flamel family. So, you still have to train, Harry, just in case, said Hermione while thinking of ways. Virtual reality, she suddenly exclaimed. I don't think playing games will help, Hermione, said Ron, looking at her with disbelief. No, troll brain. Harry can train in virtual reality. That way, even if he gets hurt, it won't be real, and most importantly, he can learn the dragon's movements, Hermione explained, looking at Ron like he was an idiot. That's true, but, said Ron, realizing he hadn't thought it through. Snape, Harry said, finishing the sentence Ron couldn't complete. After all, Snape was in charge of the magical virtual reality chambers. Games? Where? A voice appeared above them, surprising them. They quickly looked up and found Wanda lying on the fireplace, resting her head on her hands, watching them with interest. Wanda, since when have you been there? Asked Ron, touching his chest in shock. I've been here since before you guys. Any problem? Beetroot, said Wanda, giving Ron a nickname. Then, with a little jump, she landed in front of them. So, where are the games? Take me, she quickly ordered. You don't know about the magical virtual reality chambers? Asked Hermione, confused. Of course, she doesn't know. I've been hiding them from her for years, and you guys ruined it, said another voice behind them. They quickly turned around and saw Stephen sitting not far away, reading a book like nothing was wrong. You guys have to stop doing that, complained Ron, putting a hand over his chest with his heart racing. I've been here from the beginning, you idiot, Stephen said, annoyed, since they were the ones who barged into the room talking as if no one else was there. Hey, Stephen, why did you hide something so interesting from me? Wanda asked, approaching him, clearly upset. Why do you think? For the good of all the students, Stephen replied, pushing his sister's head away since she was way too close. Whatever, take me, Wanda said, grabbing Harry and Hermione as she rushed out through the portrait entrance. Tisk. Let's go, Beetroot. We need to watch her so no one ends up traumatized, Stephen said, addressing Ron before leaving the room. I don't like that nickname, Ron mumbled as he touched his hair and quickly followed Stephen. After a while of walking, the group reached the gaming area. Even though it was supposed to be a practice zone and international connection area with other magic schools, everyone called it the gaming area. By the way, on the way there, Wanda saw Loki walking around and dragged him along, while the Weasley twins saw Stephen being followed by Ron and also joined the group. So now the group was even bigger than before. Isn't this supposed to be a school? Why is there a gaming area? Asked Loki, observing all the cabins in the old Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Doesn't matter. Let's find a place and play, Wanda said, excited. What are you guys doing here? Asked Tony, coming out from behind one of the cabins while wiping his hands with a rag. Hi, Tony. We came to play. What are you doing? Wanda quickly asked, smiling. Improving this contraption. By the way, you guys arrived just in time to be the test subjects, Tony said with a proud smile. Awesome. Wanda said, trying to get in quickly, but Stephen stopped her by grabbing her hair. You have to notify to use your merit points, he quickly said, pointing at Snape, who was watching them with a dark glare at the sight of so many troublemakers gathered. Hi, Snappy, long time no see, Wanda greeted cheerfully. What's up, Snape, my friend? Stephen said with the same friendly tone, approaching him. No, Snappy is my friend. Find yourself another grumpy emo, Wanda complained quickly. Stop talking nonsense. Snape became my best friend before you even got to Hogwarts, said Stephen, arguing with his sister. So, Snappy was my friend before you were even born, Wanda replied, standing arrogantly in front of Stephen. Are you an idiot? Obviously, you wouldn't have been born either if I hadn't been born, Stephen complained, annoyed. Silence, you two. Snape growled, his face twisted with anger. You have 10 seconds to get out of my sight, or all your merit points will be deducted before you can even touch a cabin, he added while pressing a button that activated the machine. Great, thanks, Snappy. I'll introduce you to a grumpy goth girl for a date later, Wanda said before leading everyone toward the cabins. Snape rubbed his forehead in exhaustion. Don't worry, Snape. I'll keep an eye on her so she doesn't do something stupid, Stephen said, following her. You need someone watching over you too, Snape muttered, though Stephen was already out of earshot. As Ron and Harry followed Wanda, they realized something. Maybe we should act like Stephen and Wanda so Snape doesn't want to come near us, Harry said, thinking out loud. Don't be an idiot, Harry. It's more likely Snape will poison us if we act like them, Ron responded, horrified at the thought. They're gods, he quickly added. Hey, little brother of the boss, what did you improve? Fred asked, approaching Tony. I want to know too, George said, appearing on Tony's other side. You'll see when you go inside, Tony replied with a mysterious air as he entered. Wow, Wanda said as she stepped in, seeing a place that looked like another world. The moment they walked through the door, they found themselves in a vast desert. The scorching sun burned their skin, and the sand made walking difficult. The illusion is already activated as soon as you enter, Stephen asked, interested. Of course. Now we have a much better energy source, so the illusions are more real, and the cabin works a million times better, Tony said proudly. Whatever. I want a horror game, Wanda said quickly. Let me explain. Tony tried to continue, but Stephen stopped him again. Do you really think they'll understand? We can listen to your explanation later, Stephen said while continuing to look around. Fine, whatever, Tony said and showed Wanda where the crystals were. So this can be created with illusion magic and occlumency, Wanda said as she examined the crystals. Then I can do it, she added with excitement, showing a wicked smile. Sigh, here it comes, Stephen said, preparing himself. What's coming? Harry asked quickly. Are you seriously asking? Stephen replied, pointing at Wanda, who had placed her hand on the ground with her eyes closed. A trail of yellow magic began to spread, changing the entire illusion of the place. Wait, Wanda? What are you doing? Hermione shouted urgently, seeing everyone start to drift away from each other without moving. If we're all together, it's not that scary, right? Wanda said with a wicked smile. Immediately, the desert began to change, transforming into a city with towering buildings. The sunlight started to turn a blood-red shade. Everyone realized they were in a Muggle city, though something was different from what they knew. Everything seemed quite advanced, but they also noticed there was no one on the streets. The buildings, houses, and shops were completely empty, with no sign of noise or life. Sigh, she's crazy. I hope she doesn't leave any lasting effects on the other idiots, Stephen said as he looked around and tried to fly, but remembered that magic couldn't be used inside the cabin. Whatever, let's go find someone first, he said and started walking. By the way, this place is New York, right? I wonder what she's planning, Stephen muttered as he kept looking around without finding anyone. Meanwhile, on another side of the city, this is a Muggle store. It has some pretty good stuff, Ron said as he walked with a bag full of food, holding an open bag of chips in his hand. This place isn't so bad. I wonder why Stephen was worried about what Wanda would do. It's just a game where we have to find each other, Ron said as he left the store. While walking, he saw someone in the distance, so he quickly headed toward them, thinking it was someone familiar. Hey, Harry, is that you? Ron said with a smile as he approached the person who was standing with their back turned. When they heard Ron, they turned around. Are you okay? Ron asked, seeing their face covered in blood and scratches. The person quickly raised their arms and ran full speed toward him. Wait. Ron screamed as he ran away at full throttle. Chapter 108, A Game Too Difficult P2. Well, it was obvious they would be empty, Tony said as he dropped a folder full of blank sheets. Tony had reached Stark Tower. Curious, he went inside to see if some of his stuff was still there, but it was basically a hollow shell. All his machines and components were gone. Only his office remained, though it was filled with scattered papers everywhere. It even seemed like someone had taken all his drinks since the place was a mess. It's like they took everything they could and just left, Tony said as he went down the elevator, which, for some reason, still worked. I guess it helps not having to climb stairs like an idiot, he added, waiting patiently. I think on the second floor, in the accountant's office, I had some hidden whiskey, he said while pressing the button for the second level. After waiting a moment, the elevator stopped, and the doors opened. Tony stepped out casually with his hands in his pockets, but as soon as he took a step outside, he froze completely. The entire office was filled with people covered in blood, their faces in a state of decay. They were not alive. However, what caught his attention the most was that they were all standing, and at that moment, they turned to look at him. I think I got the wrong floor, sorry, Tony said, stepping back and quickly pressing the button to close the elevator door. Grr. One of the zombies tried to stick its hand into the elevator to reach him, but just before it managed to, the door closed. Shit. Zombies? Seriously. Tony muttered as he recovered from the scare. Then, he quickly left the building, only to see in the distance how several zombies were starting to walk down the street. Damn, he said angrily as he looked for a place to hide. Hey, Fred. I finally found you. I've been looking for you for hours, George said, running towards his brother, who was armed to the teeth with a metal armor he had found in a museum. That shield is awesome, George. Where did you find it? Fred asked upon seeing his brother, who was holding a shield with a star in the center. There was a museum about some weirdly dressed guy over there, George replied, happy to have found his brother. Hey, did you figure out how to take down those guys? No matter how much I hit them, they keep getting back up, Fred said, annoyed, as he walked with the heavy armor clanking with every step. Yeah, I figured it out. They're useless without their heads, George said with a proud smile. By the way, I think your armor makes way too much noise. It'll definitely attract them, he added, annoyed by the constant sound of his brother's movements. I don't think so, Fred said, but then looked back when he heard a growl. He found himself facing a small horde of zombies following them. Well, maybe it does. Run, he shouted as his armor continued to clang with each step, attracting even more zombies. Harry, I finally found you, Hermione said, relieved to see someone familiar. Harry, who was on edge, jumped at the sound of his name suddenly being called. Hermione, is that you? He sighed, trying to calm himself. That scared me. Who would have thought Wanda would create a place full of zombies? Hermione commented, recalling how she had progressed by hiding from them along the way. Zombies? Harry asked, confused. Don't you know what they are? Didn't you live in the Muggle world for several years before moving to Flamel Mansion? Hermione asked, puzzled. Yeah, but, should I know what a zombie is? Harry asked again. Then, Hermione realized that maybe Harry had never gone to the movies to watch one of the famous zombie films, and knowing him, it was unlikely he had read any books about them. Well, it doesn't matter. We just have to make sure they don't bite us, or we'll become like them. And their weakness is the brain. Here, you can do it, she said, handing him a metal rod she had picked up from the ground while making an encouraging gesture. What? And you don't need a weapon? Harry asked, confused. You're the man, right? I'll watch your back, Hermione said, urging him to walk ahead of her. I think it's cheating to use that excuse, Harry muttered, realizing his friend just wanted him to fight while she stayed protected. Still, he obeyed and began moving forward to see if he could find the others. I think we should also look for supplies, Hermione added, starting to plan her next move. Damn it, why does that woman always get me into these problems? Loki complained as he used a knife he had taken from a butcher shop to defeat the fifth zombie in his way. Although, this helps me vent a little, he added with a grin. Then, he saw a couple more zombies approaching, attracted by the noise he had made. Smiling with amusement, he prepared to keep fighting. Arg, it's you. Well, it's better than being alone, Tony said with annoyance upon seeing Ron, who was a mess of tears and snot after desperately running from a horde of zombies. Tony, I'm so lucky I found someone. We have to run, fast, Ron exclaimed as he hugged him. Tony made a disgusted face and quickly pushed him away. Please, respect personal space, he said while making a gesture of wiping his clothes. Wait, did you say run? He looked behind Ron and saw a massive horde of zombies approaching. After all, Ron had been running around shouting at the top of his lungs, attracting all the zombies in the area. You, damn it, Tony shouted, immediately turning around and running without looking back, leaving Ron alone. Ron, seeing Tony run off without saying more, looked behind him and found the horde of zombies getting closer and closer. Ah, he screamed again and started running once more. Idiot, get away. It's better to take separate paths. Tony yelled, furious. Wait for me, Tony, help. Ron kept shouting, not having heard what Tony was saying. Meanwhile, on a building rooftop, Stephen watched the scene just as Tony and Ron ran by, dragging all the zombies in the area with them. What are they doing? Ha ha ha, he laughed as he watched them flee for their lives. However, he showed no intention of going down to help them. I think separating everyone wasn't a good idea, Wanda said as she walked through the aisles of a store, the same one Ron had run out of a moment ago. She was carrying several bags filled with snacks. I could have made them help me carry all of this, she murmured, annoyed by the load. But Stephen didn't tell me magic couldn't be used in virtual reality. What a problem, she said, frowning. Without magic, surviving against those guys will be difficult, she added, worried, but then her face turned into a playful smile. By the way, where are all the zombies around here? She stepped out of the store and looked around. The street was completely empty. After all, she had arrived after Ron had drawn all the zombies away with his noisy escape. All right, I think this is better, Fred said after removing the heavy, noisy armor, leaving only the shoulder pads, forearms, knee pads, and helmet, which gave him much more mobility. At that moment, they were hiding inside a house while the zombies banged on the front door. What do we do now? We're surrounded, George asked, looking through the door's peephole. Let's see if we can create something with the stuff in this place, Fred replied, starting to search the house for anything useful. After searching everywhere, they found several large knives, a machete, climbing ropes, various bottles of alcohol, and some gardening tools. Well, this is everything that seems useful, George said, dropping old clothes on the floor to use as fabric. Great, With this, we can make a couple of Molotov cocktails, Fred said, enthusiastically grabbing the bottles of alcohol. Harry, watch out, to your right, Hermione shouted. Harry was fighting a zombie much taller than him, making it difficult for him to hit its head. Plus, another, much smaller one was approaching from the side. Meanwhile, Hermione was standing on a trash bin, throwing rocks at the zombies to distract them. Don't you think if you got down here and helped me, it'd be easier? Harry complained. Finally, he managed to jump and pierce the tall zombie's eye with the metal rod. Then he turned around and, using the same rod as if it were a bat, hit the other approaching zombie. Sorry, I'm still not used to all the blood. Once I do, I'll help you, Hermione said, a little embarrassed. After all, it was the first time she had seen someone pierce the eye of another living being. Meanwhile, in the game zone, Natasha had arrived after receiving complaints from Snape about some of the players spending more time than allowed in the virtual reality cabins. Seriously, Snape? You lose your mind over 5 minutes, Sirius said, who was passing by and overheard the complaint. Rules exist for a reason, Black. Just go in and get them out, Snape responded before walking away. Well, my shifts for today are over, so I want to see what this virtual reality thing is all about, Sirius said with excitement, stepping forward before Natasha could say anything. We just have to go in, get them out, and leave, Natasha responded, noticing Sirius's enthusiasm. However, he didn't listen to her and quickly went down to the game zone. Sigh. Natasha simply followed him, resigned. Chapter 109, A Game Too Hard P3. A Game Too Hard P3. Natasha and Sirius arrived at the cabin where the kids were supposed to be, so they quickly entered to finish this once and for all. As soon as Natasha crossed the door, she realized where she was. New York, she said, looking around. Sirius entered behind her and closed the door. Wait, don't close it, Natasha exclaimed, but it was too late. What? Sirius asked, confused. What if they got trapped and now we're stuck too? Natasha said as she saw that the door had disappeared once Sirius closed it. Well, let's find the others and ask what's going on, she decided, as she had no idea how this place worked. After all, Snape was the one who always took care of this, and he didn't let other professors meddle. The only reason he had gone to get Natasha to bring her brothers out was because he didn't want to run into the annoying clown duo, the Flamel brothers, again. Hey, there's someone. Let's ask him, Sirius said, taking the lead and approaching a man standing in the middle of the street. Meanwhile, Natasha realized something was wrong, so she quickly grabbed her wand, but she noticed that her magic seemed to be sealed. Wait, idiot, she exclaimed, trying to stop Sirius. But he turned around with a smile, as if saying leave it to me, and put a hand on the man's shoulder while saying, hey, didn't you see a couple of them? Sirius froze in shock when he saw the man's face, which was missing a chunk of jaw hanging barely by a piece of skin. AHH, he screamed in fright. At that moment, the zombie lunged at him. But before it could catch him, Natasha appeared and kicked it with all her might in the head. The zombie was left lying on the ground, unable to get up again. After all, only mana was sealed inside the cabins, not strength. Natasha, whose body had become stronger due to her high mana level, had strength even greater than Captain America's. Thank you, Sirius said, a bit embarrassed. Scaredy cat, Natasha replied with a smile while kneeling to inspect the zombie and see if it was what she suspected. Just as I thought, real zombies, she said while examining the rotting flesh of the guy lying on the ground. It's not like I was scared. I just screamed because I was about to use all my strength, but you showed up just in time. Sirius tried to defend himself, staying behind her. Yeah, sure. Let's go, Natasha said sarcastically before starting to walk toward one of the nearby weapon shops. After all, they were in New York, and she knew it like the back of her hand. How could you create this world here? And we can't even use magic, complained Stephen as he stretched Wanda's cheeks hard after hearing what kind of virtual world she had created. After all, it was one of the worlds she had seen while trapped inside the destructive body of the mixed powers she had, and it was one of the worst worlds she could have chosen. I'm sorry, Wanda said with her mouth full of chocolate and junk food, barely able to speak. Since she arrived, she had been eating everything she found, since, after all, they were illusions, and she wasn't going to gain weight. Every girl's dream. Stephen let go and quickly wiped his hands. But at least we have our strength. We can face most of them. After all, the most dangerous ones aren't here. I'm not that stupid, Wanda said, massaging her sore cheeks and looking at Stephen as if he were a bully. They both turned around when they heard someone approaching and saw Loki emerging from an alley, completely covered in blood. Oh, you were here, he said calmly as he tucked 2 military knives into his waist. He had found them along the way and discarded his butcher's knife, which was no longer useful. Loki, huh? Did you see any of the others around? Stephen asked quickly, though he kept his distance as he noticed Loki smelled of blood. No, but I think I saw a horde of rotting monsters running in that direction, Loki replied, pointing to the path he had come from. Yeah, those must be Ron and Tony, Stephen said, remembering the 2 idiots running and shouting, attracting all the zombies in the area. Loki, you smell, Wanda mocked as she saw him covered in blood. Don't bother me. This place is full of those things that only die if you rip their heads off, Loki said with annoyance. You don't need to rip their heads off, you just have to pierce their brains, Wanda corrected him, looking at him like he was an idiot. Whatever. It works the same, Loki replied calmly as he took off his coat and tossed it aside. Luckily, there was a clothing store across the street, so he could change. Stephen and Wanda followed him, as getting more suitable clothes for movement was better than staying in their Hogwarts student uniforms. Harry, I can't fight anymore. I need help, Hermione said as she hit a zombie with a shovel that tried to attack her. But there were at least a dozen in front of them, and more kept coming, trying to reach them. Hang on, Hermione, I'm a little busy, Harry responded, who was facing at least 5 zombies at once. Luckily, since his body started changing when he became a Flamel, he had more strength and endurance than before. However, his body had received a large amount of mana in a short time, so the change was still incomplete, just like his brothers. He was only a little stronger than average. Fortunately, they all had Stephen's martial arts training, so they could fight pretty well. Even Hermione was much better than any girl her age. The only problem was dealing with the disgust of fighting zombies, which reduced their performance by at least 50%. Vroom, vroom. They both suddenly heard the sound of an engine approaching at full speed. Then they saw an SUV appear, running over all the zombies in front of them, just as Harry defeated the last one standing. Beep, beep. Need a ride? Fred said, rolling down the car window with a smug smile. Sigh. You guys showed up just in time, Hermione said, exhausted, as she hurried to get in. But Fred stopped her. Hey, take off your shoes and cloak, you're going to dirty the inside, he said quickly. Seriously? Hermione asked, annoyed. But seeing he was serious, she reluctantly took them off. Harry did the same without asking, as they preferred being inside the vehicle than staying exposed and dirty. Don't worry, we'll stop by a clothing store. We need something more comfortable to wear too, George said from the front seat, wearing dark glasses. All right, but hurry up. The engine noise will attract more zombies, Hermione quickly said. Zombies? That's what they're called? Cool. Fred said as he stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. Wait, do you know how to drive? Hermione asked immediately. Of course. We learned to drive with Dad's car, Fred replied, slightly offended. Although, it was a magical car, and if you swerved, it would correct itself. He said just before hitting a stop sign. I think I prefer walking, Hermione quickly said, asking for him to stop. Don't worry, Fred and George said in unison with a smile, and then Fred accelerated even more. Hermione and Harry hurriedly put on their seat belts. What are you doing? Isn't it better to get to a safe place? Sirius asked as he watched Natasha, who occasionally bent down to pick something up from the ground. Meanwhile, he was scanning the area as they walked. I'm following Wanda's trail, Natasha replied, picking up a chocolate wrapper from the ground. This way, she said, continuing on. Sirius followed her, a little scared. Then they arrived at a clothing store, just as Stephen, Wanda, and Loki were coming out, now dressed in comfortable clothes. Did Nat come to play too? Wanda asked cheerfully as she approached Natasha with a smile and gave her a hug. No, Snape asked us to get you out, Natasha replied with a smile as she messed with Wanda's hair. Wanda used all her magic to create this simulation, so we'll be stuck here for at least a couple of days, or until we all die, Stephen explained quickly. By the way, we won't really die, but the idiot made it so realistic that it'll be pretty painful. Oh, I almost forgot. Yeah, the world is that one, but zombie version. That's all, Stephen remembered to add. Upon hearing this, Natasha froze with her hand still on Wanda's head. She then raised both hands and started pinching Wanda's cheeks furiously. What were you thinking? She shouted angrily. I'm sorry. Wanda shouted with her mouth distorted from the pinches. Chapter 110, Hard Game PT4. What are you talking about? Sirius asked, a bit worried. It's better if you don't know. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, Stephen replied, also frustrated with his sister. But a sound not too far away caught everyone's attention. Vroom, vroom, screech. They all stared at the SUV that appeared and screeched to a halt in front of them. Of course, what caught their attention the most was the blood on the front. Out of the huge vehicle quickly stepped Hermione and Harry, both pale from the ride. Hey, guys, looks like we're all here, Fred said with a smile as he got out. No, we're missing a twin and our little brother, George noticed, looking around at the group. Just in time, we needed a change of clothes, Fred commented, seeing the store behind everyone. With a smile, he walked inside. Knowing Ron, we might need a change of pants for him, George added, following him. After a while, both came out dressed quite peculiarly. Fred wore a floral shirt with shorts and knee-high socks, still with pieces of armor on, giving him a unique style. George, on the other hand, had chosen pants with a zebra print, a plain t-shirt, and a white jacket. Something that, clearly, wasn't going to stay that color for long. But no one said anything about their choices. Well, luckily the car you chose is pretty big, Natasha commented as she jumped into the driver's seat without hesitation. Hey, that's our seat, Fred quickly complained, but noticing Natasha's steady gaze, he shut up and quietly climbed into the back. So, the seating arrangement was as follows. Natasha drove, and Sirius was the co-pilot. Behind them were Wanda, Harry, and Stephen. In the next seat were Fred, George, Loki, and Hermione. With that, all the seats were taken, so Tony and Ron would have to travel in the trunk, where at least they fit easily. Alright then, let's find those two idiots first and then check if there's a SHIELD bunker nearby, Natasha said before stepping on the accelerator. Obviously, she drove much better than Fred, so Harry and Hermione let out a sigh of relief. What's that? Wanda asked as she squeezed between the seats of Natasha and Sirius, pointing at something lying on the ground, not too far away. Natasha turned the wheel and drove toward it. Everyone realized what it was, so they got out of the car to see it better. It's Tony and Ron. Looks like we're late, Natasha said, seeing them covered in blood, lying on the ground. Stephen, however, looked around suspiciously. Not seeing anything, his mistrust grew. Meanwhile, Wanda grabbed a stick from the ground and began poking Tony's face, not caring that he was a corpse. Hey, stop that, Tony complained, suddenly sitting up. Ah! They all screamed in unison, while the Weasley twins hugged each other from the fright. By reflex, Wanda punched Tony in the face. Pow! Hey, why'd you do that? Tony complained, rubbing the spot where he'd been hit. Sorry, it was a reflex. Wanda replied, feeling a bit guilty. But why are you lying in the middle of the street covered in blood? Tisk. It's that idiot's fault, Tony huffed, pointing at Ron. He attracted all the dem zombies around, so we had to come up with a way to not get caught. We ended up covering ourselves in blood so they'd think we were corpses. Tony stood up with disgust, looking at his blood-soaked clothes and zombie remains. Can we get up now? Ron was about to stand when the twins punched him on both sides of the face. Pow! Punch! Ouch! Why'd you do that? Ron complained, rubbing his face in pain. Sorry, reflex, the twins replied in unison with a mischievous smile. Obviously, they'd calculated it. They knew Ron was just pretending, and they took the opportunity after seeing Wanda hit Tony. Wait, show me that shield, Tony said, eyeing the shield George was holding. Is it what I think it is? He asked, looking at his brothers. They nodded reluctantly, giving annoyed looks toward Wanda, who was covering her head with her hands, trying to act innocent. Damn, Tony spat. Language, Natasha said with a mocking smile. Tony just looked away, irritated. All right, Wanda, come here, Stephen said, gathering with Natasha, Tony, Loki, and himself to talk, while the others went to find water so Tony and Ron could clean themselves up. Tony, you were supposed to be fixing the problem to use magic in the cabin. How did it go? Stephen asked quickly. It worked. After all, the crazy one was able to use her magic to create the simulation. The problem is, inside the already created simulation, to use it, you have to follow the rules of the simulation, Tony said, taking off his Hogwarts robe and tossing it aside, as it smelled terrible. Isn't there an emergency way out? Natasha asked immediately. Yeah, normally, there's a simulation crystal over us, but this idiot created the simulation without one. So, the other way is to wait 7 days until the cabin expels the users for safety, Stephen replied thoughtfully. So we're stuck here for 7 days in a place full of the phenomena that used to be our friends. Great, Loki said irritably. All right, calm down. Think carefully about what rules you put in place so we can use our magic again in the simulation or some kind of magic to help us survive, Natasha said, trying to calm Loki. She then turned her gaze toward Wanda. Well, I don't know what rules you mean, but about powers or magic. I thought it would be interesting to try out everyone's abilities after defeating them, Wanda said, looking down under everyone's attention. All right then. So we have to defeat the zombie versions of the strongest superheroes in the world, Tony said with a mocking smile. No, the main question is, which universe's heroes did she create? Stephen interjected, thinking. I don't think we stand a chance against Sentry or some of the crazier ones. He added, looking at Wanda. Sentry? Natasha asked, not recognizing the name. An addict with the power of 1,000 suns, Stephen replied irritably. So, he glanced back at Wanda. They're just from Tony's world, Wanda answered quickly. Ugh, well. Still better than many other more powerful universes, Stephen said, relaxing a bit. Wait, are there universes with heroes more powerful than ours? Tony asked immediately. Obviously. Technically, your universe was full of weaklings, Wanda responded mockingly. After all, she came from a universe where there were people much more powerful than in Tony's, and even then, controlled by higher forces, it ended up being destroyed. My universe is similar to yours, but there was a group called the Illuminati. Although I didn't join because I didn't like them, Stephen said, recalling that the Tony of his world was part of that club. They had even sent Hulk into space, despite him being their friend. Remembering that Hulk would later come back to kick their asses in berserker mode brought a smile to his face. So we have to start by looking for the weakest hero in the group or hide for 7 days, Tony said. Then let's look for Tony from this universe, Wanda said with a smile. Hey, I'm not the weakest. Tony complained when he heard that, while everyone looked at him with sympathy. But Tony has no powers, so he's not much help, Stephen said quickly. Now I feel undervalued. Obviously, if we defeat Zombie Tony, we'll get the Iron Man armor back, Tony said, getting more annoyed. But in that case, we could look for Rhodey. After all, he's a soldier and in better physical shape than you, Natasha said, joining in on the mockery. We're already as strong as Cap, so physical strength isn't as necessary, Stephen commented. Tisk. Tony clicked his tongue and walked away from them to go wash up. After that, everyone finished investigating the surroundings. For some reason, there were no zombies, and Ron and Tony found a place to wash up, so they returned with wet hair. And the zombies that were following you? George asked, raising his shield, ready to fight. I don't know. We heard a loud growl in the distance, and suddenly, they all went in that direction, Ron replied, recalling the sound. Now that I think about it, that growl sounds familiar. Like it was. We need to get out of here fast, Tony said, realizing where he had heard that growl before. Grrrr. The growl echoed from afar, and suddenly, a building in the distance started to collapse. Yeah, let's get in the car, Loki said, running immediately toward the vehicle. Hurry up, he shouted, while everyone ran and quickly climbed into the SUV. And here's an image of Wanda. Chapter 111, Hard Game PT5. None of them had time to mock the speed with which Loki ran to the car, because no one was staying behind to find out what caused that scream. When everyone got in, Natasha quickly stepped on the gas to get as far away as possible. Hey, is it who I think it is? Tony said, looking out the back window. Something green was falling from the sky, not too far from where they had just left. Nat, if it's not too much trouble, could you speed up even more? This is the maximum speed this thing can go, Natasha shouted without taking her eyes off the road. Damn it, that guy saw us. Loki said, terrified, as he saw the massive green beast staring at them and starting to run toward them. Nat. Tony shouted again. Shut up, you're distracting me. Natasha responded as she turned a corner. Then, they saw it up close. It was none other than Zombie Hulk, running toward them as fast as a runaway truck. At the corner Natasha turned, Hulk tried to do the same, but he was going so fast that he crashed into a building, completely demolishing it, only to come out of it like it was nothing. Grrrr. He roared and, without wasting time, began running toward them again. What the hell is that thing? Ron asked, his face completely terrified. Jump, Natasha, jump. Tony shouted, seeing that Hulk was making a huge leap to crush them all at once. Zzzzzzzzzzrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr landed and destroyed the entire street behind them. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Loki exclaimed, completely freaking out. I know I won't die for real, but if that horrible monster eats us, you'll become my sworn enemy, he said, pointing at Wanda. Ha ha ha, didn't you want to defeat him? It'd be interesting to transform into a Hulk, Wanda said, amused by the situation. I don't like green, Stephen replied with an unusually calm smile. These two are crazy, Hermione said, curled up in her seat and trembling in fear. Hey, it sounds interesting to become that. I'm in, Fred said with a smile. Me too, added George, excited. Better shut up before I hit you, Natasha shouted as she kept driving, dodging Hulk, who fell from the sky for the second time. Strange that Ron has stayed quiet, Stephen commented, realizing they couldn't hear Ron's screams. I knocked him out, Tony replied casually. He had taken the opportunity to get back at Ron for throwing the zombie army at him. Rest in peace, the Weasley twins said in unison, joining their hands as if in prayer. But Sirius and Harry are also very quiet, Hermione pointed out, raising her head to see Sirius unconscious in the passenger seat. I knocked him out too. He was moving too much and distracting me, Natasha said calmly. You guys are monsters, Hermione said automatically, indignant at the siblings' behavior. Wait, where's Harry? Wanda asked, realizing someone was missing from the car. He's hanging from the roof. He didn't make it in when Natasha took off, Stephen said, pointing upward. What? Hermione screamed, quickly opening the window. Immediately, Harry's screams were heard. Let me in. Harry screamed, clinging to the luggage rack with all his might. We have to help him, Hermione said, desperate. Stephen sighed. Fine. He replied tiredly, as if it were a bother, while opening his side's window. Stephen, help me, Harry shouted, seeing Stephen stick his head out. After that, Stephen grabbed Harry's hand and, using the momentum from the curve Natasha took, helped him climb through the car's window. Why didn't you wait for me to get in? Harry shouted angrily, looking at everyone. You seemed to be having fun, Stephen replied calmly. Decoy? Wanda asked, as if just confirming. To be honest, I didn't even realize you were missing, Tony said calmly. I thought you were already in, Loki added simply. Stop complaining and hang on. We'll have to do something more dangerous to lose the big guy, Natasha ordered as she entered a 3-story parking garage. Gruuaar. Hulk followed them, destroying everything in his path, as Natasha quickly ascended the floors, almost drifting. Are you crazy? How are we going to lose him on the 3rd floor? Tony shouted as he saw Hulk getting closer and closer. Shut up, Natasha replied, fully focused. Thanks to the curves in the climb, the car managed to put some distance between them and Hulk, who kept crashing into the walls. Upon reaching the rooftop of the parking garage, Natasha braked sideways, stopping right at the edge. What are you doing, Nat? Why are you stopping? Tony asked quickly. But before she could answer, Hulk's furious roar interrupted him. Natasha accelerated while keeping the brake pressed, causing the car's wheels to release smoke. Nat! Tony shouted as he saw Hulk charging at full speed. Meanwhile, Loki simply closed his eyes, as if pretending not to be there would help. Hermione had fainted. Harry stared in terror, unable to utter a word, while the Weasley twins watched the scene with excitement. Just as Hulk was about to ram into the car, Natasha released the brake, allowing the vehicle to move forward and narrowly dodge the attack. As a result, Hulk crashed into the building across the street. Wasting no time, Natasha sped toward a ramp in the parking lot, launching the car onto the adjacent building before disappearing into what seemed to be a hidden garage. Hulk, on the other hand, emerged from the wreckage, destroying the walls. With another powerful leap, he landed back on the rooftop of the parking garage, but the car was already gone. Frustrated, he began jumping from rooftop to rooftop, searching furiously. Meanwhile, in the hidden garage, what is this place? Why is there a garage on a rooftop? Tony asked. Natasha quickly signaled for them to be quiet. Bam! Hulk's enraged roar echoed through the air, followed by a loud crash as he slammed the ground in frustration. A moment later, another powerful jump indicated that he had moved away. Natasha let out a relieved sigh. All right, everyone can get out. This is a safe house, she said, exhaling tiredly. That was fun, Stephen commented as he opened the car door. The others looked at him in confusion. Stephen was usually the most serious in these situations, so his casual attitude caught them off guard. What? He asked when he noticed their stares. Remember, this is a game. Have fun, he added with a smile. True, Wanda replied, returning the smile as she stepped out behind him. Has he gone crazy? Tony muttered, glancing at the others, who simply shook their heads, equally unsure. I thought you'd be more upset, Wanda said, following Stephen. You know, about the pain if we die or something like that. Wanda, we literally exploded and destroyed half the galaxy. Dying here wouldn't mean much to us, but it will be good training for the others, Stephen responded with a dark smile. Besides, don't forget that prophecy we know nothing about. Wanda groaned. I knew you were planning something, she said, sending her thoughts to the others. And if we keep using Roy's machine, who knows if we'll end up in the same universe again. It's better to be mentally prepared, Stephen added, opening a door. He peeked inside for a moment, his expression shifting to surprise before he quickly shut the door and turned away. Yeah, I think it's better not to go in there, he said aloud, walking away. What? Who's in there? Natasha asked, puzzled. After all, very few people knew about this secret house. It was her house. Bam, bam, crash. A loud bang echoed through the door, followed by a rotten hand bursting through it. Old friends, Stephen muttered, preparing for battle. Seconds later, the door shattered, and several figures entered, or rather, their zombie versions. Well, this just got interesting, Tony commented, eyeing the newcomers. Hey, that woman looks like Natasha, Harry said, pointing at one of the zombies. Yeah, but with more rotten flesh, Natasha quipped, eyeing her undead counterpart. Obviously, she wasn't about to admit it was her. Thanks to the mana in her body, she was now far more beautiful than before. The others would probably just assume they were sisters. That guy with the bow looks cool, Fred said excitedly. Look, it's the guy from the museum? He even has the same shield as mine, George added, pointing to another zombie. So, Barton, Steve, and Romanoff, Stephen identified them. Well, they're all yours, guys. I'll make sure they don't bite and turn you into zombies. They don't have powers. I'm not interested, Wanda said, staying close to Stephen. Steve roared, and the battle began. Chapter 112, A Game Too Hard P6. A Game Too Hard P6. Hey, Cap, I like the new look. Did you buy it at the Awakening of the Living Dead? Tony said while dodging the captain's attacks, distracting him so that Loki could take advantage and attack him from behind. At this moment, when they were still younger, they also had the weaker physiques among the others. But even so, they were much stronger than the average adult, so together, they could hold their own against the captain with the super soldier serum. It seems that, even with your brains full of worms, you can still fight, even better, Natasha said while facing her counterpart, who could hold her own against her. After all, now that they were rotten flesh, she had no limiter to prevent herself from causing harm. God, this guy is awesome even without his bow, Fred said, dodging a head strike from Barton with his bow turned into a staff. Surprise attack. George shouted while using the shield to slam Barton from behind, but he rolled to the side and dodged. Idiot, it's not a surprise attack if you shout it before attacking, Fred said, annoyed with his brother. Then how does he know it's a surprise attack if I don't warn him it's a surprise attack while he's receiving it? George replied, but they were interrupted by Barton, who took a step back and started firing his arrows. Luckily, the twins had their training with Stephen. The only thing they lacked were their swords, so they had to dodge the arrows while getting closer to him again. What's all that noise about? Sirius said, getting out of the car right in the middle of the fight between Natasha and zombie Romanoff. This drew Romanoff's attention, who switched targets from Natasha to him and lunged at him. Sirius reflexively raised both hands to stop her. But it was also a useful distraction for Natasha, who kneeled her in the temple. Hey, did you see that? Wanda asked Stephen while both were sitting on the car. I think he exploited the bug, Stephen said with a strange look. What a pervert. He touched her breasts, Hermione said, standing next to Harry, under the Flamel twins. Meanwhile, Harry looked at his godfather with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Sirius quickly tried to defend himself. Hey, I didn't even know what was happening. I just wanted to defend myself, Sirius said while looking at the stares everyone was giving him. Natasha glanced at him and then stepped away slightly while covering hers. Hey, some help here. You can tease the degenerate later, Tony said, who was still fighting zombie captain alongside Loki. Natasha stopped teasing Sirius with a smile and went to help them. And why aren't you two fighting? Stephen asked, looking at Hermione and Harry, who were standing quietly. Sorry, I'm still not used to blood and rotten flesh, Hermione replied. I've been hanging from a moving car for several minutes while escaping from a giant green beast. My arms hurt, Harry complained a bit. Go help already, Stephen said quickly. Tisk. He says that while sitting comfortably, Harry muttered under his breath as he walked toward Barton. I heard you, Stephen said. I wanted you to hear, Harry replied. Then, thanks to everyone's teamwork, they managed to defeat the others. The winners kept their weapons and the shield. Awesome, now I have 2 shields, George said, with 1 shield on each arm. The bow and arrows are hard to use with these gloves. I'll leave it to someone else until I get a sword or machete, Fred said while staring at Barton's bow. I want the bow. I'm good at aiming and don't need to be face to face with the zombies, Hermione said as she asked for it first. What are you doing? Sirius asked as he watched Natasha search through zombie Romanoff's clothes. Hello, pervert. I'm looking for hidden weapons, Natasha said as she pulled out small items like daggers, electroshock bracelets, and even a small pistol. I already said it was unintentional. Sirius replied, embarrassed. I know, I'm just messing with you, Natasha said as she equipped the electroshock bracelets. Alright, let's see if there's anyone else inside. Be careful, Natasha said, addressing the others. Where are Stephen and Wanda? She asked, noticing their absence. They already went inside, Harry replied, pointing to the house. So they all quickly entered, staying on guard. Then they found Stephen sitting calmly, watching TV. Luckily, there's still power, but no cable. So we have to watch whatever movies were lying around, Stephen said without even turning around to look at them. Nat, there's no food. We're doomed. Wanda shouted from the kitchen, her face full of horror upon seeing the empty fridge. It's okay, we won't stay. We need to get as far away from New York as possible, Natasha said calmly as she saw there were no more enemies nearby and began walking toward a shelf. Everyone watched as she moved a book, causing the shelf to open and reveal a hidden closet full of weapons. Awesome, the Weasley twins exclaimed as they rushed over. Tisk, they took most of it, Natasha said, seeing that only a couple of swords and small pistols were left. Lucky, Fred said, taking 2 katanas that fit him perfectly. Loki checked what was left but already had 2 pretty good military knives, so he didn't take anything. Natasha grabbed a 9mm with its holster and strapped it to her waist. She also took 2 electric batons and then threw a revolver to Sirius and another to Tony, who caught it with some annoyance. George was debating whether to switch one of the shields. You won't do much damage if you don't know how to use that shield. Give me one and take that machete, Stephen said, appearing behind him. Ugh, fine, George said, handing over one of the shields. Wanda grabbed a short spear. Hermione already had Barton's bow and quiver, so she stuck with those. Meanwhile, Harry took the last sword left. Alright, now we're all geared up. Though I'm the only one with armor, Fred said with a smile. Wait, where's Ron? George asked, remembering his younger brother. He must still be in the car, Harry said as he left with Hermione to look for him. So what's the plan? Staying here won't be optimal. If the big guy comes back, he'll destroy everything in his path with us inside, Natasha said as they all sat down to plan. Leaving New York won't be easy either. For some reason, all the heroes are scattered. Who knows who will be the next to find us? Tony said calmly. If it's Thor, we'll just throw Loki at him and run, Wanda said with a smile. My first idea is to recover the mana in our bodies by defeating a couple of wizards. These weapons won't last long, Stephen said, interrupting before Loki and Wanda started arguing. Luckily, we're close to a sanctuary. But if Strange is there, it'll be difficult, he added, looking at the others. But the risk is worth it. With mana, we can use apparition and get out of here quickly, Natasha said, supporting the plan. How do you all know about this place and the heroes who live here? Fred asked, interrupting. Everyone looked at each other for a second before Wanda quickly responded. Tony built a machine that can take us to another world, she said, and the others took advantage of the excuse. Yeah, that's why we know about other worlds. And Wanda was able to recreate it so well, Stephen added quickly, throwing a glance at the others to keep up with the lie. There are also versions of us and you in other worlds. Like the zombie we defeated earlier, Natasha said. In worlds without magic, I'm a genius playboy philanthropist who creates advanced technology to fight crime, Tony said proudly. Laughable, yeah, sure, Loki said mockingly as he looked at Tony. Don't fight now, Natasha intervened, cutting off the argument. You need to know that in this world, there are men more powerful than Dumbledore, as they can destroy worlds with a snap of their fingers, Natasha said seriously. The Weasley twins, hearing this, looked at each other and said excitedly. Awesome. If you travel again, take us with you, Fred added. No way, I don't want their mom coming to kill us, Stephen said quickly. Come on, boss. If we manage to control how to move, we'll take you, Tony said to calm them down. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron came back, and Ron was glaring at Tony as if he were his biggest enemy. So, the plan is to enter the New York sanctuary, defeat a couple of wizards, recover our mana, and escape like crazy, Wanda said, summarizing what they had to do. Well, more or less, Stephen replied. All right, let's go, Wanda said enthusiastically, getting up with a smile. The others also gathered their courage and prepared to head out again. Chapter 113, A Too Difficult Game P7. A Too Difficult Game P7. The group split up to avoid drawing attention, as they were quite large and the zombies would easily spot them. Therefore, they decided to pair up. Wanda and Stephen, the Weasley twins, the Flamel twins, Natasha and Sirius, Harry and Hermione, and Ron, alone. Wait, why am I alone? Ron said quickly. Well, no one wants to be your partner after the fiasco with Tony, Harry replied, scratching his nose while the others played dumb. And you two are supposed to be my friends, Ron protested, pointing at Harry and Hermione, who, feeling guilty, quickly added him to their group. They'll be the first ones to be devoured, Wanda said with a victorious smile. Highly likely, Stephen said, offering no help whatsoever. Wait, I have an idea, Tony intervened, approaching Ron with some tape. Without giving him a chance to react, he covered his mouth. Ron looked at him with annoyance, but seeing that everyone was in agreement, he had to endure it. All right, we'll go separate ways. While we search for supplies, once we have mana, we can escape anywhere, Stephen explained, detailing the route to take. Luckily, the destination was quite close, but they would have to avoid several areas that were likely full of zombies. After making sure everyone understood the plan, Stephen looked at the others. Ready? Let's go, he ordered, and the group scattered in different directions. After walking a few blocks, avoiding zombies as they wouldn't gain anything by killing them, Stephen and Wanda spotted a police station. Awesome, we can get some weapons, Wanda said, running quickly toward the entrance. Wait, idiot. Stephen stopped her, grabbing the collar of her clothes. From what we've seen, those zombies aren't just brain dead, they can use weapons too. If you don't want to end up full of holes, we need to enter more stealthily. Stealthily. We don't have time. Let's just go in aggressively and kill anything that moves, Stephen changed his mind. Awesome, Wanda said, kicking open the station doors. They slammed open, and both ran inside with weapons raised. No one's here, Wanda said, looking at Stephen as if he were an idiot. Well, better, he replied, feeling a little embarrassed. The two moved calmly through the station, searching for the weapons section. Along the way, they passed the cell area, where some zombies were locked up. And what are you doing here, buddy? Wanda asked, looking at him with curiosity. Rugido, I see, that's bad. Stop messing around, idiot, Stephen huffed. I found the weapons section. See you, buddy, Wanda said, waving goodbye before following Stephen. Wow, with this, we can make a big explosion, Wanda said excitedly as she saw all the grenades, C4 explosives, and other weapons in the room. I still think splitting up wasn't a good idea, Ron said, holding a metal rod in his hands. Why did you take off the tape? Hermione asked, annoyed. I couldn't breathe. And I'm not going to scream, I've seen enough zombies, Ron replied, frustrated. SHHH. I hear something, Harry whispered, signaling for his friends to be quiet. The three quickly found a hiding spot. From their hiding spot, they saw a red and gold armor flying at high speed through the sky. When they lost sight of it, they gathered again. What the hell was that? Ron asked in surprise. It looked like someone in flying armor, Hermione said, trying to figure out what it could be. Whatever it is, we'd better hurry. If it passes again, it could see us, Harry said quickly. Clank. Ah! Ron screamed in fear, spinning around while shaking the metal rod in all directions. It was just a stick, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Wasn't it that you weren't going to scream? Harry teased, holding back a laugh. It wasn't a zombie. Ron tried to defend himself, but realizing how ridiculous it sounded, he sighed and put the tape back on his mouth. This walking without attacking zombies is boring, Fred said, carrying a bag full of food they had recovered from a store on the way. Though I agree, I don't want big sister Natasha to beat us up, George replied, carrying another similar bag on his back. Hey, what's that? He asked, seeing something in the distance. A figure was running at full speed toward them. It was a man with dark skin, wearing a black trench coat, dark glasses, and holding a sword. And he was coming straight for them. Shit. Both of them said at the same time, dropping their bags for better mobility and drawing their weapons. Fred unsheathed two short swords, while George grabbed his shield and machete. The man didn't give them time to react. As soon as he reached them, he attacked with his sword in a swift cut, trying to slice them. George managed to block the blow with his shield, while Fred took the opportunity to try to cut his wrist and disarm him. A pretty effective team strategy. But the guy was too fast. With a quick flick of his wrist, he dodged Fred's attack and then kicked George's leg, sending him to his knees. Without losing the rhythm, he spun his sword and made a direct slash at George's neck. Tisk. Fred reacted just in time, crossing both swords to block the strike. But the impact made him step back several paces. Great. In this place, everyone is super strong, Fred complained, feeling pain in his wrists. George, on the other hand, rolled on the ground to dodge the next attack. This guy, he's going straight for the neck and the heart, he murmured, feeling a chill. Rugido. Now they understood. They were facing Blade, a damn vampire hunter. Obviously, this wasn't going to be easy. With no other option, the twins coordinated their movements. While one defended, the other attacked, looking for a weak spot. Blade made a slash to George's heart, but he turned his body just enough to deflect the blade with his machete. At the same time, he used the position of his shield and remembered how Captain America used it in various combat situations. With a quick move, he used the edge of the shield to strike Blade's head. But the hunter tilted his neck, dodging the blow as if it were nothing. Fred took advantage of the distraction and attacked his wrist again. This time, his blade cut. Blade's hand fell to the ground, along with his sword. But before the sword touched the floor, Blade kicked it with a precise movement, catching it with his other hand. And in an instant, he counterattacked, directing the blade straight for George's neck. Shit. George dropped backwards, narrowly avoiding the cut. But just as he lifted his head, he saw a large boot heading for his face. Bam! The kick sent him flying several meters. Ugh, that hurt. He complained, getting up while touching his face. I have to admit, this fight is pretty exciting. One wrong move and we'll be decapitated, Fred said, rolling on the ground until he was beside his brother. They looked at each other for a moment. Then, with an excited smile, they resumed the attack. They were fighting to the death against Blade. And they were having fun. Meanwhile, Sirius and Natasha arrived first at the designated area. But since they had to wait for the others, they hid in a nearby building. Furroosh. The same sound the troublesome trio had heard. The two looked up at the sky and saw the unmistakable silhouette of Iron Man flying in circles over the city, as if looking for something. Then, he changed direction and flew away. Great, we have Iron Man flying around, Natasha muttered with annoyance. What's that? Sirius asked, surprised. Muggle technology, Natasha replied without further explanation. She took out her binoculars and tried to look inside the place Stephen called the Sanctuary of New York. But she couldn't see anything. At first glance, it was just a half-destroyed building. However, its doors and windows reflected nothing but pure darkness. Tisk. I hope Stephen is right, Natasha said, putting down the binoculars and sitting to wait. I have to admit, since I got into this illusion, Muggle things have surprised me quite a bit, Sirius commented, trying to make conversation. I always thought it was silly how wizards despise anything Muggle, Natasha replied calmly. As technology advances, it'll just be a matter of time before we encounter them. I think wizards and witches distanced themselves from Muggles after the witch hunts, Sirius said, trying to recall history. But it wasn't exactly his strong suit when he was in school. Well, that's a good reason, Natasha admitted. Gruo, the sound put them on high alert. They looked at each other. Looks like the kids will need to be careful, Natasha said, recognizing Hulk's roar. And not just because of one, Sirius added, pointing out the window in the distance. Both saw another large figure. A second monster, but this one seemed to be made of stone. The thing? Great, Natasha said with annoyance. Chapter 114, An Impossibly Difficult Game P8. An Impossibly Difficult Game P8. Harry, Hermione, and Ron finally arrived at the agreed-upon location, so they started looking around, but they didn't see anyone else. They stood in front of a building, waiting. Do you think they encountered any trouble on the way? Hermione asked, noticing that the others weren't there. They're strong. They'll be fine, Harry said, though despite his confidence, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Crash. A noise caught their attention, and they looked toward the corner where it came from. Then, they saw a massive rock monster appear right at the street corner. What the? Before Ron could shout, a hand emerged from the building behind them, covered his mouth, and pulled him inside. The same happened to Harry and Hermione, who were quickly dragged inside by other hands. Who? Harry asked as soon as he felt himself being released, but when he turned around, he saw Natasha and Sirius, who were gesturing for them to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Sirius still had his hand over Ron's mouth. Roar. The thing, having heard something, quickly moved toward where the three had been standing and started looking around, searching for the source of the sound. The five of them held their breath, hoping it wouldn't discover that they were right behind the door. After a few seconds of tension, they heard the creature continue walking as it kept searching. I should have left you the tape, Sirius joked with a smile as he released Ron. Sorry, Ron said, a bit embarrassed. Did the others arrive? Harry quickly asked. Only Tony and Loki, Natasha replied, pointing to the twins, who were at the window using binoculars. Hey, looks like Iron Man is flying around the area. He's probably picked up something about us, Tony said, looking at the sky with concern. As Tony Stark, he was very familiar with the technology of his suit. If Iron Man was flying around the area, it would be pretty easy to find them with all the built-in sensors. What was strange, though, was that he hadn't discovered them yet. Then, he realized. Jarvis. He whispered. Tony had programmed Jarvis with an emergency protocol after Barton was controlled by Loki. This program disabled the armor and Jarvis himself. So they hacked the armor to use it without Jarvis. He whispered to himself. That meant Iron Man was more vulnerable than usual. He sighed with relief. At least it's a weakened version of the armor. Tisk. That storm. Thor is nearby, Loki said, annoyed, as he used the binoculars to look in the distance. A thunderstorm was slowly approaching. Every minute that passes, the difficulty level goes through the roof. Tony complained. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door got everyone's attention. Instinctively, each of them grabbed their weapons and got into a defensive stance. Natasha, with a gesture, signaled for them to get ready while she approached the door. When she opened it, she aimed her weapon, but when she saw the visitors, everyone relaxed. Hey, I think I just saw the Human Torch and Spider-Man. It's interesting how they're still friends even in their zombie versions, Wanda said with a smile as she entered. There are giant footprints on the street across from us, Stephen commented, entering behind her. Everyone stared at them in surprise. Both were armed to the teeth. They even had belts filled with grenades and C4. Hey, be careful with that. We're supposed to be trying to survive, Tony said, taking several steps back from the two. Don't worry, Wanda replied, moving to adjust her gear. Clank, clank. The sound of the grenades clinking together made everyone tense up. Then, one fell to the floor. Everyone looked at her with surprise and fear. Sorry, it's mine, Stephen said, taking the grenade and putting it back on his belt. Well, if we don't die from the zombies, we'll die from these psychopaths, Loki commented, looking at the idiots who appeared to be human bombs with disgust. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, it's us. We saw the boss and Wanda go in, the Weasley twins whispered quickly from the other side of the door. Natasha immediately opened the door and let them in. Both hurried to cross the threshold and closed it gently behind them. There was a huge yellow monster nearby, Fred said, collapsing onto the floor, exhausted. We heard noises from the big green one too on our way here, George added, pulling 2 bottles of water from his bag and tossing one to Fred. And what happened to you guys? Ron asked, noticing that both were covered in cuts. We ran into a guy with black glasses who wanted to decapitate us, Fred said after drinking the whole bottle of water in one go. He was way too strong. When he lost his sword, he started using a wooden stake to stab us in the heart. We barely managed to beat him, George said while lying on the floor. Ugh, I lost my shield. He complained. Wow, you guys ran into Blade. You were lucky not to be vampires, Wanda said with interest. And why's that? Both asked in unison. All his weapons are made to kill vampires, grenades, throwing knives, shotguns. You were lucky he only fought you with his sword. He's a killing machine, Stephen explained. After all, most of Blade's weapons were specifically designed to exterminate vampires. Against humans or wizards, 90% of his arsenal would be useless. It's better if we attack at once. Thor is nearby, Loki interrupted. Tisk. Iron Man too. It's like everyone's slowly converging on this place, Tony said, frowning. Okay, we don't need to worry about making noise, so we can use the weapons. Once each of us kills a wizard to recover our mana, we'll use apparition or a portal from Stephen and get out of here, Natasha said while handing out weapons that Wanda and Stephen had brought. How do you use this? Ron asked as he accidentally pulled the trigger. A dry sound came from the weapon, causing everyone to look at him with surprise. Luckily, Natasha hadn't distributed the magazines with bullets yet. Idiot! Fred exclaimed, hitting Ron on the head. Ron was the worst video game partner all day, George teased while grabbing a magazine, inserting it into his weapon, and skillfully reloading the chamber. You just aim, pull the trigger, and the bullet will come out of this hole, Natasha quickly explained, handing Ron the magazine while the others stared at him intently. Sorry, Ron murmured, mimicking his brother's movements. Only pull the trigger if you really want to shoot, Fred warned, making sure Ron didn't do anything stupid now that he had bullets. Got it, Ron responded quickly. The rock giant is gone, and Hulk isn't around. It's time, Stephen said after looking out the window. Everyone quickly left, crossed the street, and prepared to enter the sanctuary. Stephen turned the doorknob in a peculiar way, as if it were a password to open the door. When it finally opened, they all entered and were left speechless. There were dozens of open portals connecting to different places. Through them, hordes of zombies were entering to attack. However, it seemed that the assault had already ended, as most of the zombies were heading back. Several wizards were guarding the portals. Shit! Kill the wizards before the zombies cross the portal, Stephen quickly ordered, raising his pistols and starting to shoot. The others followed his lead. The wizards reacted instantly, creating magical shields to protect themselves. The group began to split up, seeking cover while dodging magical attacks. If the bullets can't, then this will, Fred muttered, pulling out a Molotov cocktail and throwing it at the wizard's feet. One of them caught fire, which Stephen took advantage of to shoot him right in the forehead. In that instant, a blue orb flew out from the fallen wizard's body and headed towards Stephen, restoring his mana. Without wasting any time, he used his magic to help the others defeat a wizard each. After a couple of minutes, everyone had regained their energy. With a gesture, Stephen took one of the wizard's rings and closed the portals. The zombies, noticing what had happened, roared with fury and began to head toward them. Roar. The noise caught the attention of the giants outside, but now that everyone had magic, they felt safer. Still, staying wasn't an option. Stephen created a portal outside the city, and they all quickly entered. However, as they crossed it, they froze. They were surrounded by thousands of zombies. Shit. It was a trap, Stephen muttered, realizing he couldn't create another portal. The others tried to use apparition, but it was also impossible for them. There was no escape. Well, Wanda said with a smile, flexing her fingers as chaos erupted around her. Whoever kills the most zombies wins. Without waiting for a response, she began to attack. Chapter 115, A Game Too Difficult, Game Over. A game too difficult, game over. Surrounded by zombies, each of them displayed their remarkable magical control. Natasha, who had been in the world of wizards and sorcerers before the others, had a good command of magic and knew quite a few spells. She unleashed flames that consumed hundreds of zombies at once. Stephen created spinning saws that he hurled, decapitating everything in their path. Tony, still in his first year and not knowing many offensive spells, had to stay in support, lacking his magical weapons to fight. Meanwhile, Loki mastered several offensive Asgardian spells, so he fought as well. Harry used the spells he had learned from Stephen, making chains of light trap the zombies in front of him, while Hermione threw light daggers to finish them off. Even Ron was using everything he had learned from his brothers, wielding a sword with determination. Fred and George, with their mana restored, fought with their twin light swords, slicing heads and combining their attacks with impressive precision. Sirius wasn't falling behind. He used basic spells but with surprising mastery. For example, with Levioso, he made dozens of zombies float at once, and then, with a bombarda, the explosion fragmented into dozens of projectiles, hitting the zombies' heads with lethal precision. Not bad, Professor Black, Natasha commented, impressed by his skill. You're not bad either, Professor Flamel. If I weren't the defense professor, I could easily give you the position, Sirius replied with a smile. These damn things are endless, Ron growled, feeling his arms ache from so much fighting. Roar! A roar echoed above them, and immediately, all the zombies stopped for a moment. The group looked up, preparing for the worst. Great, just what we needed, Stephen murmured, seeing what had just appeared. I have to admit, they look pretty cool as villains, right? Wanda said with an amused smile. Well, it looks like we're dead, Tony said, while Loki made a grim face. The others didn't recognize the new zombies, but seeing the expressions of the Flamel siblings was enough to understand they were in an impossible situation. The newcomers were Wanda, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, Iron Man, Thor, the Human Torch, Jean Grey, Storm, and Magneto, along with Sentry. Then, with another roar, they saw Hulk, the Thing, Black Panther, Wolverine, and many more approaching from the ground. Hey, you said Sentry wouldn't be here, Stephen complained to Wanda. No, I never said he wouldn't be, she replied, but her smile turned complicated. She knew they were doomed. The zombies wasted no time launching their attack. Stephen reacted immediately, forming a magic shield to protect everyone. Natasha and the others reinforced the barrier with their own magic, trying to buy some time. How long will this shield last? Tony asked quickly. A couple of seconds. Stephen replied with a frown. That's not enough time to think of a plan, Sirius said worriedly. I have a plan, Wanda interrupted. Everyone turned to her immediately. Remember the old days, she added with a smile, as she dropped her belts full of grenades and explosives to the ground. On her fingers, multiple activation rings glowed dangerously. What a coincidence, I had the same plan, Stephen said, showing that his fingers were also full of rings. Everyone looked at the ground, where dozens of activated explosives lay. I don't like it when those two work together, Tony complained with a resigned expression. Sigh. We have to keep an eye on them to make sure they don't get too close, Natasha murmured, dropping her own weapons to the ground. The zombies, unaware of the trap, continued pouncing on the shield until they completely covered it, forming a mountain of putrid bodies that pressed down on them. Boom! Bomb! Bomb! The grenades exploded in a chain, destroying the barrier and annihilating the surrounding zombies. Even some zombie heroes were caught in the devastating blast wave. But the players didn't get a chance to see the result. They were consumed by the initial explosions. Game over. Everyone screamed as they rolled on the ground in pain, feeling the explosions down to their bones. Such weaklings, Wanda commented indifferently as she calmly walked toward the door. Sigh. Well, it was fun, Stephen said with the same calmness. In the end, we only lasted one day, Natasha complained with annoyance. Well, it was harder than we thought, Stephen admitted with some embarrassment. His plan was to survive the entire week until the cabin deactivated, but they simply died on the first day. A hard blow to everyone's ego. Ow, this hurts a lot, Sirius groaned, getting up with effort, surprising Wanda, Stephen, and Natasha. What? I was locked up for 12 years in a prison, being tortured by Dementors. I have quite a bit of endurance, Sirius said, noticing their strange looks. And you guys? Training, Natasha replied without giving more details. Well, it's a familiar feeling, Wanda and Stephen said in unison as they opened the door to leave. Oh, you managed to get out? We thought you'd be trapped all week, Nicolas Flamel commented upon seeing them come out, causing all four of them to scowl. We died. The others are still writhing in pain on the ground, but they'll recover in a while, Stephen said without stopping. However, after a few steps, he quickly turned around, went behind the cabin, and deactivated it before continuing on his way. That was fun. We have to do it again, Wanda said with a smile, making Natasha and Sirius instinctively step away from her. We'll take the others to the infirmary, Natasha said, signaling Sirius to help her. With levitation spells, they transported the others, who were still writhing in pain. Help! Harry shouted. Why? Hermione whimpered. Damn it! Wanda and Stephen will pay for this? Tony, despite the pain, had the strength to curse them. Those idiots are dangerous, Loki grumbled. Mommy. Ron sobbed. Please, kill me. Fred begged. Me too. George whispered. Well, looks like they won't need any punishment, Nicolas Flamel commented, watching them being taken away. The next day, everyone had recovered thanks to Hogwarts nurse, who provided them with painkillers so they could sleep without suffering. Well, aside from the pain, it was a great adventure, right? Fred said, sitting next to the others. That's for you. I'd rather never fight zombies again in my life, Hermione replied with disgust. To be honest, I had a little fun, Harry admitted with a soft smile. That's because you're going crazy just like your brothers, Ron said quickly. Hey, matchstick head, I heard that, Tony said as he walked by and joined the conversation. The only crazy ones here are Stephen and Wanda, and maybe Loki, he added, pointing at Loki just as he entered the Great Hall. Don't compare me to those idiots, Loki complained, irritated, before heading to his seat at the Slytherin table. Hey, but it was fun, Wanda intervened, entering the hall with Daphne. She seemed to be telling her about the adventure, but the girl looked at her strangely. Do you want to come with me next time? Definitely not, Daphne replied quickly, rejecting the offer without hesitation. Although it was good training, Stephen commented, suddenly appearing among them. His sudden presence startled several of them. The final explosion was awesome, he added with a smile as he took a flan from the table. At some point, many students began to take an interest in their stories, especially when Ron recounted the events from his exaggerated point of view, where he was the hero. Stephen, noticing this, reviewed the recordings and asked his family's elves to select the best parts. The next day, during dinner, an improvised movie night was organized in the Great Hall, where everyone could watch what had happened. The scenes where Ron ran with an army of zombies chasing him made him hide behind his plate of food, while Tony, who was also shown fleeing, received laughter from everyone. Then, the escape from the giant green beast kept the audience on edge until they managed to escape in a majestic way. The battle against Romanoff, Barton, and Captain America was intense and impressive. But what thrilled many students the most was the epic battle of Fred and George against the vampire hunter, where they demonstrated their skill even without magic. Afterward, it showed how Stephen and the others entered to finish off the wizards, only to be caught in a trap that left them surrounded by thousands of zombies that kept coming. Then, the appearance of the superpowered zombies raised the tension, and the final explosion left everyone breathless before the projection ended. Awesome, many students shouted, bursting into applause. Wow, that was fantastic, some exclaimed, looking at Stephen's group as if they were stars. Even Ron received recognition, as in the final battle he had shown that he wasn't just a coward. Several students showed interest in trying the game, which meant it would have to be modified so that more people could participate. Meanwhile, Grindelwald watched the projection in silence, with a serious expression. That technology, sigh. It's the new generation's turn to worry, he murmured before a slight smile appeared as he watched his children being applauded. Even Professors Natasha and Sirius were applauded, with many students approaching them to ask them to teach them how to fight. After all, they had demonstrated impressive magical skill, without using any special magic, just spells that any Hogwarts student could learn. Chapter 116, A Date in the Forbidden Forest. A date in the Forbidden Forest. By the way, wasn't I supposed to be training to fight a dragon? Stephen asked as he sat next to Harry after the presentation. Didn't you say the dragons wouldn't hurt you? Hermione quickly asked. We're talking about free dragons or even the ones we have at the zoo, which are pretty tame. But do you think the dragons they probably brought from somewhere else, caged and constantly monitored by wizards, will be in a good mood to welcome anyone? Stephen said with a smile. Even Wanda is quite violent if she's woken up the wrong way, he added, using a funny example. You'd better look for some spells to fulfill whatever they tell you. Oh, and by the way, don't hurt the dragons. They're not to blame, Stephen said quickly before getting up to look for his beautiful girlfriend, who had just entered. We'd better look for some useful spells, Hermione said, pushing Harry and Ron to get up and head to the library. Don't worry, Harry, if a dragon swallows you, we'll tell Tony to make you some robotic parts, Wanda said, passing behind them and overhearing the conversation. Thanks for your support, Harry said sarcastically, to which Wanda only gave him a smile before heading off to find Daphne. So, beautiful lady, what do you think about going for a walk with this handsome gentleman? Stephen said, acting gallantly in front of Fleur. I'd be delighted, Fleur replied, imitating his noble tone. Both smiled softly and left the dining hall, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. Isn't this place supposed to be, well, forbidden? It has that name for a reason, right? Fleur asked as she followed Stephen, looking around with interest. Yes, but only for troublemakers. Dumbledore allowed me and a few others to enter since we help Hagrid take care of the creatures that live here, Stephen explained as he guided the way to a safe area. I see, Fleur said, following him calmly. We've arrived, Stephen announced as they passed through some sort of magical barrier. When Fleur took a step inside, she felt like she had entered another world. There were small animals and magical creatures playing everywhere. Everything seemed to live in harmony and happiness. Wow, it's so beautiful, Fleur whispered, mesmerized by the place. Of course. I'm the one who created this refuge for my friends, Stephen said proudly as some magical creatures approached him, happy to see him. Hello, little friends, Fleur said, crouching down to greet some nifflers. Hey, be careful with them. They're Wanda's subordinates, they'll steal anything shiny before you even notice, Stephen warned, catching one that had just stolen Fleur's bracelet without her realizing it. They're like a mafia, he joked as he handed the bracelet back. Haha, and why are they Wanda's subordinates? Fleur asked, intrigued. One day, she was watching Scamander documentaries and heard that nifflers were forced to search for valuable things by dark wizards. So, she ran away from home for a week, and when she returned, she brought dozens of them that she had rescued. Although I don't know the whole story, Stephen replied, guiding her toward the central area of the refuge. I see, Fleur said, happy the Nifflers had been rescued. Is that a demiguise? They're so rare, she murmured when she saw a creature approaching. Ah, that's Arkan. He's become something like the boss of this place, Stephen explained as he approached his old friend. Hey, Ark. It's been a while since I last saw you, he said, crouching down to be at his height. Then, Arkan's little child came out from behind him. Hey, looks like you've been busy. Did you use your power to win over girls? Stephen joked as he smiled and patted Arkan's child's head. You, use, power, Arkan replied through signs, looking at Fleur behind Stephen. She approached with a smile to greet Arkan and his child. Hello, Fleur said kindly. Beautiful, you, no, Arkan replied, pointing at Stephen. Can he speak through signs? What did he say? Fleur asked quickly. He said we make a good couple, Stephen replied with a smile. Shall we have our picnic then? Stephen asked, pulling out a blanket and spreading it on the ground. Sure, Fleur replied happily. Ah, that's not fair. We were supposed to have a date here first, a voice was heard approaching them. When they turned around, they saw Wanda followed by Daphne. It's fine, Wanda. This place is huge, we can find our own spot, Daphne said with a calm smile, stopping her and greeting Stephen and Fleur. Since you're here, why don't we have a double date? After all, we've never been formally introduced, Fleur proposed with a gentle smile, addressing Daphne. Sounds good to me, Daphne replied quickly, while Wanda and Stephen looked at each other, realizing they hadn't even been asked their opinion. However, they easily agreed. The four of them sat down and took out the snacks they had brought, enjoying a peaceful conversation. While Arkan's child was growing fond of Fleur, Wanda had to share her snacks with her Niffler accomplices, who came by every so often looking for food. I still have the photos of Stephen dressed as a girl when he was a child, Wanda said, flipping through a photo album she had found. Ha ha ha, yes, I remember that day. We just arrived to play with Stephen, and everyone was surprised. The funniest part was that then Richard, Ricky, and Samuel ended up the same way, Fleur said, laughing fondly at the memory. Ugh, that left me traumatized. Don't remind me, Stephen said with a smile, shaking his head in mock self-pity. Meanwhile, the animals around them occasionally glanced their way, feeling the joy of the four and making the atmosphere of the place even more welcoming. So, Wanda, scared that my father would kick her out when I introduced her, was shaking like a little deer, Daphne said fondly, looking at Wanda. Oh, the Scarlet Witch was afraid. That's interesting, Stephen commented with a teasing smile. You're not one to talk. You still freeze up when my father looks at you seriously, Fleur retorted, laughing at Stephen. Ha, the Sorcerer Supreme. Wanda added in a mocking tone. What's all this about the Scarlet Witch and Sorcerer Supreme? Daphne asked, intrigued. They're titles we have because of how awesome we are, Wanda quickly replied with pride. Haha, something like that. Although I think our titles are different here, right? Stephen said with a smile. True. I heard your titles while walking through the hallways. Stephen's was Dark King and Wanda's was Red Queen, right? Fleur asked, smiling. Looks like we got a promotion. I used to be a prince, Stephen said with amusement. Daphne has one too, the Ice Queen, Wanda commented with a smile, looking at Daphne. Well, I've had that one since my first year, Daphne responded calmly. Back then, due to her magical instability, she always had to keep her emotions in check, so her expression was usually stoic. Now, thanks to Stephen's help in clearing the curse from her and her sister, she could show her emotions without any problem. Then I need to get my own title, Fleur said excitedly. Well, Tony and Loki are trying to, but for now, their titles are Room Destroyer and the Evil Twin, Wanda said, laughing at the nicknames they had been given. Seeing Fleur's confusion, Stephen had to explain. Tony was experimenting in his room, and something went wrong, blowing up the entire place. Now his room is at the farthest point from the others. Although, come to think of it, maybe that was his plan all along to have his own space, he said, scratching his chin. And Loki's is because he ended up in Slytherin, the house most people usually consider full of evil people. But that's nonsense, Stephen added. Even in other houses, there were followers of Voldemort. The problem is that, since Voldemort was from Slytherin, he had more contact with them, so most of his followers came from there. Well, I think it's time to go back, Stephen said, noticing it was getting late. Yeah, it was fun, Daphne said. We should do this more often, Fleur commented with a smile. Let's have everyone else bring their girlfriends too, Wanda proposed with a mischievous smile. Haha, that would be interesting, Stephen said as he packed everything up. The four of them walked back through the forest peacefully, smiling along the way. Chapter 117, More Than Wizards, More Than Heroes, Siblings. More than wizards, more than heroes, siblings. Grandmother Perenelle had created a rule some time ago that, at least once a month, all the Flamel siblings had to gather to talk and connect with the family. And today was that day. Hey, guys, I'm here, Wanda said cheerfully as she entered Natasha's office, smiling and greeting everyone already inside. Natasha, Tony, Loki, Harry, and Stephen were eating some cookies while chatting. Hey, noisy one. Take a seat, Stephen said, pointing to a spot far from him, but Wanda sat right next to him to annoy him. So, what was it you wanted to show? Loki asked quickly, looking at Tony. Check this out, Tony said, placing something on the table with a proud expression. A light bulb? Harry asked, confused by the object Tony had left on the table. So, you created a light bulb, Stephen said, looking at Tony with a strange expression. The great Tony Stark, now Flamel, created a light bulb, Loki said sarcastically and mockingly. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Light bulbs were already created? Wanda couldn't hold back anymore and started laughing while holding her stomach. Meanwhile, Natasha remained silent but looked at Tony with some concern. It's not just a light bulb, Tony said quickly, annoyed. To me, it looks like just a light bulb, Stephen said, staring at him. At least if it explodes in your face and we have an army of light bulbs against us, all we have to do is turn off the switch, Wanda joked, still laughing. Tisk, just watch. Activating. Expelliarmus attack, Tony said, and immediately the light bulb floated above his shoulder, glowed blue, and cast an Expelliarmus spell toward the wall. Obviously, the spell did nothing, since the wall wasn't enchanted, but that was how he demonstrated its functionality. Everyone stared at him with expressions ranging from surprise to intrigue and concern. Sigh. We're going to have an army of light bulbs casting spells and trying to rule us, Stephen said worriedly. I think it looks cool. Don't worry, Tony, if they turn evil, I'll help you stop them, Wanda said, giving him a friendly pat on the back to show her support. Isn't it simpler to just raise your wand and say the spell? Harry asked innocently. Some of us don't even need to say the spell or use wands. It's completely useless, Loki said, making fireworks appear in his hands with a simple gesture. Tisk. You guys don't know anything. Goodbye, Tony said, annoyed as he walked away, followed by the floating light bulb over his shoulder. He's mad now. He's going to send his army of light bulbs against us, Wanda said, watching Tony walk away. Ha ha ha, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and laughed. Stop bothering him already, Natasha said quickly, looking at her younger siblings with a bit of anger. Although someone has to go keep an eye on him, she added, and everyone looked at Stephen. All right, I'll go, Stephen said, leaving quickly to catch up with Tony. Hey, Tony, wait, Stephen called as soon as he caught up. I'm not going to let this turn into Ultron, Tony responded before Stephen could say anything else. It's not that. It's a brilliant invention. What if, instead of using it for attacks, we use it as drones to project the competition? Stephen quickly proposed. I obviously already planned on using it as attack drones, Tony said, rolling his eyes. No, Tony, just drones. I know you're worried, always preparing for any possible enemy, and I also know you're using this to distract yourself, but you should relax a bit. How long has it been since you've slept more than 8 hours? Stephen asked. 3 or 4 weeks, Tony replied after thinking for a moment. Sigh. Tony, you should rest more. I know you're still working on the multiversal transport machine, but piling up tasks won't make you move any faster. And, above all, there's nothing rushing you. Our grandfather has the stone that lets him live for 700 years. Even so, we don't even know if we have a lifespan limit, or maybe we're like the Asgardians with our new bodies, Stephen said, looking at him seriously. But what will happen if, when we come back, hundreds or maybe thousands of years have passed? Or if another Thanos shows up while we're gone? Tony said quickly. Don't worry. We'll just go back in time, and that's it. If any Doctor Strange tries to expel us, we'll just kick his ass and be done, Stephen said with a smile. Remember, if we enter the Marvel Universe, any god will want us to have a contract with them. Our bodies are walking mana cores, something that doesn't exist there. And they, by just lending us their mana for a day, will receive in return a much purer mana than that of thousands of wizards combined, Stephen explained to calm Tony down. Tisk. I'll think about resting, but I'll keep studying my light bulb, Tony said. I knew it was a light bulb, Stephen commented with a smile before letting Tony continue on his way. Any concerns, Loki? Stephen asked, looking toward where Loki was hiding behind a column. Changing time will get you in trouble with the TVA. Are you sure you can do something against them? Loki asked, staring at him. Loki, I'm going to tell you a secret. I already kicked the TVA's ass so hard that they had to seal my universe to prevent me from interfering with others, Stephen said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll help them however I can. Now, you guys are my siblings, and no one can change that, he added seriously. I'm sure Wanda would be excited to destroy something, he added with a smile as he gave Loki a friendly pat on the shoulder. You should relax too. Loki stayed silent as Stephen walked away. Brother, I guess he's right. I'm not alone, Loki murmured as he watched Stephen leave. Then, with a smile, he walked back to the room where his siblings were still talking. Is everything okay? Natasha asked as she saw Stephen come back in. Yeah, we'll just have to fight a dimensional authority and possibly a Doctor Strange when we bring them back, but nothing that can't be solved, Stephen replied calmly, knowing Natasha and Wanda were worried about Tony and Loki. After living together for a while, they all began to better understand each other's personalities. It was clear how both of them were trying hard to hide their desire to return home with all their might, but at the same time, they didn't want to be a burden. That's just how they were. But, as they spent more time together, they didn't realize they were changing. Or, more precisely, Harry was the one who had been bonding with each of them. After all, the others were technically adults in younger bodies, while Harry was a child who ended up being treated as the younger brother by everyone. Although Harry's body was older than Loki and Tony's, they always treated him as a younger brother. I don't understand, but I hope he's okay, Harry said. Sorry, I have to go practice with Hermione and Ron, he said before leaving. Meanwhile, Loki re-entered the room and, without saying anything, calmly sat down to eat some of Grandmother Perenelle's cookies. So, the light bulb won't gain consciousness and try to disarm everyone with Expelliarmus? Wanda asked, changing the subject. Then we'll have to create another light bulb that you end up falling in love with, and that's it, Natasha joked casually. Hey, I'm faithful to Daphne, and I never fell in love with a robot. That was someone else? Wanda quickly defended herself. Now that I think about it, when you appeared to destroy my universe, I thought you were coming to take Vision, Stephen suddenly said, remembering something. Of course not. I'm not a homewrecker, Wanda immediately complained. And I didn't even have control over my body at that moment. She added softly, with sadness. I always thought it was strange that you two were the only ones who have different bodies, Tony interjected. He and Loki resembled their original versions, though with slight differences. Natasha was a more attractive version of hers, but Stephen and Wanda were blondes and completely different. If I had to say something that made sense, it's because you two died with your complete bodies. We exploded at an existential level. There was nothing left to recover our appearances, Stephen explained calmly. That must have hurt, Natasha commented. I guess, Stephen replied, as if it had been nothing. We also destroyed a galaxy with the explosion, Wanda remembered. Natasha and Loki were surprised to hear the magnitude of the destruction. Wait, you guys were strong? Loki asked quickly. Of course, Wanda and Stephen replied naturally, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Although in this world we're much weaker, since we don't rely on dimensional gods to lend us mana, Stephen added. How's that? Natasha asked, intrigued. Well, let's say the gods lend you fabric. So, when you return it, you have to have created a handkerchief with that fabric. When you die, all the handkerchiefs you created with the borrowed fabric go back to them, and that's how they get their reward, Stephen explained simply. Wow, that's an interesting way to explain it, Wanda said. In our case, we borrowed mana from the Yggdrasil tree, but it works with the same system, Loki added. So, wizards aren't like the ones here? Natasha asked. No, wizards here have a mana core that absorbs mana from the environment. But now we are walking cores. So, if we return to our universe, dimensional gods will fight to make us part of their followers. Since we're mana cores, the fabric they lend us will be returned in the form of handkerchiefs of the best quality, Stephen explained, keeping his metaphor. Basically, they'll lend us all the mana we want, since our bodies can handle it without issues. So, will you be even stronger than when you destroyed an entire galaxy? Natasha asked. Well, now that I think about it, yes. You too, by the way, Stephen replied quickly. I don't even want to imagine Fury's face if he finds out about this, Natasha said with a smile. Chapter 118, Special, Quick Trip. Special, Quick Trip. At Hogwarts, a beautiful blonde woman, approximately 20 years old, walked through the hallways, drawing the attention of everyone, students, ghosts, and portraits alike. However, she maintained a stoic expression, accustomed to the attention. Since her birth, it was said that her beauty could cause wars. And it wasn't an exaggeration. Her father almost eradicated all the dark wizards in the world when they tried to kidnap her as a child. Luckily, her uncle stopped him in time and captured the culprits in a less extreme manner before sending them to Azkaban. The young woman moved quickly toward the headmaster's tower. Upon reaching the entrance to the office, she looked at the statue, sighed, and spoke. Sigh. Wanda is such a fool. The statue accepted the password and moved, revealing the hidden staircase. She ascended quickly and knocked on the door before entering. You may enter, Abby, said a voice from inside. Abby entered calmly. At school, you should call me Professor Flamel, headmaster, she said seriously, looking at the man seated in the office. If anyone saw them together, they'd think they were siblings, as he didn't appear to be older than her. The man was none other than the headmaster of Hogwarts and president of the magical community, Stephen Flamel. Of course not. I'm the headmaster and your father, I can call people whatever I want, Stephen replied with a smile and a childish reasoning. I can't believe one of the most powerful wizards alive is so immature. Abby murmured, exhausted. You should change your password before Aunt Wanda gets angry. That's exactly what I want. Her children keep giving me headaches. I'm supposed to be the highest authority in the magical world, and those kids don't respect me, Stephen complained in frustration. They're your nephews, you'll have to deal with it. Plus, they carry the family name, Abby replied calmly. Now that I think about it, there are too many Flamels in this school, whether as students or professors. Maybe I should expel and fire a few, it would make my life easier, grumbled Stephen. You always have others doing your work. In fact, Mom is handling your matters as president right now, Abby quickly pointed out. Stephen averted his gaze and changed the subject. All right, tell me what's going on. While speaking, he went through the documents on his desk. Despite having help, he still had many responsibilities. Sigh. Aunt Wanda disappeared, again, Abby said seriously. Upon hearing this, Stephen stopped writing and placed a hand on his head, feeling an impending headache. A bad premonition overwhelmed him. He quickly opened a drawer on his desk and realized something was missing, a special time turner created by Tony. His feeling of dread worsened. Shit, that fool figured out it exists, he exclaimed, starting to use tracking magic to find her. Unfortunately, that ability only worked on people weaker than him. Wanda, like her siblings, had power similar to his, making it difficult to find her if she didn't want to be found. Shit, he cursed before opening a portal and rushing out, leaving Abby alone in the office. She crossed her arms and sighed. My father and my uncles are the most powerful wizards, and they act like this. Luckily, Aunt Natasha is the most normal. Psst, Abby, over here, a familiar voice called from behind her. Resigned, she sighed before turning around to find Wanda, who didn't seem to have changed at all since finishing her studies. In fact, all the Flamels and their partners seemed to stop aging at a certain point. According to her father, it was because they were constantly surrounded by mana. Abby didn't want to delve into the topic. Aunt Wanda, my father went out to look for you. If you plan to do something dangerous, I'll have to stop you right now, she said, taking a hair accessory out. That small object served as a seal for both her magic and part of her aura, which all Flamels possessed, even the children. Because of this, they had to wear accessories to conceal it and lighten their presence, something that had caused her trouble more than once. Leave that. Your spell is like a mosquito bite, Wanda said calmly. Then, with a smile, she showed the time turner she had stolen from Stephen and added, "Want to come? I'm going to bother young Stephen." Abby knew how powerful her uncles were. Even the one considered the weakest of them, her Uncle Harry, could destroy an island full of dark wizards with a single spell. Facing Wanda, who could match her father in power, was just a dream. All right. It's better if I keep an eye on you, she said, trying to cast a spell to notify her father. However, Wanda saw through her attempt and, with a simple snap, made the signal disappear. You still have a million years to go, dear niece, she said proudly before grabbing Abby and activating the time turner, disappearing from the headmaster's office. Past time. I already told you, kid, you need to learn computer science and human engineering if you want to improve your alchemical tools, Tony said, while helping Harry, who was trying to improve his flying broomstick. You need to see the runes as programming codes. That way, you can connect them better, he explained as he finished engraving the last rune on Harry's broom. Here you go, speed, stability, and, especially in your case, safety. Thanks, Tony. Although alchemy isn't my thing, I'd rather learn to fight, Harry responded with a smile as he took his broom. Tony sighed. Kids these days. Then I recommend you ask Natasha and Loki for help. They can fight hand-to-hand better than Stephen. After all, he's a wizard who uses martial arts, while they're martial artists who use magic. Well, actually, Loki doesn't. Only Natasha, he clarified, shrugging. Though Loki was a good Asgardian fighter, he was still a better magician and illusionist. I'll ask them later, Harry said with interest, remembering the time he saw Natasha fight seriously inside the game they had been trapped in. Oh, why don't you ask me? Wanda said, suddenly appearing behind them. With her, a beautiful young woman watched the scene with interest. Tony looked at Wanda and rolled his eyes. Sure. The woman known as the Scarlet Witch knows how to fight. In that case, we should call you the Scarlet Fighter, he said sarcastically, though then observed her more closely. You feel different. Maybe it's my perfume, Wanda replied nonchalantly. Do you know where Stephen is? I want to play a prank on him. Tony and Harry exchanged a look for a second and, without saying anything, pointed in the same direction. Obviously, Wanda is still pretty predictable at any time, Tony commented with amusement. Should we warn Stephen in case he's in danger? Harry asked, a bit concerned. It's Wanda. She probably just came to annoy him after some fight, Tony said calmly, picking up his tools. Well, then I'll go try out my broom, Harry said, realizing that Tony was right. Elsewhere. As future Wanda ran, dragging Abby all over, they happened to cross paths with Natasha, who was walking with her two grandparents. Hi, Nat. Hi, my beautiful grandparents? Have you seen Stephen? Wanda asked quickly. Perenelle and Nicolas remained silent. However, Perenelle observed the young woman behind Wanda closely, noticing a strong resemblance to her eldest grandson and a familiar air. I think he went with Fleur in that direction, Natasha replied, pointing toward the courtyard. Thanks, bye, Wanda said before dragging Abby with her again. Perenelle, excited, quickly asked, that girl, could she be who I think she is? It's certain, but it's better not to say anything until the future, Nicolas responded, looking at his wife with complicity. Natasha sighed. I only take care of the troublesome ones of this time. The ones from the future, Stephen can handle, she said quickly, before continuing her way with her grandparents. A few minutes later. Loki, it's great to see you. Didn't you see where Stephen went? Wanda asked quickly, spotting Loki sitting, reading a book on potions. Without lifting his head, Loki simply pointed toward the Forbidden Forest. Thanks, Wanda said hurriedly, running off with Abby. Loki barely glanced up before adding, the Wanda from this time is also there. But when he looked, Wanda was already gone. Resigned, he returned to his reading. Forbidden Forest, safe zone. After running for a few minutes, Wanda and Abby reached the safe zone of the forest and saw Stephen, Fleur, Wanda, and Daphne, who were having a double date while having fun. Wow, I remember this day, Wanda murmured with a soft smile. Tisk, now it makes me feel bad to bother him. Then, wouldn't it be better to bother him at a time when he already knows what you did? Abby suggested quickly. Wanda thought for a moment and then smiled. Well, you're right. Let's go back. Without further ado, she activated the time turner, and they returned to their original time. Meanwhile, Stephen, who was laughing with Fleur, looked toward the spot where Wanda and Abby had just disappeared. Sigh. This time I won't say anything, he murmured, returning his attention to Wanda, who continued laughing with amusement in front of him. Chapter 119, First challenge, having Wanda compete is cheating. First challenge, having Wanda compete is cheating. Welcome to the Triwizard Tournament. I hope everyone at home is ready for the excitement of watching these fabulous and risky tasks. Before I announce the first challenge, I must give a warning to those with weak health. Be careful, whether you're in the stands or at home, because the first challenge is stealing an egg from a dragon that's incubating her eggs. Ludo shouted excitedly, looking at the small orb floating in front of him. This was the new camera that would be used to broadcast everything through magical television to the world. Moments ago, the participants were drawn to determine which dragon they would face. I won't say who got which one, you'll have to figure that out yourself, Ludo said, showing great presentation skills and proving that he was quite good with the cameras. Meanwhile, in the stands, the students were full of excitement, shouting, and making noise. Tisk. This place is so noisy, I hope it ends quickly, Loki said with annoyance as he sat with his brothers and family friends. Come on, don't say that. Our little brother is a competitor, Tony replied. I still don't understand. Harry is older than you all, why do you keep treating him like the youngest? Hermione asked with interest. Because they're crazy, don't mind them, Stephen interrupted. I don't think you're the right person to say that, especially when you made us explode a couple of days ago, Natasha said, looking at him. Ugh, I still have muscle pain, Ron complained. Weakling, Stephen said mockingly. Stephen, do you think I could make Black's mom one of the dragons? Maybe she'd want to come out and play with everyone, Luna said, holding a small black dragon in her arms. They'd probably think it's an apocalypse dragon that wants to destroy the world, so it's better not to, Stephen quickly responded, while Luna got a little down and gently petted her small summoned dragon. Then maybe it's not such a bad idea, Stephen said, seeing Luna's discouragement. Stop having stupid ideas, Natasha said, giving Stephen an angry look. She knew that Black's mom was an extremely powerful dragon who could cause a lot of destruction without meaning to. Although summoning magic was a mix of illusion and tangibility, the beings summoned had to be fully imagined, and once created, their parameters wouldn't change. The dragon Stephen created had once been a servant of a dimensional god with the same power. Luckily, only people with the same level of magic as Stephen could summon it. If anyone else tried, they would only summon Luna's small dragon. Then everyone watched in surprise as a Swedish short snout was carried by several wizards to the center of the field. Now let's welcome our first champion, a cheerful girl who is stronger than she looks. Everyone give a round of applause to Wanda Flamel, Ludo said, while all the Hogwarts students began clapping like crazy. All the houses were united. Then Wanda entered, cheerfully waving, with not a hint of seriousness on her face. Everyone watched as Wanda, unprepared, simply walked toward the dragon, which, upon sensing her presence, quickly stared at her. Hello, how are you? Wanda said calmly, while many held their breath with concern. Everyone watched as the dragon brought its head closer to Wanda, fearing for her life. But what they saw next surprised them more than if Wanda had used a spell to defeat the dragon. The dragon brought its face closer to Wanda while she happily petted it. Haha, you're quite affectionate, aren't you? Wanda said, while petting it joyfully. The caretakers who had brought the dragon exchanged surprised looks, as they knew firsthand how difficult it had been to move it from the forest to here. And bringing it from Romania, they couldn't even talk about that. You have a fake egg, is it okay if I take it? Wanda said, pointing to the golden egg mixed among the dragon's real eggs. The dragon quickly moved her eggs and used her claws to throw the fake egg aside, which Wanda calmly caught before saying goodbye to the dragon, petting it once more. Meanwhile, Ludo, completely shocked, had gone silent and forgotten to do his job, so McGonagall approached and gave him a little tap on the back. Cough. Sorry, but that was something that left me speechless, and surely many of you at home as well. The Hogwarts champion, Wanda Flamel, has easily obtained the golden egg, Ludo quickly said. This was something nobody expected. It was as if the dragon just handed her the egg as if it were nothing. Now, I'll introduce the judges before the voting, Ludo said, while the camera zoomed out to show those sitting beside him. The head judge, from the English Ministry of Magic, is Director Amelia Bones. Then there's your humble servant, Ludo Bagman. Following that is our beloved headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, the beautiful headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime, and last but certainly not least, our former Dark Lord and now headmaster of Durmstrang, Gellert Grindelwald. Everyone was shocked by the last name, but they were more or less aware of his release. After all, Stephen had made sure the magical television news reminded everyone to avoid chaos. It was also announced that he was under a powerful magical contract that prevented him from reconnecting with his followers should they want to reappear to follow him. So, over time, everyone had accepted that Grindelwald was somewhat free without complaining too much. Although, seeing how young and cool he looked, he had also gained some new admirers. Then, all the judges, without showing any concern for favoring their school, voted in unison, raising the maximum number. So, in our first task, the first champion takes the exact figure of 50 perfect points, Ludo announced, while everyone in the stands began shouting in support. This is truly surprising and possibly the first time something like this has happened in a Triwizard tournament, right? Ludo asked, looking at his fellow judges. Well, after all, it's the first time I've seen this kind of understanding with a dragon. Even the famous Newt Scamander wouldn't achieve something like this as easily as Wanda, Amelia said with a calm smile. Truly fascinating. It makes me proud of my students, Dumbledore commented, smiling softly like the elderly man he was. Well, it's a little sad, since both she and Stephen should have ended up at Beauxbatons. But I'm glad they're doing well here, Madame Maxime said with a bit of sadness for having lost such talented students. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts professors thought that maybe it would have been great for both of them to study at Beauxbatons. But they quickly discarded those thoughts, as by now, they had grown quite fond of them. I can only say it's something fabulous. What was expected from the granddaughter of the Flamel couple, and the brother of that little brat, Grindelwald said calmly. So, we say goodbye to Wanda for today, while the caretakers take the dragon and her eggs back to her cage before returning her to her home. And they bring out the next dragon for the next challenger, Ludo quickly said. Meanwhile, in the stands, in Stephen and Company's section. Well, it was so obvious it was boring, Stephen said, watching as the dragon keepers struggled to take the dragon away. Wanda even came out again to help them. I hope Harry has the same luck, Hermione said worriedly. Ha ha ha, it's Harry. He and Luck don't get along, or maybe they do, I don't know, Fred said, appearing behind them along with George, as they were placing bets. They had just made some good money, as they had bet exactly on what had just happened. After all, they had been with Stephen since the first year and often went to the Flamel mansion, so they knew quite well how surprising these siblings could be. Anyway, if he loses an arm, Tony can make him one with Muggle technology, George said. Don't say things like that, Ron quickly said, defending his friend. Although both raised their hands in surrender. So, who's next? Tony asked. Fleur, Stephen replied with a smile. Then, it looks like our bet is about to win quickly, Fred said with a proud smile. Remember that betting is prohibited. And you're in front of a professor, Natasha said, giving them a smile. If we tell you Sirius' plan for a prank against Snape, will you overlook it? The Weasley twins quickly asked, negotiating with Natasha. She thought for a few seconds and then responded with annoyance. Fine. Then, the twins led her aside, not caring about revealing Sirius' plan just to get off the hook. Chapter 120, For Fleur, it was easy to. For Fleur, it was easy to. After a while, as people settled back to wait for the next competitor, they brought the new dragon into the arena, a Welsh green dragon. Meanwhile, in the section where Stephen and the others were, they now had Wanda, who had just arrived moments ago with plenty of sweets to share. Now, let us welcome our second competitor. Not only is she the champion of the Triwizard Tournament, but she was also the champion in the International Duel Competition, accompanying the multiple-time champion of this event. Let's give a round of applause to Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, said Ludo excitedly, as the crowd in the stands began to cheer just as enthusiastically as he was. After all, Fleur was quite famous and popular. Let's remember, she appeared in a few films as an extra. Well, Stephen did too, but Fleur's fanbase was much larger since Stephen tended to hide all the time. Then, Fleur calmly stepped out into the arena, staring directly at the dragon, which was guarding its eggs very protectively. After all, the constant movement around the area seemed to put it on alert. It seems Miss Delacour is looking for a blind spot to cast a spell, said Ludo, observing how Fleur walked between the rocks, searching for a moment of distraction from the dragon. Seeing that the dragon didn't stop looking at the eggs, Fleur had to change her plan. So, she cast a spell to put the dragon to sleep, which worked perfectly. But she remembered something Stephen had told her a while ago. Instead of getting closer, she created fans of light and launched them directly at the golden egg. One of them hit it upwards, while the other hit the back, sending it right into Fleur's hands, completing the task almost as quickly as Wanda. That was incredible. Miss Delacour took the golden egg without even moving from her spot, completing the task. Let's all give her a big round of applause, shouted Ludo, smiling with excitement. Fleur greeted everyone with an elegant smile as she approached the judges to receive her score. It was no surprise when all the judges, as well as Amelia and Ludo, gave her the highest score. After all, she was quick, precise, and didn't make any unnecessary movements. Now, Fleur and Wanda were tied for first place. Well, that was just as fast. I hope the other two put on more of a show, because if not, this will end sooner than planned, said Tony, watching everything unfold. Well, we've got something prepared in case that happens, said Grandmother Perenelle as she approached them with Nicolas Flamel. Hello, Grandma, are you bored of hanging out with those old folks, said Wanda, greeting her grandparents with a cheerful smile. Remember, we're older than they are, said Perenelle, lightly tapping her granddaughter on the forehead. But to be honest, we are a bit tired of their questions, so we escaped, said Nicolas calmly. After all, the box they were in was the Ministry box, as well as that of the pureblood families, where all those types were, and every word was about gaining favor with a partner, whether for economic or political interests. Some even tried to arrange betrothals between their children. When everyone heard that, they didn't know what to say. Ah, right, this magical world is very much like feudalism, said Tony, speaking mockingly. Well, we'll leave all those businessmen to young Sirius, in the meantime, said Perenelle, smiling. Arcturus must be proud of his grandson, she said, thinking of a grumpy old man she'd known a long time ago, who never left his castle. Yeah, sure, everyone said in unison, knowing how Sirius really was. He could probably mentally blend in with them easily. As they continued talking, waiting for the next champion, Fleur arrived after changing into a more comfortable outfit. Hi, Fleur. You were amazing, said Perenelle, giving her a warm hug as Fleur arrived. Thank you, said Fleur, a little embarrassed. Though I was expecting it to be more difficult when they said I would face a dragon. But simply stealing an egg is easy, she said with a bit of pride. Well, they had to lower the difficulty. I still remember the first competitions, which were about stealing a scale from a hydra or trying to tame a Cerberus, said Nicholas, recalling the past. What a coincidence, we have a Cerberus in the Forbidden Forest, said Wanda, intrigued. No, even though it's a three-headed dog, it's not a real Cerberus. It might be a mutation. A real Cerberus is the size of an adult dragon, and its saliva is acidic, just like its breath is poisonous, said Nicholas, surprising everyone present. So, you had to tame those things? That's pretty crazy. And here I thought Hogwarts was already dangerous. Looks like it was worse back then, said Tony. It's funny how the European schools are the most dangerous in the world. And all because of Hogwarts, now that I think about it, said Stephen, laughing mockingly. Let me remind you that you wanted to come to this school. We wanted to send you to Beauxbatons with Fleur and the others, said Perenelle quickly. Meanwhile, Fleur stared at Stephen with a bit of resentment, as it would have been quite nice if they both had gone to school together. Surely, all of Stephen's siblings would have ended up there too. But if I hadn't come to Hogwarts, Harry would be in this dangerous school, said Stephen quickly to defend himself, to which Perenelle nodded in understanding and forgave him. Knowing that idiot Albus, he would probably still be guided by that stupid prophecy. What nonsense, said Perenelle. After all, she had lived for so many years that she had seen hundreds of prophecies, some that came true and others that didn't. But she usually didn't interfere. After all, she was just an old woman who hoped to continue aging with her husband. Luckily, Stephen had come into her life, and then the others, something she would always be grateful for. While they continued talking, the new challenger had actually been in the arena for quite some time, but no one paid attention to him, except Ron, who was shouting excitedly every now and then. Krum quickly cast a spell, blinding and confusing his opponent, making him start walking erratically from side to side, stepping on several eggs. But Victor took advantage of this to run toward the golden egg, grabbed it, and then quickly ran off, finishing his task. Let's all give a round of applause to Victor Krum, who completed his task, even though he had some issues along the way. Now, we wait for the judges to give their scores, said Ludo, drawing the attention of Stephen and his group. What a shame, those eggs could be useful for some interesting potions, said Loki, looking at the broken eggs on the ground. They're fake eggs, said Stephen calmly. Really? Asked Wanda quickly. Obviously, those dragons are ours, after all, said Stephen, as everyone looked at him in surprise, except for Natasha and Tony, who already knew, since they technically helped Stephen manage the family businesses. Though help was more like Stephen throwing everything at them and running away. After all, it was under Tony's name, so it was the perfect excuse. Tony didn't mind much, as he ended up doing what he did before. He even got several assistants to do the same. However, something that caught Natasha and Stephen's attention was that his assistants were all men. They both assumed it was out of respect for Pepper. Does that mean you knew from the beginning what the challenges were? Asked Hermione quickly. Well, yes. I even know what the next ones are, said Stephen with a hidden smile. Then why didn't you tell Harry so he could prepare in advance? If we had more time, Ron quickly said. Yeah, but that would have been unfair, to Krum, said Stephen, since if he told Harry, he would also have to tell Fleur and Wanda. And the only one he wasn't interested in telling the challenges to was Victor Krum. Hearing this, Ron, the biggest Krum fan, quickly shut up. So, how did Harry prepare to fight a dragon? Asked Wanda, interested. Hermione thought for a moment, knowing that it didn't really change anything for them to know, since they would see it in a while. Actually, when he found out the dragons wouldn't see him as an enemy, we thought of ways to use that. Since we believe that once he's close to the eggs, the mother would be protective, it would only attack then. So, we looked for a perfume, said Hermione quickly. Perfume? Asked Stephen quickly, intrigued, as it was quite different from what Harry was supposed to do. Maybe because he felt more confident the dragon wouldn't attack, he ended up coming up with another plan to exploit that weakness. Yes. We talked to Ron's brother to ask what dragon tamers used to avoid being attacked all the time. And he recommended a perfume made from the male dragon's pheromones, said Hermione quickly. Hearing that, both the Flamel couple, Natasha and Stephen were a bit stunned, while the others didn't understand much. Well, this will be quite interesting, said Stephen, as he suppressed the urge to laugh under the gaze of the others, who were seeking answers.